I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm eager and anxious.
Well, what are you eager and anxious about?
Today is the day we're supposed to be taking a trip to the moon with Flash Gordon, isn't it?
Oh, yes, so let's get busy and read the funnies right away.
Yes, please.
So here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, but first let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on top of the first page, Hopalong, Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has learned that Don Ramos's ranch is going to be put up for auction. He suspects Sloat and his crooked gang are to blame. So the day of the auction, Hoppy and California ride up to bid in the ranch and save it for Don Ramos. Lucky is supposed to bring the money from Rio Vista as soon as the bank sends it to him. The tax assessor, the man who is the brains behind Sloat, says to Hoppy, "What do you want here? The law's looking for you." Hoppy says, "Don't mind us. Go right ahead with your auction." The tax assessor addresses the people assembled. Last picture, second row. "Folks, as tax assessor, I'm authorized by law to place this property on sale at public auction. Now, I admit it hasn't much in its favor, but who'd care to open the bidding?" One of the ranchers present says first picture, next row. "Well, not me. This spread's jinxed." And another hollers, "Yeah, you can't raise crops nor cattle on these parts grazing land." At this moment, Sloat, last picture of the row, speaks up. "Well, just to keep this show interesting, I'll risk $1,000. "Well, that's a sporting gentleman. Now do I hear more?" Hoppy, first picture, next row, exclaims, $1,500. At this, one of the crooks whispers to Sloat, "Hey, Cassidy could ruin our game." Sloat shouts, "I'm bidding 2,000. Hoppy barks back, last picture of the row, 3,000. California whispers, "Hey, nix, Hoppy. We're getting in too deep." "And what if they call you bluff?" First picture, bottom row, Hoppy replies, "We got a chance at California. Sloat isn't bidding on worthless land for nothing." And California says, "No, what's delaying Lucky if we'd only show up with that cash?" Meanwhile, last picture, in the telegraph office in Rio Vista, Lucky is waiting for the bank draft order to come through so he can ride to Hoppy with the money. Time is passing and he's worried. He asks why it hasn't come in. The agent replies, "Well, I can't help it if your bank draft order from Buckskin ain't here yet. Relax, son. Those things take time."
Well, I should think Lucky would complain, because if Hoppy doesn't get that money, maybe that tax man will let that mean Mr. Sloat have the ranch for the money he bid.
That's what California's worried about.
Oh, my. I hope that order comes through after all the trouble Hoppy's taken to help that nice boy Philippe and his father.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now?
Oh, is Prince Valiant next, do you think?
Well, let's turn over the page and see.
All right. Ah, I was right. Here he is on page 3 again. You remember last week he defeated the barbarians and then started back to the monastery?
Yes, let's see if he gets back safely. So here we go with Prince Valiant to the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Val, victorious over the barbarians, returns to the monastery with the precious chamois skins he has promised to the monks. Last picture, top row. As he greets them, the monks are very grateful to him for having brought warm chamois skins and fresh meat for them. And so, all retire early that night in preparation for their start the next day. Next morning, Val and his companions bid farewell to the monastery and the monks who have been so kind to him. At first, their way is easy, for this is the path by which shepherds take their flocks to summer pasture in the high meadows. They pass mountain streams and cross long alpine meadows, first picture bottom row. But ever the white peaks stand stark and threatening against the sky. Then one dawn, Paul, their guide, says, "Put aside your cold arms and armor, and don warm garments. From now on, your enemy is not human." So they put on the warm cloaks made for them back at the monastery, cloaks of chamois skins and thick wool, and then begin to make their way up, 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 higher through the cold peaks at the top of the mountains. And last picture, no longer is there green grass, but only gray rock and glittering glacier as they toil upward.
Traveled across some beautiful spots in the mountains.
Yes, but I'm afraid now the going won't be so pleasant.
You mean because it'll get colder now that they're going up higher?
I'm afraid so. And next week we'll see the tops of those mountains. Well, now, which shall I read next?
Dagwood.
All right, then. Let's go to the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
I have the first page of the second section right here.
Well, then, very well. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Mr. Dithers has given Dagwood the afternoon off. He arrives home and tells Blondie, "Hey, the boss let me off early to help you clean the house for our dinner party tonight." Blondie smiles happily and says,
"Dagwood, I have an idea."
And last picture of the row, she shows the idea to Dagwood, who has his sleeves rolled up and a mop and a pail in his hands.
I thought as long as we had to clean the house for our party, we could let Cookie have her little party today, too, this afternoon.
So first picture next row, as Dagwood scrubs the floor, Blondie continues.
You see, that's killing two birds with one stone.
And Dagwood echoes, "Yeah, two birds." A little later, as Dagwood's cleaning out the bookshelves and shoving around the furniture, Blondie says cheerfully,
"Oh, the house will look lovely. It's beginning to glisten."
And Dagwood, who's beginning to get tired, groans, "Oh, my back is glistening." Last picture of the row, the place is finally all cleaned up. It looks as shiny as a needle after a winter in a roll of yarn. And Blondie says,
"Hooray, we're through. We're ready for two parties."
And as Blondie holds poor, tired Dagwood up, he groans, "Oh, I'm going up in the attic and sleep on the cot. That's the safest place during a children's party." First picture next row. It's time for the party to begin. Cookie comes home with her pals, opens the door, and yells, "Mama! My company's arriving!" It's a good thing she said so, because no one would know it. Upstairs in the attic, Dagwood, who's been napping, suddenly exclaims, "Oh, great Scott, there must be an earthquake. The whole house is shaking." And then he realizes it's the kids. So he rolls over and tries to go off to sleep again. Last picture of the row, the house begins to shake. And Dagwood wakes up again to the terrific racket the children are making. And he yells, "It's the A-bomb! It's a cataclysm!" And he leaps out of bed, onto the floor, when suddenly there's a big silence, a horrible silence, a frightening silence. And as Dagwood wonders what's happened, first picture, bottom row, the attic door opens. And Blondie says,
"Okay, dear. Cookie's party's over. All the children have gone."
And Dagwood goes dizzy with relief. A minute later, Blondie and Dagwood are downstairs looking at the living room, which looks like wild horses have kicked it apart. And Blondie says cheerfully,
"Well, now we have to straighten up the house a little for our party tonight."
And Dagwood groans, "Oh, it's a shambles." Last picture, Blondie hands Dagwood a bucket of water and a mop again, grabs the vacuum cleaner out of the closet, And as they begin their work all over again, she says,
That's a good idea, having both parties in one day, isn't it?
and Dagwood, so tired, tears trickle down his eyes, slowly groans, Yes, dear, Peachy.
Oh, I think that was a good idea, having two parties in one day. I just love it when we have two parties in one day.
And does your daddy come home for both of them?
Oh, no, he always goes out of town on business.
Well, he's a smart one.
Well, now I don't know what...
Just like you are.
Oh, thank you. Oh, now look, right underneath Dagwood and Blondie, there's Roy Rogers. And you remember he's starting a new adventure, so please read that quick.
Very well, then. Here we go with Roy Rogers. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy has met a friend of his called Doleful Hawkins, who's asked him for help. As Roy and he ride along today toward a ranch near Rawhide, Doleful says, Yes, sir, Roy. Folks up Rawhide way are bad off. Stock killed by the storm, range fences down. Roy replies, Well, I'm sure it's not as bad as you make it, Doleful Hawkins, but I'll be glad to help on a trail drive. It develops that Doleful wants Roy's help in driving a herd of cattle over a tough mountain trail, and he's told Roy of a valuable steer that can lead the cattle over the dangerous trail. As they dismount at the O'Dowd Ranch, Doleful says, With old Blackjack as lead steer, we might get a herd over the mountains to Rawhide, but... Hey, stop moaning, Doleful, and show me this lead steer you've been praising. Third picture, first row, Doleful points out the steer to Roy, and he says, That's Blackjack. By gravy, so skinny and puny, don't look like he can walk to the water trough. Roy replies, Yeah, but he knows every inch of the Rawhide Trail, and that's the important thing. Just then, somebody takes a shot at him. First picture, next row, a pretty girl comes out of the cabin holding a gun on him. It's Ben O'Dowd's daughter, Wildwood. When she sees it's her friend, Doleful Hawkins, she tells him she thought he was a rustler trying to steal her prize steer. Well, they all go inside the cabin, and Doleful introduces Roy to Wildwood. This is Roy Rogers, Wildwood. We come to hire your Blackjack for a trail drive to Rawhide. Wildwood says the Blackjack's not for hire unless they take her along. So they sit down to plan the cattle drive over the mountains. Meanwhile, at the corral, a stranger has ridden up quietly, gotten off his horse, and is trying to flip a lasso over Blackjack's horns. The steer snorts and tries to get away, and the man exclaims, Quiet, you blasted maverick. I got orders to keep you from leading the trail drive to Rawhide, and I aim to carry him out. Last picture, in the cabin, Wildwood, hearing the commotion, goes for her gun, saying she'll ventilate anybody who hurts her Blackjack. Doleful exclaims, I knew something like this would happen. And Roy cautions Wildwood. Wait, Wildwood. Stay back.
Why do you suppose the man is trying to steal that steer? Is it because he's so good at leading the cattle across the mountains?
Yes, there's something mysterious about that.
Oh, maybe it's rustlers.
Yes, maybe they want to steal Blackjack so he can lead cattle they steal to hiding places in the mountains.
Oh, this is a good beginning for the adventure, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's turn over the page and see if Flash Gordon's there.
Right over the page we go. And here he is. And I'll read Flash in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 2 of the second section, Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Professor Bright, a famous scientist, has asked Flash to investigate shooting meteors that have been falling from the moon. Flash thinks someone is trying to destroy Earth and is only too eager to look into the matter. As he, Dale, and Professor Bright are in a plane on an investigation trip, a meteor comes toward them and whizzes by his spaceship and buries itself in the Earth with a tremendous blast. The pilot calls out, Professor Bright, I have a message from headquarters. Their radar picked up that meteor's track. It came from the moon. Flash quickly lands on Earth. Immediately, they set about the task of refitting Flash's spaceship. They load up a stock of atom bomb flying missiles. Professor Bright says grimly, "We'll have to destroy the volcano or whatever is shooting out these meteors." Finally, the day comes when the ship is ready for departure, and the giant ship is set up for launching on a mountain top. Last picture, top row, Flash, Dale, and Professor Bright approach the ship, ready to take off. First picture, bottom row, away they go, speeding toward the moon. Millions watch on TV and hope for success as the rocket starts with a mighty roar. In a few minutes, it reaches top speed of 7 miles a second, and soon the huge rocket is escaping from the Earth's gravity. Last picture, Flash says finally, "All right, I'm shutting off the rocket power." Freed from the pull of gravity, Dale suddenly finds herself weightless and floats lightly across the cabin, while Bright stares awestruck at the Earth he has left.
You mean she's just floating in the air?
Yes, you see, when you get beyond the layer of air around the Earth and away from the pull of gravity, which is a force that pulls you to the Earth, you just float in the air like a bubble because you're lighter than the air.
Oh, that must be fun.
Yes, but it can be dangerous because you have no control of yourself.
Oh, look in the last picture. Is that the Earth they see there?
That's the Earth.
Oh, next week we'll get to the moon,
I
won't
think we will.
I've always wanted to go to the moon.
Well, you'll be here next week, and maybe you will.
Oh, I'll be here. Now what should we read?
Well,
Uncle Remus.
Well, you made up my mind for me in a hurry. So over the page we go, past Buzz Sawyer, turn over the page, go past Barney Google, and we'll skip Donald Duck for now, then turn over that page, and there on page 6, under Little Iodine, is Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
"When Brer Weasel gets to scheming, he can out-scheme all the creatures in the neighborhood. That is, excepting Brer Rabbit."
Yes, Brer Weasel is going to pull a trick on everybody in the community. He's up on a ladder in an apple tree, painting the apples gold. That's what I said, gold. And Brer Weasel says,
"This is the best scheme I stumped up yet. I paints the apples gold, and then I sells a golden apple tree."
Brer Rabbit, who's hiding behind a tree, overhears this, and...
"Yes, sir, I'll sell this golden apple tree for $1 zillion, and then I'll go off and I'll settle down in Mississippi."
Brer Rabbit says to himself,
"So, he's gonna fleece the creeters and then slip away, huh?"
Brer Rabbit decides to borrow Brer Weasel's scheme. And he's at his home, third picture of the row, mixing some paint, and he's saying to himself,
But when it comes to painting, 2 brushes is better than 1.
Last picture, top row, Brer Weasel is under his tree. And he points to the tree covered with golden apples and says,
"Look, folks, look. A golden apple tree. The only one in the world. Get rich quick. Now, how much have I bid?"
Brer Goose honks,
Real golden apples.
and Brer Terrapin asks,
Yeah, how much do you want?
first picture, bottom row, Brer Weasel says,
"Well, step up, folks. I is selling cheap. Make me an offer. Just think, golden apples for life. Now, how much am I bid? 11,000? Who make it 50?
Little Brer Sparrow says,
11,000.
11,000.
And 11,000.
And as everybody pulls for money out of their purses, Brer Rabbit comes up the road drawing a cart piled high with golden apples. And everybody stares at Brer Rabbit, and they become speechless. And Brer Rabbit announces,
Nice, fresh, solid golden apples, 5 cents a dozen.
and everybody dashes for Brer Rabbit. By the time you can say, give me one, Brer Rabbit has sold all of his golden apples. And last picture, as the critters run off in 42 different directions, Brer Rabbit counts his money.
11 zillion and 1 in 5 cents.
And Brer Weasel, who hasn't sold a single apple or his tree, holds his head unhappily saying,
He's been skumped.
and Uncle Remus says,
Every time you start out to skin somebody, take along some bandages for yourself.
Brer Rabbit was the smart one. He saw what Brer Weasel was doing, and so he did the same thing himself, only he sold his apples so cheap that everybody bought from him instead of buying from Brer Weasel.
Yes, this is one time when Brer Rabbit behaved according to the golden rule. Do to others what you would want them to do to you.
Yes, he's such a wonderful fellow.
Mm-hmm. Well, now let's skip over to the last page.
Oh, and I know what's there. It's Dick's Adventures.
And you are right.
And this is a wonderful adventure, too, because Dick is on a ship in the early days of America with John Paul Jones.
Yes, and they just set fire to a lot of ships in an English port when they saw one of the most famous English ships heading toward them.
Oh, I want to see what's going to happen. Maybe there'll be a big sea battle.
Well, very well, we'll find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures, and say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. From high up in the shrouds, Dick, who is the watchman, yells,
Sail ho! British man of war bearing down on us!
Dick is back in the great days of John Paul Jones, which mathless daring Jones in one small Yankee frigate is raiding up and down the English coast, defying the whole Royal Navy to find him and stop him. While Jones's ship, the Yankee raider, is disguised as a merchant ship. Its guns are covered, but the Royal man of war is suspicious. John Paul Jones lets us approach within hailing distance. Last picture, top row. First picture, next row. The British skipper calls across the water.
I say there! What's your name? Where from and where to?
And suddenly, John Paul Jones is yelling,
Quarters!
Dick is running up the Yankee colors. The hidden cannon are rolled into place. Last picture of the row, the English sea captain recognizes John Paul Jones's famous ship and exclaims,
A Yankee raider!
First picture out of row. Both ships maneuver for position, crossing and crisscrossing as they let go with broadside. In an hour, the British Drake is a burning wreck. And in this hour, the American Navy is born. After the victory, John Paul Jones slips across the channel into France for repairs. From Ambassador Ben Franklin in Paris, he receives a hero's welcome. And Dick is with him, shaking hands with the famous Ben Franklin, who is then in France. And Dick smiles happily to think that he has been with the hero and has participated in the battle that defeated the British ship. And then, last picture, Dick looks around and suddenly realizes he's been sleeping and is awakened in his own room. And he says,
Dreaming again. Yeah, but John Paul Jones fought an even bigger battle. The Bonhomme Richard against the Serapis. Oh, I wonder when that happened.
Oh, wasn't that an exciting battle?
Oh, it certainly was. And so wasn't it clever of John Paul Jones to pretend to be just an ordinary sailing ship?
Yes, and then when the British ship got close to him, he uncovered the cannons and bang, bang, it was gone.
Yes, that's what you call smart generalship.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's see what's going to happen with Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, this is getting mighty exciting because the young man named Smith knows that Rusty has the painting that he's after.
And he hitched a ride with them in the truck so that he could stick close to Rusty and try to get the painting.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember last week when they were having dinner in the farmhouse? The man on the radio was announcing that somebody had stolen some important plans from the factory. And all of a sudden, Smitty switched the radio off. And I think that he's the one who stole the plan.
Well, let's read and find out. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Smitty has left the farmhouse ahead of Rusty and Tex. Now, after a nice visit with the farmer and his wife, Rusty and Tex are heading back to the truck. Rusty's saying,
Hey, that was sure nice of Mr. and Mrs. Jones to invite us to dinner, wasn't it, Tex?
Tex replies,
Yep, they're sure right fine folks. But I was plumb embarrassed when Smitty jumped up and turned off the news program on the radio. Maybe them folks wanted to hear it.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Tex. He acted like he didn't want us to hear that news program. He sure acts funny sometimes.
Yeah, sure does, Rusty. That's why I didn't cotton to leaving him alone in the van. He seemed too anxious to get down there ahead of us.
Meanwhile, in an office back in New England, some men in the factory are having a very serious meeting. Someone has stolen some plans from the factory where Smitty has been working. Last picture, top row, one of the men asks,
When did you first miss them?
Another man replies,
Yesterday morning. We had occasion to refer to them, and then we discovered that the envelopes contained blank sheets of paper.
He goes on, first picture, bottom row.
And at the same time, a draftsman who worked on those plans failed to report for work.
Another man says,
Yes, and I followed that lead, see? His landlady heard him call the airport. I found he bought a seat on a flight to Lexington, but there we lost him. He didn't board that plane.
At this very moment, Smitty is in the van, looking through Rusty's and Tex's stuff. Smitty says,
Well, the fat's in the fire now that the disappearance of the plans has been discovered. The cops will be looking for me now. I've got to get that horse picture tonight and get out of sight.
He picks up Rusty's suitcase and starts to open it. Just then, Rusty's dog, Flip, starts to growl. At this moment, Rusty, who's not very far from the truck, exclaims,
Hey, listen, Tex. Flip's excited about something. He sounds angry.
Tex replies, Hey, come on, Rusty. I got a hunch that Smith hombre's up to something.
Oh, goody. I'm glad Rusty and Tex came back just in time.
Yes, now if they catch Smitty in the truck with an open suitcase, they'll know he's up to no good.
Oh, I just hope he doesn't have a gun in his pocket, because I'm sure Tex doesn't have a gun.
Well, that's something you'll have to wait until next week to find out.
Oh, now, there's so many things to wait for until next week. I just don't know how I'm going to bear it.
Well, we'll find out about those, and you'll have to bear it. Now, that's all the time I have for today. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I feel very happy today.
Why?
Because I'm going to a birthday party today.
You are?
Mhm.
Whose is it?
My girlfriend, Alice Teresa. But we call her Terry.
Well, then, today's the day to wish anybody whose name is Terry, and especially your friend Terry, a happy birthday.
Oh, she'll just love that. And now, will you read her the funnies for a birthday present?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Uh-huh.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 1, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Sloat and a gang of outlaws had tried to buy Don Ramon's ranch, the Madeira Hacienda, when they had forced it into being put up for sale. But Hoppy appeared in the nick of time and bought the ranch to save it for Don Ramon. Don Ramon thinks Hoppy has bought it for himself. Today, as Hoppy, Lucky, and California come to the ranch, the boy Felipe, whom Hoppy had rescued, says to his father,
I cannot see, Father, but there are others here.
Don Ramon replies,
See, the one they call Lucky has returned with money. What Senor Cassidy and his bandidos could not steal, they buy. We no longer own the Madeira Hacienda, my son.
First picture, second row, Hoppy stops before Don Ramon and says, From now on, you're taking orders from me, Don Ramon, until we learn who wants this property and why. After that, the estate is yours.
But how can this be? You hold a legal bill of sale.
Hoppy hands Don Ramon the bill of sale, saying, Suppose you hold it.
Felipe says joyfully, You see, Father, we have not lost the Madeira Hacienda. Senor Cassidy and his amigos are not the bandidos who attack us.
They enter the house in the big picture next row. Don Ramon says,
Oh, I am guilty of an injustice. How can I make amends, senores?
Hoppy replies, By hiding that hunk of paper in a safe place. So first picture next row, Don Ramon goes toward a safe hidden in the wall behind a picture, saying,
I will place the bill of sale with the original Spanish land grant title in the safe.
Hoppy exclaims, Hold it. And then he turns toward a huge pottery jar standing on the floor and kicks it over. It rolls down the steps into the next room and breaks. The outlaw Sloat, who was hiding in it, is seen lying on the floor. Sloat leaps to his feet and runs from the house. First picture, bottom row. California pulls his gun. Hoppy says, Hold it, man! Then turns to one of the servants, last picture, saying, Chico, stay here with Felipe. The rest of us will take our horses. Sloat's going to lead us to his boss.
Oh, that was a wonderful idea. Letting Sloat escape, and then when Hoppy trails Sloat, they will find out who the real boss is, won't they?
Well, I hope so.
And then next week, Hoppy will round up everybody and take them to the jail and say, Sheriff, here's your man.
Well, let's hope that that's the way it'll work out. Well, now?
Now, let's turn over the page and see if Prince Valiant is there.
Over the page we go, and there he is on page 3.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read this today because Prince Val is on his way over the high mountains now with the guide from that monastery leading them.
Yes, at last Prince Val is continuing his journey to Rome. And today he's on his way taking a pass through the Alps. Those are mountains. And they're heading up, up, up to the highest peaks. Now let's read and see how they get along. So here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Beckett, Breckett, Graymalkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Val and his companions have put on warm clothes as they start up toward the mountain peaks, for the air there is extremely cold. Looking back, they can see the valley of the Isère winding into the distance. Above them, the eternal snows. Upward they struggle. Last picture, top row, man and beast climb, panting in the thin air. A misty sun burns in the sky. First picture, next row, the guide named Paul says,
There will be a change in the weather. I hope it comes quickly, for already the sun's heat has loosened the snow.
Occasionally, they hear the roar of a distant avalanche. And then Art looks upward and screams,
Look out!
Last picture of the row, high up on the mountainside. They see the avalanche start. They seek what shelter they can find. The white horror thunders downward, veiling everything in swirling snow. First picture, bottom row. When the roar ceases, the air clears. And there, right across the pass, is a huge wall of snow through which their mounts cannot flounder. Their road is blocked. Then, last picture, the daylight fades, and with the darkness comes a bitter wind. The stars glitter like frost crystals, and Paul says,
If we survive the night, the snow may freeze and bear our weight by morning.
Oh, isn't that bad luck? Just when they were on their way and ready to go through, that snow had to come down and block their road.
yes, but it's a good thing they weren't there when the snow came down, or they'd have been buried by it.
Well, I hope it gets cold enough to freeze the snow so they can walk across it like the guide said.
Next week we'll find out about that. I'm afraid Prince Val and his friends are going to spend a cold night in the mountains. But now let's turn over the page and see what's there.
All right. Oh, there's Donald Duck, my favorite.
Very well, then, let's read your favorites. Say the magic words with me. Squeege-em, squeege-em, squiddy-chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Donald is having tough luck. He's tried to put a radio on the handlebars of his bicycle, but the handlebars broke. Then Donald has a bright idea. He takes the horns of a bull, which he had mounted on the wall, and ties them to the bicycle to use them for handlebars. Then he ties the radio to the horns, last picture, top row. And there stands a bicycle with the most unusual built-on radio that you ever saw. And Donald says,
Boy, oh boy, there's not a bike in town with handlebars like that, let alone a radio.
First picture, bottom row, Donald and Dewey on the bicycle are out for a ride in the country. Dewey looks at the radio and says,
Well, turn it on, I can hardly wait.
Donald turns on the radio and gets a program where a man is imitating animals. And the man says,
The first animal imitation will be an angry bull.
Donald turns to Dewey saying,
Pretty good reception, huh?
Dewey suddenly looks ahead and says,
Wow, put on the brakes.
Donald looks around and sees a real bull charging down on them. Suddenly, there is a...
Ah!
Last picture, hours later, we see Donald and Dewey sitting in a tree. Night has fallen, and the bull, with the radio stuck between his horns, is standing under the tree, waiting for Donald to come down. The radio is playing, and the bull snorts. And Donald answers,
Yeah, yourself.
Wasn't that funny? When the bull heard the animal imitator on the radio, he thought it was Donald, and he wanted to get in a fight with him.
yes, poor Donald's invention didn't work out so well.
No, I'm afraid it didn't. Isn't that funny? The poor bull with the radio between his horns.
Yes, and the music's so sweet, and Donald looks so sour.
Yes.
Well, now should we read Blondie and Dagwood?
Oh, yes, please. I just love Dagwood and Blondie. And here they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Very well, here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie is going out shopping, and she calls back to Dagwood, who is lying on the Davenport.
Dagwood, will you remember to put the leg of lamb in the oven in a half hour?
Don't worry, I won't forget.
And Dagwood rolls over and falls sound asleep. Blondie looks at him and says to Cookie,
Oh, dear, I'm worried.
and then she disappears. Last picture, top row, the doorbell rings, waking Dagwood up.
What's that?
Oh, so he answers the door, first picture, next row. And a ragged old tramp greets him.
Hey, could you spare a hungry man a dime for a cup of coffee?
Dagwood replies cheerfully.
Well, I'll do better than that. Come in.
The tramp steps in. Dagwood goes to his coat, takes out a bill, and hands it to the tramp, saying,
If you hadn't wakened me, I would have forgotten the roast. Here's a whole $1.
When the tramp sees the dollar bill, his eyes pop wide open, and he dashes down the road. Dagwood goes to the kitchen, last picture of the row. He sees the bare table and exclaims,
Great Scott, the roast is gone. Oh, the trap must have swiped it. The ingrate!
First picture next row, Dagwood is at the butcher shop.
Hey, give me another leg of lamb, just like the one my wife bought this morning.
The butcher replies,
That was very expensive.
Next picture, Dagwood is at home, putting the roast in the oven. He says,
There's still time to roast it before Blondie gets home. She must never find out about this.
An hour later, last picture of the row, Dagwood is saying to Daisy, his dog,
The lamb will be perfect. I've basted it 100 times.
An hour later, first picture bottom row, Dagwood is taking the lamb roast out of the oven. Just then, the doorbell rings. Dagwood says,
There's Blondie. I'll carry this to the door and surprise her with it.
So he goes to the door carrying the lamb roast. He can hardly wait to see the look of surprise on Blondie's face when she sees what he's done for her. He opens the door, and there stands Blondie holding a beautiful lamb roast. Dagwood looks at her roast, Blondie looks at Dagwood's roast, and last picture, Dagwood collapses in a chair. And Blondie exclaims,
I was afraid you'd forget it, so I took it next door to Mrs. Woodley and had her roasted in her oven.
And as Dagwood sits in the chair, a tear rolls down his cheek, and he hears again what the butcher had said to him when he bought the roast.
That was very expensive.
Oh, poor Dagwood.
As Blondie double-crossed him.
Well, she didn't mean to double-cross him.
Oh, but she certainly didn't trust him, did she?
Well, how can you trust a man to take care of a roast? They always forget it. And if they don't forget it, they usually burn it.
All right, we won't read Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, read Roy Rogers, please.
Why?
Because a new adventure is beginning.
Very well, then I'll read him in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly on the first page of the second section. And here's Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-hi-yo. Roy has gone with his friend Doleful Hawkins to the O'Dowd Ranch. There's to be a cattle drive over the mountains, which are very dangerous. And Doleful has shown Roy Blackjack, a remarkable steer. Doleful has told Roy that Blackjack can lead the cattle across the mountain trail better than a human being. As they're inside the house talking to Wildwood O'Dowd, the girl who owns the steer, they heard a commotion out in the corral. They run outside and see a man on horseback who has lassoed the steer and is trying to gallop off with it. Doleful tells Wildwood to shoot the stranger, but Roy says, No, careful, Wildwood. We want him alive to answer questions. Wildwood takes careful aim as Roy runs for his horse, third picture top row. There's a quick shot, and the rope the stranger is dragging the steer by snaps. The outlaw exclaims,
Hey, somebody shot the rope out of my hand. I'm getting out of here.
Last picture, Roy tears after the outlaw, saying, Let's go, Trigger. He's making a break for it without Blackjack. Quickly, Trigger overtakes the outlaw, and first picture, bottom row, Roy leaps at him and pulls him out of the saddle. The two of them fall to the ground. A moment later, Wildwood and Doleful run up to Roy, who's holding the stranger down. Doleful asks,
Who is he, Roy? Why ain't he trying to steal Wildwood's lead steer?
The outlaw snarls,
I ain't talking, Doleful Hawkins. Get off me, Rogers.
Roy says, Hey, he knows our names. Maybe the sheriff can make him talk. Rustling's a hanging crime. Roy ties the outlaw's hands together. Doleful says,
Meet us in Cedar Valley later, Roy. A herd's gathered there for the trail drive. Hope you can make it all right.
Roy says, Quit worrying, Doleful, and have that herd ready to move. Last picture, Roy is well on his way to town. The outlaw riding ahead of him with his hands bound together. The outlaw is smoking a cigar, which has never dropped out of his mouth, even during the fight. Roy says,
Stranger, I've a hunch you don't want that herd to reach Rawhide to replace the stock lost in the storm up there. Why?
The outlaw snarls.
I told you I ain't talking, Rogers.
And then he says to himself,
And I won't have to if there's any fire left in my stogie.
Oh, does that mean the stranger is going to put the rope to his cigar and burn it through?
I think that's what he's going to try.
Oh, my, and his back is turned to Roy, and Roy won't see it.
Yes, if that stranger gets away, there may be real trouble.
Oh, I can't wait till next week to find out.
I'm afraid you'll have to. Now let's go over the page and see who's there.
All right. Oh, look, Flash Gordon. And this is really exciting because Flash is on his way to the moon.
Yes, he's going to investigate the falling meteors. Those are falling stars which have been falling toward Earth regularly.
And Professor Bright thinks someone's making them fall on purpose.
Yes, so now let's read and see what new thing happens today. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash's rocket is nearing the moon. It coasts tail first as it falls toward the moon, and then suddenly it's brushed by a meteor. Meteor, one of the flaming fragments which have been hurtling through the earth at daily intervals from deep inside a moon crater. Flash sees the spot from which the meteor came and says, That crater's our target. Fasten straps for landing. He fires the brake rockets to kill their speed before touching the moon's rocky, airless surface. The rocket slowly settles down, and last picture top row, its exhaust melts a platform on the moon's jagged surface, and the rocket settles to the ground. Quickly, Flash, Dale, and Professor Bright put on their space suits with glass domes over their heads so they can breathe the artificial air supplied them by their space suits. And then they climb out of the airlock, down a long rope ladder, and set foot on the moon. There was only a slight gravity pull. The air is so light they bounce like rubber balls as they walk across the crater's pumice floor. They communicate with each other by phones connected to the inside of their glass helmets. Professor Bright phones to them as they bounce along, first picture bottom row.
Atomic blasts below the moon's crust must be shooting out the meteors. Nothing can live here with burning days, freezing nights, no air or water.
But living, intelligent, sinister creatures are watching them. As Dale lags behind, admiring the moon's weird beauty, a beetleman springs from his underground lair and seizes her.
Ooh, isn't that an awful-looking creature? That beetle man?
Yes, it's as big as a man.
But Flash sees the beetle man has got Dale. Maybe he'll shoot it dead.
Yes, but there must be lots more of them.
Oh, now Flash is really in a dangerous spot.
I should say so, and I'm anxious to see what'll happen next week.
So am I. Oh, look, across the page, there's Dick's Adventures. And last week, Dick woke up at the end of an exciting adventure. I wonder what new dream he'll have today.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. It's bedtime, and Dick has been reading a book about John Paul Jones. As he settles down to bed, he says,
A story I was reading about John Paul Jones seemed surreal. It almost made me feel as if... Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy.
The centuries go rolling back to 1779, and suddenly Dick is sitting up, startled, in a narrow bunk aboard an American Continental man of war. An officer is roughly shaking them awake. Dick cries, "Hey, where am I?" The officer answers,
You're aboard the Bonhomme Richard. John Paul Jones in command.
Skipper wants all hands on deck. We've just sighted a brig British convoy. Last picture of the row, Dick is on deck beside Captain John Paul Jones. A cold dawn is breaking. Off in the distance, Dick makes out a flotilla of British merchantmen guarded by several heavily armed men of war. John Paul Jones is saying, the big one is the Serapis. She's stronger than we are. First picture next row, even as Dick watches, the frightened merchantmen, laden with supplies for the British troops in embattled America, turn and scurry back to port. But the Serapis piles on sail and races straight for the Yankee. John Paul Jones roars, "Quarters!" As the sailors run to take their stations, the British ship closes in on them. And in the big picture in the middle of the page, at point-blank range, the Yankee Bonhomme Richard and the British Serapis blast out with broadside. The bigger guns of the British are slowly beginning to tell on the Yankee ship. First picture, bottom row, the Bonhomme Richard's mainmast crashes, shot through by a shell from the British. In the middle of the battle, the British captain yells,
Your ship's on fire and sinking, Yankee! Do you strike your colors?
John Paul Jones roars back,
Strike my colors! I've just begun to fight!
and Dick, in the heat of the battle, shouts, and he means it! And last picture, with incredible daring, John Paul Jones is swinging his sinking ship around to lay it square alongside the enemy for a hand-to-hand fight to the finish.
Oh, look at those ships. It looks as if they're both on fire.
Yes, they do, don't they?
What's John Paul Jones going to do?
He's going to tie his ship to the English ship so the English can't get away. And then the American men are going to board the English ship, and they'll have a hand-to-hand fight.
Just like on land?
Yes, just like on land.
Oh, isn't that great?
Oh, it certainly is. And if you'll be here next week, we'll find out what happens.
Oh, I will.
Good. Now what?
Oh, here's Rusty Riley at the bottom of the page. And you remember that man Smith who stolen the plans from the factory? You remember he hurried back to the trailer after the dinner at the farmhouse?
Yes, and he's going through Rusty's suitcase, trying to find the picture where he had copied the plans.
The picture that Rusty bought, and Rusty and Tex are on their way back, too. And I hope they get back in time to catch him.
Yes, now let's read and see if they do. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty and Tex approach the van parked by the side of the road. They hear Flip growling. Rusty exclaims, "Hey, Flip doesn't like that man Smitty, but I never heard him growl at him before." Tex says,
Personally, I agree with Flip. Don't like him too much myself. Well, come on, Rusty. He must be messing around with something that ain't his business. Now, keep off to one side and be very quiet. I'll go first. I wouldn't trust that hombre not to get ugly if he had a mind to.
Quickly, Rusty and Tex slip up to the van. Tex slips inside and sees Smitty on the floor in front of Rusty's open suitcase with a picture in his hand. Tex says,
Well, now, mister, this don't seem exactly neighborly, going through other folks' belongings.
Smitty exclaims, "Okay, so you caught me. Well, now that it's come out in the open, I'll come clean. All I was looking for was this painting of a horse. You see, I knew you had it. It was sold to that second-hand dealer by mistake, and, well, he told me you bought it."
Was suffering on toads, mister. You didn't have to steal it.
First picture, bottom row, Smitty replies, "Well, I didn't intend to steal it exactly. I meant to leave a note with some money." Rusty says, "Well, golly, I only paid $50 for it."
And now, look, mister, this whole deal don't add up. You could have asked Rusty to sell it to you in the very beginning.
Smitty says, "Well, okay, how about $10, Rusty? That's $9.50, pure profit."
Now, just a minute. I said you could have offered to buy it. But your actions make it look pretty valuable.
And Tex turns to go out of the van, saying,
And we have only your word that the picture was yours and sold by mistake.
Smith says, "Now listen, I made a fair offer. I don't intend to waste any more time. I want that picture. So..." Rusty exclaims, "Last picture. Look out, Tex. He's got your shotgun."
Ooh, now Tex knows that he's the crook.
Yes.
But this is dangerous. I hope he doesn't shoot Tex.
Well, this is something I didn't expect would happen.
No, I didn't either. I thought surely that Tex would catch him and knock him down and tie him up and then turn him over to the police. But now he's got the gun, and Tex and Rusty are in his mercy.
Well, don't be too worried. I'm sure something will turn up to give Tex and Rusty the upper hand. Now, that's all the time I have, but before I go, here's that fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Tommy Wiggly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
Chipper as a chipmunk. Happy as a donkey.
Well, I'm glad you are, because Flash Gordon has taken a trip to the moon, and I want to see what he's doing there, because I've never been to the moon before.
Very well, then. I won't waste any more time.
Goody. Read me the funnies, please.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Mhm.
All right, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the top of the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy had saved Don Raymond's ranch from being sold to the outlaw Sloat. As Hoppy brought the deed to the ranch to give to Don Raymond, he saw a huge urn and discovered within it Sloat. When Hoppy kicked the urn over and broke it, Sloan slipped out of the window and disappeared. Hoppy, Lucky, California, and Don Raymond are after him. Finally, they rein in. California says,
No sign of Sloat anywhere. Critter must have knowed we were tailing him and give us a slip.
Hoppy replies, I hope that's the answer. I'd hate to think he was deliberately drawing us away from that hacienda for some reason. Quickly, they gallop back to the hacienda to find out. They arrive at the ranch, last picture, second row, and discover Chico the guard lying on the ground unconscious. In the big picture in the next row, Don Ramon discovers that his son, Felipe, is gone. Lucky says,
Then Sloat's escape was an ornery trick to lure us away so somebody could grab that boy.
quickly, the men mount. California says, first picture next row,
We can't have gotten far. Mount up. We're searching the countryside.
Meanwhile, several miles away, first picture next row, Sloat and his gang, who have captured Felipe, have arrived at an old abandoned stone quarry where they intend to hide out. Sloat says,
All right, climb down, Felipe. This'll be your new home for a spell, till you decide to tell us where that Madeira Spanish land grant's hidden.
the men dismount. Sloat turns his back on Felipe and says to the men, last picture of the row,
All right, relax, boys. We'll wait till Peavy gets here.
Suddenly, Felipe reaches inside his shirt, pulls out a gun, and whirls on him, saying,
You will wait with your hands up, I think.
last picture, one of the outlaws says,
Hey, what is this? I thought the kid was blind.
Felipe holds his gun on him and says,
I was, until his sun blindness wear off. And now that you have shown me your hideout, we will wait for this Peavy, eh?
Oh, goody, goody, goody. Wasn't that smart of Felipe not to let them know that he could see again?
yes, this way he pretended to be a sleeping dog until he got him where he wanted him.
Yes, and now you'll hold them there and capture them all and turn them over to Hoppy, I'll betcha.
Well, let's hope so.
I think young boys do some wonderful things in the funnies.
I think so, too. And next week we'll find out how this turns out. Now what?
Oh, is it time for Prince Val yet?
Oh, you bet it is. So just turn over the page, and there he is on page 3.
You remember last week Val and his friends were crossing the mountain, and they got up to the high peaks, and a big snowslide came and blocked the way in front of them.
And the guide, a man named Paul, told them that they should camp for the night and hoped that in the morning the snow would be frozen hard so they could cross over.
Let's read and see whether the snow is frozen.
All right, here we go with Prince Val. Hackett, Brackett, Gray Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Dawn comes, and one by one, Prince Valiant and his friends untangle themselves from the huddle they had formed to keep warm. All except young Arp. He seems stupefied with cold and stumbles as he walks. They're in luck. The avalanche of soft snow that had blocked the pass is now frozen hard, and they make their way carefully but safely across. As they move along, Val, last picture top row, watches his boy squire anxiously, his lips moving in a silent prayer, for well he knows the agony that is in store for the lad. They get across the patch of frozen snow safely and come to the top of the peak in the big picture in the middle of the page, and discover that now the way slants downward. France is behind them, Italy ahead. For a time, mist obscures the way. Then the wind draws it aside like a curtain, and they look down on a billowing sea of clouds through which glittering peaks go marching across the sky. It's a beautiful sight they see, but they don't pause to look at it long. They make their way down through the clouds that hang around the peaks. Never did Harp think that he would go hiking in such a high spot that he would be walking through clouds. First picture, bottom row. The way leads down into the clouds, a wet and twilight world of swirling mists. The wind swirls the clouds around them until it seems that they're walking in a snowstorm. They can't see their way, and it's too dangerous to risk their lives in the high mountains in this fog. They can go no further. In a sheltered spot, men and animals huddle together for a warmth, waiting for the clouds to lift. Snow falls, and then night. Morning comes at last, bright and clear, and Val looks anxiously at Arp. The lad's face is white with pain. His frozen feet are thawing out.
Oh, I hope that poor Arf's feet aren't really frozen because there aren't any doctors up there.
No, next week we'll find out more about his condition.
This is really a dangerous adventure way up there in the mountains in the fog and the clouds.
Yes, it certainly is. Well, now what?
Oh, is it time for my little pal Donald Duck?
I believe it is. So turn over the page, go past Barney Google and Snuffy Smith, past Jungle Jim, turn over the next page, and there he is in the middle of page 6, Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald's nephews, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, are downtown tying a rope around a lonesome-looking dog. Dewey says,
I'll be sure it's tied tight.
and then they start off down the street. They pull and pull and pull, but the dog won't budge. So Louie says,
And go around behind and push.
and Huey replies,
Yeah, I guess he's a little bashful.
so Huey goes behind the dog, and Louie and Dewey pull, and Huey pushes, but the dog won't budge. Last picture, top row, Huey says,
Hey, hold it, fellas. I got an idea.
and he dashes into a second-hand store. First picture, bottom row, comes running out, and he's carrying something. Dewey says,
A carpet sweeper.
and Huey says,
Yep, for just 2 bits. Now watch.
and he puts the dog on the carpet sweeper. And Dewey and Louie push, and away they go with the scared dog riding on the sweeper. And Huey says,
I guess we better stick to alleys, just in case.
next picture, they lift the sad-faced dog over a fence. And as they grunt and push, Louie says,
That's the trouble with alleys. Dead ends.
finally, they're at the front doorstep. By now, the dog looks frightened as a pup in a storm. They push him into the house, and last picture, into the living room, where Donald is reading his paper. Donald looks at the old dog, and the dog looks at Donald. And Dewey says,
He followed us home, Uncle Donald. May we keep...
Oh, isn't that sweet? That sweet, sweet dog.
well, I think he's rather a homely-looking mutt.
No dog is homely. All dogs are sweet.
Even the dogs who growl at you,
No dogs ever growl at me because I love dogs and they know it.
maybe they know you're kind.
Maybe they do because I'm always kind to animals.
I'm glad to hear that, and maybe if more people were kind to animals, animals would be kind to people.
Uh-huh. Oh, I just love the way they pushed that dog all the way home, and then when the dog didn't want to go, and then they said it followed them home.
Yes. Well, now let's read Dagwood and Blondie.
Yes, let's read Dagwood and Blondie.
All right, let's read Dagwood and Blondie. Here it is in the first page of the second section, and here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafood, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Alexander tells Dagwood,
Hey, Papa, I just heard Mama mention spring house cleaning.
Dagwood screams,
Oh, no! I simply can't go through another spring house cleaning as long as I live.
and Alexander says,
We hate it too, Pop.
and Cookie says sorrowfully,
It means cold meals.
last picture top row, the tears roll down Dagwood's face, and he moans,
Furniture piled up in the middle of the room. Everything in confusion and chaos.
and Alexander starts to cry.
Yeah, it goes on for days and days.
The first picture next row, Dagwood exclaims,
I've got it. I'll call in a crew of professional house cleaners to do the job in a jiffy.
and Alexander says,
Oh, Mama wouldn't permit that. She likes to do it herself.
Dagwood replies,
You get Mama out of the house for the day and leave the rest to me.
so the kids take Blondie to the movies and the zoo. And as soon as they've gone, Dagwood sends for the professional house cleaners. And second picture, third row, the cleaners are giving the house a thorough going over. They clean the ceiling, the walls, the floor, the rugs, the furniture, the lamps. As a matter of fact, the only thing they don't clean is the gleam in Dagwood's eye. Last picture, third row, Dagwood says cheerfully, "For whatever it costs, it'll be worth it." And one of the cleaners says,
It'll cost you $40.
First picture, bottom row, the house is spick and span, and the cleaners have gone. The children bring Blondie back, and Dagwood greets her.
Look, dear, the house is spotless from top to bottom.
And Blondie replies,
I'm glad you noticed it. I know how you all hate spring cleaning, so I've been doing it a little at a time for the past 3 weeks without telling you. I finished yesterday.
Dagwood drops on a chest in the hall, pounding it with his fist.
$40!
And Alexander says,
Hey, Papa, don't let yourself go like that.
but in Dagwood's head, around and around goes the thought.
$40!
Well, isn't that just like a man? He didn't even notice that the house had been cleaned.
No, just a minute. He was very thoughtful and was showing Blondie a big favor.
Well, he was doing it for himself, so he wouldn't be bothered.
Well, I can see right now we aren't going to get along.
Oh, yes, we are. Even though you're wrong, I still like you.
Oh, thank you very much. And even though you're right, I still like you.
That's fine. Now, read Roy Rogers, please.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of page 1 of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-hi-yo. Roy Rogers has captured the outlaw who tried to steal Blackjack, the wonderful lead steer owned by Wildwood O'Dowd. Roy's friend, Doleful Hawkins, and Wildwood have gone back to prepare for the cattle drive over the mountains. Roy's taking the outlaw to town to turn him over to the sheriff. They approach a bridge over a stream. Roy says, "Keep moving, mister. I want to hear what you tell the sheriff." The outlaw's hands are bound together. He's smoking his cigar, holding the cigar against the ropes, trying to burn the rope through. He says to himself,
I gotta get my hands loose before we cross this bridge. That's working. My cigar butt's got enough fire to burn the ropes on my wrist.
Suddenly, the outlaw wheels his horse against Roy.
Crowd him over, horse!
He knocks Trigger over the side of the bridge into the river. Fortunately, the river is deep enough so that Trigger isn't hurt in the fall. The outlaw calls,
That'll teach you to try to outsmart Stogie Grimes. Let's go, horse.
he gallops off. Meanwhile, Trigger makes his way to land, as Roy says, last picture, top row. Stogie Grimes, eh? Well, we'll meet that sidewinder again, Trigger. And when we do, the score will be settled. First picture, bottom row, Roy says, All right, stretch, boy. We gotta meet Doleful Hawkins in Cedar Valley and get that herd moving to Rawhide. A little later, Roy joins Doleful and Wildwood in Cedar Valley. Doleful greets him.
Howdy, Roy. You look like something awful happened. I knew it would.
Roy replies, Well, you're right this time, Doleful. The rustler got away from me. Sorry, Wildwood. That hombre Grimes is a good reason for not wanting that herd to get to Rawhide. Doleful suddenly says,
Hark, I hear a horse coming. Probably more trouble.
They see a man on horseback galloping pell-mell toward them, followed by a herd of runaway cattle. Doleful says, last picture,
It's Glib Mason, the fellow who promoted the money for the trail drive.
As Mason gallops toward them, he yells,
Spread out! The whole blasted herd stampeding this way!
I hate to say it, But that outlaw did a clever thing in burning the rope through with his cigar.
Yes, he did. He outwitted Roy this time, all right. But give Roy time. He'll get the last drop, I'm sure.
I wonder whether that outlaw Stogie is to blame for the cattle running away.
Well, maybe you've got something there.
Maybe I have.
Well, we'll find that out next week.
Roy Rogers is always so exciting.
Mm-hmm. And I know something else that's exciting. Who do you think it's time for now?
Oh, I think it's time for Flash Gordon, and he's on the next stage, I'm sure.
Yes, he is, and here he is.
You remember Flash and Dale and Professor Bright have gone to the moon, and they landed there? It's so exciting.
Yes, and there's nothing on the surface of the moon at all.
And as they were going along bouncing, and every time they took a step, because they were so light, a beetle man, who's that thing that looks like a beetle but is as tall as a man, grabbed Dale. So let's read quick. I want to see whether Flash saves it.
Very well, then here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Dale learns to her horror that the moon is inhabited by a race of weird beetle men. One of the creatures drags her into his underground tunnel, closing the trapdoor behind them. Hearing Dale's terrified cry for help, Flash leaps across the crater floor with 20-foot strides and catches the heavy rock door just before it closes. Last picture, top row, the beetle man frantically tries to open an inner door leading into the moon's interior. Flash doesn't dare shoot for fear of hitting Dale, but he fires a warning ray blast against the wall. Suddenly, the beetle man releases Dale. First picture, bottom row. Dale whispers to Flash that she thinks the beetle man wants to make friends, that when his antenna brushed her arm, she seemed to get a telepathic message. She believes the beetle man is grateful because Flash didn't shoot him. Flash notices that the moon man does seem to be afraid, and that he seems to understand orders when Flash touches his antenna. Last picture, with the beetle man as prisoner, Flash leaves the ominous tunnel for future exploration, for his immediate task is to solve the secret of the meteor missiles that are bombarding the Earth, threatening it with destruction.
Oh, I'm so relieved that Dale is saved. I was afraid that beetle man might have kidnapped her and that lots of others would have come and captured Flash.
Well, let's hope that everyone else on the moon will be afraid of Flash's rocket pistol, too, and obey as nicely as this beetle man did.
Yes. Isn't the moon a strange place?
Mm-hmm. And next week we'll find out more about it.
Oh, I certainly hope so.
Now, I think it's time for Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes. And they're in the middle of a battle. Dick is with John Paul Jones on a ship at sea. And an English ship attacked them, and the guns were going bang, bang, boom, boom. And I'm anxious to see who wins.
Oh, very well, then. Let's go over to the last page. And here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Midshipman Dick is serving under John Paul Jones in the furious battle between the Yankee armed frigate Bonhomme Richard and the British man-of-war Serapis off the coast of Britain in 1779. Dick is reporting an alarm.
We're filling fast, sir, from cannon shots below the waterline.
Last picture, top row. Learning that his ship has not long to stay afloat, John Paul Jones does an amazing thing. He swings the battered, sinking Bonhomme Richard against the side of the Serapis, lays the two ships square to each other, and lashes them together. This so that his ship won't sink. The English ship will hold it up. Shouting like madmen, the American sailors climb over the rail onto the deck of the British ship and attack the English sailors. And first picture, next row, in an instant, the naval engagement flares into hand-to-hand slaughter on the narrow battleground furnished by the decks of both warriors. Dick leaps aboard the Serapis, only to be hurled back. The flag is shot down. Dick springs over the dead and wounded to retrieve it. From the Serapis, the British commander is yelling to John Paul Jones,
Have you struck your colors, Yankee? Do you give up your ship?
Last picture of the row, with flashing eyes, John Paul Jones shouts back,
Struck my colors? No! I've just begun to fight.
First picture, bottom row. Once more, with greater fury, Dick storms aboard the Serapis. John Paul Jones is fighting beside him, slashing fiercely with his sword, hardening his handful of men. And then, suddenly, Dick drops. Everything goes dizzy before him, and Dick blacks out. Hours later, Dick finds himself lying on the deck of the British Serapis out on the high seas. The Bonhomie Richard is gone. Dick moans, "Oh, we've lost." Then he sees something. From the mast of the Serapis, not the Union Jack, but the American flag is flying above him. And on the bridge, still in command with the British officers and crew, his prisoners, stands John Paul Jones.
Oh, well, if the American flag is flying on the ship, well, that must mean that John Paul Jones must have won.
Right, and he's captured the English ship in hand-to-hand fighting, took down the English flag and ran up the American flag, and then cut away his own ship, which was blown to pieces, and let it sink.
My, wasn't that wonderful? And he captured all the English sailors. My goodness, what a hero.
He was a great hero.
I wonder what he will do next week.
Well, next week we'll find out, if you'll be here.
Oh, I certainly will be. Oh, look, underneath Dick's adventures, there's Rusty Riley.
Yes, and things there have really come to a head.
Yes, and do you remember last week that man named Smith had gone back to the trailer ahead of Rusty and Tex, and he'd gone through Rusty's suitcase and found the picture that Rusty'd bought?
And when Tex and Rusty interrupted him and said he couldn't have the picture, he grabbed a gun.
Oh, yes. So now read quick. Let's see what he's going to do to Tex and Rusty.
Very well. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Smith points the gun at Tex, saying, "Now just do exactly what I say and you won't get hurt." Tex exclaims,
Great snake, Smith. You going plumb loco?
"Now pick that horse picture up, Rusty, from where you dropped it, and tuck it under my arm. Quick. I'm not fooling." As Rusty picks up the picture and hands it to Smith, who says sternly, "Now listen, I'm locking you two in this van, and I'm going to drive it where there aren't any squad cars and state cops. Be sensible and you won't get hurt." He shuts the door and locks Rusty and Tex in. And then quickly he gets in the cab and drives off. Last picture, top row, Tex says to Rusty,
Hey, from the feel of it, Rusty, he must be driving us over some old dirt road. A man must be plain loco to do all this for that 50-cent picture.
Rusty replies,
Well, maybe not, Tex. I got something to show you.
Then first picture, bottom row, he hands something to Tex, saying,
When I dropped that picture, the frame, the back of the frame came loose, and this folded piece of paper came out. Smith didn't see it, and I put it in my pocket. Look.
Tex examines the paper, saying,
It looks like a sketch of some machinery. Well, I'll be a knock-kneed maverick. Rusty, this plane is marked top secret and confidential. Looks like some kind of a new airplane engine.
Golly, Smith must be a spy.
The truck jolts around, and Rusty exclaims,
Hey, good night. What kind of a road are we on?
Tex yells,
Hey, Smith, there's a racehorse in this van. You want him to break a leg?
Last picture, we see where the truck is heading. Smith is going up a bumpy old dirt road in a lonely part of the country, heading for a rickety bridge. He says to himself,
This is the place I was looking for. This deserted sawmill. If I get this truck across that bridge, I can put him on ice till I get a clean getaway.
Oh, that's an awfully big truck, and that bridge doesn't look very strong.
You're right about that.
I hope the bridge doesn't break when the truck goes on it, because Tex and the horse and Rusty are locked in the back.
Yes, this is really a predicament that they've gotten into.
Oh, I'm so anxious to know. I just can't wait.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait until next week.
Oh, I'll be here.
And you know something?
What?
I'll be here, too.
Oh, that's good.
But that's all the time I have for today. And now, before I go, here's that fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just as happy as a lark.
Well, you certainly are, and a beautiful lark, too.
Thank you. I know a riddle today.
Oh, tell it to me quick, 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 quick.
What would you do if you were at sea and the ship sank?
What would I do if I were at sea and the ship sank?
Uh-huh.
Hey, I'd really be in trouble. What would I do?
Oh, just grab a bar of soap and wash yourself ashore.
Oh, that's very good. Grab a bar of soap and wash myself ashore.
Yes. Now, just for that, will you read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong, Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Felipe, son of Don Ramon, had been captured by the bandits, Sloat and his gang. When they took him to their hideout at the old quarry, Felipe surprised them by pulling a gun on them. They'd thought Felipe was still blind from the sun. But unfortunately, Vane, the head of the gang, arrived suddenly and surprised Felipe. And once more, he's in the clutches of the outlaws. Sloat and his men have gone back to the Madeira ranch, leaving Vane to watch over Felipe. Vane binds Felipe's hands behind him, first picture, saying to Felipe, first picture, second row, "You know where your father keeps the land grant to his property. Now, while we're waiting for Sloat and his companions to return, you're going to tell me where it is." Felipe replies, "No, senor. This way you are forced to keep me alive." Vane leads Felipe over to the edge of a high cliff, saying, "Am I? Take a look down there. An accidental fall from this height would cure your stubbornness forever. I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over." Meanwhile, back at the Madeira ranch, Hoppy, California, and Lucky, with Don Ramon, are looking at a section of the property. Don Ramon had thought it was a swampy, useless piece of land. Hoppy has told him that it is oil, worth a fortune. Don Ramon exclaims, big picture, third row, "You say this stuff is oil, Senor Cassidy? So that is why the raiders won my property." Hoppy replies, Somebody smarter than those raiders is behind this, Don Ramon. There's no telling how much oil is here. The big job is to protect it. Suddenly, they're attacked by Sloat and his men. It's an ambush. California shouts, "Get to the horses!" Don Ramon says, "It's too late, senores. They've cut us off from 3 sides." Hoppy says, "First picture, 5th row. Retreat to cover through the oil pocket. It's our only escape route left." The men try to make their way through the bog. When suddenly Lucky exclaims, "Hey, I'm sinking, Hoppy!" California says,
Yes, so am I. This slimy ooze is drawing me under.
First picture about him, Rose Sloat ceases firing, and seeing the men sinking in the oil, says, "That's got 'em. That oil pool will swallow 'em up without a trace. Let's get back to the boss." They mount and gallop away. The last picture, as Sloat and his henchmen gallop triumphantly off, their victims sink slowly into the bottomless ooze.
Oh, how will Hoppy ever escape now if they're sinking down? Look, they're way up to their shoulders.
Yes, they're really in danger. Why, that's as bad as quicksand. It pulls you right down.
Yes, I've heard about that. You just can't get yourself out.
Now, only a miracle can save them now.
Oh, I'll certainly hope for one.
So will I. Now?
Now, please read me Prince Valiant.
Very well, over the page we go. And there he is on page 3.
And I'm very much worried because last week Val was making a trip over the mountains and it became very cold. And then that boy Arf's feet were frozen.
Yes, and there are no doctors up there to take care of Arf, so Val is very concerned.
Well, read and let's see what's going to happen.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. At the first thin light of dawn, Paul arouses Prince Valiant and his friends. They shake the snow from their cloaks. There's no time to lose. At first, the descent is slow, for the new fallen snow is slippery and the way perilous. Finally, last picture top row, they reach a spot late in the day below the clouds and snow. Here, there's grass for their horses, and here they can camp. So they pasture the horses and dry out their clothing by the warm campfire. First picture next row, Val and Paul examine Arf's frozen feet. The boy is in agony, his feet swollen and discovered. Val realizes that Arf needs the help of a doctor. Next day, they come to the valley of the Baltea. The road becomes easier, and Arf can ride. And then, finally, last picture of the row, they come to the town of Aosta, a welcome haven to those who have crossed the Alps by either Great St. Bernard or Petit St. Bernard Pass. And they are directed to a doctor. The doctor examines and dresses Arf's feet. And then first picture bottom row whispers to Val, "Take him swiftly to the hospice at Torino, for it will take greater skill than mine to save his life." So they journey to the town of Torino, where Hannibal rested his army after crossing the Alps long years ago. Arf is carried into the hospice, and the doctor is summoned. The doctor examines Arf's feet carefully, and then last picture, Val is told the verdict. His heart sinks when he hears it.
The lad may live, but if he does, it will be many months ere he can travel.
Oh, if Arf can't travel for many months, what will they do?
No wonder Val's heart sinks, because he wants Arf to go along with him, and at the same time, Val's on an important quest for his father and must go on.
Well, maybe what he'll do is to leave Arf with the doctor and go on to where he's going and then pick Arf up on his way back.
Hey, maybe that's what he will do. We'll find that out next week.
I'm glad, though, that Arf's in the hands of a good doctor because he'll be all right now.
Yes. Now, how would you like to see what Flash Gordon's doing?
Oh, I'm very anxious to find out because Flash is on the moon, you remember?
Yes.
And last week he captured that beetle man, which is an animal that looks like a beetle, but it's as big as a man.
Mm-hmm. And the beetle man seemed to be grateful that Flash didn't shoot him. Well, Flash is trying to find the place where the meteors are being fired from.
Those those are the big shooting stars that were exploding on the Earth.
Yes.
Well, let's read and see where the Beetle Man leads Flash to. I hope it's to where the meteors are coming from.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega Rega Doon Doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. With a captive beetle man, Flash explores the moon crater from which are launched the meteors that have been bombarding the Earth. Dale tells Flash that she thinks the moon man wants them to hurry. He seems to be afraid it's time for another meteor to be fired. The beetleman leads Flash to the edge of a tube which is sticking up through the ground. At last picture top row, Flash looks down and sees a hollow tube like a giant cannon sunk in the moon's crust. In it, a crew of beetlemen is readying the next shot. Flash says, looks as if they use an atom blast from the bottom of this tube, possibly with booster shots to help it pick up, locking their tunnels behind them. And the captive beetle meet. Then the workers vanish, locking their tunnels behind them. And the captive beetle meet them. And the captive beetle meet them. And the captive beetleman warns Flash, and they scramble for shelter. A series of terrific explosions. Quickly, Flash and Professor Bright fetch atom weapons from their rocket ship. Flash tells Dale, we'll spike their space cannon. That'll give the Earth a breathing spell until we can make sure the moon men won't build another tube. With the assistance of Dale and Professor Bright, Flash puts of atomic rockets in the tube from which the Beetlemen had fired their meteors. When the charges are in place, then Flash touches off a series of tremendous atom blasts that fill the launching crater with radioactive ants. Not if this is the only tube from which they've been shooting their meteors.
Well, what'll happen to Flash and his friends if all those beetle men come after them?
Well, that's a question that I can't answer.
They'll be angry now. Flash said so.
Yes, perhaps they will be. And we'll look forward to next week to Flash and the Beetlemen.
Ooh, that'll be exciting.
Well, now, though?
Oh, now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie. And here they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. I'm a food, I'm a fum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is downtown shopping with Blondie. He's loaded down with packages, and he says to Blondie, "All right, we got everything. Let's go home now. I'm tired." Blondie replies,
"Okay, dear, I'm ready."
As Dagwood starts to walk down the street, Blondie says,
"Uh-oh, here comes Mrs. Snibley."
Dagwood says, "Come quick, that gossip will talk our ears off." So Dagwood and Blondie start down the street. Last picture top row, there's a...
Yoo-hoo, Blondie.
Blondie says,
"Oh, it's too late. She saw us."
Well, Dagwood stands by as the two women start to gossip.
No, I heard Mrs. McNutt.
Now, Dagwood's arms are very tired from the packages he's holding. And then suddenly he notices he's sinking down through the sidewalk. He looks down, and he sees he's on a freight elevator that's lowering him into the basement of a building that he was standing in front of. Last picture of the row, the elevator stops. Dagwood turns, takes one step, and his feet shoot out from under him. His packages scatter all over. And Dagwood is bumped along a conveyor belt and then dumped on the floor, first picture, next row. A man yells,
"Hey, stop it. Didn't you hear that bell ringing when the elevator lowered?"
Dagwood's so furious he leaps to his feet and jumps at the guy saying, "I'll shoot!" Meanwhile, last picture of the row, Blondie and Mrs. Snibley are still talking, so interested in the gossip they haven't missed Dagwood or heard the fight. As Blondie and Mrs. Snibley stand there chattering, the elevator begins to rise again. And first picture, bottom row, Dagwood's head and the top of his hat appear through the hole in the sidewalk. Then Dagwood appears with one eye black, his face covered with bruises, and his arms full of packages again. The elevator pushes Dagwood up until he stands beside Blondie, who doesn't even notice him, when Mrs. Snibley waves goodbye. And Blondie says,
"Bye-bye, Mrs. Snibley. Come, Dagwood, let's go."
Dagwood marches toward home without saying a word, and Blondie comes along behind him.
"I must say you weren't very polite. You never spoke a word to her."
And Dagwood's so mad he feels just like this.
Isn't that funny? Blondie didn't even that Dagwood went down into the basement or that he's all beaten up.
No, I'll bet Dagwood will have a hard time explaining that to her.
That'd be pretty hard for anyone to understand. Oh, look, here's Roy Rogers right below Dagwood and Blondie.
Yes, and I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, right at the bottom, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Stogie Grimes, the outlaw, had escaped from Roy. Roy joined Wildwood O'Dowd and Doleful Hawkins, his friends, at Cedar Valley again. Wildwood has with her Blackjack, the wonderful lead steer, who's as almost intelligent as a man. As they're talking, they see coming toward them a herd of cattle that are stampeding, running away. Out in front is Glib Mason. The cattle gallop straight at them, and just as it seems that they'll be trampled by the runaway herd, Roy shouts to Wildwood, "Hey, let Blackjack loose, Wildwood. Here's your chance to put that lead steer to work." Wildwood turns Blackjack loose, tells him to run out and slow the runaway cattle down. Blackjack gallops out in front. Roy and Doleful close in on the edge of the herd, heading them into the canyon. Roy yells, "Pinto Mason's over yonder. If we can get 'em milling down there, we might stop this stampede." Blackjack leads the cattle into the canyon. They keep the cattle moving in a circle until finally the cattle calm down. First picture bottom row, Wildwood, who is very pleased, says proudly that it was Blackjack, her steer, that stomped the stampede. Doleful says, first picture bottom row,
"Yeah, but I got a feeling a lot worse is gonna happen before those critters get to the folks in Rawhide."
Raw says, "Oh, hey, what happened to that fellow Mason, huh?" Wildwood can watch the herd. Let's find him. So they go looking for Glib Mason, who was riding at the head of the stampede. Roy says, "You sure we can trust that smooth-talking promoter?" Doleful answers,
"All I know is that when Rawhide ranchers lost their cattle in the storm, Mason collected money for a trail drive to bring in more stock. Oh, there he is, Roy."
They see Mason sitting on a rock, mopping his brow. Meanwhile, back at Pinto Basin, as Wildwood watches the cattle, a stranger rides up with a blanket across his face. He says,
Senorita, I have a message from Roy Rogers. Muy importante.
And then he says to himself,
Hope she don't recognize me. I gotta grab her in that lead steer.
Last picture, he suddenly throws the blanket over Wildwood's head, claps his hand over her mouth so she can't make a sound. It's Stogie Grimes, who says,
Quit wiggling, you wildcat. You're taking a ride with Stogie Grimes.
Oh, that's the outlaw that escaped from Roy last week, you remember?
Yes, it is.
I didn't think we would see him so soon.
No, neither did I.
I'll bet you that he's connected with the runaway of those cattle.
I'm sure he is.
Well, I hope he doesn't get away with that wonderful steer, Blackjack. You know, he tried to get him before.
Yes, I know.
I hope Roy gets back in time.
Well, that's something we'll have to wait for until next week. But we won't have to wait till next week to read Uncle Remus.
Oh, yes, please do, because he's my favorite.
Very well, then, let's turn over the page. And there on page 3 is Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
This is the tale about how Brer Bar slipped up on his ignorance and lost his hiding place.
Little Brer King Bee has come to Brer Rabbit for help, and he's telling him,
Yes, sir, Brer Bar is stealing our honey, and he hides it somewhere where I can't find it.
Brer Rabbit, who has made a funny little box, points to it, saying,
Well, maybe this box can find the hiding place, Brer King Bee. Now, you go tell all the other little bumblebees to do just like I asked, and then I'll do the rest.
And Brer King Bee says,
I'll tell 'em, Brer Rabbit.
and he flies away. A little later, Brer Rabbit, with a box in his hand, is visiting Brer B'ar and showing the box to him. Brer B'ar looks at it and says,
You says that is your box of good luck?
and Brer Rabbit replies,
Yeah, tells me where I can find good luck.
then last picture of the row, Brer Rabbit says,
Yeah, watch the box for me, Brer B'ar, while I goes in here and finds a gold mine.
Brer B'ar says,
Yeah, go ahead. I'll watch it.
as soon as Brer Rabbit has disappeared into the bushes, Brer B'ar looks at the box, first picture, bottom row, and says greedily,
A box of good luck.
and he looks up, and he looks down, looks back, and looks front, and then picks up the box and runs away with it. Brer Rabbit, who has watched all this from behind a bush, giggles,
Brer B'ar, I think I found something what proves that box is good luck.
A little later, we're with Brer B'ar, who is going into a cave, saying,
I'll just get into my hiding place and see what's inside the box.
Well, inside the cave are barrels and pails and buckets full of honey, which he's stolen from the bees. And Brer B'ar opens Brer Rabbit's mysterious box. And the bees swarm out. And Brer B'ar screeches,
Hey, this ain't luck, this bees.
and as the stinger bees tear after him, Brer B'ar dashes out of the cave. And the queen bee says,
Oh, here's all our honey.
and the princess bee says,
Yes, I can tote it back.
and the king bee says,
Yeah, and fill up Brer Rabbit's box of good luck.
and Uncle Remus says,
When greed gets into your eye, you can go blind.
Oh, wasn't that a clever scheme of Brer Rabbit?
yes, he just knew that Brer B'ar would be so greedy that he would try to steal Brer Rabbit's box.
Yes, and when he did, he took the box and took it to the place where Brer Rabbit was sure that he'd have the honey hidden.
He's a clever one. And now the bees will get their honey, and Brer Rabbit will get some, too.
I wish I could have some, too, 'cause I just love honey.
Yes, that's what you got your name, isn't it?
Yes, I guess it is.
Well, let's finish reading the funny so we can go and get some honey.
All right. Read me the Dick's Adventures, please. It's on the very last page, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So here we go to the very last page, and Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Exciting, wonderful things have happened to Dick in his adventures. He's been with John Paul Jones, one of the most famous sea captains of the early days of America. But something has happened. Dick suddenly finds himself dressed like a soldier, carrying a musket. He's standing by a road watching some soldiers pass by, and he says to himself, "Yeah, I guess I'm still dreaming. I was just with John Paul Jones in the terrific battle between the Bonhomme Richard and the British Serapis. Gosh, I better catch up with those other guys." Well, he catches up with the soldiers and asks them who they are. And one of them answers, "Oh, I'm John Haynes, gunner, 7th Pennsylvania Regiment. Haven't seen you before, Corporal." Dick tells him who he is and then asks, "Well, where are we headed for, Sergeant?" Last picture, top row, Hayes answers, "Valley Forge, Corporal." He notices Dick's dismay and adds, "Hey, cheer up. I hear it's the right cozy nook to spend the winter." Well, Dick goes along with him to Valley Forge. They turn the bend, and there it is in front of them, first picture, next row. Cold, a camp of bleakness, flimsy wood huts. The men of Washington's Continental Army, hungry, ill-clad. Dick thinks bitterly, well, they can't call us summer soldiers. But what warms Dick and his ragged companions in arms to the boiling point is the knowledge that while they hunger and freeze, the king's redcoats are snugly occupying the captured city of Philadelphia. To Dick's surprise, he finds the Marquis de Lafayette and Baron von Steuben sharing the miseries of Valley Forge with Washington and his men. Last picture of the row, Baron von Steuben growls, "Oh, you Americans have courage, but no discipline. How can you beat the British who have both?" So General Washington details Baron von Steuben to train the American soldiers. First picture, bottom row, each day and all day, come snow, sleet, hunger, or fatigue, the undisciplined Continental soldiers take orders from the harshest drill master of Europe. And day by day, as the winter wears into spring, the freebooting Indian-style Americans are made into a tough, compact army. Baron von Steuben approves. Now we are nearly ready. Only one man is really happy at Valley Forge. It's Sergeant Hayes, the man Dick met on the road. Last picture, he smiles at Dick as he says, "I'm writing to my darling wife, Molly, to visit us." And Dick wonders, Molly? Molly Pitcher?
Who is Molly Pitcher?
Oh, she's a woman who was famous in Revolutionary days.
Famous for what?
I'm not going to spoil the surprise by telling you.
All right, I'll wait to find out. But didn't those soldiers have a hard time training in the cold and snow? Look, some of them don't even have any stockings on.
Yes, they were brave men, and we must never forget how much we owe those men. Because this is really true what you read here. Poorly clothed and without good food, and with none of the comforts that we have today, those men trained and fought to make this a free country.
I'm going to take this to school and show my teacher because she's talked about how those men made freedom for us.
I think that's a wonderful idea. And we'll find out more about them next week. Now?
Oh, now it's time for Rusty Riley. And this is really exciting because you remember last week that man named Smith locked Rusty and Tex up in the truck and then drove the truck away.
And don't forget that the secret plans that he's stolen and had hidden in the picture slipped out, and he doesn't know it.
Yes, he just has the picture, but Rusty has the plans, but then he's given them to Tex.
Yes, so now let's read and see what happens next with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Locked up in the truck, Rusty says, "Hey, golly, Tex, Smith must be an enemy spy if he stole these secret plans. What do you suppose he'll do with us?" Tex replies, "Hey, keep your voice down, Rusty. He thinks those plans are still in the back of that picture frame. Hey, sounds like he's driving over a wooden bridge." Hey, stop. Can you make out where we are, Rusty? Rusty peeks out a little window in the truck and says, "Well, it looks like a lumber camp or a sawmill." At this moment, Smith gets out of the truck, last picture top row, and says, "Now listen, Tex and Rusty, this is as far as we go. Just don't try any tricks and you won't get hurt. I'll be back in a minute and unlock the door." And Smith goes to the old wooden bridge, first picture bottom row, pours some gasoline on it, saying, "This old sawmill has only one road to it, and that's over this bridge. With the creek so high, all I gotta do is to destroy it, and they'll be trapped long enough for me to get clear away." Then he goes back to the truck, saying, "All right, now, I'm going to unlock the van. You stay where you are till I say okay. And remember, I still have your shotgun." He unlocks the truck and then crosses the bridge to the other side and sets it on fire so Rusty and Tex can't go after him. Meanwhile, inside the truck, Tex says, "Now, don't take any chances, Rusty. Wait till he gives us the word." A moment later, Rusty hears,
Okay, come on now.
Rusty says, "There, he yelled okay. Come on, Tex." Rusty and Tex open the van door and step out. And last picture, see the bridge ablaze. Tex says, "Suffering catfish. That local hombre has set fire to the bridge." And Rusty exclaims, "Oh, golly, we can never get the van back to the road now."
Oh, but the joke is really on that Smith because Rusty has the secret plan.
Yes, and if Smith wants to get the plans back, he may find that since he's burned the bridge down, he's fooled himself because he won't be able to get back to Rusty to get them.
Oh, yes. Do you know, sometimes those things can work both ways, can't they?
Yes, you bet they can. And we'll find out more about this next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice man with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just wonderful, 'cause spring is here. Everything's turning green, the birds are singing, school'll soon be over, flowers are beginning to flower, blossoms are beginning to blossom,
And butterflies are beginning to butter. Yes, you certainly are happy, aren't you?
If you'll just read me the funnies, it'll make everything perfect.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Well, now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on the top of the first page,
Hopalong, Cassidy.
which we will read right away.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Six guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Rescued from the bog by the sheriff, Hoppy and his pals have ridden to the tax assessor's office to get Vane, the brains of the gang. Stealthily, Hoppy enters the office. He sees Vane going through the files. Vane says,
Oh, is that you, Sloat?
Hoppy replies, Not this time, Mr. Prentice Vane, alias Peavy. Vane whirls around, first picture next row, and stammers,
Oh, Cassidy. I thought you were...
Dead. Sloat and his boys did their best, but luckily the sheriff showed up in time to pull us out of the oil bog. And California says,
Man, as for your paid killers, they're running like scared rabbits with a posse breathing down their necks.
Vane stammers, My paid killers? Why, I don't understand. Hoppy continues, first picture next row. You understood a rich oil vein when you saw it. You found you couldn't steal the claim, so you decided to use Don Felipe to force the issue. Well, now the game's over. California says,
Yeah, we've come for the boy.
Vane says,
Well, you win, gentlemen. You'll find him in that vault.
All right, open it. And cover him, Lucky. Vane opens the door to the vault. First picture, fourth row. Hoppy and California go into the vault as Lucky stands guard. Lucky turns his head aside for a second. Quickly, Vane picks up a big dictionary and throws it at Lucky. Oof! Then quickly steps outside and slams the door of the vault closed. He picks up his box of money, throws the lamp on the floor, sets the office afire, first picture, bottom row, then runs outside. He leaps in his buggy and drives off, saying,
Now, to head for the old quarry works and silence Don Felipe, the last living witness against me.
Oh, good gracious. The building is on fire and Hoppy and his friends are locked in a safe. How will they ever get out?
That is a dangerous situation. I only hope that the safe is fireproof so they won't be burned to death.
And now that Hoppy isn't free, that mean man's going to get rid of Felipe, and there'll be nobody to rescue him.
Well, next week we might have very exciting things happening that'll turn the tables on Mr. Vane.
Oh, I certainly hope so, because this is a terrible situation.
Now, don't give up in dismay. Remember, Hoppy is a hero, and maybe he'll find a way. But now what?
Well, I think you better read Prince Valiant, because I'm sure he's on page 3.
Well, let's look and see.
See?
You're right, he is. Prince Valiant, page 3.
And remember last week, that poor boy Arf froze his feet when they crossed the mountains.
Yes, and they came to a little town at the foot of the mountains. And the doctor told Val that he'd have to leave Arf there for a long time.
And Prince Val has to continue his journey, so I wonder what he did.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant to the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Val is faced with a problem. First picture, he's saying to his friends, Arf's feet were frozen crossing the pass. Even now, he's fighting for his very life. Yet we have a mission to complete. Rufus and Egil agree. A quest is a quest. So they go to bid our farewell last picture top row, telling him they must continue their errand. But they promise to return when the work is finished. Arf understands and bravely nods his head, even though he hates to be left behind. First picture next row, Val leaves a princely sum of money with the doctor to make sure of his young squire's care. And with all arrangements made, Val and his friends prepare to continue their journey. Paul, the guide from the monastery, is no longer needed now that he has shown Val the way across the mountains, and he turns homeward, once more to pit his strength and skill against the perils of the pass with its bitter cold, its avalanches, and its chasms. Last picture of the row, Val, Egil, and Rufus speed on their way. The old Roman roads are good, but the weather is not. And first picture bottom row, they reach the city of Rome, and through the mist and rain see that the city is a place of ruin. The scars of the Vandals' visits still visible. Ruin everywhere about them. They find an inn in the city, and there dismount, preparing to spend the night. Next morning, last picture, the sun is shining. The world looks brighter, and Val announces, "Let's away to the bazaar and replace our travel-stained garments with raiment befitting ambassadors of Thule."
What's a bazaar?
A bazaar was a name used many years ago for a store where you could buy almost anything.
Oh, I see. My goodness, everywhere they went, those barbarians just destroyed everything.
Yes, the barbarians were cruel people who didn't respect anything that was good or nice.
Well, next week, will we find out more about Val's quest?
I think we will.
Oh, I certainly won't miss that. We waited a long time for them to get there.
Mm-hmm. Well, now while we're waiting for next week, how about reading Donald Duck?
Oh, please.
Very well, then. Turn over the page, and here he is on page 5, and here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeege-em, squeege-em, squiddy-chick-a-jack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Donald loads a ladder in his car, then jumps into the car and drives off. When Donald stops, he's at the city park. He takes the ladder out of the car, puts it against a lamppost, climbs the ladder, unscrews the light bulb from the lamppost in the last picture top row, climbs down the ladder, first picture bottom row, picks up the ladder, carries it to another lamppost, sets the ladder up, climbs up the ladder, and unscrews the light bulb from the other lamppost. Climbs down the ladder, puts the ladder in the car, and drives home. When we see Donald again, it's evening, and he's all dressed up in a sporty checkered jacket, smart hat, and is squirting cologne all over himself. The last picture, Donald is with his girl Daisy in the park on a bench, and neither of the street lights are on. And Daisy says,
My, it's dark.
and Donald says cheerfully,
What romantic, huh, Toots?
Isn't that silly? He was going on a date with his girl tell Daisy, so he screws the light out of the lamppost so it will be dark and romantic.
Yes, this way no one will see him sitting on the bench with his girl, and then he won't be bashful about holding her hand.
No, he won't. Oh, Donald is so romantic.
Yes. Well, now, how would you like to skip to...
Oh, I'd love to if it's Dagwood and Blondie.
Well, it is.
And here they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
And since you found them, we'll read them right away. So here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim, Zam, Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. The alarm clock rings, waking Dagwood up. He shuts off the alarm, saying,
Oh, boy, Sunday morning. I can turn off the alarm and sleep as long as I like.
But just as he snuggles down again, Blondie asks,
Before you go back to sleep, dear, will you feed the pups and let them out?
Dagwood puts on his bathrobe and toddles down the stairs last picture top row. Alexander, who's in his pajamas, calls,
On your way up, Pop, will you please bring us some cinnamon toast and milk?
and Dagwood thinks. First picture next row, Dagwood is setting out the dog's food, and he says,
Now, I can get back in bed and go to sleep. What a delicious thought.
He gives the toast and milk to Alexander and Cookie. And just as he's about to climb into bed, Alexander calls,
Well, thanks for the toast and milk, Pop.
whereupon Blondie sits up and says,
Oh, how lovely. Serving breakfast in bed. I'll have orange juice, egg, toast, and coffee.
and Dagwood thinks, puts on his bathrobe, and trots downstairs again. Last picture of the row, he's frying eggs and says,
Well, might as well make my own breakfast, too, while I'm up.
First picture next row, after having his own breakfast, he hands Blondie a tray with hers, saying cheerfully,
Now, go back to sleep.
and Blondie says,
You're a darling.
takes off his bathrobe, climbs into bed, and is just going to snuggle down when Alexander runs in saying,
Hey, Pop, Mr. Woodley's downstairs. He wants to borrow something.
and Dagwood thinks and shouts,
Tell him to take whatever he wants and let me go to sleep.
A few minutes later, Dagwood hears an awful racket outside. And first picture bottom row, he sits up in bed and yells,
Listen to that noise. It was my lawnmower he borrowed.
and he jumps out of bed, dashes downstairs, out the door, and he grabs the lawnmower from Herb Woodley, gives it a mighty swing, and hits Herb Woodley on the head with it. Last picture, he's back in bed again. He's been trying to go to sleep. Finally, he sits up and snarls,
Now I can't sleep thinking about how much it'll cost to repair the lawnmower.
and Blondie says,
Dagwood, you've kept me awake all morning. Oh, listen to her. She says he kept her awake all morning. It was she who made him get out of bed in the first place.
yes, it looks like Dagwood's Sunday has been
I'm
spoiled.
afraid so, but wasn't it funny just the same?
And I think that bathrobe looks so silly.
Yes. Now read me Roy Rogers, please. Here he is, right under Dagwood and Blondie.
I'll read that in just a moment, but first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on the first page of the second section, at the bottom, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy and Doleful Hawkins succeeded in stomping the stampede of the cattle. They went off to look for Glib Mason, a citizen of Rawhide friendly to Doleful, leaving Wildwood and her steer Blackjack to watch the herd. Stogie Grimes, the outlaw who escaped from Roy earlier, captured Wildwood and Blackjack and has taken them to an abandoned logging camp. He locks Wildwood up inside the shack. When who should ride up but Glib Mason? He dismounts and greets Stogie in a friendly way. Stogie says to him, third picture, top row.
Glib Mason. Well, I grabbed the gal and her critter like you said, boss.
Glib Mason answers,
Good. But Roy Rogers has been trailing me since I slipped away from the herd. Get your rifle. Quick!
Meanwhile, Roy, who has been following Mason's track, says to Trigger, Well, Mason's trail leads to that old logging camp, Trigger. I have a hunch that promoter stampeded our herd and also knows what happened to Wildwood and Blackjack. Last picture, top row, Mason leads Stogie Grimes over to the edge of the cliff, saying,
Roger's pal Hawkins is driving the herd to Rawhide alone. We gotta stop him.
Grimes replies,
Yeah, well, first we gotta take care of Rogers.
He goes on first picture, bottom row.
We'll make plenty, Mason. You promoted money to finance the trail drive, and then you rustle the very steers you buy for the folks in Rawhide.
Mason sees Roy coming up the road below, and he says,
Quiet. Rogers is entering the ravine. I got an idea. We'll make this look like an accident.
Roy rides up the bottom of the cliff, sees Mason's horse, and says, Hey, that's Mason's horse, Trigger. He can't be far away. I'll go up the bank and have a look. So he gets off Trigger and starts to climb up the bank directly below a flat car loaded with logs. At this moment, Stogie says to Mason,
Hurry, cut the ropes. He's coming up the bank.
Mason cuts the ropes quickly. And last picture, the logs roll off the flat car, thunder down toward Roy as Mason says,
Stand back, Grimes. Rogers will be crushed to a pulp.
And they'll crush him.
Unless Roy thinks of something to save himself.
But what can he do?
I don't know. We'll just have to wait till next week to find out.
Wait. That's all we do is wait. This is the most exciting time.
I know, but that's one of the things that makes the funnies exciting.
Yes, but the suspense is killing me.
Well, let's go to Flash Gordon then before you die.
Oh, yes. And he's right over the page, isn't he?
Well, let's see. You're right. He is.
Oh, and this I love, because Flash is on the moon, and I've always wanted to go to the moon.
Yes, Flash has gone to the moon to find out why the meteors which had been exploding on Earth had been dropping so regularly.
And they discovered that the Beetlemen on the moon had been shooting the meteors at the Earth.
And last week, Flash put their machine out of order.
And then Flash and his friends hid with the Beetle Man, who became their friend. And I wonder what's going to happen to...
Well, let's find out right now. So here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash and his party watch in awe as their atom blast wrecks the cannon from which flaming meteors were hurtling from the moon to the earth. Beetle-like moon men pour angrily out of their burrows to find out what's happened. Last picture, top row, as the Beetle men swarm toward the space rocket, Flash frees his captive moon man and orders him to keep his people away from the ship.
Tell them to stay where they are or I'll shoot.
A warning ray blast emphasizes Flash's command. First picture, bottom row, Flash and his friends scramble into their space rocket. Flash says,
We can't hold them off very long.
We'll fake a retreat, hide the ship, and then come back later. Quickly, they enter the ship and take off. Just as the Beetle men close in around it, the Beetle men dance in triumph as the rocket roars away. But in the tunnel entrance, a mysterious figure seems grimly concerned. It's an Earthman who looks through his telescope at the disappearing rocket. Last picture, at Bright's request, Flash circles toward the dark side of the moon. Bright busies himself taking pictures, so he'll have a photographic record of the weird moonscape, until Flash warns, We're heading into icy night. You better turn back to keep an eye on our playmates. That's what I'm wondering. He has a gun just like Flash. He's an Earthman, I'm sure.
He must be a villain if he's the one who's been firing the meteors at the Earth.
Yes, well, I hope Flash gets wise to him in a hurry.
Ooh, so do I.
Well, next week we really will have something to look forward to in Flash Gordon because this is something Flash hasn't expected.
No.
Well, now let's get over to the next page quickly because Dick is with George Washington's army, and we want to see what's happening to him.
Yes, he's at Valley Forge, spending the cold, cold winter there with the American soldiers. And they must be going to have a battle soon, so quick, read it.
All right, here we go with Dick's adventures. And say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Valley Forge. The terrible winter is over. Sergeant Gunner Hayes, Dick's friend, confides joyfully to him. Hey, wonderful news. My wife Molly's on her way here for a visit, Dick. Molly? Molly Pitcher? Sergeant Hayes smiles at Dick and answers. Is her nickname, Dick. Molly Bring the Pitcher, her folks used to call her when she was little. Hey, how did you know? Dick says nothing, but just goes wisely about his business. Last picture, top row. Suddenly, that night, orders come to strike camp at once and march. Dick groans. Oh, your Molly'll never find us now. But Sergeant Hayes laughs. Hey, I guess you don't know my Molly. No time at all. The army's on the march. First picture, next row, because an immense British force under General Clinton is bivouacked in Monmouth, New Jersey. Dick says, we're going to attack before they have a chance to move out. The attack begins at dawn. All through the next day, the furious battle of Monmouth rages in unbearable heat. Dick is covered with grime, burned with gunpowder. Washington himself rides through the Rhines, rallying his exhausted troops. New strength flows into the men when they see their brave commander cheering them on, and they fight with redoubled fury. Then, first picture, bottom row, Sergeant Hayes shouts, Molly! Dick turns to see a young girl in silken ruffles coming toward them. It's Molly Pitcher. He tells them it took a long time to find them, and now that she's here, she wants help. The men need water to cool their parched, thirsty throats, and to cool the hot cannon. So back and forth, under fire, Molly runs with a broken pitcher to a nearby brook, and Dick hears himself shouting, Hey, Molly, bring the pitcher! Molly, pitcher! And then Sergeant Hayes is struck by a shot from the enemy and falls to the ground wounded. And Molly, last picture, springs in to take his place at the cannon and fights beside Dick until the battle is won.
Oh, wasn't she a brave woman?
Oh, she certainly was. She was a great heroine.
Just imagine that woman fighting beside all those men and firing that big cannon all by herself.
Yes, Molly Pitcher was a very famous woman patriot.
Will we hear more about her next week?
Oh, I'm sure we will. You know, she helped win that battle.
Oh, I'll be anxious to see more about her next week.
Well, we will. And now look, right underneath Dick is Rusty Riley. And remember, a terrible thing happened last week.
Yes, that mean man, Smith, drove the truck that Rusty and Tex were in across the bridge, and then he set the bridge on fire and ran away.
Yes, and Rusty and Tex are stranded in the old lumber camp and can't get out.
But one thing that Smith doesn't know is that the plans that he had stolen at the factory slipped out of his pocket, and Rusty has them now.
But he's apt to go back after them. So let's go and see what happens with Rusty Riley. Say the magic words with me. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. First picture, as Rusty looks at the bridge which has fallen into the river, he says, Golly, Tex, the bridge is nothing but smoke and ruins. How are we ever going to get away from here? Tex replies, Well, you and I might find a way across that gorge, but we could never get Big Blaze over.
Gee willikins, Tex, what are we going to do?
Well, right off, I can't say, Rusty. But one thing I know, I'll never leave Blaze here. I'm responsible. And somehow I'm going to get him home. Whatever we do, we better do it fast, 'cause that hombre's sure to find out that those secret plans ain't in the back of that picture.
Golly, you're right, Tex. And when he does, he'll be back, sure.
Last picture, top row. As Rusty looks at the huge logs lying around the lumber camp, he says,
Tex, I was just thinking. Those big logs must have been brought here somehow. And I don't think that bridge we came over would have been strong enough.
Yeah, I see what you're getting at. Did shake a lot, even under our van. Yeah, there must be another way.
So they walk through the camp, looking around. First picture, bottom row, they see railroad tracks. Rusty exclaims,
Hey, wait a second, Tex. How about these tracks? They must go somewhere.
By jingo, Rusty, I think you got something there. Come on. Hey, lead around behind that shed.
Quickly, they walk along the tracks. Rusty stops.
Look, Tex, another bridge.
Tex says thoughtfully,
Well, bridge ain't quite the word, Rusty. I'd call it a trestle. I'm afraid it ain't much help. We can't walk Big Blaze across that thing.
Rusty looks back the other way and says,
Well, in the other direction, the track runs right into a building. I wonder what's in there.
He runs down the tracks, goes into the shed where the tracks end, and finds a train engine. Rusty exclaims,
Gee willikins. Hey, Tex, come here!
Oh, goody. He's found the train. And now they can put Blaze on the train and then they can get away. And if that mean Smith comes back, he won't find them.
Yes, if Tex can run that engine.
Oh, I forgot. Maybe he can't. Oh, do you think he can?
Well, I'm afraid that's another thing we'll have to wait until next week to find out.
All right, I'll be here.
Well, don't sound so disappointed. You've got lots of other comics you can read all during the week. And don't forget, you can enjoy yourself with the Comic Weekly Corner.
Oh, yes. And I can read Snuffy Smith and the Phantom and the Lone Ranger and, lots of them.
Of course you can. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice man with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's the date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm fine. And I have another surprise for you.
Oh, that's wonderful. What is it?
Well, two more of my friends told me I should tell you that you're their favorite storyteller. So now will you read the funnies today, especially so that I can tell them that I told you what they told me to tell you?
Why, certainly will. What are their names?
Michael and Christopher.
Well, then, we'll read the funnies today for Michael and Christopher and all of their friends.
Fine. Now I can tell them I told you what they told me to tell you. So read the funnies, please.
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Sloat thought Hoppy and his pals would lose their way in the rock maze and die there. But fortunately, Topper missed Hoppy and neighed. Hoppy followed the sound of Topper's whinny and found their way out. Hoppy and his pals pick up Sloat's trail. First picture, second row, Hoppy says, his mount's hoof prints with a dented shoe are still with us, headed straight toward Buckskin. Meanwhile, Sloat has been sent to Dr. Wiley by Brand, the head of the 3 crooks that had found him in the rock maze. First picture, third row, he enters the doctor's office. The doctor says,
Well, what can I do for you, stranger?
Sloat replies,
I had a little shooting accident out of the rock maze. Brand sent me.
The doctor looks at Sloat's arm, last picture, third row, saying,
Well, you're fortunate. Brand doesn't approve of everybody. Now, first we'll have a look at that arm. After that, if you're interested, maybe I can put you next to some easy spending money.
Sloat looks at the doctor and says slyly,
You can do better than that, Doc. I don't savvy what kind of game you're running here. But suppose you cut me in on it. 50-50.
The doctor answers, first picture, fourth row.
Why, you two-bit tin horn, who do you think you are?
Don't remember me, huh? You were calling yourself Dr. Worth when they ran you out of St. Joe. Then there was that phony mail order prescription racket you worked in Denver.
The doctor pours hot water into a basin, saying,
Sloat, huh? Didn't recognize you without those chin whiskers.
Sloat answers, last picture, fifth row.
You seem to have latched onto some easy pickings. I wouldn't want to ruin it. Are we agreed on a partnership?
The doctor answers,
Sure, Sloat, sure. I only hope you weren't tailed.
Sloat replies,
Don't worry. A galoot named Hopalong Cassidy and 2 of his pards tried that. But Brand and his boys took care of them.
At this moment, underneath the very window where Sloat and Doc Wiley are talking, Hoppy and his pals, last picture, are riding down the street.
Oh, Sloat and the doctor are standing in the window right above him. I hope the Sloat doesn't see Hoppy.
So do I. If he did, that would spoil any chance of Hoppy's catching Sloat by surprise later.
Oh, we'll find out more about that next week, won't we?
We certainly will. Now,
Let's turn over the page and let's see if Prince Valiant is on page 3.
all right, over we go.
Yes, there he is. And remember last week, Val was successful on his mission.
Yes, he was. The Pope has agreed to send missionaries to Val's father and bring word of Christianity to the land of Thule.
And then Val got a letter saying that Arf, that young boy he left behind, was dying.
And Val left his friends to arrange to bring the missionaries and rode on by himself to see his young friend Arf.
I want to see if he gets there today.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant to the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Gray, Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant rides into Torino and slides stiffly from his spent horse at the convent door. On the long journey, he had time to realize how much he loves his young squire, and he hopes he has arrived in time. As he goes in the door, the doctor gives a tragic report.
Young Arf bore his agony like a warrior, despite his tender years. But now he's dying, for he has no will to live.
Val walks into the room where Arf is, last picture, top row. By a sunny window, Arf lies, white-faced, still as death. One foot is still swathed in bandages, and the other, with a shock, Val sees, first picture, next row, there's no other foot. He sits down and takes the lad's hand. A bright smile lights Arp's face for an instant, and then drains away. And then he speaks bitterly. Last picture, second row.
I aimed too high. I was to be Sir Arf Geoffrey, Knight of the Round Table, a great warrior. All my life I've dreamed a vain dream of being a champion and serving my Lady Elita as her knight errant.
And he laughs cynically, first picture, bottom row, as his head falls back on the pillow.
Who ever heard of a one-legged warrior?
Val answers coldly. I have. Arp looks up sharply. He'd expected sympathy from his generous, warm-hearted chief. He hears Val say, last picture, but I've never heard of a great warrior quitting the field when a fight's to be won.
Well, why isn't Val more friendly to Arf? After all, it's very sad that he lost his leg.
Well, Val's being this way to make Arp stop feeling sorry for himself. Because if Arp doesn't feel sorry for himself, then he'll think of all the things he can still do in life.
Oh, then he'll work harder to do those things.
That's exactly what Val hopes will happen.
But Val still loves Arf, and he really does feel sorry, doesn't he?
Oh, I'm sure that Val's heart's almost breaking over Arp's unfortunate situation, and he's doing this really to do Arp a kindness and to help him.
My, I hope that Arf understands that.
Oh, I'm sure he will. Well, now, what do you say we read Donald Duck?
Oh, I just love Donald Duck. Please read that.
Very well, then. Let's turn over the page, go past Jungle Jim, turn over another page, and there, in the middle of page 7, is Donald Duckle, good for a chuckle. Say the magic words with me. Squeed, jump, squirrely, chick-a-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Today, Donald has decided to go fox hunting. You know, hunters chase foxes on a horse, and Donald is all dressed up in hunting clothes, and he says proudly,
I'll show him how to catch a fox.
Donald's nephew, Dewey, is holding his horse, and as Donald prepares to climb on, Dewey says,
Now, don't fall off and get hurt, Uncle Donald.
and Donald replies,
Not me, son. I'm an expert.
and Donald climbs in the saddle. Dewey says,
I still think you'll fall off.
At this moment, the fox is turned loose, and the others gallop off. Donald exclaims,
Yoicks! And goes the fox.
and away he gallops. His horse approaches a high fence. Up in the air he goes. Higher, higher. Well, don't stay there. Come on down. Donald closes his eyes, and down the horse comes. And over the fence he goes, last picture, top row. And Donald is thrown forward in the horse's neck and almost falls off. He hangs onto the horse's mane, first picture, next row, as the horse thunders after the fox. Donald sees the fox run into a hollow log. Quickly, he comes to a halt. Donald leaps off the horse and runs for the hollow log, saying,
Aha! That's a trap.
Donald sticks his hand in the hollow log to grab the fox, when all of a sudden...
Ah!
And last picture, Donald is home sitting in a chair, his hand bandaged up, and he says patiently to Dewey,
For the last time, I did not fall off.
and Dewey answers,
Okay. And how did you get hurt?
Isn't that funny? Dewey thinks that Donald did fall off the horse.
Yes, and Donald won't tell Dewey that he was stupid enough to stick his hand in the hollow log where the fox could bite it.
I think that was so funny. I just love that, Donald.
Yes, so do I. And now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Yes, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. And here they are in the first page of the second section. And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Rhyme-a-foo, rhyme-a-fum, zim-zam zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Everybody's busy working down at the office when all of a sudden Mr. Dither's door opens and he roars,
Tell Bumstead to come into my office at once.
and then Mr. Dither slams his door. Everyone looks very sad. You can hear a pin drop. Whoops, wrong pin. One of the men says, Ooh, the boss is in a rage. And another says, Yeah, he sounds like a maniac. Dagwood very timidly walks toward Mr. Dither's office. He goes in, closes the door, when suddenly... There's a terrific fight. Everybody in the office is terrified. And one of the men says sadly, "Poor Dagwood." Suddenly, everything is quiet again. First picture next row. Mr. Dithers is standing over Dagwood with a broken ball bat in his hands, and Dagwood lies on the floor, covered with bruises. Mr. Dithers snarls,
Did you put this note on my desk asking for a raise?
Dagwood replies,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dithers leaps at him again.
How much of a raise did you have in mind?
As they both pause for breath, last picture, second row, Dagwood answers,
$10 a week.
Mr. Dithers screeches,
$10!
and leaps at Dagwood again, first picture, next row.
It's robbery!
Suddenly, there's an extra loud crash. And one of the men outside the office yells, "Hey, quick, somebody! Run to the first aid room! Get a stretcher for Dagwood!" The mailboy runs for a stretcher, while back inside the room, Mr. Dithers, last picture of the row, smashes a water cooler over Dagwood's head. And then, first picture, bottom row, Mr. Dithers picks Dagwood up and bumps his head on the desk. And then, Mr. Dithers, all worn out from his struggles, collapses on Dagwood, who collapses to the floor. And Mr. Dithers says,
Okay, Dagwood. I'll tell the cashier to increase your salary $10 a week, starting today.
And Dagwood, looking like a mop rag, says weakly,
Thank you, boss.
Last picture, the office employees pick Dagwood up from the ruined office, lay him on a stretcher, and carry him out. And Dagwood gives a crooked smile and says weakly,
He's a sweet old guy. After you learn to understand him.
Oh, good gracious. Did you ever see anything so silly in your life? Fighting like that just because he has to give Dagwood a raise in pay.
Well, I'm sure this could only happen in the funny papers. But I'm sure also that that's the way some people feel about you having to give a raise.
The funny papers, they certainly are funny.
Yes.
Oh, look, here's Roy Rogers below Dagwood and Blondie. Read that, please.
I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 1 of the second section, bottom of the page, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Stogie Grimes riding Trigger, Roy's horse, is closing in on the spot where Roy is hiding. Suddenly, Roy whistles, and Trigger bucks Grimes off. Roy runs for Grimes, who pulls his gun. The girl, Wildwood O'Dowd, sees what's happening and throws a rock, knocking the gun out of Trogie's hand. Roy hollers, "Nice going, Wildwood," and gives Stogie Grimes a punch in the jaw, saying, "Ugh." Now, you and Glib Mason can tell the sheriff how you plan to rustle the cattle Mason bought for the rawhide ranchers with their money. Later, last picture, top row, in Rawhide, Roy and his friend Doleful Hawkins and Wildwood are bringing Grimes and Mason in to the sheriff ahead of the herd of cattle which Blackjack has led over the mountain safely. Roy says, "Well, there's the sheriff's office. I'll deliver Mason and Stogie while you deliver the herd." First picture, bottom row, the townspeople see Doleful Hawkins at the head of the herd, and one of the men shouts, "Hooray! Here's Doleful Hawkins with our fresh range stock!" There's a big celebration later in the day, and the mayor of the town, after making a speech, is giving Doleful a key to the city. And he says,
And so, Doleful Hawkins, the citizens of Rawhide present you, our savior, with a key to the city.
And Doleful, who seems to find something wrong with everything in life, answers,
Thanks, Mayor, but it won't open nothing, will it? I'll probably drop it on my foot and bust a toe.
Later, the celebration over, Roy's preparing to leave. The sheriff is saying to him,
Well, I'll take care of Mason and Grimes, Rogers. Say, that Palomino looks familiar. Saw one just like him yesterday. He even had the same markings.
A curious look comes in Roy's eyes, and he says, Why, there's not another Palomino with these markings except Trigger Jr. And he's supposed to be at the Double R Bar Ranch. Yeah, let's go, boy. And he leaps on Trigger, heading out of town. The sheriff calls, "A strange hombre led him through town. Seemed in a hurry. Headed south."
Oh, my. Do you think that something might have happened to Trigger Jr.? Somebody stolen him, maybe?
I think that's what Roy's worried about, and that's why he's riding off in such a hurry.
Oh, there's never a moment's rest for Roy. The minute he's turned one crook over the sheriff, there's something else he has to do.
Yes, it seems that way. Well, maybe next week we'll begin a new adventure that'll center around Trigger Jr.
Oh, that'll be wonderful.
Fine. Well, now let's go over the page
Oh, there's Flash Gordon. And remember, he's on the moon. And last week, he and Dale and Professor Bright had found an entrance to an underground tunnel.
Yes, but they were seen by Rock, the man from Earth, who is apparently the leader of the Beetlemen.
And yes, and remember, Rock saw Flash through a special kind of machine which he had. He could see anything through it.
And then as Flash neared his chamber, he fired the whip tentacles, a strange kind of weapon that sailed swiftly through the air and tangled Dale and Professor Bright up in a lot of strings so that they couldn't move.
Quick, read and see what happens next.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Deep under the moon's surface, Flash finds his mysterious foe is a human. Hampered by the whip tentacles that have entangled him, Flash fires at the villainous Rock, but misses. Then Flash charges toward Rock, and his enemy retaliates by shooting a cloud of numbing brain gas. Holding his breath, Flash tries to fire his ray gun, but the gas fills his eyes and ears, making him feel strangely weak and dizzy. Last picture top row, choking from the acrid fumes, Flash tears off his spacesuit in an agonized attempt to breathe. Rock grins evilly and says,
"Now you'll pay the penalty for following me from the doomed Earth."
First picture bottom row, while Flash is struggling for air, a group of Rock's Beetle men enter the fray. Dazed by the gas, Flash can only put up a feeble resistance as the Beetle men bind him and Dale with spun glass ropes. Then, last picture, Flash, Dale, and Professor Bright are lined up against the cavern wall and given an impromptu trial. Rock acts as prosecutor. He harangues.
"I came from Earth to make you Beetlemen powerful. These strangers wrecked our moon gun. They want to conquer your planet."
Flash tries to reply, but the Beetlemen shout him down. The verdict is unanimous.
Destroy the Earth, people!
Hoping that Flash would shoot that mean man Rock.
And instead of that, those tentacles that were wrapped around Flash's arm spoiled his aim. And now Flash is in Rock's power. And all the Beetlemen want Flash to be destroyed.
Well, does that mean that they'll be killed?
That's something we'll find out next week.
Oh, I certainly won't miss this. But I hope Flash will find some way of fooling them all.
So do I. But now?
Now it's time for Dick's Adventures, isn't it?
It certainly is. So let's go past Buzz Sawyer, the Lone Ranger, the Phantom, to the last page, and Dick's Adventures.
Something very mysterious is happening because Dick is there at West Point, and that's a famous American fort in the early days of America.
Yes, and General Benedict Arnold is the commander there. And Arnold had told Dick there was to be an exchange of English and American prisoners of war, and had sent Dick to wait at the river's edge for an Englishman, Major Andre, who was to represent the English.
But you said that usually this is done in the daytime under a special kind of a flag. But this is all being done very mysteriously at night, and Dick thinks that there's something wrong about all this.
Yes, there is.
Well, let's read now and see whether there really is.
Very well. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Mystery and something more disturbing surrounds the secretive midnight arrival of a British officer named Major Andre outside the closely guarded ramparts of West Point. Uneasily, Dick reports to the American commandant, General Benedict Arnold. Dick tells the general that Major Andre is waiting for him outside the fort. Showing little surprise, the general accompanies Dick to a thickly wooded section on the banks of the Hudson where the enemy officer waits. Dick sees the two generals shake hands. Then he walks a short distance off to stand guard over them while the two talk. Last picture of the row, for an hour, in darkness, the two men converse cautiously, while Dick, obeying orders, stands guard just out of earshot. Yet, first picture next row, he catches a glimpse of papers being passed from General Arnold to Major Andre and sees them being stuffed into the British officer's boot. Then, General Arnold calls Dick over, saying,
Sergeant, you will escort Major Andre back to the place where he can reboard the ship. He is not to be stopped by any of our men.
As Dick leads Major Andre back to the edge of the river, he's thinking of what General Arnold had told him, that Major Andre has come to arrange for the exchange of colonial and British prisoners of war. But Dick wonders why all the secrecy. Just as they reach the river's edge, last picture of the row, they hear... It's American cannon atop the ramparts of West Point, which have opened thunderous fire. The British sloop awaiting Major Andre's return has been spotted in the dawn. And as they watch the shots striking the water around the ship, Major Andre, seeing that it's become bright dawn, cries to Dick,
I can't leave now. Hide me somewhere.
Ooh, he's really worried now, isn't he?
Indeed he is, because now Major Andre can't get out to his ship and get away.
Well, maybe it's a good thing because I think there's something wrong about those papers that he's carrying in his boot.
And I think you'll find out you're right, and maybe next week we'll learn more about the mysterious papers and Major Andre.
I can hardly wait. Oh, but look, there's Rusty Riley right underneath Dick's adventures. You remember last week Rusty and Tex couldn't get off that sort of island they were on, and they found a train engine.
Yes, that's right, and they put their horse Blaze on a flat car, and luckily enough got the train started. And now they're on the way across the trembling trestle, hoping it won't crash beneath the weight of the engine.
Yes, and just as that happened, that man Smith that they were trying to get away from because he has a gun came up to the top of the hill and aimed at him. And I'm anxious to see whether he hurts Rusty or Tex.
Well, let's read right now and find out. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. As the train moves faster and faster across the trestle leading from the lumber camp, Smith throws his gun to his shoulder and calls,
If you don't stop and back up, I'll fire.
Rusty shouts.
Hey, Tex, he's going to shoot.
Tex replies,
Turn your back on him, Rusty. We're way out of range of that bird shot. Can't do more than sting a little.
Smith fires. Blaze rears up and prances about. Rusty, holding his halter, says,
Whoa now, Blaze. Easy, boy. Hey, golly, Tex, he fired both barrels, and some of the burst shot must have stung Blaze.
Tex calls back.
We're over the trestle now, Rusty. We're on even terms with him now. There were only 2 shells in the gun.
Meanwhile, last picture top row, in a cabin in the valley, a man dressed in a woodsman's outfit is having a cup of coffee. Suddenly he exclaims,
Hey, by Jiminy, it sounds like the whistle in the lumber company's little tank engine. There ain't supposed to be anybody working up there.
He gets up, goes to the phone, first picture bottom row, saying,
Better call the forestry lookout and the fire tower. Maybe there's a fire.
In the fire tower, high at the top of the mountain, the fire ranger sitting in front of a telescope gets the call. As he answers, the man on the phone says,
Hello, this is Deputy Game Warden Cox. Something must be up at the Deep Gorge Lumber Camp. I heard the whistle of their dinky locomotive. Can you see anything?
The man in the tower replies,
Why, yeah, Link, I heard it too. Somebody ran the engine in the flat car over the old trestle. I notified the sheriff.
Meanwhile, back in the woods, Tex has stopped the train, and they've led Blaze off. Tex says to Rusty,
All right, Rusty. Get Blaze back into the woods. Stay there with him. That loco hombre is crossing the trestle. I can handle him now that his ammunition's gone.
Rusty replies,
Well, okay, Tex, but golly, be careful. He's dangerous.
Tex walks toward the trestle, which Smith has just crossed. The men meet, last picture, and Smith snarls.
Well, thought you tricked me, didn't you? Well, now we're going to have a showdown. Give me the paper that was in the back of that picture frame, or I'll take you apart.
Tex replies,
Okay, mister. Just take off them specs.
Ooh, and now Tex Tex and Smith are going to fight it out, aren't they?
You bet. And Tex has a mighty grim look on his face, and he's mad because he doesn't like crooks.
I hope that Smith doesn't have a pistol or a knife.
Oh, I think Tex will be careful.
And I heard that forest ranger say that he'd called the sheriff. I hope he gets there in time, because then Tex could turn this man over to the sheriff, and then we could find out what those secret plans are that Smith stole.
Yes, there's a lot of things we have to find out next week.
Yes, and I'll certainly be here.
Good. Well, now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice man with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Happy as a lark.
Oh, and what a beautiful lark.
Thank you. And how are you?
Just full of joy bubbles.
Oh, that's wonderful. How did you get that way?
Oh, when everybody is happy and laughing, I just... and the joy bubbles go inside me.
What? What?
Well, here, I'll show you. Laugh.
What should I laugh at?
Laugh because you're happy.
Oh, all right.
Now I sniff. See? I sniffed and the joy bubbles went right inside me.
Yes, that's wonderful. Now will you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic
Yes.
Weekly? Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong, Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy and his pals have escaped from the Rock Mesa and have trailed Sloat the outlaw to the town of Buckskin. They find a big crowd there. A man named Higgins is telling the sheriff,
Well, I made camp about midway between Soda Creek and El Paso. By morning, my money belt was gone, Sheriff.
The sheriff asks, Well, who else knew you were toting $5,000 in cash, Newt? Last picture of the row, the man named Newt Higgins replies,
Why, nobody. I drew the cash from the bank, left town quiet-like. Not a living soul followed me.
The sheriff says, Are you sure you didn't notice anything peculiar? First picture, next row, Higgins answers,
Only that I was all fired drowsy just before I bedded down.
The sheriff grunts, Huh, same old story. Well, I'll send a posse to look around. One of the men remarks that it must be these ghost raiders again. California says, first picture, top row,
Hey, suppose Sloat's tied in with whoever's behind these, Hoppy?
Hoppy answers, We'll know that after we find Sloat. Meanwhile, at this moment, upstairs in the doctor's office, Sloat looks out the window and sees Hoppy. He exclaims,
Hey, Cassidy and his 2 pards are down there, Doc. How in blue thunder could they have escaped from that rock maze?
Doc Wiley tells Sloat he better get out of there before Hoppy finds him. First picture next row, he says.
Here, take this money belt. There's 5,000 in it. Enough to keep you till things blow over. Use my rig, parked out back. Hit the south trail. Hurry.
Sloat escapes in the Doc's buggy by the back way. Wiley smiles and watches him drive off. First picture bottom row and calls,
Oh, Sheriff, a stranger with a wounded arm just held me up, stole my rig, and headed toward the south trail.
Lucky exclaims, Hey, sounds like Sloat. The sheriff says, Well, I'd round up a posse, Doc, but the boys are all out gunning for those ghost raiders. Wiley answers last picture.
Then somebody better start gunning for this man. He was wearing Newt Higgins' money belt.
Oh, those crooks. They're even crooked with each other.
Yes, Sloat tried to chisel in on Doc Wiley's racket, and now Wiley is trying to get Sloat shot by the sheriff.
I wonder whether Hoppy will go along with the sheriff after Sloat.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Well, now let's turn over the page and see what's happening with Prince Val.
Yes, please, because Val had come back to see Arf, and when he got there, he learned that Arf only had one leg.
Yes, and naturally, Arf is very, very unhappy about that.
Yes, because Arf had hoped to become a great hero and a famous knight. I wonder what Val's going to do.
Well, let's read now and find out. So here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Arthur survived the loss of one of his frozen feet, but it seems as if he'll not outlive his shattered dream. He has no will to live now that he cannot become a great warrior, a knight champion. He asks bitterly,
Who ever heard of a one-legged knight?
Val says sharply, I have. Last picture, top row, Arf looks up in surprise at Prince Valiant. Never had his warm-hearted chief spoken so sharply. Val repeats, I have. The youth who was arrow maker to King Arthur has but one leg. Gunder Harl, the great Norse shipbuilder, has only one leg and one arm. Arf stares at Val, pain written all over his face to hear his hero speak so sharply to him. First picture next row, Val turns away that he may not see the hurt in the boy's eyes. Val says, We still have much work to do ere we return home. And then Val walks out of the room without looking back at Arf. His heart hurts within him for having caused pain to the boy he loves so much. But he knows the only way to make Arf forget his misery is to make him believe that he still can be a man among men, even though he has only one leg. Val says to the doctor, Watch him closely, Doctor. Report any change in his condition. The hours drag by. But finally, last picture, second row, the doctor returns to Val, who's been taking a nap. The doctor's face beams, and he says,
Oh, he cried like a tired child until he slept. But when he woke, a change had taken place, for he said, Tell my chief I am ready to do what I may.
Quickly, Val goes to Arf. First picture, bottom row, Arf looks up as his chief enters. Val grins at him and then says, Well, you've been quite a responsibility, but now you can be of great help. Lady Alita and I have taught you to read and write, so take these notes I've kept and write a full report of our mission for the king. Get busy, secretary. And then he rumples up the lad's hair and is gone. There's a long silence while hoofbeats fade into the distance. Last picture, Arf shouts,
Bring me parchment, inkhorn, and quills. I've got work to do.
Oh, Val even had me fooled. I thought he was being cruel to Arf and wasn't sorry for him.
Well, Val was very sorry and felt very badly, but he knew he had to make Arf believe in himself and believe that his life wasn't ruined.
Yes, and it worked, too, because look how happy Arf is now. He knows now that he can still be of service.
Oh, yes, indeed. You know, the greatest bravery isn't always shown when you're a fighter. Why, sometimes the bravest people are those who have to sit and wait, because it takes courage not to become disheartened.
Yes, it does. I thought I would never get over the measles, but I did. And now look at me.
I am, and I think you're lovely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now?
No, now is the time for Donald Duck. He always does such silly things. I want to see what silly things he does today.
Well, let's turn over the page. And there he is in the middle of page 5. And here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeege-em, squeege-em, squiddly-chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Donald's explaining a bright idea to his nephews, Louie, Huey, Dewey. They go out to their car, each carrying a pail of cloths. Donald says,
We gotta hurry. It'll be dark in half an hour.
and they jump in the car and drive away. They arrive at the road to the Ajax Drive-In Theater. Lots of cars are driving into the theater. Donald races up and down the road past the other cars, kicking up clouds and clouds of dust. The drivers of the other cars scowl furiously at Donald, but he pays no attention to them and races up and down the road again, stirring up clouds and clouds of dust. Fourth picture, top row, Donald says,
How do we do?
Dewey answers,
You better make the run once more to be sure.
So down the road they go once more, stirring up more clouds of dust. Dewey looks back and sees the air is full of dust and says cheerfully,
That's better.
First picture, bottom row, they stop their car. Donald says,
Okay, get out the equipment while I put up the sign.
so he hammers a sign on a board fence. And then he says,
Okay, boys, we're in business.
Last picture, an hour and a half later, a line of cars is parked in front of Donald's sign, which says,
Windshield's wash, 25 cents.
and Donald, Huey, and Dewey, and Louie are hard at work washing the windshields of the cars that are coming out of the drive-in theater. And the motorists are annoyed at the money their dirty windshields is costing them. And Donald, cheerful as a chipmunk at the money he's making, sings as he works.
Wash your windshields for a quarter so you can see the road to drive like you oughta.
Donald did have a good skiing, didn't he?
Yes, there ain't so much dust on the road that the windshields of all the cars got dirty.
And then when they came out, they saw Donald's sign, and Donald made the money by washing the dirt off all the windshields on the cars.
Yes, the dirt that he got on those cars himself.
It really wasn't fair, but it was very funny.
I quite agree.
Now is the time for Dagwood and Blondie.
It certainly is.
Oh, and here they are on the first page of the second section.
And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood's doorbell rings. He goes to open it, and a homely-looking man says, "Oh, I'm selling men's wallets." Dagwood replies, "I don't need a wallet," and starts to close the door. But the man sticks his foot and arm through and tries to push the door open, saying, "But they're genuine cowhide." Dagwood tries to push the door closed and says, "No, I say, and I mean it." But he can't get the door closed, so he quickly jerks it open. The man stumbles on Dagwood, saying,
They come in two colors, black and tan.
Dagwood throws him out, saying, "No!" He slams the door shut and locks it. First picture next row, saying, I finally got rid of him and locked the door. And he turns around, and there's the salesman who says,
You forgot your back door was unlocked.
Dagwood picks him up. And last picture, second row, runs for the back door with him. The salesman says,
It fits all size pockets.
First picture next row, Dagwood throws him out the door. Dagwood says, I'm exhausted, but I won. I'm the winner. He slams the door shut, locks it, and says, My victory of man over salesman is complete. I've got both doors locked. But the salesman, undaunted, starts ringing the doorbell again. Dagwood says, last picture of the row, Let him keep ringing that doorbell. I'll celebrate my victory with a nice hot bath to soothe my jangled nerves. First picture bottom row, Blondie comes home. The salesman, who is still waiting on the front steps, holds out his wallets and says politely,
Oh, how do you do, lady? Would you like to buy a wallet for your husband?
Blondie smiles, and... A few minutes later, Dagwood is lying in the bathtub thinking how cleverly he had outsmarted the salesman. Suddenly, the bathroom door opens, and the salesman sticks his head in and says,
Hey, buddy, I just wanted to tell you, I sold your wife a wallet.
Dagwood moans, Oh, no! The salesman slams the door shut, and Dagwood is alone again with his memories. Suddenly, a tear trickles down Dagwood's face and drops in the water, and then another, and then another, until... And then Blondie opens the door, last picture, holding the wallet in her hand. And she says cheerfully that she didn't know that Dagwood was taking a bath. And Dagwood, whose head is just barely out of the water, sobs, Some of it's bath water, but most of it's tears.
Well, why is he crying? After all, the salesman didn't sell him the wallet.
No, but Blondie spent his money.
Oh, yes. Poor Dagwood. After all that work, the salesman outsmarted him.
Yep, it looks like Dagwood just can't win.
No. Now, look, here's Roy Rogers underneath Dagwood. Will you please read that?
I'll read that in just a moment, but first here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on page 1 of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, milady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy has heard that someone was seen riding Trigger Jr. Down the trail Roy goes, burning leather. He says, Stretch, Trigger. The Rawhide Sheriff's right about seeing a strange hombre riding Trigger Jr. We're trailing a horse thief. As he nears the railroad tracks, he exclaims, Hey, sounds like home. That's old 88 pulling the grade. Hey, maybe Pete the engineer can tell me what's wrong at the Double R Bar. From the top of the grade, Roy sees below a masked man on Trigger Jr. flagging the train. As the train stops, the masked man reaches for his gun, but it's stuck, and he says, Reach for the sky. This is a holdup, I think. The engineer, seeing the fumbling bandit, laughs last picture top row. What's the matter, Jesse James? You got fishhooks on that six-shooter? And the fireman says,
Yeah, take your time. We ain't in no hurry.
The bandit says, Gun seems to be stuck. The engineer laughs. The bandit first picture bottom row says, I'll teach you to laugh at Killer Monty. Suddenly a shot rings out. The bandit yelps, Hey, help! The shot frightens Trigger Jr., and he bucks the bandit off. At this moment, Roy gallops up. The engineer exclaims,
Hey, Joe, that's Roy Rogers.
They lift the bandit to his feet, and the engineer tells Roy,
This dang tenderfoot was trying to hold up the train, Roy, but he couldn't get his shooting iron out.
Roy gets off Trigger, saying, Well, I got a few questions to ask this hombre. Last picture, Roy confronts the bandit, saying, Now, first, let's find out how come you're riding Trigger Jr. and wearing one of my hats. The bandit trembles, saying,
Hey, please, Mr. Rogers, it's all a mistake.
That was very funny. Can you imagine that man saying, This is a holdup, I think?
It certainly is funny.
Oh, I'm anxious to find out who that man is. He's so silly.
Yes.
And I'm mighty happy that Roy got Trigger Jr. back again because I was really worried. He's such a beautiful horse.
Oh, isn't he, though? Well, next week we'll find out more about this bandit who has glue on his fingers.
Good. Is this the time we read Flash Gordon?
I think it is. So let's turn over the page. And there he is, Flash Gordon.
Oh, and this is really getting serious because you remember Flash is on the moon.
Yes, trying to find out who was firing the meteors at Earth.
And then he discovered a lot of beetle men were ruled by that Earthman named Rock.
And last week, Rock captured Flash, Dale, and Professor Bright.
So let's be quick and see what he's going to do.
Very well. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash, Dale, and Professor Bright, their hands bound behind them and guarded by the Beetlemen, listen as Rock, the mad scientist who preceded Flash's party to the moon, dooms them to death on its airless surface. He boasts,
"You'll never return to the Earth to warn them of my plans. I'm going to destroy the Earth with my meteor gun."
When Rock turns away for a moment, Flash whispers to Dale, "I think I can work loose from these spun glass bonds, but if I fail, our end will be quick and painless." Dale gazes at him tenderly and murmurs that she isn't afraid because they'll be together. Last picture, top row, while Flash is struggling with the ropes, the guard is changed, and the new sentry tells him by telepathy,
I'm the moon man you caught and then freed. You are good. Rock is evil. I, Cor, was king of the moon men before Rock came from Earth and made us slaves.
First picture, bottom row, Cor melts the spun glass bindings. Flash says, "Give me the torch. I'll free Dale and Professor Bright." Dale is nervous for the first time and pleads for them to hurry. After releasing Dale, Flash goes to work on Professor Bright's bonds. Suddenly, last picture, a secret door opens in the side of the cavern, and Rock appears, blazing away with a ray gun he captured from Flash. The first blast stuns Cor, the moon man. Rock draws a bead on Flash and shouts,
"Surrender or die!"
Oh, dear. And just as Flash was about to get free.
Yes, I thought he was going to escape and would be free to fight Rock on equal terms again.
And here Rock is aiming right at Flash. You think you'll be killed?
Well, next week we'll find out.
All right. Now is the time for Dick's adventures. You remember an English officer named Major Andre had come to the fort that was commanded by General Benedict Arnold?
Oh, yes, and he'd come under pretense of exchanging prisoners of war.
Yes, but I think something else is happening. I think there's some crooked work.
I think maybe you're right. Just as Dick was returning, Major Andre to the ship, the guns at the fort saw the English ship in the river and began firing at it.
And morning came, and Major Andre said to Dick, "Hide me, quick. I wonder what's going to happen."
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Although perplexed with suspicions of treason, Dick obeys orders and is conducting British Major Andre back to his waiting ship just below West Point, when suddenly, at dawn, the colonial American cannons start thundering. Andre cries in alarm, "Hide me, Sergeant! This shelling is preventing my return to my ship. I'm carrying valuable information regarding the exchange of prisoners of war." Realizing he has already blurted out too much to his alert Yankee escort, Andre, last picture, top row, demands Dick report back to General Arnold to halt the firing. At first picture, next row, the cannonading stops, and for an excellent reason. The British sloop has weighed anchor and is scuttling down the Hudson to safety, with the result that Major Andre now finds himself abandoned, last picture, second row, within the American lines. He exclaims, "I'll be captured. General Arnold must get me back." Leaving the frightened enemy officer in temporary shelter, Dick hastens back to West Point. Dick reports to General Benedict Arnold, who listens, his face tense. Then he decides. He scribbles something on a paper, then says to Dick,
"Row him down the river until you reach the house I've noted here. At nightfall, row him across, close to the British lines."
Dick carries out General Arnold's orders, rowing Major Andre across the river. Andre keeps his British uniform hidden under a greatcoat. Dick says meaningfully,
Our men treat captured soldiers in uniform well, but disguised in civilian clothes, they hang 'em as spies, sir.
Ooh, that Major Andre and Benedict Arnold look really worried about this.
yes, they do.
And I think that's suspicious, too, because if they had nothing to be guilty about, why would they be worried?
You know, that's good detective work.
Thank you. What does Dick mean about the clothes?
Well, if you're captured wearing your soldier's uniform, you'll be treated just as a as a prisoner of war, fed and put in a sort of jail. But if you're a soldier and you're caught wearing street clothes, civilian clothes, then you can be hanged as a spy.
Oh, no wonder Andre's worried.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll find out more about what's going to happen next week.
All right. Now, will you please read me Rusty Riley? Here he is, right under Dick's adventures. You remember last week, Rusty and Tex got away from that island by using that locomotive.
Yes, but Smith has followed them across the trestle.
And Tex told Rusty that he was going to fight Smith.
Yes, and then you remember, too, that the man in the tower saw him through the spyglass, and he's called the sheriff.
I hope the sheriff gets there before anything bad happens to Tex.
Well, let's read right now and find out. With Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. As Tex approaches Smith, Smith pulls off his coat, saying,
I'm giving you one more chance. Give me that paper, and you and the boy won't get hurt. But I want those plans.
Tex replies, Smith, you're more loco than I thought if you figure I'll help you get away with a military secret without a fight. Just try to get it. Rusty ties Big Blaze to a tree, saying,
Easy, Blaze. Don't get excited. I'm going to tie you to this tree because I might have to help Tex.
And then he runs toward Tex. Smith closes in on him, third picture, top row. Rusty watches him, sees Tex swing and miss. Rusty exclaims,
He's too clever for Tex. He ducked that left like a real boxer.
And suddenly he sees Smith pick up a rock and hit Tex with it. Rusty exclaims, last picture, top row.
Oh, golly, he's knocked Tex out with a rock. Smith, you stop that.
And he runs up to Smith, first picture, bottom row, saying angrily, What kind of a coward are you to hit a man with a rock? Smith snarls, Get back in those woods, kid, or I'll finish you off, too. At this moment, a voice rings out.
You ain't gonna finish off nothing, bud. Drop that rock. Now, just what's going on here?
Rusty sees it's the sheriff and the state police. The sheriff walks up saying,
I'm the sheriff, and I'm arresting you all for stealing the locomotive.
The state trooper leans over Tex and asks, And what's wrong with this man? Rusty exclaims,
Well, that other man knocked him out with a rock.
Tex rubs his head and slowly sits up, last picture. The state trooper says, Now, this guy's okay. He was just knocked out. Rusty looks around quickly and then exclaims,
Hey, there he goes. Golly, he's starting the engine.
Oh, my goodness. While they were all looking at Tex, that mean crook Smith slipped away.
Yes, and if they don't move fast, he's apt to get that train started and escape.
I wonder whether Rusty took those secret plans with him or whether they're on the train.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week.
My, I can hardly wait.
Oh, you've got lots of other funnies to read until you see me. Barney Google, Jungle Jim, the Lone Ranger, the Phantom.
And I'll read them all, too. And I'll see you, too, next week, Mr. Comic Weekly Man.
And I'll be looking for you. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice man with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm fine, and I know a riddle.
Well, quick, tell it to me.
Why did the moron throw his alarm clock out of the window?
Why did the moron... throw his alarm clock out the window? I give up. Why did the moron throw his alarm clock out of the window?
He wanted to see time fly.
Oh, that's very good.
Do you know any moronic riddles?
I think I do. Why did the moron take a bottle of catsup to bed?
That one I never heard. Why did he take the catsup? Oh, that sounds crazy. Why did he?
To catch up on his sleep.
Oh, that's silly. To catch up on his sleeve. Now will you read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Sloat the outlaw had slipped into the town of Buckskin to see Doc Wiley, another crook. Sloat happened to look out the doc's window and saw Hoppy riding into town. Wiley told Sloat to take his horse and buggy and slip out the back way. As soon as Sloat was out of sight, Doc Wiley double-crossed him and sent Hoppy after him. Hoppy caught up with Sloat, captured him, and started to question him at a spot outside of town. Suddenly, a shot rings out, and Sloat keels over dead before Hoppy's eyes. At this moment, Lucky, California, and the others of the posse ride up. Hoppy tells Lucky, first picture, second row, I nabbed him when his rig overturned. Then Hoppy draws his gun and walks toward a field of huge boulders, saying, he was starting to tell me who's behind the ghost raiders when somebody drilled him. The shot came from behind those rocks. The man behind the rocks who fired the shot is Doc Wiley, who sees Hoppy heading toward him. Wiley knows he's cornered. First picture, fourth row, the sheriff calls, come out with your hands high. Suddenly, a horse gallops out from behind the rocks, heading down the trail. California yells, hey, here goes the bushwhacker. Sheriff yells, quick, our horses. They all run for their horses, mount, and head down the trail after the man on horseback. As they disappear down the trail, Doc Wiley, without his hat and coat, stands up behind a rock, first picture, fifth row, and says, well, for a moment I thought they had me. But now to slip back into town, and no one will be the wiser. Last picture, fifth row, Hoppy draws closer and closer to the fleeing rider. First picture, bottom row, he draws up behind him and jerks him out of the saddle. Last picture, the rest rein in their horses. California sees Hoppy holding a dummy wearing a hat and coat. He exclaims, hey, what's that? Hoppy replies, our bushwhacker. Whoever killed Sloat decoyed us with a hat, a blanket roll, and a coat.
That Doc Wiley fooled Hoppy again, didn't he?
Yes, I'll have to admit that was a clever scheme, to tie a hat and coat around a blanket and then tie it to the saddle so it would look like a man was riding the horse and then chase the horse away.
Do you think they can get back there to the place where he was hiding and get him before he gets to town? After all, they have horses and Doc Wiley's on foot now.
Well, that's something we'll have to find out next week.
All right. Now can we read Prince Valiant? I'm sure he's on page 3.
Well, let's turn over the page and see.
Mm-hmm. See? I'm right. There he is.
You are. And remember last week that Val made young Arf believe that he could still do lots of wonderful things even though he's lost one of his legs?
That's right. And then Val went to join the rest of his friends in the city of Ravenna to get ready for the journey back to Thule. Let's read now and see if they begin the trip today.
Very well. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Breckett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Back in Ravenna, three friends, tried and true, make merry at a banquet, first picture, for the time of parting is at hand. Jarl Egil and Rufus Regan are to see that the caravan of churchmen, their servants and luggage, come safely over the long road to Thule. Prince Valiant must go by the perilous sea route. For to young Arf, who we see hard at work in the second picture, the land journey would be too painful, and Val will not let him go alone. So Val and his friends have a big banquet, at which they have a jolly, jolly time. Then Val goes to Rome and picks up Arf. A litter is made for him, which is suspended between two horses. And first picture next row, the trip to the coast begins, with Val and Arf and two servants. But Arf's leg still pains him, and the trip to the coast is one long agony. But finally it's reached, and here a sturdy ship is found. A ship bound for Sicily, where men of the north have settled in great numbers and carry on trade with their homelands. Once at sea, last picture, second row, Arf tries faithfully to master the art of walking again with a rude crutch that Val has made for him. He struggles manfully as Val helps him. First picture, bottom row, their ship passes Mount Etna, a volcano which sends hot lava shooting up into the air with huge billowing clouds of smoke. Mount Etna, breathing terribly, threatens them for a while, and then is left behind. Last picture, they come at last to Syracuse, where long ago the power of Athens was broken, and Rome took its place as mistress of the world. Here, in this busy harbor, they hope to find a ship sailing for Thule.
Oh, I think Arf is brave to take that long trip when he still doesn't feel completely well.
Yes, he is brave, but I'm sure he'll get along fine now with such a true friend as Val to help him.
Yes, I think so, too. It's wonderful to have a good friend like Val.
Yes, you bet it is.
And it's nice to have a good friend like you to read me the funnies every Sunday.
Well, it's nice to have a good friend like you to listen to me.
Next week we'll learn more about their trip home, won't we?
Oh, you bet we will. Well, now, how would you like to read Donald Duck?
Oh, I just love to read Donald Duck. You know that.
Very well, then let's go over the page, past the Lone Ranger, past Jungle Jim, and on page 6, in the middle, there's Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, chicka, chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Today, Donald and his three nephews are going on a mountain climbing expedition. Donald has a flag with the words painted on it.
Donald Duck's Man-Killer Mountain Expedition.
And Donald says to Louie,
We're going to plant this flag on the summit.
The summit is the very top of the mountain. Donald says,
If we make it, we'll be the first ever to set foot on the summit.
They tie a rope to each other so no one will slip and fall, and they begin the climb. Third picture, top row. As they sweat and toil, Donald says,
And this'll take all my skill and ingenuity.
Finally, they reach the top of the first peak. They see 30 feet away another peak, a little higher, so Donald takes careful aim and flips his rope, which settles around the top of the other peak. And Donald ties the rope around the peak he's standing on. And then, last picture, top row, Donald and his three nephews walk across the rope like tightrope walkers at a circus. And they reach the top of the second peak. Then they start climbing up another peak, which goes almost straight up. First picture, bottom row. Donald says as he groans,
Courage, boys. Remember, the honor that will be ours.
Nearer and nearer the top they get. Finally, Donald says,
It won't be long now, boys. I can see the top.
On and on they climb. Finally, Donald reaches up, finds a hold on the ledge with his fingertips, and says to his nephews,
This is it, boys. The summit.
And he pulls himself up, peeks over the edge, and sees something that makes his eyes pop together. Last picture, his nephews stick their heads over the edge, and they see a sign which reads, For the better view lots, see Hitch and Company, Real Estate Brokers. Yeah.
Oh, poor Donald. After all that trouble thinking he's going to be the first one to plant the flag at the top of the mountain, then he finds that someone else has been there before.
Yes.
But how did those other people get there?
Apparently, there must be a road that goes up the other side of the mountain, which Donald didn't see.
Oh, that Donald.
Well, now, what would you like?
Oh, I'd love Dagwood and Blondie, please.
I'd love 'em too, so let's pick up the first page of the second section. And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood starts getting ready for bed, saying to Blondie, I'm going to bed early tonight and get a good night's sleep. I need the rest. Meanwhile, at the Dither's house, Dagwood's boss is having a terrible time with his wife. She's chasing after him with a chair as he screeches, Oh, Cora, no, no! And she yells, You ornery walrus! He opens the door and dashes out into the night, yelling, Oh, Cora, no, no! A little later, last picture top row, Dagwood, who is settled down in bed, hears his doorbell ringing. He sits up exclaiming, Great Scott, who can that be ringing our doorbell at this hour of the night? When he opens the door, first picture next row, Mr. Dithers grabs his hand and tells Dagwood a sad tale. Oh, Cora and I quarreled. She locked me out of our house. And a tear trickles from Dagwood's eye, the right eye. And Dagwood says, Come in. I'll make you some coffee. Half hour later, Mr. Dithers is drinking a cup of black coffee, and the tears are trickling from his eyes. And he sobs,
Oh, thank you, dear boy, for your kindness. I'll sleep in the park with the other broken, unwanted, old men.
And the tears roll down Dagwood's cheeks, and he sobs, Oh, no, Mr. Dithers, please don't go. I insist you stay here and sleep on our sofa. And he beds Dithers down on the sofa and spreads a blanket over him. Last picture of the row, Mr. Dithers kisses Dagwood's hand and says,
Dagwood, dear boy, I'll never forget this. I'll be grateful for the rest of my life.
Suddenly, the doorbell rings. And then the door bursts open, and Mr. Dithers' wife dashes in, screeching, So, this is where you are. I've been frantic with worry about you. Mr. Dithers drops to his knees in fear, second picture, third row, and points at Dagwood, saying,
Oh, it's all Dagwood's fault, dear. He insisted I spend the night here.
Whereupon Mrs. Dithers leaps for Dagwood, who tries to get away. Around the room they go. Mrs. Withers yells at Dagwood, Oh, so it's your fault. So, it's you who's trying to break up our happy home. Finally, she brings him to the floor with a flying tackle. And first picture bottom row, Mrs. Dithers snarls, You home wrecker! And Mr. Dithers says,
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Dagwood Bumpstead.
And Mrs. Dithers goes to Mr. Dithers saying, Come, dear, we'll go back to our dear little home. And Mr. Dithers puts his arm around her and walks out the door cooing,
Our little love nest.
And Dagwood, who is lying on the floor, opens one black eye and then the other, and dizzily staggers upstairs. Blondie takes one look at his black eye and says, I thought you were the person who said he wanted a good night's sleep.
Oh, poor Dagwood. I think that's wrong. After he cried because he was so unhappy because Mr. Dithers was unhappy, then Mr. Dithers lets this happen to Dagwood.
I feel the same way, that big coward, blaming Dagwood for his troubles.
You know what? Dagwood should quit his job and never work for him again. Then Mr. Dithers would be sorry.
Yes, I'll bet he would. Well, now...
Oh, look, here's Roy Rogers at the bottom of the page. Read that, please, will you?
I'll read that in just a moment, but first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy caught up with the bandit who had stolen Trigger Jr. and found him trying to hold up a train. The bandit seemed to be quite inexperienced and turned out to be a timid fellow who couldn't even get his gun out of his holster. Trigger Jr. bucked the bandit off, and the train engineers get their hands on him just as Roy rode up. Roy asks him what the big idea was of stealing Trigger Jr. The bandit makes a break and runs for the horses again. Roy tackles him and brings him to the ground just as a shot rings out. A tough-looking man gallops up, holding a rifle on all of them. He snarls at Roy.
Take your mitts off the masked man, cowboy. Dick Dolan is dealing in here to help out a fellow road agent. I'll find out later what he's doing in my territory.
As Roy drops the clumsy bandit and holds his hands up, the man with the gun tells the engineers, last picture, top row.
All right, climb into your iron horse, boys. Highball out of here. You, Jesse James, get on your cayuse. And don't try nothing, cowboy.
The timid masked bandit runs for Trigger Jr. again, saying, "Hey, thanks for liberating me, Mr. Dolan. We road agents must stick together." Roy makes a jump at him, first picture, bottom row, saying, "You're not stealing Trigger Jr. again. He's Trigger's son, and he belongs to me." The man on horseback yells,
I told you to stay out of this, cowboy. Maybe this'll teach you that Dick Dolan means what he says.
He knocks Roy out with a rifle butt. At this moment, the engineer who has climbed into the cab of the locomotive reaches for a lever and gives it a quick jerk. Hot steam shoots out at the horse on the outlaw with a gun. The horse prances about as the engineer, last picture, yells to Roy, who's lying on the ground, "Roy, watch out! You'll be trampled!"
Oh, my goodness, look. Roy is lying on the ground unconscious right underneath the hooves of the horse that's prancing about there.
Yeah, and look, that crazy, clumsy bandit is running for Trigger Jr. again. He wants to get away from both Roy and Dick Dolan.
I wonder why he's afraid of Dolan.
Well, next week we'll find that out and see whether Roy comes to in time to prevent Trigger Jr. from being stolen again. Now let's turn over the page.
All right. Look, there's Flash Gordon on page 2. You remember? Flash is on the moon, and he was captured by the moon man named Rock.
Yes, a mad scientist from Earth who had succeeded in overthrowing the good leaders of the Beetlemen, and now was ruler on the moon.
And just as the good Beetleman was helping Flash Gordon get loose from the ropes he was tied up with, Rock came out again and aimed his gun at Flash and said he was going to kill him. Quick, read and we'll see what happens next.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, saskamatage. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash has barely finished melting the spun glass ropes that bound Dale and Professor Bright when Rock appears on the scene and snarls,
Drop that torch or I'll fire!
While Rock's attention is centered on Flash, Cor, the Beetleman, steals up behind him. But Rock senses danger and whirls around, blasting wildly with his ray gun. Flash, last picture top row, takes advantage of Rock's momentary distraction to charge at him with a blazing torch. The flame touches off the charge on the Moon Tyrant's ray gun, and the weapon backfires. And Rock vanishes in a white-hot blast of light. First picture bottom row, the noise of the struggle in the cavern attracts a swarm of Beetlemen. Speaking by telepathy through the friendly King Cor, Flash addresses them. The tyrant Rock is gone. You moon men are free. Cor will lead you again to live in peace with the earth. The moon men accept Flash as their friend and assign a crew of mechanics to repair his space rocket. Flash makes a friendly gesture in return, inviting the moon men to send one of their number as a visitor to the earth. To seal the friendship pact, Cor offers a token gift, saying,
The Earthman Rock collected these shiny medium crystals. Perhaps you would like them.
Flash and Dale stare in amazement because the shiny crystals are huge diamonds.
Oh, look, he has a whole basket full of those diamonds, and they're each as big as a ball.
Yes, if Flash takes those back to Earth, he'll be a millionaire.
My, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
I'm so happy that he's a friend of the Beetleman. And now the people on the moon and the people on the earth will be friends, and they won't have any more trouble.
Well, let's hope that's the way things will work out. Now?
Well, now it's time for Dick's Adventures, isn't it?
It is. So let's go over to the last page and Dick's Adventures.
Do you remember Dick is at West Point, which is a fort that's commanded by General Benedict Arnold?
Yes, and Dick is suspicious that Benedict Arnold is up to no good. The general has him secretly guide an English officer, a Major Andre, through the American lines.
Yes, and I think that this Major Andre is a spy. And if General Benedict Arnold has any dealings with him, I think he's back.
Well, let's find out more about it right now. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, a-zack, a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Under pretense of negotiating for the exchange of Revolutionary War prisoners, General Benedict Arnold, Commandant of West Point, meets secretly at night with British Major Andre. But dawn comes, and Andre can't get back to his lines. Dick receives orders to hide the enemy officer in a neighboring farmhouse. As they approach the farmhouse, a dog announces they're coming. The farmer opens his door, and on being shown the note from Benedict Arnold, the farmer, last picture top row, reluctantly agrees to give Andre shelter until nightfall. Upon being shown to a room, Dick and Major Andre prepare to relax until night. First picture next row. Dick sees Major Andre peer nervously through the curtained window, and deeply suspicious of treason, Dick ponders on how to get a look at the paper which he knows is hidden in Andre's boots. Noticing that Major Andre is overly vain of his appearance, Dick says, as he sees him take off his boots,
They could stand a good polishing, sir.
Andre hands his boots to Dick, who polishes them. But the British officer supervises watchfully. Finally, Andre lies down to take a nap, his boots beside the bed. Sometimes light fingers can outwit sharp eyes. While Andre rests, Dick, last picture second row, steals a glimpse of the map of West Point with all the gun batteries clearly marked for enemy eyes. But spies don't necessarily have to be sleeping when their eyes seem shut, as Dick discovers too late. As Dick is reading the note, first picture bottom row, suddenly...
Oh!
From behind him, a blow on the head knocks him out. It's Andre, who has seen Dick reading the secret plans. Retrieving the treasonable plans, Andre quickly dresses, slips from the house, steals a horse from the barn, and speeds under cover of darkness to the British lines, only a few miles down the Hudson. Last picture, in an upper room of the farmhouse, a dazed Yankee sergeant struggles furiously to get himself free. It is Dick who comes to, finding himself gagged and bound and lying in the room of the farmhouse. And Major Andre and the papers gone.
Oh, Dick shouldn't have tried to see what was in those papers just then. He should have waited until a safer time.
Yes, I think you're right.
Maybe the farmer, though, maybe he'll hear Dick kicking on the floor or something, and then he'll come in and help him get loose, and then they can send somebody to catch that Major Andre.
We'll find out next week, because now it's important that Major Andre gets caught. You see, if the English get those plans of the fort, they'll know exactly how to capture it and take it away from the Americans.
Oh, I can't wait to see if they do stop him.
Well, now what?
Oh, let's see. Let's read Rusty Riley. Here he is at the bottom of the page. You remember last week that me and Smith had knocked Tex out with a rock when they got in a fight, and then he ran towards the locomotive, and he was going to try to escape on it.
Yes, and by the time the sheriff and the state policeman looked up, he was starting the locomotive.
Please read now and see if they catch him.
Very well. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. As Tex hears the locomotive starting up, he exclaims,
Hey, don't let that man get away, Sheriff. He's an enemy agent. He's wanted by the FBI.
One of the posse exclaims,
Yeah, and if he gets that engine on the downgrade, we'll never catch him.
The sheriff says, Come on, men. The state trooper exclaims, last picture top row, Great guns. He's on the downgrade with the throttle wide open. The sheriff says,
Well, he won't go far.
Well, what do you mean he won't go far, Sheriff?
Well, there's a hairpin turn near the bottom of the grade. That there engine won't hold the rails over 15 miles an hour.
They watch the locomotive as it nears the bottom of the hill. Faster and faster it goes as it nears the curve. Then, as it hits the curve, its wheels leave the track, and over it goes. The trooper exclaims as they run toward the track. You were right, Sheriff. We left the rails all right. And there's that fellow. He must have jumped. The sheriff, seeing Smith lying still beside the track, says,
And he'll be mighty lucky if he ain't dead.
A moment moment later, Rusty and Tex are watching as the sheriff and the trooper examine Smith, who's unconscious. The sheriff says,
Yeah, he's in bad shape, but he'll live. I think he's got a broken leg.
The trooper replies, There's a shack with a phone down the track a bit. I'll get a doctor. Tex says,
If you don't mind, I'd like to make an important call, too.
Last picture, a little later, at Milestone Farm, Mr. Miles hangs up the phone and says to his daughter, Patty,
Well, that was Tex, Patty. He and Rusty are safe. I'll tell you all about it in a minute, but first I've got to call the FBI.
Oh, goody. At last Mr. Miles knows that Tex and Rusty are all right. It's been a long time since Tex and Rusty have talked to him.
Yes, you bet it has.
Isn't that wonderful, though? Tex and Rusty are safe from any more trouble with that mean man Smith, and now Rusty has his secret plans, and you know what? I'll bet you he'll be a hero when he hands them over to the FBI, won't he?
I think he will. But we'll find that out next week.
All right. I'll surely be here, Mr. Comic Weekly Man.
So will I. And now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice man with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. I'm extra fine.
And why are you extra fine today?
Because my school is over and I've got the whole summer for vacation.
Well, isn't that nice? Your school's over, and all of the other schools will be over pretty quickly, too. Of that, I'm sure. And then everybody will have a vacation for the whole summer.
Isn't that wonderful?
Well, it will be wonderful if I can be sure of one thing.
What's that?
That you won't be so busy taking a vacation that you'll forget about me.
Oh, I won't forget you, because I want you to read me the funnies every Sunday in summer, too.
That's fine, and I'll be here every Sunday all through the summer.
Goody. Now, will you please read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has not yet discovered that Doc Wiley was the man who shot Sloat just as Hoppy was questioning him. Meanwhile, Hoppy has learned that his friend Buck Peters has left the Bar 20 ranch carrying a lot of money. As Hoppy, California, and Lucky ride along, California says,
We're heading toward El Paso. Ain't exactly my idea how to find Sloat's killer, Hoppy.
Hoppy replies,
No, but it's one way of intercepting Buck Peters before he rides into trouble. California says, first picture next row.
Wonder whatever possessed him to leave the bar 20 and a cattle buying trip in the face of all these ghost ways.
Hoppy replies, well, Buck's too stubborn to believe in ghosts, California. But a man carrying $3,000 through this country is flirting with danger. As they come to a waterhole, they see fresh signs of a man on a horse having been there lately. They think that it might have been Buck. So first picture next row, they see a glimmer of campfire through the trees. They leave their horses behind some rocks and start to move forward quietly toward the grove of trees. First picture, fourth row, they slip up on the campfire, guns in hand, and see a man sleeping there. California exclaims, last picture of the row.
Well, calf kick me. It's just Buck. I'm sleeping like he's a babe.
Hoppy looks at Buck closely, first picture next row. As he kneels next to him, he exclaims, this is more than sleep. I think Buck's been drugged. Lucky, who finds Buck's horse lying on the ground, exclaims, yeah, and so's his horse. Who could have done this? Hoppy says, last picture of the row, are ghost raiders. They figured out a way to dope their victims, rob them, then vanish without a trace before the drug wears off. No wonder they're never seen. California looks in the saddlebag and says,
hey, Buck's money pouch is still here. We must have got here ahead of the buzzards.
At that moment, last picture, 3 riders are nearing the spot. They see Hoppy's horses and rein in. One of them exclaims,
horses, somebody find camp. This is trap, maybe?
The other dismounts, saying,
whatever it is, we won't get caught in it. Start creeping up.
Oh, I hope that Hoppy and his pals don't get caught by surprise by these men.
So do I, because I'm sure that these are the ghost raiders who are coming to get Buck Peters' money while he's sleeping.
Oh, my. If only Hoppy can catch them now and make them tell who's the leader, then Hoppy can catch for the whole gang.
Well, let's hope that's the way it turns out next week. Now, shall we read Prince Val?
Oh, yes, please. And I'm sure we'll find him on page 3.
Well, let's turn over the page. And you're right. There he is on page 3.
You remember last week Prince Val was taking the boy Arf back home, you remember?
Yes, and while on board the ship, he was teaching young Arf how to walk with a crutch because Arf has lost one of his legs. But Arf is getting along splendidly now.
But they only finished part of their journey, so can we read now and see how they get along on the rest of the way?
We certainly can, so here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Mulkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant lands in Syracuse on the Isle of Sicily and goes in search of a ship to take them far to the north. Young Arf is allowed no time to brood over his misfortunes, but must complete 3 copies of his report to King Agua, each to be carried by a different messenger. Such are the dangers of travel at the beginning of the Dark Ages. To Egil and Rufus falls the task of guiding the missionaries across half the known world. Leaving Ravenna, last picture top row, they take the road to Rome. Churchmen, clerks, and servants go armed as warriors. They will teach of peace and mercy when they reach Thule. But first, they must survive the long journey. And this will not be easy, because it is late in the year and winter is upon them. Snow mantles the mountains and cold rains sweep the valleys. A swollen river bars the way, big picture in the middle of the page. And they must camp until the flood subsides. Rufus is impatient. He says,
let's ride upstream, Egil. Perhaps there's a crossing higher up.
So the two of them gallop away from the rest of the band and follow a path that leads upward to Mount Titan. First picture, bottom row, they've climbed so high they have left the clouds and the rain behind them, and they see freshly tilled soil, young fruit trees, and a vineyard. As they begin to move on to explore further, a deep voice brings them to a halt.
Up there!
A huge stone cutter, hammer in hand, bars the way. At last picture, he stands before them, saying,
I am Marius, the Dalmatian. No one may enter my sanctuary, save the persecuted seeking freedom, justice, and peace.
Well, he should certainly be glad to see Rufus and Egil because they're peaceful men.
I should think he would.
You know, I'm always surprised to see the rain or the sun in one part of the mountains, and then when you get up a little higher, everything changes. There's sunshine and all those nice clean fields.
Yes, that's the way it is sometimes in the mountains.
That's why I like to travel, so I can see these things and learn about them.
Oh, you will sometime.
And next week, we'll find out whether this man helps Rufus and Adel, won't we?
Oh, you bet we will. And we'll also find out more about Val and Arf, who have gone their separate ways. And now...
And now, would you please read me my favorite...
Donald Duck, you mean?
Yes.
Very well, let's go over the page then, past Jungle Jim. And there in the middle of page 5 is Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squilly chicka chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald has bought a television aerial. When he learns that it'll cost $10 to have it put up, he decides to do the work himself with the help of his 3 nephews. He gets home, third picture, top row, and finds a note on the door which reads,
Uncle Donald, have gone to the ball game. See you at supper. Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Donald exclaims,
Glad. Just when I need them.
and he goes in the house and walks over to the television set saying,
By golly, I'll put it up alone. At least see the last couple of innings.
So he turns on the television set, last picture, top row, saying,
Now first, turn on the sound loud and leave the front door open so I can hear when it starts to work.
and Donald takes his aerial and climbs up to the roof. And by the time we get to the first picture, bottom row, he has almost finished putting it up. He makes one final little adjustment. And he hears the baseball game coming through the window. Donald exclaims,
Ah, there she goes, walking like a charm.
but he doesn't see a burglar walking into the house. A moment later, the baseball game suddenly goes off the air. Donald exclaims,
That's funny. It stopped.
He fiddles with the aerial a little more. But he can't get it working again. So
All right.
he climbs down to look at the television set itself. He walks into the living room next to the last picture and finds the television set gone and a note written on the wall which says,
Thanks, Bud.
and Donald's hat pops off. Last picture, his nephews come home. Louie looks around the living room and says to Donald,
Gee, where's the television, Uncle Donald?
and Donald, who was reading the paper, snarls,
I gave it away. Now pipe down.
Oh, poor Donald. He's so ashamed that he left the door open and somebody stole the television set right under his nose that he tells Louie he just gave it away.
Yeah.
Doesn't he look funny? Look how mad he looks.
This time he's mad at himself for being so foolish.
Oh, Donald. I just love him. He's so funny.
Yes. Well, now, how would you like to see what's happening to Flash Gordon?
Oh, I'm very anxious to know what's going to happen to Flash. Because you remember last week he'd been on the moon and he was victorious over the bad men.
Oh, yes, he's a hero to all of the Beetlemen now.
And he was getting ready to go back to the Earth. So please read it so we can see if he gets back to the
All right, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. After sealing his peace pact with the inhabitants of the moon, Flash heads his spaceship toward Earth, taking Yal, one of the moon men, as a passenger. As the rocket roars away, Yal suddenly goes berserk at the thought that he may never again see his native planet. He grabs one of Dale's diamonds and attempts to use it as a missile, but he is quickly subdued. All right, now quiet down. By the time the giant spaceship nears the Earth, Yal has quieted down and even seems to be looking forward with eagerness to the adventures that wait him on this strange new world. Last picture, top row, the Earth is in sight, and in a matter of minutes, Flash will be speeding to a landing and be home again. Flash brings the ship to a smooth landing to the cheers of a huge crowd. Moon Expedition's return caused a worldwide sensation. Reporters, broadcasters, TV and newsreel cameramen crowd to see the first man on the moon. And Flash, Dale, Professor Bright, and Yal, the Beetlemen, are taken in a special car for a grand tour of the city and a royal welcome. Later, after Flash has given his report of what he has discovered on the moon, last picture, at a special meeting, top officials and scientists urged a new project on Flash and Dale, a space platform circling the Earth 1,000 miles out. Flash thinks and then agrees. Yes, it can be done, and we'll be glad to help build it. And it looks as though Flash has a new and exciting project ahead of him.
Oh, he's home again, and the people treat him like a hero.
Yes, and he deserves to be treated like a hero after the good work he's done.
Yes, but that beetle man looks kind of scared, doesn't he, at all the noise?
I don't blame him, but I'm sure he'll find out that it's a friendly noise and not a dangerous one.
Yes, and now Flash is going to have a new adventure next week.
Well, that's something you'll have to wait until next week to find out about, but I think I can promise you that it'll be mighty interesting.
I know, and I'll be here.
Good. Now, how would you like to read Dagwood and Blondie?
Oh, I'd just love to.
Well, you get out the first page of the second section and be all ready to read. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Down at the office, Mr. Dithers walks into Dagwood's office and barks,
Dagwood, where's the Brown Brothers contract?
Dagwood, looking very nervous, says timidly,
I lost it, Mr. Dithers.
Dithers roars.
Lost it. Bumstead, we all fired.
Dagwood stamps his foot and says,
Then I resign.
Mr. Dithers stamps out of the office. Last picture, top row. Dagwood looks after him, then begins to clean out his desk. Tears begin to flow from Dagwood's eyes as he works, and he sniffs.
After 20 years, I'm leaving the Dithers Company. I'll clean out my desk and say goodbye to the force.
First picture, next row. Dagwood says a fearful farewell to his friends at the office. He cries. And they cry. And one of the men says,
We hate to see you go, Dagwood.
Dagwood shakes the hand of another, saying,
I enjoyed working with you folks all these years.
A little later at the Bumstead house, there's a rap on the door. Blondie opens it, and there's Dagwood, who tearfully tells her,
I'm through working for the Dithers Company.
Blondie tells him, last picture, second row, that if he's not going to work at the office, she has plenty for him to do around there. And a moment later, Dagwood, his sleeves rolled up, and a mop and a scrub brush in hand, is taking orders from Blondie. And he doesn't like it. First picture, next row, at the office, Dithers tells the office boy,
Tell Bumstead to come into my office.
The office boy answers,
But, Mr. Dithers, don't you remember? You fired him, and then he resigned.
And by the time you can get to the next picture, Dithers is at Dagwood's house. He says to Blondie,
Hey, Blondie, I must see Dagwood at once.
Blondie tells him if he's going to hang around there, he'll have to work too. So off goes Mr. Dithers' coat. Down he goes on his knees, and he's put to work helping Dagwood scrub the floor. A few minutes later, Blondie looks in on them and sees the two with their arms around each other, crying, and Dithers is saying,
Oh, Dagwood, forgive me, dear boy. I was hasty. I didn't mean to fire you.
I'm sorry, too, Mr. Dithers. I didn't mean to resign.
And first picture, bottom row, Blondie sweeps him out of the house. Middle picture, bottom row, Dithers and Dagwood are back at the office, and Dithers is saying to Dagwood,
I'll help you put your things back on your desk. and then we'll get back to work, Dagwood.
Dagwood replies, "Gee, it's good to be back." And then, when everything is in the desk again, Mr. Dithers sits down and says, last picture,
Now, where were we before this thing happened? Oh, yes. Where is the Brown Brothers contract?
My goodness, that's the way all the trouble started.
My goodness, you're right.
Well, I hope they don't get into another fight or Dagwood just have to resign again.
And then Dithers will fire Dagwood again, and then Dagwood will cry again. And...
Oh, this could go on forever.
Well, that's the nice thing about funny papers. They do go on forever.
That's why I can see you every Sunday, and I just love that.
Me too.
Oh, now can we read Roy Rogers? Here he is, right underneath Dagwood and Blondie.
Why, we certainly can.
Do you remember? Roy is in danger. He caught up with that very stupid bandit who'd stolen Trigger Jr. just as the bandit was robbing a train.
And then a real bandit galloped up and knocked Roy down just as he was about to take the handkerchief off the stupid bandit's nose.
And then the engineer pulled the lever and made hot steam come out of the train and scared the bandit's horse, and it started to jump around right over where Roy was lying on the ground. So quick, read. I want to see whether Roy gets hurt or not.
Very well. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Deck Dolan's horse bucks madly as the hot steam flows out of the engine. The steam is too much for Dolan. He snarls, "Come on, let's get out of here, horse." He gallops away. Clumsy bandit who called himself Killer Monty jumps on Trigger Jr. and starts to gallop off, too. But when Trigger sees Trigger Jr. galloping off, he gallops up in front and stops him. Trigger Jr. stops quickly, throwing the clumsy bandit off. Deck Dolan sees this. Last picture, top row. Gallops toward him, saying, "Drat that masked tenderfoot who calls himself Killer Monty. He can't handle a horse any better than a six-shooter." First picture, bottom row, Dolan picks up Monty, saying, "I don't know why I bother with you, Monty, except I want to know how come you're operating in my territory." And away he gallops. Roy, who sees this, leaps in the saddle and goes after them, saying, "I aim to have a showdown with that masked gent who stole Trigger Jr. And I got a score to settle with that Deck Dolan hombre, too." Deck Dolan, still carrying the clumsy bandit, gallops up a pass between some high rocks above the trail. He quickly reins in, leaps out of the saddle, runs to a spot between the rocks, saying, "We can't outdistance Rogers riding double, so we'll ambush him here." When the clumsy bandit sees that Dolan is going to shoot Roy, who's riding that way, he says, "Can't we handle this some other way, Dolan?" Dolan pays no attention. He draws a bead on Roy, who gallops closer and closer. Last picture, Dolan snarls,
"Yeah, this is made of water. I'll blast Rogers between the eyes. All right, keep clear now."
The timid bandit trembles and thinks, "I can't let him shoot Roy. I've got to do something, but I'm afraid."
Oh, I just can't wait until next week to see if Monty becomes brave enough to save Roy's life.
Neither can I.
Oh, now is the time for Dick's adventures?
It most certainly is. And let's turn over the page. And there he is on page 3.
You remember Dick was taking Major Andre, that English spy, to a farmhouse.
Yes, at the orders of General Benedict Arnold, who's the commander at West Point.
But Major Andre saw Dick reading the papers that Dick had gotten out of the Major's boots.
So the Major knocked Dick out and escaped. When Dick came to, he found himself tied hand and foot.
I'm anxious to know whether Dick escapes in time to catch Major Andre.
Well, let's find that out right now. So here we go with Dick's adventures, and say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack, gazzack, gazzick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick struggles wildly to get himself free. He finds a horse in the farmer's barn and takes up the chase, knowing that Andre is carrying plans of the fortifications of West Point hidden in his boots. Last picture, top row, he overtakes Andre near White Plain. Dick shouts, "This time you're not escaping!" and charges down on him with deadly force. He pulls Major Andre off his horse, and they fight first picture, second row. Andre's no match for the wiry and furiously angry young colonial sergeant. He makes a last frantic bid for freedom, offering a 1,000-pound bribe, and next picture gets a straight-from-the-shoulder answer. As 3 Yankee volunteers come running up, curious to know what the fight's about. Last picture of the road, Dick tells them what's happened.
Andre's quickly searched, and the shocking evidence of Andre's activities as a royal spy is found. Dick sees him put under arrest, with death on the gallows awaiting him. First picture, bottom row, Dick races back to West Point to confront Benedict Arnold, only to find he has come too late. The traitor has fled aboard a British ship moored in the Hudson, which Dick sees sailing away. All through the colonies, there was gloom at this infamy. But the saddest of all is General Washington when he finds out his friend was a traitor to his country. He says to Dick, "Whom can we trust now when the soldier I loved as a brother betrays us?" And then, as Dick looks up on his sad general's face, the face begins to blur. Then it disappears entirely. And last picture, Dick wakes from his dream of one of the darkest days in America's history. As he sits up in bed, he thinks, but for every Benedict Arnold, there's a Nathan Hale, a Patrick Henry, a Molly Pitcher, and thousands more.
Oh, wasn't that wonderful? Dick captured a spy, and he's become a hero because those plans that Major Andre was carrying could have shown the British how to capture West Point, which was a very important fort.
That's right.
Dick was a hero. I wonder if he'll have another exciting dream next week.
I'm sure he will.
I hope so. Oh, look, here's Rusty Riley right underneath Dick's adventures. You remember last week that the man named Smith who tried to get away on the locomotive made it go too fast and it tipped over, and he was knocked subconscious, and the sheriff caught him.
That's right. So it looks like Tex and Rusty are responsible for the capture of a crook.
Let's see how it turns out.
Very well. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. The doctor has arrived and is examining Smith. The sheriff asks,
What'd you say, Doc? Is he hurt bad?
The doctor replies,
Well, I can't tell the full extent of his injury, Sheriff. We got to figure some way to get him out of here.
The state trooper says, Well, that's easy, Doc. There's a little gasoline track crew car down by the telephone shack. Come on, Bill, let's go get it. At this moment, Tex speaks up.
Oh, Sheriff, I realize the boy and I are still under arrest for taking that engine, but we got a very valuable racehorse tied up in the woods. How about letting Rusty go get him?
The sheriff answers,
Racehorse, eh? Well, I want to be reasonable. Now, you stay here, and I'll send Ling Cox, the game warden, along with the kid.
So Rusty and the game warden go to get Big Blaze. Rusty leads the man to where Blaze is tied up. Last picture, top row. The warden says,
Hey, by Ginger, that's a fine-looking horse. Sure you didn't steal him?
Rusty replies, Steal him? Why, golly, this is Big Blaze at Milestone Farm. Tex and I work there. As they walk back toward the others, first picture, bottom row, Rusty says, Hey, we'll have to lead him along the edge of the track. He might turn an ankle on those ties. Hey, listen, a plane.
Yeah, there it is. By Ginger, he must be in trouble.
That's a government plane, and he doesn't sound like he's in trouble. I think he's going to land somewhere.
Well, there's only one place he can land. That's an emergency strip north of the creek. Yep, he's making for it, all right.
They watch as the plane settles to earth like a gigantic bird and lands. Rusty'd be surprised if he knew who was getting out of the plane, because it's Mr. Miles and an FBI agent. The agent says, Well, now we got to find somebody who knows where these people are. The pilot of the plane replies, Well, I spotted a group near an overturned locomotive when I was circling the land. Oh, here comes a state cop. A few minutes later, at the doctor's office, the state trooper brings Mr. Miles and the FBI agent into the sheriff. The trooper says, last picture, Sheriff, this is Mr. Tetley of the FBI and Mr. Miles of Milestone Farm. Mr. Miles is the owner of that horse. The sheriff answers,
Oh, then the kid and the big fellow were telling the truth. I'll send for him. The doc's examining the other one in the next room.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? Mr. Miles got there just in time to testify lie. The Tex and Rusty were telling the truth.
They did indeed, so it looks like the FBI agent will find out that Tex and Rusty were heroes and that they stopped that man Smith from selling secret plans to the enemy.
Isn't that wonderful?
It surely is. Now, that's all the time I have, but before I go, here's that nice man with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all of you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello.
Hello in the window.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm kind of warm today.
Why?
Oh, I guess it's just one of those July days.
Good for the corn, but not for you, huh?
Yes. You have a riddle today?
I certainly do. Now listen, I can carry a man, but I cannot walk. I have a tongue, yet I cannot talk. Though I have eyes, I cannot see. I wonder what my name can be.
Oh, I don't know. And it's too warm to think. Just tell me the answer quick.
Very well. I'm a pair of shoes.
Huh? Oh, that's very good. Shoes can't walk by themselves, and they have a tongue, and they have eyes.
Yes.
Now, would you please read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on top of the first page is Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy and Doc Swayze escaped from being burned alive when the Ghost Raiders tried to kill them by setting Nestor's shack on fire. The sheriff, California, and Lucky join Hoppy in order to capture the Ghost Raiders. Hoppy has worked out a plan which he has put in operation today. A merciless sun beats down upon a 2-man wagon party, slowly crawling across the shimmering desert floor. It's Lucky in California. Lucky says, first picture, second row, well, if Hoppy's right, it was the Ghost Raiders that tried to kill him and Doc Swayze in Nestor's shack. California replies,
Well, 5,000 we're toting to El Paso. Ought to be enough bait to lure 'em out in the open.
They approach the waterhole where the robberies had occurred before. California says,
There's the waterhole. Now, don't forget your instructions.
Lucky replies, Don't worry, I'm just thirsty, not crazy. They pull up beside the waterhole, big picture, third row. They rein in. Eagerly, Lucky and California dismount and drop beside the waterhole. But they only pretend to drink. Then they continue on their way. First picture, fourth row. A dozen miles beyond the water hole, they make camp. And then they bed down under blankets and pretend to fall asleep. In the silence of the night, they wait, tensed and ready. Suddenly, off in the shadows, there's a slight movement. It's two men who slip quietly toward them. It's Brand and Concho, the outlaws. First picture, next row, Brand whispers,
Sleeping like babes. That drunk water sure did its work.
and Concho exclaims,
And now we do ours. Hey, look, Brand. The 5,000 they brag about in town.
And then the unexpected happens. A tarpaulin is jerked off the wagon.
All right, men, get him.
And out of it, the sheriff's posse jumps. Concho exclaims, It's a trap! And they run for their horses.
After them. Now they go over that little ledge there. Hurry up, get him.
First picture, bottom row, Lucky and California leap to their feet and fire at him. And last picture, Lucky says, the plan's working. They're doubling back toward Buckskin. Take after him. California and I will shortcut into town to sound the alarm.
Oh, wasn't that a wonderful trick to hide the sheriff's men in the wagon? It surprised even me.
Me, too. And now, if Lucky gets back to the town of Buckskin in time, they can head off the outlaws, and then they can capture them.
Do you think that'll happen next week?
The only way to find out is to be here.
Oh, I will.
Good. Now it's time for Prince Valiant.
And he's on page 3, I know.
So over the page we go, and here he is on page 3.
You remember, poor Arf has been very unhappy because he lost one of his legs, and so Val has been trying to cheer him up.
Yes, and when they stopped at a strange port, Val tried another plan which he had in mind, and just as he was wondering how it would work out...
A beautiful girl came on board the ship, and Val has decided to introduce the beautiful girl to Arf.
Yes, he hopes that Arf will fall in love with the girl and forget his troubles.
And I hope she will fall in love with him.
So do I. Now let's find out how it works out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brechet, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. So despondent is Arf over his shattered dream that Prince Valiant has to tell him that he never would have become a great warrior. Then 2 passengers board the ship. Val makes haste to introduce himself, for here is someone who could easily make a young man forget his troubles. Val tells the young lady, last picture, top row, We have a long journey ahead of us across wintry seas. Perhaps my young squire can help you while away the lonely hours. Big picture, middle of the page. Val leads the young lady, whose name is Adele, to Arf's cabin. And Arf is presented to fair Adele. And immediately he becomes tongue-tied. He remembers that his hair is uncombed, his tunic rumpled. Val has commanded that he entertain the girl, so in the course of duty, he reads to her the account of their travels from Thule to Rome. Adele thinks it's splendid. She asks Arf who wrote it. Arf answers modestly,
Oh, it's just something I dashed off for the King of Thule.
Once again, the ship has gone to sea. And Val's plan seems to be working. In the days he aspired to be a great warrior, Arf had disdained music. But now, still in the course of duty, he finds it a pleasant way to entertain. First picture, bottom row, he serenades the fair Adele, who listens, a soft, dreamy look in her eyes, as their ship sails under the starry skies toward home. A smile comes once again to Val's face before he goes to sleep at night, for he has found the way to make his young squire happy and forget his unfortunate accident. And Val plays the lute as Arf, his evening spent composing ballads for his beautiful young lady, works on. We see him dreamily at work, last picture, writing sonnets for the amusement of one small girl.
Oh, goody, 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 it's working. Adele is in love with Arf, and Arf is in love with her, and he's happy again.
Yes, he is. He looks as happy as any young man could be.
Oh, isn't it wonderful?
Oh, it's just wonderful.
Oh, I love people who are in love.
Yeah, so do I. Would you like to read another comic?
Oh, yes, please, please.
Very well, then. How about Donald Duck?
Oh, I just love Donald Duck.
All right, turn over the page and go past Snuffy Smith. Go over to the next page. There's Jungle Jim. Turn over that page. And there is Donald Duck at the top of page 6. Say the magic words with me, please. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy chicka chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald and his nephew Huey are going out golfing. Donald, who is going to play 9 holes of golf, says,
I lost 6 balls the last time I played. If we don't lose any this time, I'll treat you to a movie.
Huey replies,
Boy, oh boy! I'll keep my eye on the ball.
Donald takes a swing at the ball. And away the ball sails, away, away, away. And then, out of sight. Huey exclaims, second picture.
It's in the rough, but I got it spotted.
So, they walk out on the rough, which is in the woods and the bushes, off the short grass of the fairway of the golf course. And Donald finds the ball, and Huey says,
Try to get back on the fairway, Uncle Donald. This was a little hard to find.
So Donald gives the ball a wallop. And away it goes and lands on the fairway. And they trudge after the ball again. Donald settles down and plays a good game until finally, fourth picture, first row, Huey says,
Only 3 more holes, Uncle Donald, and we haven't lost the ball yet.
Last picture, top row, Donald wallops the ball again. And they watch it as it sails away and disappears in the rough again. And they trudge after it once more. Finally, second picture, bottom row, Huey tells Donald as he hands him the club,
The last hole, Uncle Donald, and if you don't lose the ball this time, we've won.
Donald replies,
I won't lose it. I'll put it right on the green.
Donald takes a whack at it. And Huey exclaims, third picture, bottom row,
You've done it, Uncle Donald. It's right on the green.
And they walk toward the green that the ball is lying on. They have to cross over a little bridge, next picture. Huey is carrying the golf clubs and the golf bag. And Huey says,
But gee, Uncle Donald, you didn't lose a single ball.
Suddenly, the shoulder strap breaks, and the golf clubs and the bag drop into the river below. And last picture, they both look at the golf bag lying at the bottom of the river. Donald scowls furiously.
Oh, you rat.
And Huey looks sad.
Oh.
And the golf clubs look...
Oh, poor Huey. Just when it looked like he was going to get to go to the movies because Donald hadn't lost any of the balls.
Yes, and now Donald has lost the whole set of clubs.
Yes, but you know, he doesn't have to lose it. He's a duck. He can dive into the water and bring it up himself.
Yes, let's hope they remember that.
Now can we read Dagwood and Blondie, please?
We certainly can, please, in just a second. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She's telling Tootsie Woodley, her friend,
Oh, this is one of those days when everything seems to go wrong. I have to bake a cake for Mrs. McNuff's surprise party, and then I have to dye the living room drapes.
and Tootsie Woodley tells her, Now stop worrying, Blondie. We'll get everything under control. An hour later, last picture, top row, Blondie goes to the kitchen, and Tootsie tells her, See how nicely everything's working out? There's your beautiful cake for Mrs. McNuff, finished to the icing. And Blondie exclaims,
Wonderful. Now I'll fill the tub with hot water to dye the drapes.
and she runs upstairs. She fills the tub full of water. And first picture, second row, just as she's going to put the dye in the water, Tootsie tells her it might be a good idea to look at her drapes before putting the dye in. Blondie says,
Good idea. We'll run over to your house a minute.
No sooner had they gone out of the house, though, than Dagwood comes home saying, Nice of the boss to let me go home early today. Maybe I can help Blondie around the house. He walks into the kitchen and sees the cake on the table. Last picture, second row. He cuts himself a piece, exclaiming, Oh, boy, what a delicious cake. Blondie knows how I love devil's food. First picture, third row, he goes into the bathroom and sees the tub of water that Blondie has drawn to dye the curtains in. And he exclaims, And a tub of water all ready for me. Oh, man, what a beautiful wife I've got. And a moment later, he's in the bathtub soaking himself. Suddenly, he hears someone coming up the stairs.
I love yours, and you can mix me a just bit. You know, I think I like my drapes a little darker than yours.
It's Tootsie and Blondie, and they stop outside the door. Dagwood exclaims, Oh, they're coming in here. And he takes a deep breath and ducks under the water. Tootsie and Blondie come into the bathroom, and Tootsie says, We'd better use 2 packages if you want it darker. And she pours in a whole box of green dye. And Blondie says,
You sure this isn't too much dye?
But she pours in another box of green dye. Suddenly, first picture, bottom row, up comes Dagwood. And he gasps, I can't hold my breath any longer.
Dagwood, you're green.
Tootsie dashes out of the bathroom, with Blondie after her. They dash into the kitchen, and Tootsie exclaims, Oh, look! He's cut a big slice out of Mrs. McNuff's cake. And Blondie faints. Last picture is Tootsie fans Blondie, trying to make her come to. Dagwood, wearing a towel and looking grief as an elf, walks in, and he reads the directions on a box of dye, and he howls, Oh! It says in the box here that the color is permanent.
Isn't that the funniest thing you ever saw, Dagwood green?
Yes. Won't he look funny going into the office tomorrow?
I think that's the funniest thing. Dagwood wearing that towel and looking green.
Oh, when Blondie wakes up, she's going to faint again.
He's so funny.
Well, I know one thing they can use him for.
What?
A traffic light.
That's so funny.
Well, now...
Oh, here's Roy Rogers right underneath Dagwood and Blondie. Read that, please.
Very well. Since you're so eager, here we go. On the bottom of the page with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. A-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-hi-yo. Deck Dolan has stolen a horse from Roy Rogers' ranch after trying unsuccessfully to kill Roy. Roy let out after Dolan. But no sooner had Roy left than Uncle Quincy, the timid bookkeeper, ran into his office and dressed up as the outlaw Killer Monty, saying that he'd show Roy he could do more than just push a pencil and do office work. First picture, Roy pursues Deck Dolan to an old mine. Dolan leaps off his horse and runs up an old ore chute up to the side of the mountain. When he reaches the top, he turns around so Roy can see him. If I can sucker Rogers up this old ore chute, I'll have him just where I want him. At this moment, Roy gallops up and reins in at the bottom of the chute. He sees Dolan at the top, running for a cave in the mountainside. Roy dismounts quickly, third picture, saying, All right, now, easy, boy. Looks like the only way to reach Dolan is to climb that ore chute like Dolan did. Here I go. Dolan quickly grabs a barrel of kerosene standing nearby as he watches Roy coming up the chute, and he says, Rogers is coming. I ain't got a gun, but I'll bust every bone in his body with this. He rolls the barrel toward the head of the chute. And last picture, top row, pushes the barrel of kerosene down the chute. As it rolls, the cork pops out, and the kerosene pours onto the wooden chute. First picture, bottom row, it hits Roy, knocking him out. At that moment, Uncle Quincy, masquerading as Killer Monty, gallops up. He sees Deck Dolan at the top of the chute, touching a lighted torch to the kerosene, which catches on fire. The fire quickly races along the kerosene spilled on the wooden chute, travels swiftly toward the barrel and the unconscious Roy. Uncle Quincy, last picture, shouts, Hey, Roy, wake up! You're on fire!
Oh, look! Roy is lying there subconscious and the fire is coming right to him.
Yes, he's soaked with that kerosene.
Oh, he'll burn up.
Unless Quincy saves him.
Do you think he will?
We'll find that out next week.
Oh, next week next week. Always next week. The suspense is killing me.
I know, but we'll still have to wait.
My.
Well, now, if you'll go over the page, though.
Oh, look, there's Flash Gordon.
Yes, Flash Gordon, who has been sent out on an expedition to build a space platform in the air 1,000 miles away from the Earth.
But Ginger, the scientist's niece, floated away.
And Flash went after her to save her.
And they were both captured by some tiny, ugly-looking men who came in an ugly-looking ship.
Well, let's find out what happens to Flash and Ginger. So here we go with Flash Gordon. A-rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Dr. Ruff climbs inside the rocket platform circling the Earth. He tells Dale, "We've lost Flash and Ginger. She was thrown off. Flash jumped after her. They vanished in space, and their oxygen won't last." Dale pleads for him to turn around and save Flash, but the scientist's face is grim second picture as he answers, "No, Ginger is my niece, but to turn back would endanger more crew members. We can't do that." Meanwhile, last picture top row, on the mysterious spaceship that has picked up Flash and Ginger, their captors reveal themselves as men from Mars. Their chief, Toxo, uses hypnotic brainwaves to make Flash answer questions about his unfinished space platform. Flash, who is in a trance and does not know what's happening to him, answers the questions, giving out the information to Toxo, leader of the Martians. First picture bottom row, Toxo focuses his periscope on the Earthmen's project, and he gloats,
I'll let the Earthmen build their platform, and then I'll capture it.
Flash, slowly coming to, knows from Ginger's bitter charges of treachery that he must have given away secrets. Desperately, he tries to plan some way to outwit the Martians. The camouflage top of the Martian ship makes it invisible to the workers on the space platform, who forge ahead in their building operations, unaware of the danger that lurks nearby. Last picture. The Martian observers keep a close watch, biding their time to strike at the great laboratory fortress floating thousands of miles above the Earth.
Oh, I hope Flash thinks of some way to outsmart those Martians.
So do I, because if he doesn't, the Martians are going to wait until the Earthmen have finished making that space platform, and then they're going to capture it themselves.
Isn't it awful? Just think, they make themselves invisible, and they're almost right opposite the Earthmen, and the Earthmen don't even know that they're there.
And just think, Flash is so close to Dale, and she doesn't know he's there.
Oh, well, maybe next week he'll find a way to let her know.
Oh, let's hope so. Well, now it's time for Dick's adventures. And look, here he is right across the page.
I'm anxious to read that because, you remember, Dick is in the early days of America with Daniel Boone, who's a wonderful hunter.
And you remember last week, Daniel Boone's son and some of the other early settlers were killed by the Indians in a cruel raid.
Yes, and Daniel and Dick have left the settlement, and they're going out after the Indians. But I wonder why, because they're all alone, and the forest is full of Indians, and it's very dangerous.
Well, let's find out now. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Despite constant bloody outbreaks, Daniel Boone is still intent on ending warfare between settlers and redmen in frontier Kentucky. With his own son killed, he and Dick trek ever deeper through the wilderness, seeking the Indian leaders. In a forest clearing, they suddenly halt. Dick and Daniel dismount and make their way quietly to the edge of the river. They peer through the tall grass and see across the swollen, reed-fringed stream the main Shawano village. Last picture top row, they see parties of warriors coming out of the woods on their horses. They're gathering for a war council and carry grisly trophies on their belts. Boone and Dick, knowing the Indians will listen only if no fear of them is shown, wade boldly across, holding their hands high in the air in a gesture of friendship. First picture, second row. They climb out on the bank and are greeted by the chief, who is frowning with hate. Next picture. Boone demands a hearing before the assembled chiefs and braves, and quickly the word is passed around among the Indians. Last picture, second row, the warriors seat themselves in a large council hut. Admiring the white men's courage and risking themselves in their midst, the Shawanos hear out Boone in silence. He offers forgiveness for his son's death, and then pleads for peace. First picture, bottom row. To Dick's joy, the warriors, after considering this proposal, offer to shake hands on it white man fashion. An instant later, Dick finds himself with the stalwart Redmond, gripping each of his hands, and he sees that a similar ruse is being practiced on Boone. Both struggle furiously, but in vain to shake their foes loose. And they're carried out of the council hut. Last picture, ambushed by these wily means, they are thrown roughly into a guarded hut. And there they wait till their fate is decided by the war council.
Well, I think that was a mean trick.
It was. When you realize that Boone came there without any hatred in his heart, even after the Indians had killed his own son and wanted to have peace, it was a mean, mean trick.
Yes, and I think he was a wonderful man to be willing to forgive them for having killed his son.
So do I. He realizes that hatred is no way to arrive at peace.
No. I wonder what'll happen now.
Well, after that trick, I'm afraid that Boone and Dick are in danger of their lives.
Oh, I hope he escapes from that Indian camp.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now, look, underneath Dick's adventures, there's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And something mysterious was happening. You remember at Rusty's farm, someone had been stealing oats from the feed bin, and they didn't know who it was?
No, and then a little girl came to get laundry in her coaster wagon. And when she'd gone away, Rusty found some grains of oats where the wagon had been standing. And he wonders whether she could have been taking the oats.
And that now he's trailed her into the woods.
Well, let's read now and see whether she's the one who's been taking the feed. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty sees Flip taking a little path leading off into a gully. He follows Flip, saying, "That little girl, Queenie, must have gone down into this gully, but she sure couldn't pull that wagon with a basket of wash through this underbrush." Then suddenly he sees something through the bushes. He pushes them apart. And there's the wagon. He exclaims, "Gee Willikins, there it is, hidden in the bushes." He follows the path which leads down the hill. And at the bottom of the hill, he says, "A cave entrance." Last picture, top row. Rusty looks at the ground in front of the cave entrance and says, "Hey, she came in here all right. She spilled a few grains of oats. Hey, what the dick? Why, there's a print of a horse's hoof here." First picture, bottom row. Rusty goes into the cave quietly and finds Queenie there feeding a horse. Rusty says, "Hello, Queenie." The little girl looks up very frightened. Rusty smiles at her and says, "Don't you remember me, Queenie? I'm Rusty Riley from Milestone Farm." Queenie begs Rusty not to tell on her. Rusty sits down, third picture, and says, "How about telling me all about it? I guess it's you who's been stealing the feed from our barn for this horse. Whose horse is she?" "Oh, come on, tell me." So Queenie tells Rusty that it's her horse, Snowflake. Only she's not supposed to have a horse anymore. That they're too poor. Her daddy was going to sell Snowflake with the other horses when they lost their farm. But she hid Snowflake in the cave and pretended that the horse had strayed away. Rusty listens carefully to this sad story. And then last picture says thoughtfully and seriously, "I know how you feel, but stealing is never right, Queenie. Say, maybe I've got an idea."
Oh, I'll bet you Rusty'll have a good, kind idea because he's a good, kind boy.
I think you're right, and next week maybe we'll find out what the kind idea is.
And I hope his kind idea will mean that Queenie can keep her horse and won't have to sell it.
Oh, that'd be kind of nice, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Well, now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with a little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just wonderful and just as happy as can be. You know why?
No, why?
Because the stork brought a new little baby to the people next door.
Oh, really?
Yes, the cutest little baby girl.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Yes, I just love storks. They do the nicest things.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know a good riddle about a stork.
Oh, goody, what is it?
Why does a stork stand on one leg?
Oh, that. If he picked up the other leg, he'd fall down.
Guess I'm not as smart as I thought I was.
Oh, you're very smart. But they've been telling that riddle around the house ever since the baby was born.
Oh. Well, I guess I better...
Yes, please read the funnies.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Yeah. Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Six guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for a Hopalong. Hoppy and his pals have finally discovered that Wiley, the fake doctor in the town of Buckskin, is the leader of the Ghost Raiders. They've trailed Wiley to the entrance of the Rock Maze Cave. Today, as they surround him, Wiley says,
How did you manage to locate this Rock Maze Cave?
Hoppy replies, That's your own doings, Wiley. You made the mistake of starting that brawl with me in your office. You realized you were cornered and had to escape. The last thing I remember was you slugging me with that stove poker. I must have toppled against you, ripping off your side coat pocket as I fell. In it was this diagram, which seemed to describe this maze of passages. That's what led us here. California exclaims, big picture, third row.
Yeah, straight to the hiding place of all the loot you and your Ghost Raider stole.
Sheriff says, first picture, next row.
Looks like the game is over, Wiley.
Wiley snarls.
Yes, it will be for the first man who comes near me.
The last picture, fourth row, he pulls a little bottle out of his pocket, saying,
This bottle contains enough nitroglycerin to blow us all to blazes. I'm leaving by the rear exit from this cave, and I'd advise you to keep your distance till I'm out of here.
Hoppy says, first picture, next row. Don't be a fool, Wiley. Hand over that bottle. And he begins to walk toward Wiley, who starts to back away from Hoppy. California calls,
Hey, come back, Hoppy. You can't reason with him. The fool's gonna start loco.
Slowly, Hoppy moves toward Wiley, who continues to walk backward, holding the bottle in his trembling hands. Suddenly, Wiley stumbles. California yells, Look out! Wiley falls to the ground, and... The blast of the explosion knocks Hoppy and his pals out into the open air. The cave crashes down on Wiley. Last picture, they look at the sealed-up entrance of the cave, which is now Wiley's tomb. Hoppy says, I guess that closes the case on Wiley. Too bad. California exclaims,
Yeah, I'll say it is. We could have used an extra hand to help get that stolen loot back to its rightful owners.
Well, that served him right because, after all, he was going to kill Hoppy and California and Lucky and everybody.
Yeah, it's a lucky thing for Hoppy that he was near the entrance to the cave when Wiley stumbled.
Oh, it certainly was.
Well, now Hoppy has ended this adventure, and it certainly was exciting.
Yes, indeed. I hope next week we'll have another exciting adventure.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
Now, I'll bet you it's time for Prince Val. He's always on page 3.
Well, let's look and see if he's there.
All right. See? There he is.
Yes, see? There he is.
Last week was exciting because the captain of the ship that Val was sailing on defeated the pirates.
Mm-hmm. And they're continuing on their way home. Val and Arp and the pretty young girl Adele, whom Arp has fallen in love with.
Let's read more about them today and see what happens next.
All right, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Eckert, Breckett, Graymalkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Val looks at the smoke pouring up from the pirate ship, which is disappearing in the distance, and sheathes the singing sword. Never before has he seen a pirate ship so easily discouraged. A brazier of burning coals and a skin of naphtha has left the corsair ablaze. The ship continues on its way. Cape Finisterre is passed, and the ship sails out upon the wild Bay of Biscay, where winter storms are their only peril. For the Viking pirate ships are rowed by hardy fighting men, and the sail is used only when winds are favorable. When the storms are raging and they must move forward only by rowing, they beach their ship in some sheltered cove, as we see them doing last picture top row. But the Mediterranean mariners put far out to sea at day's end, and with shortened sail glide forward through the next night. And then each sailor faces toward his homeland and prays to his God. And each one says a prayer for the helmsman, as we see big picture in the middle of the page. For it is in the helmsman's strong hands that their lives are trusted through the dark hours. And often Arp will take his lute and help speed the lonely hours, singing songs of sheltered homes amid fruit trees and sunny meadows far from the troubled sea. At last, first picture bottom row, the misty shores of Britain appear, and they search for some landmark, but they have no instruments of navigation to tell them where they are. Land ho! And in a short time, they are putting into harbor. Arp and Adele stand side by side as the vessel docks at Exeter. Their two young hearts are troubled, for this is the hour of parting. And then, last picture, the sailors gather in front of Arp, and the helmsman says,
We have a gift to give the sweet singer, whose songs have eased the hardships of the voyage.
Oh, isn't that sad that Arf and the girl have to part?
Yes, it certainly is.
Do you think they'll ever see each other again?
Well, let's hope so. If they love each other, we certainly hope so.
I wonder what surprise the sailors have for young Arf.
Well, that's something we'll find out about next week. Now?
Well, I can't quite make up my mind, so let's turn over the page and see. Oh, look! There in the middle of the page is Donald Duck.
Well, let's read that right now. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squee jump, squiddy, chicka chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald's attention is aroused by Dewey yelling excitedly.
Hey, come quick, Uncle Donald! Come quick, Uncle Donald! What news?
Out of the house dashes Donald, Huey, and Louie. And Dewey points to a box and says proudly,
Look, I catch kittens. 9 of them.
A few weeks later, Donald looks at the kittens, who are growing fast, and he says,
Go get a basket. A big one.
And Dewey replies,
Good idea, Uncle Donald.
Last picture, top row, Huey and Louie come out of the house carrying a basket. And first picture, bottom row, they put the kittens in the basket and cover them with a nice warm blanket. And then Donald says,
Now, take them around and give every one to every neighbor who's dopey enough to take one.
Huey exclaims,
Oh, gee.
They go down the street carrying the basket. And Dewey complains,
It sure is dumb sometimes.
And Huey says,
Yeah, giving away perfectly good kittens.
Down the street they go to give away their perfectly good kittens, their faces looking like a thundercloud. A little later, third picture, bottom row, they come back in the house carrying the basket. Donald says,
Back at last, huh? Managed to give them all away?
Huey replies cheerfully.
Better than that.
He sets the basket down in front of Donald and says,
We traded.
And he lifts off the blanket. And out of the basket jump a monkey, rabbit, frog, tame rat, chipmunk, turtle, and a parrot. And last picture, Donald tries to read his paper as the monkey pulls his hair. And the parrot says,
Pretty paw, pretty paw. Hi, sport. Want to buy a duck?
And Donald snarls,
I'll go fly a parrot.
Wasn't that a good joke on Donald?
Yes, I should say so. The kids fooled him that time, didn't they? Trading those kittens for all those other pets.
And look at Donald. Isn't he mad? I don't know why, though, because I'd love to have a monkey pull my hair and a parrot talk to me.
I imagine you would.
Yes, I would.
But you're not Donald.
Well, I wish I were today.
I'll bet you do. Well, now what?
Well, this was so funny. I just wonder what funny thing Dagwood and Blondie do today.
Well, let's find out. Here they are on the first page of the second section, and here we go. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Herb Woodley, Dagwood's neighbor, is away on a business trip. Tootsie Woodley, his wife, is afraid to sleep at home alone. So Blondie tells Dagwood, second picture,
Dagwood, Mrs. Woodley's going to sleep here with me tonight. You go over and sleep in their house.
Dagwood answers cheerfully, okay, I'll get my pajamas. And by the time you get to the last picture, top row, Dagwood is at the Woodley house settling down for the night. And he says,
Gee, Herb's bed's soft and comfortable. It's so quiet here, too. I'll get a fine night's sleep.
First picture, next row, who should be coming up the walk but Herb Woodley returning from his business trip. He exclaims,
Oh, gosh, I have no key. And Tootsie's probably sound asleep. Oh, well, I'll go in through a window.
So he goes around the house, and he opens the window. He sticks his head in, and... He's socked on the head with a baseball bat. And last picture, second row, he lies on the ground with an aching head, and he moans,
Oh, that wasn't Tootsie. She can't hit that hard. Oh, I'll go next door and inquire at the Bumsteads.
First picture, third row. Herb has told Tootsie and Blondie what happened. And Blondie tells him,
Dagwood is sleeping in your house tonight. Tootsie is sleeping here with me.
Herb grits his teeth and exclaims,
Give me our key, Tootsie.
He dashes out of the house, picks up a club, lets himself in his house quietly, and then tiptoes upstairs. Finds Dagwood in the bedroom, sound asleep. And Dagwood is awakened by a sock on the head. He leaps out of bed, thinking Herb is a burglar, and he fights back, saying,
And I was having the nicest dream.
Out into the hallway they struggle. Down the stairs they roll. Tootsie and Blondie dash in and turn on the lights. And Tootsie exclaims,
Boys, stop playing. It's after midnight.
Blondie takes Dagwood by the hand and leads him out of the house. He's so beat up he hears birds chattering. As she leads him home, she says,
Beautiful night, isn't it? The moon and all the stars are out.
Dagwood exclaims,
So many stars.
Last picture, as he climbs into bed and lays his aching head on the pillow, he says,
Be it ever so humble, there's no bed like your own.
Oh, that Dagwood and that Herb. They do the silliest things.
Don't they? Yeah, they're just like two boys who never think.
Yes, but they certainly are funny, though. I love them.
So do I.
Oh, look, underneath Dagwood and Blondie, there's Roy Rogers.
And I'll read that in just a moment, but first here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of page 1 of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. The outlaws have outsmarted Roy's friend, Cube Root. They've stolen the box of gold and have galloped away with it in a stagecoach. Cube has discovered that the box that he let them take was the real gold and not the box of sand he had meant to go on the coach as a decoy. Today, Roy and Cube are on the trail of the bandits. As they top a rise on the hill, Roy says, second picture, I see dust down yonder in Teton Valley. Meanwhile, one of the outlaws, looking back, sees Roy heading toward him. He hollers, Hey, two hombres entering the valley, Jut. Looks like Rogers and that local transportation expert. Jut, the other outlaw, shouts back,
Okay, Beetle. We'll outfox them at the next bend.
They go around the next bend, and there they rein up. Quickly, they jump out and unload the box of gold dust. Beetle says,
Is this the spot where we meet ballast mates?
Jut replies,
Yeah, he'll handle things from here. I'll drive the stage on to decoy Rogers and Root.
Quickly, the box is put behind a bush. Beetle hides beside it, gun in hand. Jut climbs on the stagecoach again and gallops away. From around the bend a moment later, last picture top row, Roy and Cube gallop up. Roy yells, "There's the stage. I'm riding ahead, Cube. You hold me up." Cube replies,
Yes, but you'll need help handling these outlaws, Roy. Giddy up, Genevieve.
and they gallop on after the stagecoach. As they disappear around the bend, Beetle jumps off from his hiding place, begins to pull the box of gold dust from behind the rocks. First picture bottom row, a huge man with long hair appears and greets him.
Ahoy, Beetle! You're ahead of time. Well, where's Jut?
Beetle replies,
Oh, he's decoying a couple of meddlers away from the buttes while we hide the gold ballast. Give me a hand here, quick.
The huge man picks up the box of gold dust and walks toward a tall rock 100 feet high with sides that go almost straight up. Ballast says cheerfully,
That's Flat Top Butte, Beetle. There's no way up there. So that's where we're catching this gold till things cool off.
Beetle exclaims,
Hey, quit talking riddles. Hey, wow, there's some wind.
As they get to the foot of the rock, Beetle exclaims,
Hey, but how in thunder you gonna get the gold up on Flat Top Butte, huh?
Ballast grins, opens up the back of the covered wagon standing there, and takes out a huge kite, saying,
You're gonna find out right now.
Beetle exclaims,
Hey, jumping bullfrogs, what's that, some kind of kite?
Last picture, Ballast says,
Jut tells me you can ride anything, Beetle. Well, get ready to mount a real bucker. Hey!
Does that mean that Beetle's supposed to get in that kite and ride it?
I think that's what this idea is. Beetle's a small man, and he can fit into that big kite.
Well, what for?
Well, I believe that Ballast is going to try to guide that kite so it'll carry Beetle to the top of the rock.
What for?
Oh, you'll have to wait till next week to find that out. Now let's turn over the page and see if...
Oh, look, here's Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, and remember last week that Dale had been caught by the Martians.
Yes, and they'd pulled her into their rocket ship thousands of miles in the air, and that's the same ship that Flash and Ginger are prisoners on, too.
And the Martians thought Dale was dead and were about to throw her out of the ship.
Well, read quick. I want to see if Flash does something to stop them.
All right, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskamataj. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Believing that Dale has been killed by their cosmic ray blast, the Martian pirates start to cast her out into space. Flash shouts in desperation, "Don't! Captain Toxo will want to see proof that you captured the Earth Girl." The Martians are impressed by Flash's logic. They hesitate. In last picture top row, while the Martians are trying to decide what to do, Dale's eyes flutter open. Flash pretends to talk to Ginger, using American slang which Dale will understand, but which was meaningless to their captors. He says, "Play possum, darling. Get him along." Dale quickly understands what he means and pretends to be dead again. Suddenly, first picture bottom row, an urgent message from Toxo forces the Martians to leave their prisoners temporarily unguarded. Dale works frantically to release Flash's bonds, and the moment he's free, she leaps to the control panel of the Martian spacecraft. While Dale controls the spaceship, Flash launches a surprise attack on the Martians, who are in a forward compartment. But the uncanny creatures from another world are telepathically warned of the approaching danger. And last picture, a hissing sound fills the apartment. Dale gasps, warns Flash not to breathe. Flash guesses what new weapon the Martians are using, and he pants, "Breathe oxygen. Put on your space helmets. They're letting all the air out of this ship."
What are the Martians really doing?
They're trying to change the air in the room where Flash and Dale and Ginger are so that they won't be able to breathe oxygen, which is what people from the Earth must breathe if they're to live.
You mean they put something in there that doesn't have oxygen in it?
That's right.
Oh, that'd be terrible, because if they can't breathe...
Yes, if they get their helmets on in time, though, maybe Flash will find a way to outsmart them.
Do you think they will?
Well, that's something we'll have to wait until next week to find out. But now it's time for Dick's adventures, so let's get over to the very last page.
And here he is, and I'm anxious to see whether Dick will have a new adventure today.
Well, let's find that out right now. So here we go with Dick's adventures, and say the magic words with me.
Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick.
Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick has been reading a book just before falling asleep. As his eyes close, sleep comes, and the book he's been reading falls from his hand. Entering the room a few minutes later, Dick's dad smiles. "The last great battle that made us a united country is in these pages, son." Well, maybe you're dreaming about it now. And in his dream, things begin to take shape in his mind as Dick goes back through the years. It's the early days of America. And in his dream, last picture, top row, Dick is leading a hard-riding company of Continental Cavalry thundering down a dusty road in Virginia. It's just before dawn, September 1781. Reaching a farmhouse, Dick suddenly throws up his hand, and instantly the men jolt to a halt. Dick leaps off his horse and walks into the farmhouse. First picture, next row, Dick reports to his commander-in-chief. We delivered all the dispatches, sir, to General Nathaniel Greene, General Rochambeau, General Lafayette, General Kosciuszko, and to Colonel Alexander Hamilton and Colonel Light Horse Harry Lee. General Greene and Kosciuszko are besieging Charleston. The others are closing in on Yorktown. By your orders, sir. Washington nods his approval. And by an hour after dawn, last picture, second row, the fields around the farmhouse are swarming with troops. The stars and stripes are flying, but also the flag of France. For Ben Franklin and Lafayette have finally won French help. The whole vast American contingent moves. And then from the brow of a hill, first picture, bottom row, Dick sees Yorktown, far at the end of the peninsula, where the redcoats under Cornwallis have been driven with their backs to the sea. While coming up from behind them is a large French fleet under Admiral de Grasse, and Dick is saying, Cornwallis is a dead duck. He can't get out of this coop. While in a palace in England, last picture, a worried king is muttering,
Yes, I agree that this rebel Washington is an admirable soldier, but Cornwallis will whip him to his knees. Begad, he must.
Ooh, it looks like they're preparing for a especially big battle, aren't they?
Oh, they are. They're preparing for a battle between George Washington and the English commander, General Cornwallis. That was one of the most famous battles ever fought in America. And we'll see that battle next week.
Oh, I won't miss that. And now look, here's Rusty Riley underneath Dick's adventures. Do you remember last week that Rusty and Tex found out that that horse that little girl Queenie owned was a fine racehorse?
Yes, that's the horse that Queenie was afraid would be sold. And that's why she had hidden the horse.
Yes, and Rusty wants to help her out. And now maybe they can run the horse in a race and make money so Queenie won't be poor anymore.
Well, let's read and find out if that's what happens. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex nods his head as he looks at Snowflake, Queenie's horse, and says,
Yes, sir, Rusty, this here horse is a harness racer. Well, cool her off. Then come on in and see me in the barn.
Okay, Tex. Come on, Queenie. As Queenie and Rusty walk the horse toward the barn, Queenie asks Rusty if Snowflake isn't a racehorse. Rusty replies, Oh, sure she is, Queenie. Only instead of being ridden by a jockey, she pulls a little two-wheel cart called a sulky. A little later, Rusty and Tex are talking. Third picture, top row. Tex is saying,
Now, Rusty, before we go too far with this horse of Queenie's, I figure we ought to find out a little more about Queenie's father. Snowflake looks like valuable property.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Tex, but I promised Queenie I wouldn't tell her Dad. At least not for the present. Tex walks over and takes down his jacket, last picture, top row, saying,
Well, okay, lad, but you and I better take a little ride over to the Lexington Trotters track. Old Sam may be able to tell us something.
Rusty answers, Oh, that's the track where the plug horse derbies run. First picture, bottom row. Arriving at the Trotters track, Tex says to Rusty as he gets out of the car,
Yep, old Sam was one of the greatest drivers in his day. What he don't know about harness racing, you could write on a postage stamp with a shaving brush. Oh, there he is, fixing that sulky. Oh, hi, Sam. I'd like a little information.
Old Sam replies,
Say you want some information, Tex? Well, what is it? I'll help you if I can.
Sam, Of all the outstanding trotters or pacers of the last 5 years, how many were white?
They settled down on a bench. Old Sam says,
Not many, Tex. Right off the bat, I can only recall about 6. That is, outstanding horses.
Tex says,
Good. Now I'll narrow it down still more. The horse I have in mind is a white mare with a black stocking on her near hind leg.
Old Sam sits up straight and says pertly,
Black stocking. Heck, Tex, that's easy. Couldn't be no other horse than Rhina Blanca. She was a dilly. But her owner was ruled off the tracks. Never believed he done what they accused him of. But him and his horses dropped plumb out of sight.
Tex's eyes narrow thoughtfully as he says,
Hey, let's hear more, Sam. What was he supposed to have done?
Oh, I wonder if Snowflake is the horse that old Sam's talking about.
It might be.
And old Sam says he was a wonderful racehorse. Oh, I'm anxious to find out about this. Wouldn't they let that man race the horse anymore?
Well, that's what he's saying, and that man could be Queenie's father.
Oh, I can hardly wait to find out more about this.
Well, you'll have to, but I promise you next week we'll find out whether or not the horse old Sam's talking about is Snowflake, and we'll also find out whether the man he's talking about is Queenie's father.
Oh, isn't this exciting? I certainly won't miss that.
Neither will I. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you, happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you, happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm fine, and I had the most fun this week.
What did you do to have the most fun?
I went to the circus and I saw all kinds of animals.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Yes, I just love animals, especially elephants. Especially when they blow water through their noses like a fountain.
Yes, I love elephants, too.
Oh, and I know a riddle, too, that I heard at the circus.
Good. What is it?
What is the difference between an elephant and a flea?
One's bigger than the other.
That's true, but that's not the right answer.
Well, what is the right answer?
An elephant has fleas, but a flea doesn't have elephants.
That's very good.
Now, please read me the funnies.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. A telegraph man was attacked by a mountaineer and his dog because the mountain people didn't want anyone putting in a telegraph line.
In the struggle, the telegraph man was pushed over a cliff and fell into a river where he was found by Hoppy and his pals. A little later, a lovely girl came along and identified the man as her brother. Today, California says, as they look at the unconscious man,
Yeah, this young feller's plumb lucky we were passing through in time to drag him from the river. Where'd you come from, ma'am?
The girl answers,
Our base camp. I'm his sister, Gail Sparks. Ken failed to return from a survey trip from a new telegraph line out of Denver, and I came looking for him.
First picture next row, as they lift the man to the horse, Hoppy says, Well, he'll be all right. Must have lost his footing on some cliff ledge. The girl answers,
Or was pushed.
They climb into the saddles, and as they get underway, the girl says, last picture, second row,
Ever since line construction reached this area, we've had strange accidents. Supply wagons burned, equipment wrecked or stolen, teams run off. Unless it stops, our work crew threatens to quit.
Big picture, middle of the page, Hoppy says, Hey, it sounds like somebody's mighty anxious to keep that telegraph line from going through. They come into a clearing out of the trees, and the girl says,
There's our camp ahead.
And a moment later, they're in the camp, surrounded by a group of burly men, workers for the telegraph company. The girl tells them, first picture, fourth row,
Ken's had an accident. A couple of you men better help carry him to his tent.
Hoppy hands her brother down to two of the men. And then as he dismounts, last picture, fourth row, the girl suddenly says,
The rest of you grab these strangers. I lured them here because I'm convinced that they're responsible.
California exclaims, Hey, you mean you tricked us? First picture next row, the girl says,
I wasn't fool enough to swallow your pack of lies. You blocked this project for the last time.
First picture, bottom row, like a bursting dam, the enraged workmen swarm in, engulfing their victims. While last picture, the only one who can save Hoppy and his friends lies unconscious.
Oh, that's wrong. Because Hoppy saves the girl's brother, and then she tries to get Hoppy beat up by those men.
Yes, it is. It's very wrong to suspect people without any real good reason.
I should say it is, but I wish that girl's brother would wake up so he could tell everybody that Hoppy was a hero and was good to him.
Well, let's hope that happens next week. Now,
Well, I'm sure that Prince Valiant must be on page 3.
well, let's take a look and see.
All right. Yes, there he is. And you remember last week that after 2 years, Arf returned home to see his father, and his father was so happy to see him.
Yes, but I wonder about Arf's stepmother. Remember, she was so mean to Arf that's why he left home.
Oh, yes, I wonder about that. Let's read now and find out.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. After 2 years of wandering and adventure, Arf Jeffrey returns to his father's house. He is minus one leg and his desire to become a great warrior. But no whining cripple is he, but a clear-eyed, confident youth who knows what he wants and intends to get it. Big picture, top of the page, Arf presents his guests. His patron, his hero, the great Sir Valiant, Prince of Thule, Knight of the Round Table. Next, Sir de Lacy, wealthy importer. And then, suddenly very shy, Arf murmurs, And this is Adele. Arf's father can tell by Arf's manner that he's in love with the girl. So first picture next row, under shaggy brows, Sir Geoffrey glares at the girlish face. So it is, with this pert trick, he must share his boy's affection. Oh, well, they're still very young. And he orders that Arf's guests should be entertained in the greatest style. Finally, all good things must come to an end, and so the guests depart. But before they do, Arf and Adele, sitting before the fire that night, pledge eternal devotion, and they also make some common-sense plans. And then Arf and Adele, the next morning, separate, and she goes with her father on his way. Last picture, middle row, assisted by his old tutor, Torley, Arf goes to his father's great library, for he's hungry for the wealth of knowledge and beauty that crowds the books on the dusty shelves. About this time, some 50 miles away, King Arthur, Sir Launcelot, and Gawain, first picture, bottom row, are walking in the Hall of Champions, where hang the shields of all knights present and ready for service. Suddenly they halt and stare at a shield and sword that had not been there before. It is a singing sword that belongs to Val, the greatest fighter in the kingdom. The king, with a twinkle in his eye, pulls his golden beard and mutters,
Now what have I done to deserve this?
Launcelot says, last picture,
I suggest, sire, we find the comparative quiet of some battlefield until he is gone. But Gawain shouts, "Bring on the pipers! Call out the dancing girls! Broach the wine casks and tune up the fiddles! Young Scatterbrain is back again!"
Oh, Val has surprised him.
Yes.
He came back to the palace after he left Arf, didn't he?
I'm afraid so, and King Arthur didn't know that Val is back.
And Val must have a special surprise up his sleeve.
He must have, and maybe next week we'll see more about that.
Oh, goody.
Well, now,
Now, I wonder if it's time now for Donald Duck.
well, it might be. Let's turn over the page, past Perry Mason, go past the Lone Ranger, and there on page 5.
Donald Duck, oh, good for a chuckle.
Say the magic words with me. Squeed, jump, squiddly, chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald is relaxing, reading a book, when all of a sudden, Dewey's toy plane whirs right past his nose, almost clipping it off. It sails around the room, right past Dewey's nose, almost clipping it off. And around the room it sails again. Donald yells third picture,
Come on! We got to catch it before it busts something.
and away they go after it. Through the dining room they go. Into the living room. Dewey, first picture, bottom row, sees the plane heading for him. He picks up a chair cushion, and the plane sails right at him. And Dewey has caught it. Donald scolds Dewey next picture.
I told you not to fly that in the house. You'll bust something.
Dewey replies.
Gee, I'm sorry.
Donald opens the door, points outside, saying,
Fly it outdoors, where it's safe.
Out Dewey goes. Donald slams the door, and Dewey turns the plane loose outdoors. Up in the air it goes, makes a circle, heads for the house, and... Last picture, Donald sees a broken window and the toy plane standing nose down in the fishbowl, and he goes,
Ah!
and the fish goes...
Well, Donald can't blame that on Dewey because he took it outside just like Donald told him to do.
Yes, he did. And I'm afraid what Donald should have done was tie a string on the plane for Dewey so it wouldn't have gotten away from him.
Yes, tie a string to it, then you can fly without it breaking anything or hurting anybody.
That's a very safe thing to do.
Yes, a very safe thing to do.
Well, now shall we see what's happening with Dick's adventures?
Oh, yes, I'm very anxious to read Dick's adventures because he's having such an exciting time in the early days of America with George Washington and the Army, and they just won a big battle.
Well, let's go over to the last page of the first section. And here we go with Dick's Adventures in Dreamland. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. In the middle of his dream, Dick wakes up, sits up sleepily, and says,
Oh, say, we just won the Battle of Yorktown. Cornwallis and the British Army are surrendering to Washington, and, oh, gosh, I've been dreaming about what happened in 1781.
And then, still drowsy, he shuts his eyes again, and in his dream goes back. Last picture, top row, Dick finds himself in old New York. The year is 1783, December. The last of the redcoats has left America. Dick asks a passing Continental soldier,
Say, what is this place?
He receives the reply,
Fraunces Tavern, boy.
Dick looks up at the sign and says,
Haunce's Tavern. Why, that's where General Washington said farewell to the officers who fought by his side during the Revolution. Maybe it's happening now.
Dick goes into the building. And he enters a room where are assembled George Washington and all the brave generals who fought under him in the American Army for Independence. Impressive is this moment as his beloved comrades in arms face their commander-in-chief for the last time. Dick beholds the saddened faces of Nathaniel Greene, Henry Knox, Anthony Wayne, Alexander Hamilton, Lafayette, Kosciuszko, Israel Putnam. But many are gone forever, fallen but not forgotten. Then Washington rises. There is a hush. There are tears in the eyes of many of the generals, hard-bitten victors of a bitter war. And there is a lump in George Washington's throat as he says, last picture, middle row.
With a heart full of love and gratitude, I now take leave of you. I most devoutly wish that your latter days may be as prosperous and happy as your former ones have been glorious.
Leaving Fraunce's Tavern, Dick rides with Washington to Annapolis, where the Congress was then meeting. There, first picture, bottom row, Washington officially resigns his commission to the Continental Congress as head of the General of the Armies of the American Forces and receives the thanks of the nation. Dick sees the tears in Washington's eyes and says, "He's crying." That night, Christmas Eve, Dick goes with George Washington to Washington's home at Mount Vernon. Washington smiles and says as he dismounts,
Well, from now on, Dick, I'm a farmer. Nothing will take me away from my work.
And then Washington goes into the house. Dick says, last picture,
But, sir, you're going to be president, our first president. Oh, he doesn't even hear me.
Oh, wasn't that sad when Washington said goodbye to his officers?
Yes, it was. Dick was right. Washington was our first president,
Yes,
too.
he was. And then now, will we find out more about what happened to him next week? I certainly hope so, because I love these stories about the early days of America. And underneath Dick's adventures, here's Rusty Riley.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex and Rusty have learned that a horse that looked exactly like Queenie's horse, Snowflake, had once been a very famous trotting horse named Rhina Blanca, and that the owner of the horse had been ruled off the tracks because it was suspected he had been dishonest. Tex thinks that Rhina Blanca and Snowflake are the same horse, and that the owner of the horse must be Queenie's father. They hope to clear Queenie's father's name and bring the real crook to justice. Today, Rusty is on his way to Queenie's place to see what he can find out. On the way, he meets Queenie. They sit down under a tree in the pasture and talk. Rusty asks her, third picture, top row,
Queenie, do you know if your father ever used another name when he was racing?
Queenie answers that she doesn't know for sure because she and her mother had only been east for a few months and that they had a ranch in Arizona until her daddy got so poor. Rusty says, last picture, top row,
Arizona, huh? Well, one other thing, Queenie. Did he ever like to wear soft shoes or moccasins?
Queenie answers yes, that her mother was always buying them from the Indians and mailing them to him. A little later, first picture, bottom row, Rusty is back at the Miles farm, and he's saying to Tex,
Hey, Tex, I think we're on the right track. Queenie doesn't know if her father drove under the name of Catfoot Kendall, but she does know about his wearing moccasins.
Yep, that's the way I figured, Rusty. Well, now, lad, if you aim to drive in a sulky race, you got to learn something about it. I was just thinking. I hear they need a stable boy over at Grassy Acres. They breed standard breds. You can learn a lot about driving.
Yeah, but Tex, my job's here with Mr. Miles.
Oh, I'll square to Mr. Miles, Rusty. We'll just call it a leave of absence. I'm figuring if you keep your ears open, you might just learn something about that race when Queenie's dad was disqualified.
Rusty exclaims,
Jeepers, that's right, Tex. It was their sulky that he's supposed to have sabotaged.
So that afternoon, last picture, Rusty applies for the job of stable boy at Grassy Acres. The owner, a husky fellow with his legs up on the desk, puffing a big cigar, is saying to Rusty,
Okay, kid. I guess you'll do. Report to the wagon shed. Corny Bots will put you to work.
Rusty answers,
Yes, sir, Mr. Crumb. Thanks.
Corny Bots. Why, that was the man, you remember, who had the sulky that's been fixed so it would break.
That's right. You remember very well.
Yes, I do, don't I?
You certainly do. Corny Botch is a very important name in this story.
Well, maybe he's the one who did something crooked and then made it look like Mr. Kendall was to blame.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week.
That's a very clever scheme of Texas to have Rusty work at that other place, because now maybe Rusty will hear something and he'll tell Tex about it, and then they might find out that Queenie's father was not to blame.
Well, let's hope so. Well, now what?
Oh, now it's time for Blondie and Dagwood. And here they are on the first page of the second section.
And we won't waste a second. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is lying on the sofa trying to get a good day's rest when Blondie sweeps up the carpet. She complains that he has spilled tobacco all over it again. Dagwood rolls over and tries to take a nap. Just as he's about to drop off to sleep, Blondie comes in. She sees newspapers all over the floor. She tells Dagwood he's mussed up the living room, that he's lying on the sofa with his shoes on. So Dagwood gets up and picks up the newspapers, thinking how sad it is that he can't get any rest. Last picture, top row, he's outside talking to Herb. He's telling him about his tough luck, and he says,
I wish I had a little den of my own that I could muss up as much as I pleased.
Herb says cheerfully,
Well, why don't you build one in your cellar?
That gives Dagwood a bright idea. First picture next row, Dagwood is leaving Herb's place carrying a lot of old lumber, saying with a smile,
A room all my very own.
Herb snickers to himself and tells his wife, Tootsie,
I unloaded all that junk lumber on him for $5.
A few minutes later, Dagwood is in the cellar. He looks at one corner and says,
I'll convert this little spare corner of the cellar into a little castle where I'll be king.
And he starts working. Last picture of the row, Blondie comes down to the cellar and discovers that Dagwood has practically gotten one corner of the cellar prettied up very nicely into a nice little nook. Dagwood says,
This is going to be a dream of a lifetime come true. Nobody allowed in it but me.
And in no time at all, everybody in the neighborhood knows what Dagwood is doing. First picture next row, one of the neighbors gives Dagwood an old sofa. Another gives him a stuffed doll. Another one brings him a picture of John L. Sullivan, the famous boxer. Another one brings him a spittoon. Another brings him a phonograph that can play a spittoon. Second picture, third row, we find Dagwood painting his walls, surrounded by his trophies, and he says cheerfully,
I can decorate it with my favorite colors, purple and yellow.
Finally, it's evening. Last picture, third row. He calls his family down, and he points to the orderly little room, and he says,
Behold, my hideaway is finished, and it's mine, all mine.
And then, smiling, he goes upstairs to take a bath. First picture, bottom row, he's lying in the bathtub with a pad and pencil, making notes, and he says,
Well, let's see now. I'll bring down my tobacco humidor, my magazines, my books and slippers, and it's complete.
About an hour later, he goes downstairs to his little hideout, carrying his magazines and slippers, and finds Alexander lying on the floor, lifting his weight bar. Alexander says,
It's swell for my gymnasium.
He sees Cookie with all her toys, and she says,
I'll keep my toys down here.
Blondie stops her sewing machine, smiles at him, and says sweetly, It's the coolest room in the house. And Daisy and her 5 pups look at him and say, which means,
You're the nicest daddy in the world.
Dagwood's face drops. And he goes upstairs slowly. And last picture, he lies on the sofa and sighs philosophically.
Well, anyway, I've got the rest of the house to myself.
Oh, I think that was mean of everybody to take away his nice, pretty room after he worked so hard to fix it up.
I do, too. And I think it was mighty nice of Dagwood to be so nice about it.
Yeah, I think it was very nice of him to be so nice about it.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
Now?
Oh, here, underneath Dagwood and Blondie, here's Roy Rogers. You remember last week, Roy was after the outlaws that had stolen the gold and had run away with it in the stagecoach.
Yes, so let's read right now and see what happens. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. A-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-hi-yo! Ballast, the big husky fellow, has made Beetle get into a big kite. and flown him to the top of a very tall rock with steep sides. Quickly, Beetle ties a rope and pulley around a cleft in the rock. Ballast ties the box of gold dust to the rope as Jut, the leader of the outlaws, rides up in the rig he had stolen from Cube Root, Roy's friend. Jut says,
Hiya, Ballast. I decoyed Roy Rogers with a stage, then grabbed Cube Root's buckboard. How's things going?
Ballast replies,
Great, Jut. You should have seen Beetle riding that kite to the top of the butte.
Jut jumps down.
Hey, hurry up, will you? Rogers is probably backtracking my trail right now.
Ballast replies,
Quit worrying. After I hoist the strong box up to Beetle on the top of the butte, nobody'll know what happened to the gold shipment at all.
And he gives a pull on the rock, and up goes the box of gold dust, third picture, to the top of the rock where Beetle is waiting for it. Suddenly, Beetle sees Roy heading their way, and he yells down, fourth picture, top row.
Hey, ahoy, Jut, Ballast. Rogers and Root are heading for the covered wagon. Hey, what about me, stuck up here?
Quickly, Ballast and Jut scurry for cover. First picture, bottom row, Roy gallops around the bend. He sees the wagon beside a huge rock. He reins up. He says to Cube, Hey, look, covered wagon. Hey, Trigger, come here. Roy climbs off the stagecoach and on to Trigger. He says to Cube Root, You stay on the stage, Cube. Might be an ambush. Cover me with a rifle while I investigate. Cube answers, Well, I'm a bit awkward with firearms, Roy. However, I'm very handy with a slide rule. Roy rides down to the covered wagon, gun in hand. He reins up in front of it and calls, Anybody inside? Come on out with your hands up. There's a second of silence. Then, from behind a rock and back of Roy, Jut snarls,
Don't move, Rogers.
Quickly, Roy whirls Trigger around with his back to the covered wagon. Last picture, Ballast leaps out of the wagon at Roy. Jut runs up from behind the rock, saying,
Hey, get away, Ballast. I'll plug this nosy cowpoke.
Ballast snarls,
No! I'll take care of him myself with my bare hands.
Ooh, Roy got tricked.
Yes, he's really in a tough spot now.
That Ballast is twice as big as Roy. He's like a giant. He'll just crush him.
Yes, you'd think he would.
And that mean Jut is coming up with that gun in his hand, too. I wonder what'll happen.
Well, I hope Cube Root is a good shot and will use that gun he's holding. But we'll find out more about that next week.
I can hardly wait.
Well, now let's go over the page.
Oh, here's Flash Gordon on page 2 of the second section. You remember last week that Flash finally escaped from the Martian ship.
Yes, he had outwitted the Martians and saved Dale and the professor's niece, Ginger. And with a little rocket motor, he was heading toward the space platform.
But what Flash doesn't know is that the leader of the Martians, that cruel little man named Toxo, has his gun in his hand, and he's waiting for Flash on the space platform.
Yes, Toxo sees exactly what Flash is doing.
So please read now so we can see what's happening.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doons, ask-him-a-tash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. The lurking Martian Toxo dodges into hiding when Dr. Ruff opens the airlock of the man-made space island. Flash lands with the last spurt of rocket power, and Ruff greets his lost niece tenderly. He demands gruffly, Hey, what was all this nonsense about Martians that you radioed? Flash points to the hovering interplanetary ship and asks, That look like a mirage, Doctor? Last picture, top row. While Dr. Ruff gasps in surprise, Toxo decides it's a good time to get rid of all the Earthlings on deck. But Flash was watching for the man from Mars. He shouts, Take cover, girls! They leap out of line of Toxo's cosmic ray shot. Fortunately, Flash's shout was just in time. Toxo, seeing that he has failed in exterminating the people from Earth, tries to escape. First picture, next row, Flash's swift ray barrage drives Toxo headlong into space, zigzagging toward the protection of his own ship. He fires back at Flash in blind rage. Last picture, Toxo's parting shot hits a rocket tank on the space platform, and instantly liquid oxygen spurts out under terrific pressure, trapping Dale between the flames.
Oh, my goodness, isn't that terrible? Just when I thought that Flash was going to get rid of Toxo, then all of a sudden his shot hits that tank.
Yes, now he's apt to get away while Flash rescues Dale.
Oh, do you think he'll be able to rescue Dale? He'll have to go through those flames, you know. She's in really terrible danger.
Well, now, don't get excited. Flash is a hero, remember. And next week we'll find all about that. Well, now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Oh, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm anxious.
Oh, what are you anxious about?
No, just as we left Flash Gordon last week, the ship burst on fire, and Rusty Riley has gone to work where some crooks might be, and Roy Rogers was being beaten up by that huge giant, and I'm anxious. I'm just so anxious about everything in the funnies today.
Well, this certainly is your anxious day, isn't it?
Yes, so please, will you read the funnies quickly?
Puck the Comic Weekly
Yes.
quickly. Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Six guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy and his pals had found the body of the telegraph man lying in the river. A few minutes later, they were joined by the man's sister, who had followed along behind. Hoppy had helped her bring the unconscious Ken's body back to the telegraph company's camp. The girl then mistakenly told everybody that Hoppy was to blame for all the trouble they had been having and was the man responsible for her brother Ken being hurt. Hearing this, the men at the camp attacked Hoppy and his pals. And just as it looked as though they were going to be beaten up, Ken, the man they had rescued, regained consciousness and stopped the workers, telling them that Hoppy had really saved his life by pulling him out of the river. Then they saw a prowler trying to slip away from the crowd. Hoppy quickly catches the man, an evil-looking creature with a patch over one eye. Hoppy says, "Hey, this prowler must have been watching Lucky, California, and me, and that little prig is with your men, Ken." Ken, the telegraph man, replies, "Yeah, and then when I recovered in time to make them realize their mistake, he sneaked into camp to learn what we're up to." Hoppy says, first picture, second row. "Well, he'll learn that after he leads us to the fur trapper's settlement. We're going to find out why the mountain men are blocking work on this telegraph line." Next picture, Hoppy tells California and Lucky, "You two stay and keep your eyes open. If Ken and I don't return soon, send out a search party." First picture, third row. Two figures, a mountaineer and a dog, watched from high up on the mountain as Hoppy and Ken leave camp with the man with the black patch. The mountaineer says to his dog,
There they go, Fang. And if Glint Eye plays it smart, he'll lead 'em straight into the pit.
Over lofty crests and through sunless canyons where few have ever ventured, the small party slowly advances. Suddenly, they come to a narrow opening in the mountain wall. First picture, fourth row. Topper rears up. Ken says, "Anything wrong, Cassidy?" Hoppy answers, "Topper senses something. Better push ahead on foot." They dismount, and they walk forward through the opening. Unnoticed by the others, Glint Eye, second picture, fourth row, permits his boot to hook under a taut line that stretches across the ground. A moment later, a gate closes behind him. As Hoppy turns his back to look at the gate, first picture, next row, Glint Eye runs for an entrance across the opening. and a second later he is through and closes the gate at the other end. And Hoppy and Ken find themselves prisoners in a sort of pit, and both entrances are closed. And then they hear a roar. Last picture. They spin around and see two huge grizzly bears coming straight toward them.
Oh, my. Those cruel mountain men have trapped Hoppy. That's just like being in a cage with wild animals.
Yes, and look, those animals are coming right at Hoppy.
And Lucky in California certainly can't get there in time to help them.
Well, Hoppy will have to think fast to pull himself out of this spot. Or we'll find out what happens next week. Now?
Well, now, let's turn over the page to see who's there.
Very well, over the page we go.
Oh, look, here's Flash Gordon. And this is so exciting. You remember last week, Flash brought Dale and Ginger back to the space platform where the Earth people were.
Yes, and then he saw Toxo, the leader of the Martians, hiding there. And he drove Toxo away. But one of Toxo's shots hit the oxygen tank and burst into flames.
And Dale was separated from Flash, and it looks as though she could be in terrible danger from the fire. So please read. I'm anxious to find out what happened.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Dale clings to the space platform and tries to shield herself from the oxygen fire set by Toxo the Martian. Flash works desperately to save her and the ship, building a pressure cap to patch the broken hull. Last picture, top row. With his ray gun, Flash blasts a momentary gap in the flames. Quickly, he slams home the pressure seal and puts out the fire and saves the remnant of their precious liquid oxygen, their only source of air. Dale is badly shaken. Flash comforts her, first picture, bottom row. The Space Island's commander, Dr. Ruff, watches the Martian ship spinning some distance away. He asks anxiously, "Hey, what are those pirates from Mars doing now, Flash? They're really running away?" Flash uses the astrogant to check the Mars ship's new course. He reports, "No, they're coasting parallel to our orbit around the Earth. They're just out of our range, waiting to attack again or to take over when we run out of oxygen." What Flash doesn't know is that the Martians can still tune in on his brainwaves. And last picture, Toxo on the Martian ship hears what Flash has said. And Toxo grins evilly.
So, they can't hit us, huh? But we can hurt them. Focus a sun mirror to burn up the last of their oxygen.
Oh, isn't that terrible? Everything that Flash says, those people will know. How can Flash ever win when they know what he's going to do?
I don't know. This makes things extremely difficult for Flash.
Well, do you think that they'll run out of oxygen? If they do, you know you can breathe, and if you can breathe, you will die.
That's true, but that's something we'll find out next week. Now, look across the page. There's Prince Valiant.
Oh, yes. And now they're back in England again, and Arthur is staying with his father.
Yes, and Val has gone on to Camelot, to King Arthur's castle.
And King Arthur and two of the Knights of the Round Table were walking down the hall, and they saw Val's shield hanging there. And they were so surprised because they knew that this meant that Val was back.
Yes, so now let's read and see what kind of reception Val will get. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brechet, Graymalkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. At Camelot, in the Hall of Champions, stands a peg. For almost a year, the spiders have spun their webs there unmolested. But now, suddenly, appears there a gleaming sword and battered shield. It is Val's sword and Val's shield. Val, the greatest hero of the Round Table, the greatest fighter of them all. When the news gets around, the more serious knights seek the quiet of their rooms, the stables, or the battlefield, as Sir Gawain bellows second picture.
Hi-ho, Prince Valiant! Avaunt, scatterbrain!
Val, hearing his old friend's joyful voice, steps out into the hallway. And last picture, top row, old comrades meet with all the quiet dignity of a train wreck. Sir Gawain leaps at Val and throws his arms around him. They fall to the floor, scuffling around, laughing like two boys. First picture, second row, a siege of the Round Table is called, and Val must recount his adventures. There's much mirth at the tales he tells, and goblets are filled again and again. Everyone has a roaring time at the huge banquet given in Val's honor. There's a twinkle in Sir Gawain's eye. He nods his head to Val, and they go outside. And while getting a breath of air, Val and Sir Gawain find some planks by the boat landing at the foot of the winding tower stairway. At the sight of the planks, Val and Gawain have the same idea. And with a mischievous look in their eyes, they put the planks at an incline so they slant from the stairs at a dark spot. And they arrange them so that the tip of the plank reaches the edge of the castle wall, leading into the moat, the stream of water around the castle. And then Val wets down the planks, last picture, middle row, to make them slippery. Then Gawain shouts up the stairway.
Come quickly! A dragon swims up the river!
There is a sound of voices. The knights at the table leap to their feet and come rushing to the door. The minute they touch the slippery planks, their feet slide out from under them. And 20 of King Arthur's best knights slide grandly over the edge of the wall. Plunk, 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 into the river. First picture, bottom row. As Val innocently turns to Sir Gawain and says, "Did you really see a dragon in the river?" Sir Gawain replies, "Why, I thought I did. But who can tell with all those bathers splashing?"
Hey, you are of all the great survivors among you!
As the 20 knights struggle to get out of the river, shaking their fists at Val, Sir Gawain taps Val on the shoulder and suggests that maybe they better go someplace else. Last picture, hiding in the haymow, they listen to the other knights trying to find them. Val settles back in the hay and murmurs contentedly, after the hardships of travel, it's good to come once again to the peace and quiet of Camelot.
Oh, those fellows acted just like great big boys.
They certainly did. But everybody had a jolly time now that Val is back, and they're all so happy to see him.
Yes, but I wonder what'll happen next week when the rest of the knights will get their hands on Val.
Maybe there'll be more trickery, but we'll find out about that next week.
Oh, and now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie, and here they are on the first page of the second section.
And I will read them right away, so here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ram-a-foo, ram-a-fum, zim-zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie or Dagwood tells Blondie today, "I don't have to go to the office until noon on account of working overtime yesterday." Blondie nods her head and begins to make the bed. Dagwood watches her for a moment and then says, "If you'd make the bed one side at a time instead of walking back and forth, it'd be easier." Blondie looks at him and says, "Nothing." Last picture, top row, Dagwood watches Blondie as she vacuums the room. Then he stops her and smiles sweetly as he says, "Wait, let me show you how to operate a vacuum with the most efficiency." Blondie looks at Dagwood and says, "Nothing." First picture, next row, Blondie is ironing. Dagwood sits in a chair, smoking a pipe, watching her for a while, and then says, "You certainly waste a lot of motion ironing. Why don't you do the sleeves and front together?" Blondie closes her eyes, grits her teeth, and says... A little later, Blondie is working at the kitchen table, making some pie dough. Dagwood watches her for a bit, and then says, "If you'd roll your pie dough on wax paper, you wouldn't have to wash the table afterward." Blondie closes her eyes, grits her teeth, takes a deep breath, and... Finally, Dagwood says, last picture, second row, "Well, it's time to go down to the office and get back to work." Down at the office, Dagwood is busy working when suddenly the door opens and into his office comes Blondie. Blondie replies,
"Yes, dear, remember me? You're a little inefficient housewife."
She marches right over to his desk, jerks a drawer out, empties it into the wastebasket, saying,
"Your desk drawers haven't been cleaned in years. How can you work in such mess?"
Dagwood looks at her in surprise and says, "Nothing." Last picture, third row, Blondie goes through his filing cabinets, and she exclaims,
"Goodness, how can you ever find anything in these files? Such disorder and confusion."
Dagwood chews his fingernails and says, First picture, bottom row, Dagwood goes to the water cooler to get a drink. He finds Mr. Dithers there. Blondie sees him and says,
"No wonder you have to work overtime, hanging around the drinking fountain all day."
Dagwood drops his cup to the floor and runs into Mr. Dithers' office. Blondie follows him into the office. Mr. Dithers and Dagwood are hiding under the desk. She asks sweetly,
"Have you had enough?"
Dagwood holds up a white handkerchief tied to a ruler and says, "I surrender, dear." Blondie walks to the elevator with a smile on her face. As soon as she has turned her back, Mr. Dithers jumps on Dagwood and starts to beat him up and says,
"Don't you know better than to give your wife advice on keeping house?
Dagwood yells for help. But Blondie sweetly smiles and rings the elevator bell and says nothing.
Oh, that's funny. Blondie certainly got even with Dagwood for telling her how to do her housework.
She certainly did, didn't she?
Yes, she certainly did.
He'll never do it again.
He'll never do it again.
No.
Oh.
Now look.
Oh, here's Roy Rogers right underneath Dagwood and Blondie.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. As Roy falls to the ground under the weight of Ballast, the huge crook, Cube Root, his friend, sitting on the stagecoach, excitedly pulls up his gun, and it goes off accidentally. The horses, frightened by the shot, run wild. They stampede straight for Ballast and Roy, who are lying on the ground struggling, last picture top row. Jut, the other outlaw, leaps out of the way, yelling, "Ballast, look out!" Ballast sees the horses coming and leaps aside. The team runs right over Roy, who reaches up and grabs onto the tongue of the wagon, first picture bottom row. By a miracle, the horses' hoofs don't touch him. Quickly, Roy pulls himself up to the wagon tongue. And then, hanging onto the harness, he stands up between the two lead horses and gentles them down, next picture, saying, "Oh, boys, whoa. Oh, now, easy now, boys. Easy there. Easy. Woo, 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 woo." The horses gentle down. Roy says, "Nice calculating, Cube. You got me out of a tight spot by stampeding the horses." Cube, who's been frightened to death by what's happened, says, I did? I mean, oh, yes, I did. But let's not forget, Roy, we promised the banker to recover his gold shipment." Meanwhile, back at the covered wagon, Jut is saying,
"We're clearing out, Ballast. Rogers and that transportation expert will fetch a sheriff's posse pronto."
Ballast replies,
"Yeah, we can leave Beetle up on the butte with the strong box and the kite till after dark, Jut."
Later, Roy, having the horses under control, has wheeled around and is heading back toward Flat Top Butte. As they near the spot, Cube says, last picture, "They're gone, Roy. I wonder where they secreted the box of gold and what happened to that little Confederate, Beetle." Roy suddenly exclaims, "Hey, am I seeing things? There's a man on Flat Top Butte. How'd he ever get up there?"
Oh, and now that Roy has seen Beetle up on top of the rock, maybe he'll figure out what's happened to the gold, too.
Yes, or maybe if Beetle thinks that Ballast and Jut have left him, Beetle will tell Roy what's happened.
Oh, I hope so. And then Roy will have those outlaws good.
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now, let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, there's Donald Duckle, my favorite.
So we'll read. Here we go with Donald Duckle. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squilly chicka chack. Let's have music to pay the quack quack. Donald's nephew Huey, Dewey, and Louie are looking at a globe, which is a round ball with the map of the world drawn on it. They point to a country called Australia, which is at the very bottom of the ball. And Dewey says,
"Uncle Donald, do people live in this country down here called Australia?"
Donald replies,
"Yep, and very nice people, too."
Louie asks,
"Well, why don't they fall off?"
Donald answers,
"That's a very good question. It's centrifugal force. Yeah, that's it."
Huey says,
"Centrifugal force? What's that?"
Donald replies, last picture.
"Well, look. Run and get Uncle Donald a pail of water, and he'll show you."
So off skitter the boys. And in a second, they come skittering back in again with a pail of water. Donald picks up the pail of water, first picture, bottom row, and says,
"Thanks, boy. Now stand back. Now you'll notice when I swing the bucket around, the water stays in the..."
When he turns around to see what happened, he sees, last picture, a lamp broken, coffee table broken, and the rug all soaked. And Dewey says,
"Yeah, but we still don't understand why the people don't fall off."
Wasn't that funny?
Yes.
Donald was going to show them the water stayed in the pail when he swings the pail around, and he didn't look where he was swinging, and so he hit the lamp. That was so funny.
Yes, look at that funny look on his face.
Oh, isn't he funny?
Yes, well, now look. Here's Dick's adventures across the page.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that because last week Dick was dreaming that he was with General Washington when he said goodbye to his officers after the Revolutionary War was over.
Yes, and then he resigned as general of the armies and went to his home in Mount Vernon.
Yes, but remember that Dick said he couldn't do that because he was going to be president, and he was the first president, wasn't he? He was the father of our country.
That's right. So let's read now and see if we can find out more about that. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick's father has tiptoed in his room to close the window because it's been raining. He sees Dick sound asleep, and he smiles and says to him softly, maybe you're dreaming of the glorious old days again, Dick. I sure wish I could be with you, son. And he tiptoes from the room. And in Dick's dream, miraculously, the centuries, slumbering forever in the web of time, awaken to life again. Scarcely does Dick seem surprised to find his father at his side as they drive into old New York in his dream, last picture, top row. Down a narrow street called Wall, first picture, middle row, they move through a vast, joyful, noisy crowd. Dick says, "Gee, I hope we're in time for the inaugural, Dad." They manage to reach the interior of the auditorium in time, and the crowd waits. And then there's a roar of welcome. And then a sudden hush as a beloved figure strides forward. It is George Washington. The crowd quiets down. George Washington lays his hand on the Bible, and last picture, second row, solemnly takes a never-before-spoken oath. Dick whispers in awe, "The first president of the United States of America." The whole nation gives itself a holiday in celebration of the election of the first president of the United States. And Dick and his dad, in Dick's dream, are at the ball, which Washington himself is attending, first picture, bottom row. Dick is saying to his father, "Gee, look, Dad, Martha Washington, and Jefferson, the first Secretary of the State, Hamilton, the first Secretary of the Treasury, and John Marshall, the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court." And then the party is over, and after a sound night of sleep, it's time for Dick and his father to be on their way. As Dick is combing his hair, his father slams the trunk shut and says, "Well, New York is only the temporary capital, Dick. There's talk of building a national city in the Potomac to be called the District of Columbia. Well, let's get started for home." Last picture, they're on their way back home. Heading south, they come to the scene of an accident. A man is standing beside a broken buggy. They rein up beside him, and the man says, "I guess my gig's done for, sir. I'm Eli Whitney, looking for a job as schoolteacher in Georgia. Would it be my good fortune to find you're going my way?"
Oh, wasn't that wonderful? Now we saw George Washington being made the father of our country.
Yes, sir, the first president. And we saw how they had wonderful parties in honor of the occasion.
Yes. Do you think a new exciting adventure will begin with this new man that they met on the road?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
I can hardly wait till next week. I just love Dick's adventures.
So do I. Now look, right here under Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. Remember that last week Rusty found out that Queenie's father wore moccasins. So they're sure that he must be Catfoot Kendall, the man who got into trouble.
Yes, the man who was ruled off the racetracks and could never drive in a trotting race again. But Tex suspects that Queenie's father wasn't really to blame, and he told Rusty to get a job as a stable boy at the Grassy Acres farm, where they have trotting horses.
Yes, and Tex thinks that maybe Corny Box, that man over there, might be the one who's the real crook who got Queenie's father into this trouble.
Well, let's read now and find out about that. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Today, Tex is talking to Mr. Miles, and he says,
"Oh, boss, I took it on myself to give Rusty sort of a leave of absence. I think you put your okay on it when I give you the facts."
Mr. Miles replies, "Well, you've got me curious, Tex. What's it all about?"
You're going to find this hard to believe, Mr. Miles, but the fellow who's living in that shack at the edge of the woods is actually Catfoot Kendall, the harness race driver. You don't say. Extraordinary. I don't follow the trotters very carefully, but wasn't he involved in a nasty scandal? That's right, boss. A driver named Corny Butts was driving a horse named Pooh Bah for Grassy Acre Stables. He and Catfoot Kendall were neck and neck when a fork of Butts' sulky broke. Butts ain't driven since. Oh, yes, it comes back to me now. They found the fork was partly sawed through, and they found a hacksaw in Kendall's kit.
Mr. Miles stands up and inquires, last picture, top row.
But what's all this got to do with Rusty getting a leave of absence? Well, I was getting to that, boss. We got a hunch that Kendall was framed, so Rusty's got himself a job over at Grassy Acres to see if he can pick up any information.
He continues, first picture, bottom row.
Oh, just one more thing, boss, and you better hold your hat when I tell you this. That cute little girl of Kendall's hid his white mare, Rhina Blanca, in a cave to prevent her being sold. Rusty's got her in with those saddle horses.
Mr. Miles, with a twinkle in his eyes, exclaims,
Well, by George, the little scamps. Somehow I like the idea. I never quite trusted that man, Crumb.
Meanwhile, at the Grassy Acres farm, Corny Botts is saying to Rusty, "Oh, Rusty, go around back of Mr. Crumb's office and put a coat of varnish in the shaft of the sulky in the shed there." Rusty replies, "Yes, sir, Mr. Botts." At this moment, a few feet from the shed, in Mr. Crumb's office, the owner of the farm, Mr. Crumb, is puffing on his cigar, talking to a shady-looking individual. He's saying,
"Now listen, Nick, I'm getting fed up with your panhandling. You were paid off for that job, even though you bungled it. By rights, you shouldn't have gotten a nickel."
The man named Nick replies,
"Well, it wasn't my fault, Crumb. You know, them sulkies was exactly alike. And I don't think you'd like me to tell the association what I know. Now, would you?"
Rusty, who's outside at that moment, overhears this and says to himself, "Wow, am I hearing right?"
Oh, it happened exactly the way Tex hoped it would. Rusty's learned something that makes him know that something is crooked somewhere.
You bet he has. However, no names have been mentioned, so Rusty will have to learn a little bit more before he'll have real proof to bring back to Tex.
Yes, and I can hardly wait till next week to hear more about this. And now I know that Queenie's father didn't do anything bad.
And I'm convinced of it, too. But that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. And I'm still thinking about that wonderful time we had last week talking to Kathy Beaumont, the girl who's the voice of Alice in Walt Disney's movie of Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, you loved that, did you?
Yes, I should say so. And I've been saving every one of the pictures of Alice in Wonderland from the comics, and I read them over and over again. And I'm so anxious to see what's going to happen today when she eats the cookie.
Well, that's wasted any time then.
All right, let's not waste any time. Please hurry and read the funny.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 1 of the first section, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. After his fight with Black John at the old stockade, Hoppy had sent Ken back to the telegraph camp with the news that the mountaineers had agreed to let the workmen continue with their job of putting through the telegraph line. Hoppy had gone into Black John's quarters for a talk with Black John. Today, he wakes up in a dungeon, his head aching. Hoppy looks around the dungeon, first picture, and he sees an old man with a white beard and hair sitting in front of him. Hoppy exclaims, "Why, Rocky Ridges, how did you get here?" Rocky Ridges replies,
"Oh, I've been here for weeks, Hoppy. You're the newcomer. Black John kicked you into this dungeon."
Last picture, top row, Hoppy says, "Why, he said you'd left these parts. I remember following him into his quarters to talk it over. Why, someone must have slugged me." Rocky says,
"Oh, yeah, that would be Glint Eye."
First picture, next row, Rocky goes on.
"He and Black John locked me in here for agreeing to let a new telegraph line cross our land."
Hoppy answers, "So that's why I never heard from you." Hoppy begins to look around the walls of the dungeon, saying, "They're up to something, Rocky. We got to force our way out of here." Rocky shakes his head, saying to him,
No, don't waste your time, Hoppy. This dungeon's old, but escape-proof. I've gone over every inch of it a dozen times. There's no way out, except through that upper door, and it's locked from the outside."
Meanwhile, last picture, middle row, Black John and Glint Eye are sitting beside one of the cannon at the old fort. Black John is saying,
"This cannon was mounted here by the military, so as to command that pass in case of attack."
Glint Eye replies,
"Yeah, and it's a natural route that telegraph crowd will use in stringing their wire through here. I'm beginning to see why you gave 'em the go-ahead sign, Black John."
First picture, bottom row, Black John picking up a keg of powder says,
"Now we'll load the cannon and post a watch for 'em. As soon as that outfit moves up within range, we'll be ready for 'em."
Meanwhile, the nearby hills echo to the sounds of hammer and saw as the telegraph line slowly advances through the virgin wilderness. Last picture, Ken looks at the line of telegraph poles going up swiftly and says cheerfully, "Hey, at this rate, we'll soon be through the pass." Hoppy's pal, California, nods his head and says,
"Yeah, too bad Hoppy ain't here to see this. Now, what's keeping him anyway?"
Oh, I hope California gets really worried, because if he gets worried enough, then maybe he'll go looking for Hoppy.
Yes, if only he'd suspect that something is wrong because Hoppy hasn't shown up, he might get a searching party out.
I wish he would, because Hoppy certainly needs some help. I don't know how he can ever get out of that dungeon.
Oh, if someone doesn't do some scouting around, they'll never discover the trick that Black John is up to.
And I know what you're going to tell me. You're going to tell me that I'll have to wait till next week to find out.
I'm sorry, but that's true. But now we might just as well continue with Prince Valiant.
Oh, yes, please.
Very well, then. Let's go over the page. There he is on page 3. And you remember last week that Prince Valiant and his friends Sir Gawain and young Arthur were on their way to Val's home?
Yes, and when they came to a river which they have to cross, they saw 2 knights blocking their way. Do you think they'll be fighting?
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant to the days of King Arthur. Eckert, Breckert, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant has been ordered back to Thule and is riding to Sir Gawain's home in Orkney to take ship. At Harley's Ford, 2 armed and mounted knights bar the way. Second picture, Gawain says, "Well, my hurt shoulder will not permit me to bear a shield." Val replies, "Oh, and with my strained arm, I can barely lift a lance, so..." Last picture, top row, without a word, the true strange knights set lance and shield and charge. Val has but time to whisper a plan of attack. At the very moment of contact, Gawain swerves aside from his opponent, first picture, next row, and both he and Val throw their weight upon Val's adversary. He topples from his horse. Quickly, they wheel around and ride at the other enemy knight. Val's solid shield and Gawain's strong lance again work together, and the other knight is thrown from his horse.
All right, now, right for the river. Quick, hurry!
First picture, bottom row. They reach the river, and as they ride across, Gawain looks back at the 2 knights slowly getting to their feet, and Gawain accuses Val. "Very unknightly tactics, Val. Why do you pick up these scurvy tricks?" And Val answers with a smile, "By keeping bad company." Second picture, bottom row. In fair weather and foul, they travel the length of Britain, and their injuries have healed ere they reach Hadrian's Wall, the huge stone wall that was built by the Romans to keep the enemy out. Beyond is the land of the warlike Picts, which they must cross before reaching Scotland and the Orkneys. They are damp and cold from their ride in the rain, so here they rest in one of the old Roman mile castles, last picture, making plans around a cozy fire for the continuation of their journey the next day.
Oh, I remember that wall because once Prince Valiant had to go through there. And you remember he had terrible battles with those Picts. Those Picts that were very wild, savage-looking little men.
That's right, you remember very well.
Yes, I do I?
You do.
Thank you. Do you think that Val will have that kind of trouble this time?
Well, you never can tell. We'll find that out next week. Now let's turn over the page, and there on top of page 5 is Flash Gordon. Shall we read him?
Oh, yes, please. Because remember last week, Flash captured Toxo, the leader of the Martians.
Yes, and then Dr. Ruff was worried because the oxygen, which is in the air they breathe, is running short.
And if they don't get oxygen, they will die.
Well, let's read right now and find out what they do. So here we go with Flash Gordon. Riga-riga-doon-doons, Haskramatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. While Flash and his co-workers were busy fighting the Martians, they failed to notice that their space platform was running short of oxygen. A hurried SOS to the Earth by radar phone gets no answer. Atmospheric disturbances prevent the signals from getting through. Meanwhile, Toxo, the captured pirate, gulps the waning air greedily. Although as a Martian he can live without breathing the air, he enjoys the luxurious feel of air in his lungs, and he gloats over the fact that he is consuming precious oxygen his human enemies need to live. Last picture, top row, Flash orders his companions. Lie still. You've got to make the air last till rescue arrives. While Flash continues his frantic efforts to reach the Earth with his calls for oxygen, Toxo manages to wiggle free from his bonds and creep toward the hatchway of the cabin. First picture, bottom row, jamming the safety controls, the evil genius from Mars opens both inner and outer airlock doors, and the ship's air supply hisses swiftly out into empty space. The rocket cabin will soon be a vacuum. The damage done, Toxo escapes in the maze of corridors on the space platform. Gasping for breath, Flash hurls himself against the airlock, last picture, while Dale and the others scramble to don their space helmets. With his last ounce of strength, Flash swings shut the ponderous lock.
Oh, why didn't somebody keep their eye on that little man?
Yes, now there's real danger again, and just when it looked as though everything was going to be all right.
Yes, Flash really is in trouble, because if the message doesn't go through to Earth in time, they could all die.
Yes, now Toxo, the leader of the Martians, is free again, too. Well, maybe next week Flash will do something that'll save this terrible situation.
My, I hope so.
Yes. But now I do believe it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, yes, and I have them right here on the first page of the second section.
Very well, then. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood's neighbor, Mr. Nuttles, has come over to Dagwood's place and complains,
Bumstead, your dogs chased our cat up on our roof.
Dagwood replies, tush, 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 tush. Don't get so upset about it, Mr. Nuttles. He picks up a ladder standing nearby and goes over to Nuttles' place, saying, These things happen occasionally. Relax, old boy. I'll rescue your cat for you. Dagwood goes to Nuttall's backyard. Last picture, top row. He gets the ladder tangled up in Mrs. Nuttall's laundry, hanging on the line. Mrs. Nuttall yells, "You're ruining my wash!" First picture, next row. Dagwood sets up the ladder and starts to climb up to the roof. Mrs. Nuttall sees the ladder standing in her flower bed and exclaims,
And look, he's ruining my begonia bed.
Mr. Nuttall, who is jotting all these things down on a piece of paper, tells her,
Don't worry, dear. I'm making a list of all the damage he's done.
In a moment, Dagwood is on top of the roof, next picture, trying to coax the cat to come off the roof.
Come, kitty. Nice, kitty. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come, kitty. Come to Dagwood.
The cat spits at him, and then suddenly makes a leap at Dagwood, last picture, second row, and scratches Dagwood on the head.
Hey, help, help. Get off me, will you?
Dagwood struggles to get free. The ladder falls over backward. Dagwood struggles. He falls off the ladder through a window. First picture, third row, into a cake Mrs. Nuttall's has baked.
Oh, my cake.
Dagwood picks himself up, all covered with bruises and scratches. Mr. Nuttall hands him a sheet of paper listing the damage he's done. Middle picture, third row, Dagwood says,
Okay. I'll pay for everything. Just keep that wild beast away from me.
Last picture, third row, Dagwood's at home, surrounded by his dogs, and telling Blondie,
Nuttall's is an unreasonable old crank, kicking up all that fuss over nothing.
He goes on first picture, bottom row.
He claims our dogs chased his cat up.
And he's interrupted by Nuttall's cat, who goes dashing after his dogs, who run away in fear. A moment later, Dagwood is at Nuttall's house. He knocks on the door. The door opens. Dagwood hollers,
Nuttall's, your cat chased my dogs up on our roof.
Last picture, Nuttall's looks up on top of the Bumstead's house and sees Dagwood's 5 puppies sitting on the roof, looking as angry as a March hare in November. Dagwood shouts,
It's a shameful outrage.
Nuttall says timidly, Okay. Where's the ladder? And the dogs snarl.
Oh, now Dagwood will have a chance to get his money back because I'll bet you that Mr. Nuttall will break things getting Dagwood's dogs down, too.
Well, I hope so, after all the trouble Dagwood got into.
Yes, I hope so, after all the trouble Dagwood got into.
Yes. Well, look, there's Roy Rogers underneath Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, Roy Rogers, read that, please.
I will in just a minute, but first here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy has been captured by the outlaws and has discovered that the banker Michaels, who he thought was his friend, is their leader. Roy's now being taken by Michaels and his henchmen back to Flat Top Butte, where the gold dust has been hidden on the top of the steep rock. When they arrive at the rock, they find that Roy's friend, Cube Root, is on top of the rock with the gold, and that Beetle, the outlaw left behind to guard it, is now down on the ground. Michaels says,
Jet, untie Rogers' hands, but don't show yourselves. We'll use Rogers to get Root to lower the strong box from the butte.
As the covered wagon stops, third picture, top row, Beetle exclaims that he was tricked by Cube Root. Michaels is furious. Last picture, top row, he climbs out of the wagon, ordering Roy to follow. He says,
Now, Jet, you and Ballas keep your guns on Rogers from inside the wagon. If he tries to warn Root up above, drill him.
First picture, bottom row, when Cube sees Roy and Michaels down below, he immediately lowers the box of gold, thinking the outlaws are captured. Michaels tells Roy, next picture.
All right, grab the box, Rogers. And no funny stuff. Remember, my men have you covered from the wagon.
Roy answers, Your scheme won't work, Michaels. Hey, somebody's coming. They look up and see a lovely girl on horseback who gallops up to them. She reins in, third picture, bottom row, and tells them that she's Sally Norton, that her father owns the stage line, and that she's been sent out to find why it's so late getting back to Prescott. Roy warns her, Get back, lady. Michaels says nervously,
Quiet, Rogers. Now, don't mind this road agent, Miss Norton. Your stage drivers are in the wagon yonder. We're wounded.
Suddenly, last picture, Roy grabs Michaels, who has his back to him, saying, It's a trick. Get behind me, ma'am, quick. Held firmly in Roy's grasp, Michaels faces Ballast and Jutt, who stand there, guns in hand. Michaels whines,
Now, Jet, Ballast, don't shoot. Don't shoot. You might hit me.
Judd says coldly,
Too bad, Banker Michaels, but that'll mean one less split on the gold. Let 'em have it, Ballast.
But if they shoot the banker Michaels, the bullet might go right through him and kill Roy.
yes, there's always that possibility.
And look, Roy's gun is gone. They took it away from him, remember?
Yes, he's really in a tough spot again.
Oh, and I know. We'll have to wait till next week to find out what's going to happen.
Yes, I'm afraid we will. But you don't have to wait for Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, goody. I just love Alice in Wonderland. Quick, where is she?
Turn over the page, and there she is, on page 3 of the second section.
Oh, yes, and you remember what happened? Alice followed the little rabbit through the hole in the tree, and she fell down into a room.
Yes, and the rabbit skittered through a tiny door in the room.
And Alice was too big to go through. So first she drank something out of a bottle, and she became so small that she could go through the door. But she couldn't reach the key then because it was up on top of the table.
And then the doorknob told her to eat a little cookie that was in a box to make her grow big again.
So Alice took a bite. So quick read. I want to see if she gets big enough to get the key.
Very well. Here we go with Alice in Wonderland. Say the magic words with me. And now for a story that gets curiouser and curiouser. Alice in Wonderland. So music, sir. Music, sir. The Eat Me cookie magically makes Alice grow. Up and up she rises till her head bumps against the ceiling of the chamber. And now she's so big she fills the room. The doorknob laughs, second picture.
A little of that cookie went a long way.
Suddenly Alice begins to cry.
Oh, dear.
And of course, she's so huge now that her tears fall like a waterfall. And the tears begin to cover the floor. The doorknob says,
Oh, I say now, this won't do at all. The bottle, quick, before you drown me with your tears.
Quickly, Alice reaches down, picks up the bottle, which is floating, and takes a big gulp. And suddenly, she begins to shrink again. She becomes so tiny that she thinks she'll drown in the pool of tears. So to save herself from drowning, she climbs in the bottle. And last picture, top row, she begins to float away on a sea of tears. And she calls,
Please help me.
She floats for a while, and then a wave tumbles her upon a beach. First picture, bottom row, a strange parade is going on. She sees a dodo bird on top of a little hummock who says,
I'm enjoying the chase. Nothing could be drier than a jolly caucus race.
Fascinated, Alice watches the dodo and the caucus race. Next picture. Round and around and backward and forward, the funny little sea things go. As the dodo bird says,
Forward, backward, inward, outward. I'm enjoying the chase.
Then suddenly the white rabbit appears again. And then away he runs. Alice runs after him, third picture, bottom row, calling,
Oh, Mr. Rabbit.
And the white rabbit answers,
I'm late, I'm late, I'm late.
Alice chases after him, over the hill, down the valley, and into the forest, where he disappears. Last picture, Alice looks through an avenue of trees and exclaims,
Oh, now where did he go?
While unknown to Alice, two odd little men who are exactly alike are watching her as she searches for the white rabbit.
I just love this. This is so wonderful. The most interesting and exciting things happen to Alice.
Yes, imagine shrinking so small she could use a bottle for a boat. Isn't that unusual?
Yes. And isn't that dodo bird funny?
I should say so.
I wonder who those little men are.
Well, next week you're going to find out about that.
Oh, goody. I certainly won't miss that.
Fine. Now let's turn over the page. And here on the top of page 4 is Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes, and Dick always has wonderful dreams about the early days of America. Such interesting and true things about our country. I wonder what it's going to be today.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. On a blustery December day, 1799, Dick finds himself on Washington's plantation at Mount Vernon, riding beside the general. With an uneasy premonition of trouble, he glances at the general, now in his late 60s, and he says, first picture, You look tired, sir. There is trouble, for as they rein up before the general's house, he sways in the saddle. Dick quickly calls,
Hey, help, somebody, help!
Help! Servants run to help. Last picture, top row, for the general, that giant of strength, is stricken. A short time later, first picture, second row, the saddened household learns from the doctor that only a few hours remain to a great man. The household is hushed as Dick stands with bowed head, and a soldier joins the ranks of his beloved countrymen who have gone before him through the years of hardship and struggle. A shocked nation learns the news. Last picture, second row, both houses of Congress meet, and Dick sees General Light Horse Harry Lee, father of Robert E. Lee, rise to speak a last tribute. He hears spoken for the first time the memorable words that Washington was
first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen.
But America is not alone in her bereavement. In France, first picture, bottom row, a former corporal stands silent. The heart of Napoleon, France's greatest general, becomes heavy with the news that the great American general has passed away. And next picture, great England dips her flag to honor the old fox who outwitted her. And then the years roll forward, and Dick is mumbling, first in war, first in peace. In that last picture, he sits up. He looks around and sees that he's in his own room in the year 1951. And Dick exclaims, oh, gee, I've been dreaming.
Oh, everybody loved George Washington, didn't they?
Yes, everybody was sad when he died.
Well, I should think they would be when you think of all the things he did for this country.
Yes.
It just makes me sad now to think about it.
Well, next week maybe we'll have another interesting story about the early days of America.
Oh, goody, because I just love them.
So do I.
Oh, look, there's Rusty Riley right underneath Dick's adventures. And you remember last week, Tex and Rusty discovered the little girl Queenie's father was not to blame for that accident that happened in the horse race.
No, and Rusty has learned that the owner of Grassy Acres, Mr. Crumb, had hired a crook to cause the accident.
And in that accident, the wrong driver, a man named Corny Botts, was crippled for life.
And Tex and Rusty have told Corny Botts, who works at Grassy Acres Farm, what they've learned.
Oh, and is he mad? Corny Botts believed Rusty, and I want to see if he's going to help Rusty and Tex to show up those crooks over there at Grassy Acres.
Well, let's read now and find out. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex says to Corny, first picture,
Considering what Rusty overheard, there ain't much doubt in my mind that Nick done the sabotaging on your sulky, thinking, of course, that it was Kendall's.
Corny replies,
yeah, and under Crumb's orders. Just let me get to him. He was supposed to be so big-hearted, giving me a job at Grassy Acres. I'll fix him.
Whoa there now. Take it easy, Corny. He'd just deny it. You'd be fired. But if you'll help us, we'll get proof.
Yeah, I guess wouldn't get me nowhere to blow my top. Well, how can I help, Tex?
Tex goes on, last picture, top row.
Well, for the time being, Corny, maybe the best thing you can do is to spread the word around Grassy Acres that Milestone Farm is out to beat 'em at the county fair. Meanwhile, Rusty'll get in a lot of practice.
I don't see quite what you got in your mind, but, well, if it'll help put Crumb where he belongs, I'll do it. Lad's a natural driver, Tex.
First picture, bottom row, Rusty goes out to the pasture where he finds Queenie with the famous trotting horse she and Rusty had saved from being sold. Rusty says, well, hiya, Queenie. Oh, boy, have I got news. Come on with me and I'll tell you. Tex is hatching some kind of a plan. He wants me to take Snowflake to the blacksmith shop. That means he's going to put racing plates on her. Queenie is surprised that Tex is going to put Snowflake in a race. She says she thought they'd have to have a sulky, which is a little racing cart to hitch onto the horse. Rusty says, well, Tex has got that fixed, too. Old Sam, who works at the Lexington Trotters track, is going to lend us one. And Rusty takes Snowflake by the halter and leads her to the barn. A little later, Rusty finds Tex in the yard working on a racing sulky, and he says, third picture, bottom row, but gee willikins, the sulky's here. Tex replies,
yep, and you're going to put in a lot of time with it, Rusty. You don't know it yet, but you're going to ride this here chariot at the county fair.
Meanwhile, at Grassy Acres Farm, Corny Botts, who has returned, has gone into Mr. Crumb's office, and last picture is saying, "Hey, boss, did you know Milestone's going in for trotters? They're saying they're going to make your entry look sick at the county fair." Mr. Crumb leans back in his chair, puffs on his cigar, and grins.
Oh, yeah? Well, they must still believe in Santa Claus if they think I'm going to let any horse beat Pooh Bah.
I wonder why Tex wants Rusty to ride in a race against the Grassy Acres horse.
He must have some scheme in mind by which he hopes he can trick Mr. Crumb.
But I wonder what it is.
I'm sure I don't know, but that's something that Tex isn't going to tell us until next week.
Well, I wish he'd tell me now.
Oh, he won't, though. You'll be here next week, and we'll find out a lot more interesting things about the comics. And there'll be another exciting chapter of Alice in Wonderland. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's the date, and the date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man. The Jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine.
Are you having a lot of fun these days?
Not as much fun as I used to have.
Well, why?
Well, I'm back at school again, you know, and I'm studying hard.
Well, learning things can be fun.
Yes. I always take Dick's Adventures to school because everybody in the class likes learning about history from seeing Dick's Adventures.
There, you see, that's fun.
Yes, but some things are more fun than others.
Yes, that's true.
And some things aren't as much fun as others.
That's true, too.
So, now do you see why?
Yes.
Well, now will you please read me the funnies because they're more fun than some others.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on the first page of the first section, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. The men from the telegraph company believe their difficulties have been settled with the mountaineers who are trying to prevent them from putting up their telegraph line, and they've gone ahead with their work. Now it is night. And at the end of the first day's work, the workers have set up camp within sight of an old abandoned military stockade. Unknown to them, behind the walls of the stockade, several pairs of eyes watch them last picture top row. It is Black John and Glint Eye, who for reasons of their own don't want strangers setting up a telegraph line in their country. Black John has a loaded cannon aimed directly at the telegraph workers' camp, and confident that he'll have no interference from Hoppy, who he has locked up in a dungeon with rocky ridges. First picture, second row, he says.
The lights from those tents make a right fine target. Stand back, gents. I'm gonna...
Suddenly, out of the darkness, a figure, gun in hand, steps into the light of his torch. Next picture. Black John stammers.
Cassidy, how'd you get out of that dungeon?
Hoppy replies, "We yanked the guard in with the rope used to lower the food, then used the rope to climb out. Rocky's guarding Glint Eye."
Yeah, you're smart, Cassidy, but not smart enough.
Last picture, the middle row, the Mountaineers leap at Hoppy. First picture, bottom row, as Hoppy is seized by two Mountaineers, he swings his foot, kicking John in the face. Black John falls against the cannon and is knocked out. But the lighted torch accidentally touches the lanyard on the cannon. And the cannon goes off. And last picture, the shell explodes in the Mountaineers' camp.
Hey, what's happening? Look out there! Come down there! Look out!
Oh, look. Hoppy's been captured by those two Mountaineers. Do you think he'll lick them and get away?
Well, let's hope so.
Well, I hope so, too, because that cannon is aimed so that it shoots right into the camp.
Yes, and now the telegraph workers know there's trouble in the fort, and maybe they'll go looking.
Yes, maybe California and Lucky, Hoppy's friends, will go and help him.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now?
Oh, look, there's Prince Valiant. And you remember last week Prince Val was on his way back home to his father's castle, and all of a sudden they met two knights who attacked them.
Yes, Prince Val and Sir Gawain defeated them, and they continued on their way until they reached Hadrian's Wall. The wall built all the way across Britain to prevent the enemy from coming through.
And once before, when they went through this country, Val was attacked by the Picts, those little savage men.
Yes, he was.
I wonder what'll happen today.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Mulkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. At the great wall that crosses Britain from coast to coast, Prince Valiant and Gawain fall in with a convoy of merchants, nobles, and foot soldiers. And the journey through the land of the Picts is made without danger. Last picture, top row, comes the rugged crossing of the Caledonian Highlands. One by one, the party breaks up, until, first picture, next row, only Val and Arp, Sir Gawain and his squire, reach the far northern tip of land and see before them the ever-restless sea and the faint blue line of the distant Orkneys. There they board ship to cross over to the islands. The crossing gives them a sample of the perilous voyage yet to come. Then, last picture, second row, they cross wide moorlands where the sea winds moan forever through the heather. And they come at last to Castle Lothian, built high above the roaring breakers by King Lot, Sir Gawain's father. They ride up to the castle. The watch above sees them approaching, and first picture, bottom row, the drawbridge is lowered, and Sir Gawain is home once again. Last picture, Val and Sir Gawain are comfortably seated after their journey, talking with Gawain's family. It's a strange household Val meets. Gawain's brothers, Agravain, sullen and cruel. Gaeris, stupid but honest. His mother, Queen Morgause, still beautiful, but believed to be a witch, like her sister, Morgan Le Fay. And lastly, Mordred, the half-brother who trusts no one, loves no one, but thirsts for power.
Oh, my goodness, they're not nearly as nice-looking people or as friendly-looking as Sir Gawain is.
No.
My, those brothers look fierce.
Yes, and his mother looks very haughty.
I'm not sure I'm going to like them.
Well, they aren't the kind of people that you like at first sight, are they?
No, you know, I almost feel that something bad is going to happen just from the way they look.
Well, we'll find out about that next week as our story continues. But now, I would be most happy to read Blackwood and Blondie if you're interested.
Interested, I should say I am. You know, I just love Dagwood and Blondie.
Very well, then. Here we go with Blackwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie asks Cookie, her little daughter, to sprinkle water on her flowers. So Cookie takes the sprinkling can and goes off to fill it. She puts the can up on top of her head, second picture. Suddenly, the can slips, and Cookie's head is inside the can. She tries to pull it off, but it won't come off. She tries again, but no luck. It's stuck. Whereupon Cookie, last picture, top row, yells, Dagwood comes running. Blondie comes running. First picture, next row, they try to get the can off. But no luck. It's stuck. So they dash to the doctor's. Dash into his office. Stop in front of him. Dagwood points to Cookie with a can over her head and screeches, "It's an emergency, doctor!" The doctor takes one look, puts Cookie in the operating table, looks among his tools, last picture, second row, saying,
"In 30 years, I've never had a case like this."
Then he goes to work, trying to pry the can off Cookie's head. And a minute later, the can comes off. Dagwood walks out, smiling cheerfully. First picture, third row. "Thanks, Doc." The doctor looks at his instruments and snarls,
"I've ruined all my expensive instruments."
A little later, they're home. Herb Woodley, Dagwood's neighbor, seeing that everything has turned out all right, is asking Dagwood about the little accident.
How did it happen, Dagwood?
Dagwood replies, last picture, third row. "Oh, she was fooling around like kids do and put the sprinkling can over her head. Like this." And he puts the can on his head. "There, you see?" Suddenly it slips. And first picture, bottom row, Dagwood tries to get it off. He tries again. But no luck. It's stuck. Blondie sticks her head out of the window and sees Herb tugging at the can, which covers her husband's beautiful face. And she's horrified. Herb shouts, "He can't get it off." So off to the doctor's they go. Into his office. Stop in front of him. When the doctor sees Dagwood with a can in his hand, he yells,
"Nothing doing. Take him to the plumber shop."
Last picture, Dagwood is in the plumber shop, lying on a table. Two plumbers are getting out their tools to cut the can off his head. And Dagwood says,
"Don't I get an anesthetic?"
What is an anesthetic?
"Why, that's what they give you to put you to sleep if you're going to have an operation, so it won't hurt."
Oh, that's silly, Dagwood.
Yeah.
If it didn't hurt Cookie, it certainly wouldn't hurt Dagwood. I think he's just a baby.
He's a big baby.
Yeah.
But look, here's somebody who's no baby.
Oh, right underneath. It's Roy Rogers.
Uh-huh.
But say not, he's the hero.
Yes.
Because you remember last week, Roy'd been captured by that banker, Mr. Michaels, who was supposed to be Roy's friend. But Mr. Michaels turned out to be the leader of the outlaws who'd stolen the gold.
That's right. The outlaws had hidden the gold on top of Flat Top Butte. And Roy's friend, Cube Root, had tricked the outlaw guarding it and now has the gold himself. Michaels, who has arrived with Roy as a prisoner, orders Cube, who's on top of Flat Top Butte, to lower the gold. Just then a girl gallops up. As Michaels turned to look at her, Roy quickly grabbed him from behind and is using him as a shield from the other outlaws' fire.
I wonder whether Roy will get away now because he's hiding behind the banker.
Well, let's read now and find out whether Roy succeeds in capturing the other outlaws. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Say the magic words with me. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. As Roy holds Michaels to him, he says to the young girl, "All right, stay behind me, miss, and edge toward the rocks. Jutt and Ballast won't fire with Banker Michael shielding us." Michael sees Jutt and Ballast sitting in the wagon, guns in hand, and he whines,
"Don't shoot, you'll hit me."
Jutt sneers.
"Never mind the boss, Ballast. Let 'em all have it."
The outlaws pull their triggers. Michaels is shot. Roy says, third picture, top row, "Hey, they hit Michaels. Make a break for the rocks. I'll draw the fire." The girl hands Roy her small gun and runs behind a rock. Roy drops Michaels to the ground and, shooting at the outlaws, yells, last picture, top row, "Hey, Trigger, spook that team. Hurry!" Judd is shot. Suddenly, first picture, bottom row, Trigger rears back. He attacks the horses hitched to the stagecoach, and they run away, spoiling the outlaws' aim. Beetle, the outlaw sitting in back of the wagon, is thrown off. Roy shouts to his friend Cube at the top of the rock, "Hey, Cube Root, come on down off that butte. Guard the strong box you lowered." And quickly, Roy tosses the girl's gun to her third picture, saying, "Row, take your Derringer and cover Beetle, Sally. I'll take your six-shooter and go after Jutt and Ballast." Then Roy grabs Beetle's six-shooter out of his holster, climbs in the saddle, and last picture, gallops off after the two outlaws in the covered wagon. Beetle sits up and says,
"Rogers won't return. He's got my gun, but it's empty. Jutt and Ballast will kill him easy."
Oh, isn't that terrible? Roy doesn't have bullets in the gun, and now he's going after the two outlaws. When he catches up with them, he might be shot.
Yes, that's something Roy didn't count on.
Oh, dear. Every time it looks as though Roy's going to win, then he just gets into more danger.
Yes, but it certainly makes an exciting story.
Yes, but I always worry about it.
Now, don't worry too much, because maybe something will happen next week that you don't expect, and Roy will be saved.
Well, I hope so.
Now, let's turn over the page.
All right. Look, there's Flash Gordon on page 3.
And I know you'll want to read that.
Oh, I do.
Well, I'll read it in just a minute. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the third page of the second section, Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. The vicious leader of the Martians, a dwarf named Toxo, has hidden on the space platform, which was built by the Earthmen high in the air. The supply of oxygen, which is necessary for the Earthmen to breathe, is running short. To make matters worse, the messages that Dr. Ruff and Flash have sent to the Earth asking for help have not gotten through. And then Toxo slipped down to the airlocks where the last bit of oxygen is kept, opened them, and much oxygen escaped. But luckily, Flash slammed the door shut before the entire supply leaked out. Now, as the oxygen supply of the space platform ebbs away, Flash searches grimly for the Martian pirate Toxo, who has fled into the maze of corridors. Meanwhile, the crew keeps trying frantically to get an SOS message through to the Earth. Second picture, Toxo manages to make his way unseen to the rear power plant of the giant space platform. Short-circuiting the controls, he sets off the atom rockets that steer the platform and swings it on a course toward his native Mars. Last picture, top row, hearing the roar of the rockets, Flash and Dr. Ruff realize that something has gone wrong and dash outside to the control deck. As they pass Toxo's hiding place, he hurls a heavy pair of pliers, shattering Dr. Ruff's space helmet. Dr. Ruff becomes unconscious from lack of air. He stumbles and falls off the space platform out into space and floats away from the ship. Flash whirls, fires at Toxo. First picture, bottom row. The little man from Mars dives safely through the open airlock into the dark interior of the space platform. Last picture, Flash hurries to the control deck, where a glass at the navigation instruments confirms his fear. The space platform is hurtling toward Mars and certain death for all the people on board. There was no way to shut off the short-circuited rockets that have changed the course of the platform. Only one desperate hope remains. Flash levels his ray gun and blasts the whole atomic power plant overboard. Well, Flash saw that the power plant, which supplies the energy to push the space platform through air, was making them head toward Mars, and he didn't have any way to shut it off. So what he did was to destroy it by making it explode.
Oh, and now the space platform won't keep going on toward Mars?
No, it won't. Now it'll stand perfectly still in the air or float in the air.
Well, then, if the Martians come to attack, then Flash won't have any way to get away.
No, he won't.
So you see, he's still in danger.
Now, don't give up hope. Maybe next week something will happen to give Flash some help.
I certainly hope so.
Well, now let's turn over the page and see what's...
Oh, look, Alice in Wonderland, and I just love that story. You remember, Alice, first she followed the white rabbit, and she fell down through a deep hole in the earth, and then the rabbit disappeared.
Yes, and the strangest things happened to her.
And then, finally, she saw the rabbit again, and she chased him, but she lost him in the woods.
Yes, so now let's see what happens to her in the woods. Here we go with Alice in Wonderland. Say the magic words with me. And now for a story that gets curiouser and curiouser. Alice in Wonderland. So music, sir. Music, sir. As Alice searches for the white rabbit, two odd little men appear suddenly. They're fat little fellows and very short, and they look exactly alike. They appear before Alice. In second picture, one says, "I'm Tweedledum." And the other says, "I'm Tweedledee." And then they both say together, "We will now give you a recitation." Alice tells them she wants to hunt for the rabbit, but Tweedledum and Tweedledee insist that Alice listen to their curious story. So Alice sits down, and third picture, top row, they tell her the story of the walrus and the carpenter.
The walrus and the carpenter, down by the shore, saw a lot of little oysters, also at the shore. And the walrus said,
"Oh, oysters! A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk would be a sheer delight."
And there by the sea, the oysters agree, and away they go for the little walk, which they think will end in a little talk. The walrus leads to a fish food shack where you can get a little snack. And the walrus says, last picture, top row, and this is something he ought to know,
"The time has come, my little friend, to talk of many things. Of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings."
and they sit around the table. First picture, bottom row. And the walrus looks at the menu which reads, and believe me, I ought to know, oysters. And the walrus said with walrus greed,
A loaf of bread is what we chiefly need.
And the carpenter added some words that ring, and peppercorns and mustard seed and other seasonings. And into the kitchen the carpenter goes to do what only a carpenter knows. But when the carpenter came back carrying a tray with oyster snack, he started to say a word you know. Little oysters, little... Oh! But answer there came none. They were eaten, every one. And the carpenter looked at the oyster shells, and the walrus wiping his mouth, and the way he swelled, and the walrus who had eaten the oysters replies,
I deeply sympathize.
And Tweedledee and Tweedledum gasp and say, "Man." And last picture, Alice says,
Well, that was a very sad story. If you happen to be an oyster.
and then Alice rises and curtsies and slips away in search of the white rabbit as Dum and Dee begin a new recitation. What do you think of that?
I feel a little bit sad about the oyster being eaten by the walrus.
Yes, that really was a mean trick to lead them into the fish food shack as if he was going to entertain them and then eat them when the carpenter's back was turned.
Yes, I'm not sure that I like walrus.
And I'm not sure that I'm going to have oysters for supper tonight.
I don't think I will either. You think Alice will find the white rabbit next week?
But the only way to find out is to be here next week.
Oh, fine. Now I think it's time for Dick's Adventures,
And I wouldn't be a bit surprised but that you're right. Let's see. Let's go to the very last page.
There he is.
Yes.
And last week, Dick woke up from the dream that he had about the early days of America, and I wonder if he'll have another one today.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventureless Dick. Dick is sitting in his chair with his dog beside him, thinking of the early days of America history. And he's been humming the Marine hymn. And he murmurs, "You know, the U.S. Marines hymn has the words, 'To the shores of Tripoli.' What went on there, I wonder?" He drowsily closes his eyes, and back he goes. Until... he finds himself in his dream coming on board a ship. He's surprised at this. He looks around and sees sailors in strange costumes. It's the year 1803, almost 150 years ago, which is the reason why the sailors' clothes are so different from the ones today. And the ship is a sailing ship. First picture next row, Dick looks around the ship and at the cannon, which are the ship's firepower. He shakes his head as he looks at them. The commanding officer glares. Dick turns as he hears a cultured voice saying sarcastically, "I gather you don't hold a very high opinion of our ship. We'll arrange for your transfer to a vessel more to your liking when we reach the Mediterranean." As he walks away, Dick asks first picture bottom row, "Hey, who's he?" Dick's companion replies, "Oh, nobody important, Dick. Lieutenant Stephen Decatur." But Dick doesn't wait to hear any more. He runs to Decatur, stops him, and stammers out an apology. Decatur smiles, and they become friends. The ship is put to sea, and at length, after crossing the South Atlantic, the Argus, for that's the name of the ship, comes on a group of Yankee fighting ships headed by the frigate Constitution, blockading the Barbary coast, opposite the pirate port of Tripoli. Dick, standing in the stern of the ship, seems to remember that a ship commanded by Stephen Decatur once engaged in a terrific battle with the pirates, and he wonders what is to happen.
Will they have a battle with the pirates, do you think?
You're just like Dick, aren't you?
Yes, I really wonder, because if Dick is right about the ship not being very strong and not having big cannons, well, then, if they do get into a battle, it could be awfully dangerous.
Yes, it could be, but we'll find out more about that next week.
All right.
Now
Oh,
look.
look, here's Rusty Riley right below Dick's Adventures.
Mhm.
And this is really becoming exciting because Tex and Rusty have found out that the father of that little girl named Queenie was not to blame in that racing accident.
Yes, Tex has a scheme whereby he thinks he might be able to prove who the real crooks are.
Yes, he knows it is Mr. Crumb, the man who owns Grassy Acres Farm, the man who has the famous racing horse.
Yes, but he can't prove it yet, so Tex has decided he's going to have Rusty race a horse against Pooh Bah, the horse at Grassy Acres, hoping that Mr. Crumb will tip his hand in such a way that he'll show that he is the real crook.
Well, let's read now and see what's going to happen today.
Very well, here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. A racing sulky, which is a little cart hitched to a horse for trotting races, has been brought to the Miles farm. Rusty asked Tex first picture.
Now that we have a sulky, Tex, are we going to work out Snowflake on our track?
Tex replies,
Well, 2 of Mr. Miles' new saddle horses are trotters, Rusty. We're going to use them to give you practice riding the sulky. As for Snowflake, we're going to work her out plenty, but not here. A white mare with one black stocking would stick out like a giraffe in a herd of longhorns. Just as well to keep our entry secret for a while.
Rusty replies,
Oh, sure, that's right. Queenie's father might find out. I almost forgot. He doesn't know Snowflake is here.
Meanwhile, at Grassy Acres, last picture top row, Mr. Crumb is talking to one of his men. He's saying,
Marty, I've got a pile of dough on my horse at the county fair. I hear there's an entry for Milestone. Who we got that could do a little clocking over there? Somebody they don't know.
Marty replies,
Carpy's the boy, boss. Nobody around Lexington knows him, and he's a good judge of horses. I'll send him in.
Marty goes out of the office, nods his head, and another fellow comes in, first picture bottom row. Mr. Crumb leans forward, saying,
Carpy, I want you to amble over to Milestone and take a gander at whatever horse or horses they mean to enter in the county fair trots. And don't spill where you're from. Here's a stopwatch.
Carpy replies,
Sure, boss. Leave it to me.
A little later at the Miles farm, Rusty, on the sulky, which is hitched to one of their horses, goes out on the track. Tex gives him his last-minute instructions.
Now, Rusty, this is only driving practice for you. This horse may be an inside kicker, so if you see me wave, pull up before he hurts himself.
Okay, Tex.
And around the track, Rusty goes. Third picture bottom row, Carpy, the young boy from Crumb's farm, comes up beside Tex and says,
Hey, you don't mind me watching a while, do you, mister? I'm just a grocery boy.
Tex replies,
Help yourself, stranger.
At that moment, Rusty comes riding around the bend. Rusty calls,
How about it, Tex? Can I let him out a little?
Tex replies,
Okay, Rusty. Let him out for half a lap.
An hour later, Carpy is back at the Grassy Acres farm and is reporting to Mr. Crumb, last picture.
Hey, boss, you got nothing to worry about. Their horse, is just another nag. And they got a stable boy named Rusty driving.
Mr. Crumb leans back and grins, saying,
Good night. And I was taking them seriously.
Do you think that boy found out something that will spoil Tex's plan if he watched Rusty riding the horse?
No, I don't think so. I think he found out something to help Tex's plan. Because, you see, Tex wants Mr. Crumb to think that he has nothing to worry about. That's why he let Carpy watch Rusty when Rusty was running one of the poorer horses, you see?
Oh, I see why now. Oh, but he won't let him see Snowflakes when she's running.
Oh, no, I don't think so. That'll be the big secret. And the day of the race, he'll bring Snowflake out to run in the race against Pooh Bah.
Yes, and then I just hope that Snowflake beats him good.
Well, that's something we'll find out. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, and I'm so excited.
What for?
Well, Halloween is going to come, and I've got my jack-o'-lantern all fixed up, and I'm going to scare people.
What are you going to do if people scare you?
I won't be scared because I know it's all in fun.
Then how do you know you'll scare other people? Maybe they'll know it's all in fun, too.
Well, I mean, just sort of pretend scared, you know.
Yes, I think I do. Halloween is a wonderful time, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, and so am I.
And so am I.
And I'm looking forward to the funnies, too. So read them for me, will you, please?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. Top of the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Sticks, guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy and the cavalry were heading back to Denver. As they were making their way through a mountain pass, they were attacked by Indians. Arrows came flying from nowhere. And one of their men is picked off. As they gather around him quickly, another of the troopers says, "Hey, they're picking off our rear guard." Poor Evans. Hoppy looks at the arrow in the back of the dead man, recognizes the tribe from which it came. He says, "Sioux." Last picture, top row, the major says,
"This is Chief Ironclaw's work. For months, somebody's been smuggling firearms to his renegades faster than we can disarm them."
As they quickly bury the dead man, Hoppy says, first picture next row, "Well, I don't think they plan an attack just yet, or they wouldn't have warned us by picking off our rear guard."
Yeah, I guess you're right, Cassidy. Ironclaw's probably waiting for reinforcements before hitting us.
As they prepare to mount again, last picture, middle row, Hoppy advises, "Oh, Major, I'd suggest we keep on the move. We'll have a better chance if we can get out of this wash." The major replies,
"Right. Prepare to mount."
As they continue on their way, sometime later, first picture, bottom row, another arrow cuts through the air. One of their troopers is wounded in the shoulder. The major looks back and says to his men,
"Help Willis with the arrow, but keep on the move. We'll head for the stage relay station at Medicine Bend. It's our nearest shelter against Redskin attack."
Last picture, they come out of a grove of trees into a clearing, and ahead they see a stockade and a cabin. The major announces,
"There's our objective. It's sturdy enough to discourage Ironclaw's tribe."
But he doesn't see arrows sticking out of the walls of the stockade and the bodies of two men lying outside, struck down by the Indians.
Oh, isn't that terrible? Those Indians have been there, too.
Yes. Doesn't look as though there's much room for the troopers to find protection.
And Hoppy said the Indians are waiting to get more reinforcements. Well, that means more of them.
Yes, there's plenty of danger in this adventure. We'll find out more about it next week. Now?
Oh, now let's turn over the page because I know Prince Valiant will be there.
Very well, over the page we go.
And you remember last week when Prince Valiant came home, he found out he was the father of little baby twin girls, and they were so sweet.
Yes, and you remember also that Val's son, Prince Arn, was very unhappy because no one paid any attention to him.
Yes, and that's very wrong. Let's read now and see if they make him happy.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Little Prince Arn stands sadly in the doorway. He's hidden in the folds of the drape, unseen by Val, who is fussing over his twin daughters. The little prince sadly goes to his own room, gets his wooden sword and toys, and first picture next row, sorrowfully walks down the hall, planning to go away all by himself. But Val looks up and sees him going past the door, and he lets out a glad shout. Arn, come here. Val rushes to the doorway, picks up little Prince Arn, and gives him a great big hug. Arn smiles happily to realize that his daddy has noticed him. And then, first picture, bottom row, Val opens up a saddlebag, telling him there are presents within it for him. Then Val also gives Alita lovely presents, for which she gives him a big, big hug, which little Prince Arn thinks is very silly. Last picture, Prince Arn is dressed in a helmet, jacket, shield, and sword, his presents, and stands there looking like a warrior, ready for adventure, at the sturdy age of 2.5.
Doesn't he look cute with that helmet's hair just flowing down over his eyes?
Yes, that's too big for him, but he doesn't think so.
Yes, he's so proud that his daddy pays attention to him. I said that Val would be nice to him.
You did, and you were right. Now let's go over the page.
All right. Oh, look, here's Donald Duck.
And we won't waste another second. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeeze 'em, squiddy, chick-a-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald is reading a newspaper, the Daily Blow, when some peculiar odor goes past his nose.
Ah, boy.
He looks in the fireplace, taking pictures, and sees smoke instead of going up the chimney coming into the room. And Donald exclaims,
Uh-oh. I'll bet that blasted Stork back again.
He dashes outside, puts a ladder up against the house, dashes up the ladder, fourth picture, and sees the stork nesting on the chimney, blocking it so the smoke can't go out. And Donald exclaims,
Oh, get his eyes popped.
He dashes down the ladder, saying,
This time I'm going to take drastic measures.
He gets his gun. First picture, bottom row, dashes up the ladder again. The stork sees Donald with a gun and hops off the nest, looking very sheepish, which isn't easy for a stork to do. And just as Donald puts up his gun to shoot the stork, third picture, bottom row, he hears behind him, and Donald lowers his gun, realizing he can't shoot the mother of hungry little birds. Last picture, we see the stork on her nest in front of the fireplace in Donald's living room. And the little storks peep. And Dewey, Donald's nephew, says happily,
Wow, starting a stork farm, huh? Boy, now I've heard everything.
Oh, wasn't that nice of Donald not to shoot the stork?
Yes, he's made a home for the little storks right in his living room.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yes, that's so nice. Well, now...
Oh, now I'm anxious to see Dick's adventures. Because you remember last week, Dick was captured by the pirates and locked up in jail with other prisoners that the pirates had captured.
Yes, I remember very well. And the pirates had captured the Americans from the ship Philadelphia.
And the pirate captain was going to kill some of the prisoners, and I wonder what's going to happen to Dick.
Well, let's read Dick's adventures right now and find out. So over the page we go, to the very last page of the first section. And here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Dick is dreaming that he's with Commander Stephen Decatur on a Yankee ship in the harbor of Tripoli. He has been captured by the Bashaw, leader of the pirates, with the ship Philadelphia stuck on the reefs while pursuing the pirate ship. Dick, watching from the window of his dungeon, is seeing a worse thing happen. The crafty pirate chieftain has had his men busily at work at the Philadelphia, and now it has been pulled off the reef and being outfitted by the pirates so that the Philadelphia can now be used against the Americans. Dick says to himself,
It's got to be destroyed before he uses it against us.
Up and down the grim dungeon corridor are other American sailors and Marines from the ill-starred Philadelphia. Pondering some means of escape, last picture top row, Dick suddenly hears approaching footsteps. It's the jailer bringing Dick's food. Dick hears him open his dungeon door. And as the jailer steps in with the food and hands him the tray, first picture next row, Dick suddenly thrusts the tray into the jailer's face.
Hey, watch out!
Spilling hot soup all over him, and he quickly knocks him out.
Then, taking the jailer's keys, as fast as he can, Dick releases his friends around him. He goes from one cell to the other, unlocking the doors. But the Bashaw's well-armed guards are pounding down the corridor. They've heard the shout. Without weapons, it is foolhardy to fight. Last picture, middle row, Dick and his companions scatter. But not before they can help themselves to the guards' cloaks. And they disappear before the approaching guards can get their hands on them. First picture, bottom row, the guards search through the palace grounds. But the captives have vanished. Dick and his friends are free. Last picture, an hour later, several miles away, the camel train of Abdul the Trader proceeds with a group of heavily cloaked Bedouins who come from no one knows where. A close look under the hoods of the Bedouins would show that these men wearing the striped tunics are Dick and the Yankee prisoners. Yes, and if no one asks any questions, maybe by nightfall they can be far enough away to slip back to their ship.
Oh, I hope so.
Well, maybe we'll find that out next week. And now, look, underneath Dick's adventures.
Oh, yes, Rusty Riley. And you remember, Rusty and Tex have gone to the county fair, and they're going to run that wonderful horse Snowflake in the race.
Yes, and Mr. Crumb, the crooked owner of the Grassy Acres farm, is running his horse, Pooh Bah.
And his men, who are crooks too, have hidden a gun under the seat of the Ferris wheel, and that's right by the racetrack. And I'm afraid they might try to do something terrible, like shooting Snowflakes so that their horse will win.
Well, don't forget that Tex and Mr. Miles are talking to two detectives. Maybe they'll find a way of stopping this.
Oh, quick, let's read so we can find out.
Very well, here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex, Mr. Miles, and the two detectives are talking outside the grandstand of the fairgrounds. Tex is saying,
Two of Crumb's stooges are working here, running the shooting gallery and the Ferris wheel. Maybe you noticed the big wheel is real close to the racetrack fence.
Mr. Miles replies, second picture. Yes, I noticed that. I thought of having it stopped during the races. It might frighten the horse. Tex goes on, last picture, top row.
Well, these owl hoots are figuring to use a powerful air gun, most likely a target pistol. They got it hid under the seat cushion of car 10 in the Ferris wheel. It's a good bet they're up to no good.
One of the detectives answers, "Well, leave it to us, Tex. We'll take care of them." First picture, next row. A few minutes later, Tex is talking to Rusty, who's on the racing sulky, ready to drive Snowflake out on the track. Tex says,
Okay, Rusty. Get out there now and drive a good race. Just keep your eye on Crumb's driver and don't you worry. Everything's under control.
Right, Tex. I'm not afraid.
Meanwhile, the two detectives head for the Ferris wheel. As they near it, one of them says, third picture, bottom row, "Hey, hold it, Jackson. Look, they stopped the wheel with car 10 at the top." Jackson answers, "Yeah, probably with one of those hoods in it. Hey, come on, I got an idea." He goes on. Last picture, Lewis says, "I want you to get that engineer away from that machinery for a few minutes as soon as the race starts. I don't care how you do it, but get him away."
Oh, I know what he plans to do. If he can get the engineer away from the Ferris wheel, and then when the race starts, then he's going to start the Ferris wheel so that car number 10 moves around so the man in it can't shoot that Snowflake.
I have a hunch that's his idea.
Oh, I wonder if he'll be able to work it.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now?
Oh, now it's time for Dagwood and Lundy.
Yes, and here they are on the first page of the second section, and I'll read that in just a minute. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. First page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ram-a-foo, ram-a-fum, zim-zam zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. The postman comes up Dagwood's walk, drops a letter in the box, blows his whistle like mad. Dagwood, in the house, hears it and dashes for the door. Says,
"Mr. Beasley's blowing his whistle like mad. He must have a terribly important letter for me."
As the postman goes down the street blowing his whistle, Dagwood pokes his hand in the letter box, last picture top row, saying, What could it be that could make him blow his whistle like that? He tries to pull the letter out, but nothing moves. He tries again. Nothing moves. He yells, first picture, bottom row. First picture, next row. Blondie, help, help! My hand's caught in the mailbox. Blondie dashes out, sees Dagwood's predicament, and asks him how he did it. Dagwood answers, stop asking questions and pull. He puts his foot against the wall. Blondie pulls and he pushes. Try again. They try a second time. Try again. And finally, third time. The mailbox pulls loose. They both fall over backwards, but Dagwood's hand is still in the mailbox. So, first picture, third row, they dash downtown to the Fix-It repair shop. A man at the Fix-It repair shop puts Dagwood's arm in a vise and begins to hammer away at the mailbox. Dagwood says, hurry! I can't wait till I see what that card in the box is. The repairman answers cheerfully, well, it's coming off. He hits it another blow, and up it pops. He shakes out a card. Mr. Fix-It looks at the card. Last picture, third row, says with a smile, well, what do you know? It's the little advertising card I sent out. Mr. Fix-It, I can repair anything. Well. First picture, bottom row, Mr. Fix-It says, that'll be $2. Amazing what a quick response I got from it. Dagwood hands him the money. With a ferocious look on his face, snarls, now I want to find Beasley. Down the street he dashes. He sees a mailbox. Mailman 2 blocks away. He catches up with him. Dashes up to him yelling, why all that noise in the whistle when you put that card in my box? The mailman answers, why, it's a new whistle my wife gave me for my birthday, and I just love it. Whereupon Dagwood sails into him. And I Mr. Pound. I Mr. Pound. Mr. Pound. Last picture, the mailman lies on the ground with a black eye, and he moans, billions of people on this earth, and I had to get Bumstead on my route. Dagwood dusts off his hands and walks off, saying, now I feel better.
Oh, I don't blame him for getting mad at the mailman for blowing his whistle so much for no good reason at all.
I don't blame him either. But he might have been a little more cautious when he stuck his hand in that mailbox.
Yes, he might have been a little more cautious when he stuck his hand in that mailbox, and he wouldn't have all that trouble.
No. Now?
Oh, look, at the bottom of the page is Roy Rogers. And this is so exciting because you remember last week, Roy and Jack Spratt, the deputy sheriff, were being treated rough by the cattlemen when a man that we think is Black Kramer stepped out from nowhere and made the cattlemen let Roy and Jack go.
Yes, and then Roy and Jack Spratt galloped off to investigate more about what part Mr. Norton plays in all this.
Yes, and Mr. Morton said that a man named Black Kramer is a cattle rustler, and I'm anxious to find out if that's true.
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Roy Rogers, king of the cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy and Jack Spratt head for Blot Kramer's ranch to investigate why the cattleman's consul took it over so quickly after running Kramer out. They pull up in front of the gate leading into the ranch. Find a sign tacked onto it reading, no trespassing, by order of the cattleman's consul. As they stop, Jack Spratt says, second picture, after Brad and Kramer a rustler and run them out of town, they didn't waste no time fencing off his property. Start to open the gate, but the hinges are rusty. They squeak. Last picture, top row, a guard pokes a gun over the bluff above, calling, halt!
Oh, you, Jack Spratt. Can't you read? Even deputy sheriffs ain't allowed in here.
Jack Spratt answers, is that so? Hey, don't I smell cooking? The guard doesn't see Roy, who is behind a rock. Roy slips around behind the guard to sneak up on him while he talks with Jack Spratt. Meanwhile, the old-timer who had rescued Roy and Jack earlier comes up from around a curve. First picture, bottom row, he sees what's going on and stops. He says, well, Norton's guard stopped Spratt and Rogers just when I was hoping they'd snoop around my ranch and learn exactly why Norton's cattleman's consul framed me. Well, I'll fix that. Nobody knows me decked out in these prospector's duds anyway. At this moment, Roy, who has slipped up behind the guard, flips his rope over him. At the same second, the old-timer pulls the trigger. Third picture, bottom row, Roy exclaims, hey, somebody plug the guard. Grab him, Jack. I'm afraid he's done for. Wonder who shot him. Spratt replies, well, I don't know, but I see a couple of familiar hombres coming, Roy.
Clay Norton and Carp Mallory. We're sure in the jam now.
As the old-timer gallops off, Mallory and Norton approach. Last picture. Mallory exclaims,
Hey, Norton, look. That old desert rat with one finger missing. The one you reckon is Blot Kramer in disguise.
Norton answers, Well, let him go. We got to stop Rogers and Jack Spratt before they find out too much.
Trouble because his lasso was around the guard who was shot.
Yes, looks as though Mallory and Norton would pin the crime on them.
Oh, now that Kramer got Roy into real trouble, didn't he?
It looks that way. We'll find out next week. Now, let's go over the page.
All right. Oh, look, here's Flash Gordon. You remember Flash was on his way to Mars on a special investigation.
Yes, that's right. And just as they neared the city on Mars, rocket ships came out. They sent out some sort of tentacles, just sucked Flash's ship right down to the ground.
Yes, I want to see what happens. Will they make Flash a prisoner?
Well, we'll find out right away. Now, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doons, ask-him-a-tash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Forced down by the strange spin ships, Flash's rocket is grounded on Mars. The hood of one of the spin ships opens, and a Martian of a very different race from Toxo the pirate gestures for the humans to alight. Flash tests the air, finding it thin but breathable. Last picture, top row, with his hand near his hidden ray gun. Flash watches carefully as the Martian comes close. He touches Dale's hand lightly. Dale tells Flash that she seems to sense what the Martian is saying. He wants to take them to his ruler, Menta. They walk to the Martian's car, get in, and the car goes off. It's a caterpillar job. First picture, bottom row, as they speed toward the city in a sand car fitted for desert travel, their guide hands them earplugs. Cautiously, Flash tries a pair. He finds that they are mind senders, which enable the Martians to talk with him. Swiftly, the car approaches one of the gates to the city. As the car rolls through the gate, the Martian guide answers Flash's questions about the planet's ruler. He exclaims,
Mentor has the greatest brain on Mars. Thus, she is the queen.
In a few minutes, Flash, last picture, finds himself before Queen Menta. He tells her, We come in peace. Menta stares at him grimly and then tells him to give up their concealed ray guns, or her guards will freeze them instantly if he dares try violence.
Oh, what does she mean, freeze them?
Well, apparently those guns that the Martian guards are carrying eject a kind of ray that will freeze you solidly so you can't move.
Oh, what an awful weapon.
Yes, it is in a way, but yet it's better than killing.
Oh, you mean because they can unfreeze you when they want to?
Yes, possibly.
Oh, I wouldn't like it anyway. I wonder if the Queen will be friendly or not.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now...
Oh, you haven't read Alice in Wonderland?
Oh, no, we haven't, and we'll take care of that right away. Go across the page, past the Lone Ranger, turn over that page.
Oh, look, here on the next page, here's Alice in Wonderland. And you remember last week she was only 3 inches tall, and she met the funny little caterpillar who huffed and puffed and became very angry when Alice said that she would like to be tall.
Yes, that's right. And then the caterpillar turned into a butterfly.
Yes, and then the butterfly told Alice that if she would eat a piece of mushroom, she might grow big. So please read now and see whether she does.
Very well. Now, here we go with Alice in Wonderland. Say the magic words with me. And now for a story that gets curiouser and curiouser. Alice in Wonderland. So music, sir. Music, sir. Alice nibbles on one piece of the mushroom. Instantly, she grows skyward. She grows so tall, her head goes right through the trees and towers above it with a bird's nest on her head. The mother bird flies off the nest, saying,
What the very idea. Spend all my time laying eggs, and then you come along.
Alice exclaims.
But I...
And Alice puts the nest back in the tree, and the mother bird flies back to it. Third picture, Alice bites into a second piece of mushroom and shrinks down and regains her normal size. Alice exclaims,
There, I'm again. But I'd better save these pieces of mushroom.
And then she goes in search of the white rabbit. Last picture, top row, she wanders into a shadowy grove. She sees all kinds of signs. One says, this way. Another says, that way. Another says, up. Another, down. Another, back. Another, yonder. Alice exclaims,
I wonder which way.
and then, first picture, bottom row, a voice from a tree says,
Well, you really want to know? He went that way.
Oh, who went which way?
the Cheshire Cat, for it is indeed he, finally tells Alice where the white rabbit went.
Well, he went toward the March Hare's house.
Alice exclaims,
Oh, thank you.
and the Cheshire Cat continues, third picture, bottom row.
Oh, the March Hare's mad. So is the Mad Hatter.
Alice says to herself,
And you're not all there either.
and then wanders through a path down through the trees. Last picture, she comes to a funny little house with Japanese lanterns hanging around the trees. Alice exclaims,
My goodness. I wonder what will happen to me here.
but despite the Cheshire Cat's warning, Alice hurries toward the odd, thatched house of the March Hare.
Oh, I think this is so exciting. Isn't that a cute little house?
Yes, it is. I'm afraid Alice is going to find a funny adventure with the Mad Hatter.
Oh, yes, but I'm sure it won't be very dangerous.
Well, I hope not.
Oh, I'm so anxious to find out what it is.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. I had a wonderful Halloween. Did you?
Oh, yes, I had a wonderful Halloween. Were you scared?
No. Were you?
Only when I fell out of the tree.
What tree?
Oh, a witch came along and picked me up and took me along on her broom and set me in the top of a tree. And I fell out of the tree.
Oh, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is not, because there are no witches.
I give up. There's no use trying to fool you. You're right. There are no witches and there are no ghosts. They're just funny old pumpkin heads that make funny faces when you put candles in them.
Yes, but it's lots of fun.
It certainly is.
And so are the funnies. Will you read them to me?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Sticks, guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy, with the cavalry, was taking Black John, the vicious mountaineer, back to Denver to stand trial when they were attacked by Indians. They made their way to the stage station, and there are putting up a defense within the cabin. They know such a small group can't get through the hills safely, so Hoppy has slipped away to bring help. As the major looks out the window, first picture, he says,
The massacred defenders we found at this stage station are bitter evidence that Chief Ironclaw's renegades are staked out on these hills.
California says,
Well, I hope Hoppy shows up with help soon.
Last picture, top row, Black John says to the major,
Hey, how about freeing my hands and allowing me to smoke? I'm not fool enough to attempt a break with Injuns around.
Oh, I suppose not. But don't light the match near a window. It'll give away our presence.
Black John's hands are free. First picture, next row, Black John lights a cigarette, leans against a wall beneath the window. The troopers turn their back on him. After a few puffs, Black John watches his chance. When no one is watching, last picture, second row, he flips a cigarette out the window into a stack of dry hay, which instantly catches on fire. From a distant hilltop, first picture, bottom row, an Indian scout sights the beacon light burning outside the cabin. He mounts his horse and rides swiftly to the Indian camp, a short distance away in the valley, where he spreads the news. And last picture, warriors mounted on their ponies ride into the clearing around the cabin toward the troopers who are trying to beat out the fire outside their cabin.
If they don't get the fire out, that cabin might catch fire and burn down.
Yes, it might.
And also, the Indians can shoot the troopers who are in the light of the campfire.
Yes, that's a possibility, too.
My, I wonder where Hoppy is, whether he's safe or not.
Well, we'll have to find that out next week. Now?
Oh, let's go over the page. And I'll bet you that we'll find Prince Valiant there on page 3.
Why, look, here he is on page 3.
See? And remember that Prince Valiant has come back home after being away for over a year, and he found that his wife, Alita, had 2 twin babies, brand new ones.
That's right. And little Prince Arn was very sad because no one paid any attention to him.
But remember, I said that just as soon as Val saw Prince Arn, who was his little boy, that Val would be nice to him. And it happened just like I said. You remember?
Yes, I remember. Val gave Prince Arn a helmet that fell down over his ears, a shield and a sword, and Arn looks just like a little knight.
Yes. I wonder what's going to happen next.
Well, let's read now and find out. See, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Mulkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Little Arn feels like a man in his new helmet and shield and sword. And today he follows wherever his daddy, Prince Valiant, goes. He goes with Val out into the barn to inspect the horses. And little Prince Arn, still wearing his helmet, decides to pick out a horse for himself, for someday he's going to be a knight. And he walks right under the hind legs of a horse, not knowing that horses sometimes kick even little boys. Second picture, Val reaches down with a horrified look and grabs little Arn out of harm's way. Last picture, top row, they go out of the castle to the river to see if the salmon are running. This is the first time that Prince Arn has been out of the castle. And as he crosses the moat, he bends way over to look below into the river and nearly topples into the moat. As they near the river, he sees hundreds of flowers in the field. Little Prince Arn, carrying a sword and shield, pretends that the flowers are a horde of Danes with golden helmets, and brandishing his sword, he cuts a path through the flowers, thinking to himself that he is slaying hundreds and hundreds of enemy soldiers. When they reach the river, his shield slips off his arm and clatters down the cliff. So little Arn climbs down the cliff to get it. By now, Prince Val is nowhere in sight. Some people across the river see the tiny boy climbing down the steep cliff and wave to him to stay where he is for fear he'll be killed. But little Arn can't hear them because of the roaring river waters. He finds his shield and climbs back up. And then he starts for home. Last picture, second row. But now he finds himself in grass taller than his head, and he can't see where he's going. The castle wasn't where he left it, but he can hear people in the distance calling his name. Time passes, and poor little Arn becomes hungry. First picture, bottom row, he meets a wolf that looks hungry too. The wolf growls.
Little Arn stands still, sword in hand, facing this terrible enemy. Suddenly there's a shout and a clatter of hoofs. A spear hurtles over Arn's shoulder, and the wolf falls dead. The horse stops, and Prince Val leans down and picks up Arn in his arms and holds him tight with a look of relief on his face as he gallops home again. Last picture, little Prince Arm is home, once again, safe in his mother's arms where no harm can touch him. And so ends little Prince Arm's first day roaming in the wide, wide world. He is learning that at his age, home is the safest place to be. And he's happy to know that his mother pays attention to him once again.
Oh, no wonder she pays attention to him. After all, they thought he was lost, didn't they?
Yeah, so did everyone.
Well, it was certainly lucky that Prince Val found him before that wolf went after him.
I should say so. Maybe next time little Arn won't go wandering around without his daddy.
Well, I certainly hope not, because I was scared.
So was I. Now, how would you like to see what Flash Gordon is doing?
Oh, I just love to. Because you remember last week Flash Gordon landed on Mars and he was made a prisoner.
Yes, and he was taken to meet the Queen. Menta, her name is.
And she told Flash to turn over his weapons. I wonder if he will.
Well, let's read now and find out what happens next in Flash's meeting with Menta, Queen of Mars. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Flash has come to Mars on a mission of peace, and he tells this to Menta, Queen of Mars. She asks Val to turn over his weapons. He thinks quickly of the ray guns that they carry. Reading Flash's mind, Menta tells him she knows he carries guns. He has no choice but to obey. While Menta's guards cover him with their freeze guns, Flash tells her their mission is one of peace. The wily Queen seems to accept Flash's explanation and orders a banquet for the visitors. And last picture, top row, as they partake of the luscious Martian food, Menta questions Flash about the Earth's science and weapons. Suddenly, Flash notices an odd machine beside him. He picks it up and realizes it is a thought wave recorder, a machine that records every thought he has in his mind. Enraged that Flash sees through her plan to gain more information than he's willing to give, the Queen orders that the Earth people be seized as slaves. First picture, bottom row, the guards step toward him. Flash snatches a knife from Menta's belt and holds it against her, saying, "One move and you die with us." Menta holds up her hand, and the guards stop. She pretends her threat was a royal whim, telling him he's much too brave to be a slave. And she tells him that they should be friends. Then, turning to an attendant, Menta tells him to see that their guests have the best quarters in the palace. As the guards stand aside to take Flash to his room, Flash turns to Dale and whispers to her, "Be on guard." Flash and Dale retire. They go to sleep. But last picture, in the small hours of the night, a Martian slips into Flash's room and attempts to fasten a strange helmet on the sleeping Earthman's head. Once on, the helmet will bind its wearer to slavery. But at the touch of metal, Flash awakens and springs into action.
I wonder if Flash will knock him out and we'll be safe.
I wonder, too.
And I wonder whether they'll try to put that helmet on Dale.
Well, I hope not, because that would make her a slave, and she'd tell Menta everything she wants to know about the Earth people's plans.
Oh, this is very exciting adventure because of those strange instruments they're using. Just think, recording anything that they even think.
Yes. Well, we'll find out more about this next week.
Oh, now it's time for Dagwood and Bundy, and here they are on the first page of the second section.
Well, since you have that all spread out, we won't waste another second. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie goes into Dagwood's office and tells him,
"Come, dear, quick. Over to the millinery shop and see the hat I picked out."
Dagwood replies, "Well, we're awfully busy." Second picture, Blondie grasps Dagwood by the arm and pulls him to the door, saying to Mr. Dithers,
"He'll just be gone a minute, Mr. Dithers."
Dithers replies,
"Well, hurry up. We got to get these contracts finished today."
Last picture, top row, Blondie drags Dagwood into the millinery shop. The sales lady apologizes.
"Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bumstead, but another lady bought the hat you liked just after you left the shop."
Dagwood says, first picture, next row,
Too bad, dear. Well, now we got to get right back to the office.
Nonsense. We women don't give up that easily when we find a hat we like.
And she pushes Dagwood into a chair.
Very often, women return the hats they buy. So you wait here while I continue my shopping and tell me if she brings it back.
Yeah, but I've got to get back to the office.
But Blondie pays no attention to him, pushes him back, and goes out the door. Last picture, second row. Blondie sticks her head into Mr. Dither's office.
Mr. Dithers, Dagwood will be at the millinery shop a while. Why don't you go over there with him and finish those contracts?
Dithers answers gruffly.
Well, I guess I'll have to.
First picture, third row. Dagwood and Dithers are in the millinery shop, busily doing their work. When all of a sudden, a lady comes in and hands the saleslady a hat box, saying,
I want to return this hat. I decided I don't like it after all.
Whereupon Dithers dashes out the door, saying,
And now we got to find Blondie and tell her.
Dagwood yells,
Yeah, you look in Dribble's department store, and I look in Snorkel's.
and away they go down the street looking for Blondie. Last picture, third row. Dagwood finds Blondie in the department store.
Hey, Blondie, come on back to the hat shop. The lady returned the hat you're in love with.
Blondie answers,
Oh, goody.
and they dash back to the millinery shop. First picture, bottom row. As Blondie tries the hat on, Dagwood says,
Well, now we got to get back to the office. The hat's beautiful.
Dithers adds,
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
and suddenly tears come out of Blondie's eyes as she looks at herself in the mirror, and she mourns,
It's not beautiful, and it's not gorgeous.
and she takes the hat off.
I decided I don't like it after all, and I'm not going to take it.
Dithers and Dagwood collapse against each other. And last picture, they head back to the office, all worn out. And Blondie calls after them.
I'll shop around some more, and when I find another hat I like, I'll come up to your office and get you.
Well, now, isn't that just like a woman?
Well, it may be just like a woman, but it's very funny to me.
Oh, yes, it is very funny, isn't it?
Yes, and that's what the funny papers are supposed to be. Funny.
Well, we won't get into a discussion about women, then, as long as you think that this is funny.
I think that's a very good idea.
So do I.
Oh, look, here's Roy Rogers right underneath Dagwood and Blondie. Read that, please, because there's some things I want to know.
Very well, I'll read that in just a minute. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And at the bottom of page 1 of the second section, Roy Rogers.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Norton, leader of the Cattlemen's Council, is convinced that a man named Blot Kramer has been rustling cattle. The council has decided to take the law into their own hands, and they've run Blot Kramer out of town and taken over his ranch. Roy Rogers, who joined up with his friend, Deputy Jack Spratt, had been investigating to find out what Norton has against Blot Kramer. They've ridden to Blot Kramer's ranch, which is guarded by one of Norton's guards. Roy slipped up behind the guard and dropped a rope over him. Just then, a man looking like an old desert rat shot the guard and galloped away. And Norton and Carp Mallory, one of the cattlemen, ride up to find Roy and Jack Spratt with a dead guard. Jack Spratt explains to Mr. Norton.
Hey, somebody plugged the guard just as Roy dabbed a loop on him from above, Mr. Norton. We didn't see who fired the shot.
Norton, drawing his gun, replies sternly.
Trespassing on private property, plus a dead guard, adds up to murder in my book, Spratt. I'm turning you and Rogers in.
Roy, who is above on the rock, begins to slide down the rope, while Norton, astride his horse beneath him, holds a gun on him. Just as Roy reaches a point where he is even with Norton, he suddenly kicks his feet out, knocking Norton off his horse onto Mallory. And before you can say Jack Spratt, Jack and Roy are galloping off, first pick to bottom row, leaving the stunned Norton and Mallory behind. Jack Spratt says,
Follow me, Roy! Kramer Spratt takes up most of this canyon. I know every inch of it.
Yeah, and I've got a hunch that Norton does too, Jack. It must be valuable, or else Norton wouldn't have had his cattleman's council grab it after they ran Kramer out.
Are you all right, boss?
Norton replies,
Get the horses. We've got to catch Rogers and Spratt before they find out Blot Kramer shot my guard and is prowling around here disguised as a desert rat.
Jack Spratt leads Roy to a little clearing where they see a cabin.
As they dismount, Jack says, third picture, bottom row. That's the south line shack of Kramer's ranch, boy. Before they ran him out, used to be well stocked with grub. Now, look, forget the food for a while, will you? Be quiet. I think I saw something move inside. They move slowly toward the cabin. Suddenly, last picture, the ground opens up beneath their feet. Hey, hey! And they fall into a pit. While inside the cabin, the old desert rat, rifle in hand, watches from behind a curtain.
Ooh, this is getting more and more mysterious all the time. But if that's Black Kramer, well, that's the same man who saved Roy and Jack Spratt from the cattlemen.
That's right.
Well, I wonder if he'll be nice to them again.
Well, that's something we'll have to wait until next week to find out.
Wait. Always wait.
Yes, but the waiting's always rewarded by something good, you know. And I think we'll find something good if we turn over the page.
Oh, yes, indeed, because look, there on page 3, there's Alice in Wonderland. And do you remember last week she went through the woods and came to the March Hare's garden?
Yes, even though she had been warned not to go there.
And she saw a pretty little house and Japanese lanterns on the trees. I wonder what she'll find there.
Well, here we go with Alice in Wonderland. Say the magic words with me. Now for a story that gets curiouser and curiouser. Alice in Wonderland. So music, sir. Music, sir. Standing off in the trees, Alice sees in the March Hare's garden, under the lanterns in the trees, a table set for a banquet. And she hears the March Hare and the Mad Hatter singing. Alice slowly advances into the garden and finds the Mad Hatter and the March Hare having a mad tea party. Second picture, Alice quietly slips into a chair at the table. When the Mad Hatter and the March Hare see her, they stop singing abruptly. Alice tells them that she did enjoy their singing. At once, the Mad Hatter says,
Well, what a delightful child.
And the March Hare exclaims,
We never get compliments.
At once, it is obvious that the Mad Hatter and the March Hare are mad about Alice. Last picture, top row, the Mad Hatter tells her,
Now, you must have a cup of tea.
And the March Hare holds a cup split in two and says,
Just half a cup, please.
First picture, bottom row, as the Mad Hatter pours himself a cup of tea, Alice tells him she hopes she hasn't interrupted their birthday party. And the March Hare exclaims,
Birthday party?
And the Mad Hatter smiles and says,
No, my dear child, this is an unbirthday party.
Alice is surprised, but patiently the Mad Hatter explains that
Remember, there's only one birthday each year, but 364 unbirthdays.
And third picture, bottom row, he finishes,
So, this is our unbirthday party.
Whereupon Alice tells him that today is her birthday, too. Her unbirthday. The Mad Hatter leaps to his feet, last picture, and exclaims in surprise,
It is?
And the March Hare picks up a cake and holds it out to Alice, saying,
Happy unbirthday, my dear.
And at this moment, the White Rabbit rushes into the garden, ending the unbirthday party.
Oh, isn't that funny? An unbirthday party. I would like that.
So would I, having a nice banquet every day of the year.
Yes.
There's only one thing, though.
What?
What would you do to make your birthday special?
Oh, that does make it rather difficult, doesn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it does. Maybe our birthdays wouldn't be anything unusual at all.
No, maybe they wouldn't. I wonder whether Alice will catch the little white rabbit next week.
Well, next week we'll find out. Now it's time for Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes. Are they on the last page today?
How did you guess they are? So let's turn to the very last page of the Comic Weekly. And here we are with Dick's Adventures.
And do you remember that Dick was with the Yankee sailors and he'd been captured by pirates and locked up in the dungeon?
Yes, and this all happened in the early days of America when the Yankees had gone to the port of Tripoli to tell the pirates they should stop plundering American ships.
And remember last week that Dick helped his friends to escape from the dungeon, and then they dressed up in some funny kind of robes.
Yes, they dressed up like Bedouins, people who live in the desert.
Yes, and they're following some camels outside the city, just as though they were really people of that country.
Yes.
I wonder if they'll be able to fool everybody and get back to their ships without being caught again.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventure to Stick. As the men
men on foot, dressed as Bedouins, move along behind the camels. The trader is puzzled to know how he's acquired so many helpers. As they near the shore, last picture top row, far out on the horizon can be seen the sails of the Yankee men-o-war ships blockading the port of Tripoli. Dick worries. The problem is how to get back to them. First picture next row, night has already fallen when the caravan approaches a seaport. Dick looks with longing at the sleek coastal ships, and he murmurs,
You know, if we could only capture one.
His companions catch on quickly, and in a moment, Dick and his companions have seized the camels and have climbed down and are galloping toward the wharf.
Hey, what is this? Come on here.
The trader sees the unknown travelers galloping off with his camels and half his cargo. He yells,
Hey, thieves! Give chase! Give chase!
Bumping and swaying like ships in a storm, they reach the water's edge just ahead of their furious pursuers. Before them lies a ship, guarded only by a sleepy watchman. Last picture, second row, they leap off the camels, overcome the sleeping guard. They quickly cut the ropes, and first picture, bottom row, they hoist the sails. But the watchman's yells have now awakened the entire town, and Abdul, the trader, and his men are drawing closer. But Dick's last move is to stampede the camels, last picture, and he gains priceless minutes for himself, his comrades, and his country.
Their scheme worked and they escaped from the pirates?
It certainly was.
I was really afraid that they were going to be caught.
I thought so, too, because sometimes a ship starts so slowly.
I wonder whether they'll be safe now.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now, look, here underneath Dick's adventures, there's Rusty Riley.
Good. I'm anxious today because this is the day that Rusty drives Snowflake in the race at the county fair.
Yes, today is the day. And Mr. Crumb, the crooked owner of Grassy Acres Farm, is going to try to prevent that by hook or by crook.
Mostly by crook, because he is a crook. And he has one of his men in the Ferris wheel with a gun to shoot Snowflake if it looks as though she's going to win the race.
Yes, but don't forget that Mr. Miles and Tex have put detectives on guard.
Oh, yes, and they went over to the Ferris wheel where the gun is hidden, and I wonder whether they'll be able to work out their plans before it's too late.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. At the top of the Ferris wheel is seat number 10. Nick, one of Mr. Crumb's hirelings, is crouched with a gun. The plan is that if it looks as though Snowflake is going to beat Pooh Bah, Mr. Crumb's horse, Nick is to shoot Snowflake. At the post, the horses are lining up, and the two detectives, hired by Mr. Miles, who has entered Snowflake in the race, are aware of the man in seat 10. One of the detectives goes up to the engineer who runs the Ferris wheel, second picture. He says to him,
Say, Cap, I see the wheel ain't running right now. I wonder, could you give me a hand with my car? Can't figure out what ails it.
The engineer replies,
Why, sure, Bud. Where is it?
The engineer walks off with the detective, who says, Much obliged for your help. I'm parked right over here.
This is what the second detective has been waiting for. He walks over to the Ferris wheel and waits. Suddenly, there's a roar from the track. At last picture top row, the race begins. Meanwhile, in car number 10 at the top of the Ferris wheel, Nick hunches down. Around the bend, the horses come. First picture bottom row, Nick says to himself,
Here they come down the stretch, and that white mare is leading. This air gun will take care of that.
Nick pulls up his gun, aims carefully at Snowflake, and is about to pull the trigger. And suddenly, the Ferris wheel jerks and starts to descend, his seat swinging back and forth, spoiling Nick's aim. Down it comes where any man holding a gun can be seen, and Nick has to drop to the bottom of his seat. A second later, third picture bottom row, Snowflake comes down the stretch and across the finish line first as Tex yells,
Yippee, boss!
Rusty wins by a length. Mr. Miles, who stands behind him, says last picture,
Tex, I saw the Ferris wheel start up just before the finish. Come on. Those detectives, Lewis and Jackson, must have turned up something.
Tex grabs him by the arm, saying,
Now, hold it, boss. There goes Crumb, mad as a trapped bear. Keep back, and I figure we'll hear an earful.
Oh, hooray, we won!
That's right, we won. Snowflake won the race.
Yes, and I'll bet you that Mr. Crumb is going to be mad. He certainly is, just like Tex says. And I can hardly wait until next week to hear what Mr. Crumb has to say.
Well, next week we'll find out whether or not they prove Crumb's the one who caused Queenie's father to get into all of that trouble.
Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. How are you?
If I felt any better, I couldn't stand it.
Oh, that makes me very happy.
Why?
Oh, I was afraid you might have a cold or something and you wouldn't be able to read the funny.
Oh, no, I haven't a cold or anything. I've been wondering, though, how are you getting along in school?
Oh, wonderfully. And I can spell very well.
You can?
Yes.
Can you spell big words?
Oh, yes.
Spell at.
A-T. That's a small word. Ask me to spell a big word like Tennessee.
All right, spell Tennessee.
1C, 2C, 3C, 4C, 5C, 6C, 7C, 8C, 9C, Tennessee.
That's just wonderful.
Now, will you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. The cavalry taking Black John back to Denver to be tried for his crimes were attacked by Indians. They holed in at a cabin at a stage stop. Hoppy had slipped away for reinforcements, and today arrives with a large body of horsemen. They rein up beside the smoking cabinet and look at the dead bodies of the soldiers and the few Indians remaining there. The marshal says, "Well, looks like we got here too late." Hoppy exclaims, "I don't believe it. I won't believe it. Lucky, California, Major Haynes, where are you?" A scout walks up and says, "Sioux. Judging by the dead uns who wiped out the defenders and then made off with their horses." Hoppy answers, "Well, if that's true, I've just lost 2 of the best friends a man ever had." And then he grits his teeth firmly and says, "I'll never rest until I've made Iron Claw and his renegades pay for this." The marshal answers, "Well, it's going to be tough, Cassidy. Redskins leave no trail." Hoppy walks off replying, "Well, their horses do." The marshal announces, "We'll split into 2 parties and search the area." Last picture, second row. Hoppy, who has reached the edge of the clearing, calls, "Hey, look, Marshal. Fresh tracks." "Yeah. Seemed to cross that ridge toward Tumbleweed Creek. Careful, men. Remember, them Indians are armed with smuggled guns." Their search takes them along the river, first picture, bottom row. Suddenly, the marshal holds up his hand. The men stop.
The marshal says,
Hey, wait. Someone's in the water behind that brush.
but Hoppy doesn't wait. He leaps from his horse and dives into the river. And last picture comes up with his arms around two men, Lucky and California. Lucky exclaims,
Hey, Hoppy, we hid out thinking we heard the Indians coming back. Are we glad to see you?
California spurts water like a whale. And as Hoppy smiles, he says,
Yeah, you're darn shooting. I couldn't have held my breath for another second.
Oh, I'm glad that Lucky in California is safe. I just felt sure that they couldn't have been killed by the Indians. They're too smart.
yes, and we'll find out next week whether Hoppy and the marshal and the other men continue in their search for the Indians and vengeance.
Well, I hope they find the major and they just fix those Indians.
Well, we'll find out next week. Now,
Oh, I know it's time for Prince Val now because he's always on page 3, so let's turn over the page.
well, you seem to be so sure of yourself, we won't waste a second.
All right. See? I'm right. Here he is on page 3.
And you're absolutely right.
And Val is home now, safe with his family, and he's found that little Prince Arn has grown awfully big and that he has 2 new baby twins, and my goodness, was he surprised.
Yes, so now let's look in on this happy family again.
Yes, I'm anxious to see those twin babies.
All right, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecket, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Val had quite a scare when little Prince Arn in his helmet and sword and shield wandered off and was lost and nearly attacked by a wolf. But Val saved Arn and has brought him home safely. And today, Val, Alita, and their servants and children are sitting on the lawn in the sun, enjoying the quiet of home life. When last picture top row, there's a shout.
Hello!
Val looks up and sees, coming from the coast, Arf. No longer is he the clumsy boy playing at being a knight hero, but a keen young lad of great ability. And with him comes Gaheris, Sir Gawaine's brother. Garrus has come to discuss the terms of peaceful trade with King Agwar, Val's father. And long hours they spend with King Agwar, until at last, first picture, second row, they arrive in an agreement for peaceful trade between Thule and Orkney. Peace and prosperity, it is hoped, will bring an end to raiding and piracy. Meanwhile, last picture, second row, far out at sea, the ship of Sir Dulac sails the new trade route to Thule. This is the same Sir Dulac who had shared Val's ship on his return from Rome. And here, too, is his pretty daughter who had fallen in love with Arf. She sits on the deck listening as her lady companion reads over and over the letters Arf had sent her. And at each reading, her heart beats faster. And then, farther off at sea, appears another ship. It is Boltar, the Sea King, second picture bottom row, surging homeward from a plundering raid. He sees the victim, and his ship gives chase. In a short time, his ship overtakes the heavier bark of Sir Dulac.
Hey,
Board, ship! The hardy Northmen very quickly subdue the sailors on board Sir Dulac's ship, and Sir Dulac and his pretty daughter become Boltar's prisoners.
Oh, look, Boltar. I remember him. He was Val's friend.
Yes, and I think that Val will tell Boltar that a new peace treaty has been signed and that this is one time he can't keep his plunder.
And Arf will see his girl again.
Yes, I'm sure he will.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh, it certainly will be. Well, now I think it's time for Flash Gordon.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read that.
Very well, let's go over to the very last page of the first section. And that's where Flash Gordon is today.
And you remember last week, Flash was captured by the Martians.
Yes, he was in the principal Martian city, captive of Menta, queen of the Martians.
Yes, and that night when Flash went to bed, the Queen sent some guards to Flash's room to try to put a helmet on his head when he was asleep, and that helmet would make a slave out of Flash.
Not only that, but the helmet would make Flash tell every thought he had to Menta, and she'd find out all the secrets about the Earth, and would be able to make war on the Earth easier.
But Flash woke up just in time and had a fight. I wonder who won.
Well, let's read down and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskramatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash rises from his bed and with a quick left surprises the guard. And in another second, Flash is on his feet. Very quickly knocks the guard out.
As he kneels over the unconscious guard, looking at the slave helmet, which would have made him unable to refuse Queen Menta's every order, he hears behind him something. He whirls. He's stunned to see his co-pilot, Link, coming at him, wearing a slave helmet. Knowing that Link is under orders of his Martian masters, Flash, against his will, is forced to knock Link out. And then, quickly, Flash snatches a slave helmet off Link's head. Last picture, top row. He rips out the mechanism. By now, Dale, who has heard the struggle, has joined them. She quickly brings Link to. Link asks in a daze, "Hey, what happened? I dreamed I was slave of Queen Menta." Flash answers tensely as he rips out the mechanism of the guard's helmet. "You were. That's over now. Now, come on, we got work to do." Wearing slave helmets from which the mechanism has been removed, the Earth people secure weapons by pretending to be acting under orders from Queen Menta. And then once they have the weapons, they put the helmets on their heads and gain entrance, first picture bottom row, to the Queen's quarters. The Queen whirls around in surprise. Flash tells Menta, "You see, slave helmets have no effect on Earthmen. You're our prisoner." Following through on his bold ruse, Flash, with Queen Menta under guard, commandeers a sandcar. The guards, fooled by the slave helmets, are completely unaware that their queen is a captive of the Earth people. And last picture, the sandcar roars across the Martian desert, headed for the rocket port and escape.
Oh, if Flash gets to his ship safely with the Queen as his prisoner, well, then those Martians will just have to do what he ordered.
Well, let's hope it works out that way. We'll find out if it does next week.
And now I know whose turn it is.
Whose?
Blondie and Dagwood. And here they are on the first page of the second section.
And we won't waste a second. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood, home for the day, says to Blondie,
Blondie, I'm in just the mood for one of your wonderful upside-down pineapple cakes.
Blondie tells him she'd bake the cake, but there's not an egg in the house.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go next door and borrow one from the Woodleys.
And over to the Woodleys he goes. Woodley opens the door. Last picture, top row, Dagwood says,
"Say, Herb, may I borrow..."
Why, Dagwood, you're just the man I want to see. Come on in.
Herb whisks Dagwood inside the house and pushes a cabinet onto him.
Hey!
And Herb says, first picture, next row,
"My wife's having a furniture-moving spree, and I need help."
Dagwood moves the cabinet from the dining room to the living room. And a chair from the living room to the dining room. And this continues until all the furniture has been moved around. Last picture, second row, Herb says,
Thanks, Dagwood. You're a pal. Here's your egg. Now, don't forget to return it.
And out the door Dagwood goes, all worn out. First picture, third row, Dagwood comes in the house carrying his egg. Blondie tells him that the eggman came while he was next door, and now she has all the eggs she needs. Dagwood says sourly,
"Well, I'll return his egg. I don't want to be obligated to that guy."
And back to Herb's house he goes. Herb opens the door, and Dagwood says,
"Here's your egg."
Herb jerks him in.
Thanks, Dagwood. Come in. I need you again.
And Herb pushes the piano over onto Dagwood.
"Hey!"
And he says, last picture, third row,
Tootsie decided she liked the furniture the way it was. Now we'll have to move it all back.
And the moving begins all over again. Finally, everything is back in place, and Dagwood goes home once more. He comes in the house, first picture, bottom row, slams the door. The house nearly falls down, and he screeches,
"I never was so mad in all my life!"
Blondie dashes into the kitchen, opens the oven door, pulls out the cake, and tells Dagwood he ruined the cake by slamming the door. Dagwood claps his hand to his forehead, goes into the living room, and drops on the sofa exhausted. Last picture, Blondie stands over him and says,
"How can you be so tired today? All you did was borrow one little egg."
Oh, if she only knew.
Yes, if she only knew. Sofas are heavy.
Yes, so are pianos.
Yes. Well, now look, underneath Dagwood and Blondie, there's Roy Rogers.
Oh, will you please read that?
Very well, I'll read that in just a minute. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. The Cattleman's Consul and his leader, Norton, have run a man named Blot Kramer out of the country and taken over his ranch, claiming that he's a cattle rustler. Riding to the end of Kramer's ranch to investigate this, Roy and Jack Spratt, the deputy sheriff, found a grub shack. They dismounted and walked toward it. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath their feet.
Hey, look out! Look out, Jack! Look out!
They tumbled to a room underground. Jack looks around and says,
Hey, looks like a mine, Roy. Never heard of nothing like this in Blot Kramer's land before.
Suddenly, Roy exclaims, Listen, gunshots. That must be Norton and Carp Mallory shooting at somebody. Meanwhile, outside the mine, Blot Kramer comes out of the shack, running and firing his gun at Norton and Mallory, who have ridden up. Mallory shouts, third picture.
Hey, watch out, Norton. It's Blot Kramer and that desert rat get-up making for the mine shaft.
Norton replies,
Yeah, looks like Rogers and Spratt are down there. These are their horses.
Kramer fires another shot at Norton, then jumps down into the mine shaft himself. Roy grabs him as he comes down. Last picture, top row. Kramer says,
Hey, let go. I'm on your side.
Jack Spratt, who has lighted the lantern, holds it up, first picture, bottom row, and exclaims,
Hey, look, a trigger finger missing. Jumping catfish. You're Blot Kramer. Yes, that's right, gents. I disguised myself so I could come back to Brimstone and square accounts with Norton and his cattleman's consul for running me out.
At that moment, Norton and Mallory, who have ridden up to the shack, are getting out a box of dynamite. Norton is saying,
Hurry it up, Comp. By now, Kramer will be telling Rogers and Spratt how we framed him for rustling and ran him out of town.
Yeah, we better shut them all up so they can't talk about this rich vein of zinc on Kramer's ranch.
Quickly, they set the dynamite above the shaft as Norton lights a match, saying,
I hate to cave in the shaft, but we've got to eliminate the three men who stand in our way of owning the mine.
Yeah, well, we can always dig a new hole. All right, let her blow, Norton.
The fuse is lighted. Norton and Mallory run for the horses. And then, suddenly, behind them...
Oh, did they set that terrible explosion right over Roy's head?
It looks that way from here.
Well, just think, Norton and Mallory, who are leading the cattlemen, are the ones who are really the crooks.
Yes, and Blot Kramer was innocent after all.
You know, I thought he would be after the way he helped Roy and Jack Spratt.
I felt pretty much the same way myself.
I wonder what happened to them after the explosion.
Well, we'll find out next week. And let's hope the Earth protected them from that explosion so they'll be all right.
I can hardly wait to find out.
And here's something else I bet you can't wait for. Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland. Oh, hurry, hurry, hurry.
All right, over the page we go. Past Jungle Jim, past Perry Mason and the Lone Ranger, to page 4. And there she is, Alice in Wonderland. Say the magic words with me. And now for a story that gets curiouser and curiouser. Alice in Wonderland. So music, sir. Music, sir. Alice is at the Mad Tea Party given by the Mad Hatter and the March Hare. She's been having a wonderful time at the unbirthday party. And then suddenly the little white rabbit rushes into the garden with his huge watch, saying,
Hello, goodbye. I'm late.
The Mad Hatter grabs the chain of his watch as he goes by and stops him. He says,
Well, no wonder you're late. This watch is exactly 2 days slow.
The Mad Hatter decides the watch ought to be inspected to find out why it is 2 days late. When suddenly, third picture, the March Hare steps up, saying,
Mad watch.
And hits the watch a blow with a mallet, completely smashing it. Last picture, top row, the White Rabbit says sorrowfully as he looks at his smashed watch,
That watch was an unbirthday present.
Whereupon the Mad Hare and the Mad Hatter say,
Well, then, a very, very happy birthday to you.
A very, very happy birthday to us
And the White Rabbit looks at them sadly, then turns and scampers from the garden. Alice dashes after him, first picture bottom row, calling,
Mr. Rabbit, please wait.
but once more, the White Rabbit disappears. And Alice finds herself at the edge of a gloomy forest. She stops, and she looks around and says,
That rabbit. I've had enough nonsense. I'm going straight home.
And then she looks up and exclaims,
But which way is home? Where am I?
Then she sees a sign which points toward a little path, and the sign reads, Tulgey Wood. Alice goes down the path, last picture, saying,
It's getting dreadfully dark.
And Alice plunges blindly into the depths of Tulgey Wood, lost in Wonderland.
Oh, the poor White Rabbit. His watch was smashed.
I don't think that was nice of the March Hare.
Neither do I. That March Hare and the Mad Hatter, they're mad, aren't they?
They certainly are. They're mad, and the White Rabbit's sad.
And that doesn't make me glad.
No. Well, I hope if Alice gets home next week.
Yes, I hope she does, too. Oh, but I still, in a way, I don't hope so either, because these adventures are too exciting.
Well, next week we'll find out. Now,
Now must be time for Dick's adventures.
it is indeed. So let's go over to the very last page. And here we are with Dick's adventures.
And remember last week, Dick had succeeded in escaping from the pirates.
Yes, they stole a boat and headed out to sea, hoping to get aboard their ship with Commander Stephen Decatur.
I wonder if they'll get there before they get captured again, because the pirates are after them.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. In the early days of America, the year 1803, Dick, with the American Navy, which has been sent to stop the pirates from plundering their ships, has been captured and escaped from the clutches of the Bashaw of Tripoli. Dick and his party of exhausted Marines succeed in rejoining the American fleet blockading the pirate port.
Ahoy, the ship!
Quickly, the little boat draws alongside Decatur's ketch Intrepid. Dick and his friends are hauled on board. And last picture, top row, Dick is taken to the captain of the ship, commanded by young Lieutenant Stephen Decatur, who listens quietly to Dick's story. When Dick's story is finished, Decatur and he go back on deck. First picture, next row. Decatur looks toward shore, then says to Dick, You men need rest. You'll find another American ship about 10 miles back. Dick respectfully inquires the destination of Decatur's ship. Decatur answers, We're going back into the harbor of Tripoli to blow up the Philadelphia, which the Bashaw captured from us. You're welcome to come along, but I don't advise it. And then Decatur walks off. Dick's companions, who had escaped with him, quickly gather round to find out what Decatur has told him. There's a hurried consultation. Then, last picture, second row, Dick walks toward Decatur and tells him,
Oh, sir, I just had a conference with the rest of the men, and we've unanimously decided to go against your advice.
Decatur smiles at the courage of the men and nods his head. And it's decided that Dick and his friends are to stick with Decatur in the surprise he's concocting for the pirates. That night, first picture, bottom row, under cover of darkness, the Intrepid approaches the harbor, showing no flag, with her fighting men and her cargo of destruction concealed. Through the gathering darkness, Dick makes out the captured Philadelphia lying off the port bow. All is in readiness for attack. But misfortune strikes first. Suddenly, last picture, a gale of fierce intensity sweeps down on the harbor. Fiercely though the men fight it, the Intrepid is swept out to sea, and their opportunity of surprising the pirates is ruined. But at the moment, a more important struggle is at hand. A struggle for their lives.
Oh, wasn't that terrible? Just when it looked like they were going to sneak up on the ship.
Yes, and now they're out to sea, fighting a terrific gale. And that's a very small boat they're on, too. Against a heavy gale, they're in real danger.
Well, I only hope the Philadelphia was destroyed by that wind.
Well, we'll find that out next week. And we'll know for sure whether they're saved next week, too. But now look, here underneath Dick's adventures.
Oh, here's Rusty Riley. And you remember last week Snowflake won the race? And that man who was sitting in the top of the Ferris wheel couldn't shoot because the detectives fooled him. They started the Ferris wheel, and it jiggled so he couldn't aim his gun.
That's right. And Mr. Crumb of Grassy Acres is a very unhappy man because his horse lost the race and his men didn't take care of things this time.
Well, I hope the detectives and techs just fix him now because he deserves it. He's been a cheater and a crook all along.
Well, we'll find out right now. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex and Mr. Miles leave the stand just after Snowflake has won the race. Tex says,
"Hey, there goes Crumb, boss. Straight for the Ferris wheel. Follow me. We can go around back of the shooting gallery and hear without being seen."
The Ferris wheel is still going around. The two detectives have stepped away and hidden to see what'll happen next. As the engineer stops the Ferris wheel, third picture, Mr. Crumb comes up and says,
"So, Nick, you had everything fixed, huh? Well, for your information, that milestone horse won."
Well, now, listen, Mr. Crumb, I couldn't help it. Some nosy character started the Ferris wheel. I couldn't hit a barn door with that thing spinning.
Last picture, top row, Crumb goes on,
"This is the second time you bluffed a job for me, Nick. I paid you to fix Catfoot Kendall's sulky, and you had to make a mistake, causing an accident to my own driver."
Mr. Miles steps out, first picture, bottom row, and says,
"Well, Mr. Crumb, we finally see you in your true colors, huh? The association has no room for criminals like you, and I'm sure they'll take care of that when I make my report."
"Oh, is that so? Well, it's your word against mine, Miles, and you ain't got no witnesses."
Whereupon Tex and the two detectives step out, and Tex says,
"I reckon there won't be no special trouble about witnesses, hombre. There's me. And oh, yes, let me introduce you to Mr. Lewis and Mr. Jackson, licensed private investigators." "Well, well, listen, I'll make a deal."
You're in no position to make a deal, Crumb. You can resign from the association, write a full confession clearing Catfoot Kendall, and agree to pay for an operation on Corny Bot's broken hip, or I'll turn the matter over to the district attorney.
A little later at the racetrack stable, Queenie and Tex and Rusty are gathered around Snowflake. Queenie is so happy she can hardly believe what's happened, and she asks Rusty if Snowflake really run the race. So Rusty answers, "Yes, she sure did, but you haven't heard the half of it." And Tex says,
"Yep, Mr. Miles and your daddy are waiting for us out at the new farm. You're all going to live there, and your daddy's going to be the manager."
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Just everything. The crooks were captured, and Snowflake won the race, and now Queenie and her father are going to live out at Milestone Farm, and then they won't be poor and hungry anymore.
No, everything turned out just the way we wanted it to, didn't it?
Yes. I wonder what's the next thing that's going to happen in the lives of Rusty and Tex and their friends.
Well, that's something we'll have to find out. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine.
Well, what makes you feel so fine?
Oh, because next week I'm going to have the biggest dinner of the year next to Christmas.
And what dinner is that?
Well, I'll give you a hint. Thanks for coming.
Coming. Now, what day has to do with coming?
Oh, no. Well, all right, I'll give you another hint.
All right, give me another hint.
Thanks for giving me the funnies.
Funnies? Now, what's a holiday that has to do with funnies?
Oh, you're way off.
Well, try it again, will you?
Thanks for giving me the funnies.
Thanks for Oh, Thanksgiving.
Of course.
Why, of course. And what are you going to have for Thanksgiving?
Ooh, turkey and cranberry and pumpkin pie, and you're invited for dinner.
Well, thank you very much. I'll come, because if there's anything I like on Thanksgiving, it's turkey and cranberries and pumpkin pie.
That's just wonderful. Now will you please read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on top of the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Through a pouring rain, Hoppy, California, and Lucky, with the marshal and the reinforcements that Hoppy had brought, are continuing on their way through the Indian country after having found the cavalry massacred at the stagecoach stop. They've been moving cautiously through the woods. The marshal says, "Those murdering redskins must be somewhere in this area." Hoppy, who looks through the clearing, sees a wagon proceeding down the trail. He says, "Which means that hay wagon driver may be headed for trouble unless we warn him." So Hoppy, California, and a few others gallop toward the wagon to warn the men driving it. Seeing them approaching, a man on the wagon, first picture, second row, pulls up a gun and fires at him. California shouts, "Hey, duck! Blame fools! They think we're road agents!" Spurring ahead, Hoppy rapidly narrows the gap between them. The men in the wagon whip up their horses and gallop on faster. Hoppy draws up alongside, third picture, middle row, leaps out of the wagon, and last picture, second row, one of the men swings his rifle and hits Hoppy in the face with a butt. Hoppy falls off. California and his pals rein up beside him. The wagon continues on its way. Second picture, bottom row, one of the men in the wagon exclaims,
"Well, that ought to delay 'em till we make a getaway. Meeker's game would be ruined if that bunch got their hands on the rifles hidden inside these hay bales."
But last picture, unnoticed, a telltale clue is jarred loose from the swaying load as a bale of hay falls off the rear of the wagon to the ground.
Oh, that was terrible, the way that man hit Hoppy in the face with the gun.
Yes, he could have broken his jaw.
Do you think he did?
I'm not sure.
I wonder if California or Lucky or somebody will see that bale of hay that dropped off, and then maybe they'll see the rifles behind it.
Well, let's hope so.
Why should they hide those rifles?
I have a suspicion that those men are selling the rifles to the Indians.
Oh, and then the Indians use them against the white men?
That's right.
So that's why the Indians have been on the warpath then, because they have good weapons.
That's exactly it. And we'll find out more about this next week. Now?
Oh, look, there on page 3, there's Prince Valiant. And I'm anxious to read that because Prince Valiant's father, King Egwar, has signed something that you call,
A treaty. It's an agreement not to plunder any more ships.
Yes, and last week, you remember Boltar, who was Val's friend, was coming home from a long journey, and all of a sudden, he saw a ship, and on that ship was that girl, Adele, who had fallen in love with Arf.
That's right, and Boltar captured that ship.
And I want to see what Val will say about that, and I want to see if Adele and Arf will meet each other again.
Well, let's read right now and find out. So here we go with Prince Valiant and the days of King Arthur. Hecket, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Boltar and his rough Vikings have captured the ship of Sir Deluc. In the scuffle, little Adele, DeLuc's daughter, falls to the deck in a faint. Sir DeLuc stands over his daughter's body and yells at Boltar, the Sea King,
Traitor! We sail with your king's guarantee of safety. His banner of the Crimson Stallion flies at our masthead. Traitor!
Boltar looks surprised and stops for a moment, whereupon Sir DeLuc hands him a paper bearing the agreement. First picture next row, Boltar sits down, looks at the paper, and frowns. He fingers the guarantee impatiently. He cannot read, but he knows the royal seal. A free and independent pirate doesn't want to be bothered by diplomatic details. This paper is too difficult for him to figure out, so he decides to let Val and King Agwar settle it for him. He orders his men to board his ship again. And last picture, second row, he allows the vessel of Sir DeLuc to limp into Trondheimsfjord and follows close behind. For if there is any doubt, he wants the plunder. First picture, bottom row, news of Boltar's deed is brought to King Agwar. The king is angry because his banner has been ignored. Gaheris sees all hope of peaceful trade between Thule and Orkney vanish with this crime. But young Arf, enraged that Adele, the girl he loves, is hurt, cries bitterly for punishment. Last picture, soldiers of the king are sent to Boltar's ship, and he is arrested. All the Vikings and sea kings of Thule cry out against this threat to their freedom to plunder where and whom they please.
Oh, they don't like it that they can't plunder anymore, do they?
No, because that's something they've always been permitted to do.
Well, but I think that's wrong, that anybody who wants to can capture some ship and just take whatever's on it.
And it is wrong.
Do you think King Agwar will make the Vikings behave themselves?
Well, that's something we'll find out more about next week. And now I think it's time for Flash Gordon.
All right, let's turn over the page and see if he's there.
Nope, here's Jungle Jim, but no Flash Gordon.
Well, let's turn over another page.
All right, over another page we go. And here he is, Flash Gordon.
Oh, and this time it's really exciting because you remember Flash had been captured by the Martians and the Queen had her men try to put a helmet on his head that would make him a slave.
Yes, but Flash succeeded in overpowering the guard who tried it. And then he and Dale and Link, their friend, captured the Queen.
And then they took the Queen with them and they got into a car and they were trying to escape with the Queen as their prisoner. And I wonder if they will succeed.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Escaping from his Martian captors, Flash commandeers a sandcar and takes Queen Menta along as a hostage. The sandcar speeds toward the rocket port where Flash's ship is grounded, racing ahead of a sudden desert sand blizzard. But not even the incredible speed of the sandcar is enough to beat the blizzard. A screaming hurricane of ice and sand swallows them up, last picture top row. Flash can scarcely make himself heard as he shouts, "If we don't find shelter soon, we're doomed!" First picture bottom row, great masses of swirling sand hurtle from the dune tops and toss the car around as if it were an autumn leaf. Flash fights the controls, but nothing he does can stop the car from overturning. Almost miraculously, the occupants of the car escape injury. Queen Menta's fear soon gives way to rage. She's furious. She tells Flash the storm is burying them, to check the instruments and find their location so she can send a thought message ordering her men to rescue them. But Flash prefers the blizzard's fury to recapture. And then, as suddenly as it arose, the storm is over. Last picture, Flash and his party are faced with a new danger. The icy sand has frozen in the bleak Martian night, and they are entombed under a giant dune as hard as concrete.
Oh, well, if they're buried like that, it's almost like being buried alive. They won't be able to breathe. They'll die.
Yes, that's a terrible situation to be in. Not only that, but if they don't find a way out, they'll have no food.
I wonder what Flash will do now. He'll just have to let Menta send a thought wave to her people.
Yes, it certainly looks that way. But if that happens, they'll be recaptured.
That's a terrible decision.
Yes, it certainly is. But we'll find out about that next week. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and here they are on the first page of the second section.
And we won't waste another second. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood's boss, Mr. Dithers, is sitting at home very unhappy.
His wife asks him if his conscience is bothering him. He answers,
Yes, I feel terrible about the way I've treated Dagwood all these years.
She tells him it's not too late to make things up to Dagwood. He answers,
Yes, you're right. I could give him a nice raise to show him how much I appreciate all his years of loyal service to me.
His wife smiles and says she's sure Dagwood will be very grateful. So last picture top row, Dithers stands up and says emphatically,
I'll pay him a social call and announce his raise in front of his whole family.
At the Bumstead home, first picture next row, everybody is heading for the door with their coats on, ready to go out. Dagwood says cheerfully, Well, come on, everybody. We don't want to be late for the show. Just then the doorbell rings. It's Mr. Dithers who stands outside, saying to himself,
A person gets so much joy out of doing a kind deed like this.
Blondie peeks through the window and tells Dagwood, last picture, second row, it's Mr. Dithers. Dagwood exclaims,
Oh, he probably wants me to work tonight. Quick, everybody, out the back door before he sees us.
They all head for the back door. Out they tiptoe, close the door, and tiptoe for the sidewalk. First picture next row, Dithers sees them and yells,
Hey, come back here, Bumstead.
Whereupon they all dash away. Around the house they go. Around the garage. Dagwood shinnies up the porch. Scrambles up the roof. Slides down the other side. Last picture, third row, jumps for the ground. Dithers lands on him in midair. First picture, bottom row, they hit the ground. And the fight begins. Dagwood yells, Help! He's murdering me! Alexander shouts, We'll save you, Pop! But Mr. Dithers waits on Dagwood and tells the family,
Wait. I just wanted to tell you that starting today, I'm giving you a $10 a week raise.
And then Mr. Dithers walks off. Dagwood, with his clothes torn to pieces and his face covered with bruises, sits up and says, last picture,
Isn't he a swell boss?
And Mr. Dithers, his clothes torn to pieces and his face covered with bruises, goes down the walk saying,
It's a wonderful feeling to have your employees love you like that.
Those Bumsteads. The craziest things happen to them.
Yes, what a way to tell a man he's going to get a raise.
Yes, but if it really happened, why, the doctor bills would be so expensive that it just wouldn't do any good to get a raise.
No.
The money would be spent anyway.
That's right. And now look, underneath Dagwood and Blondie, here's Roy Rogers.
Oh, I'm anxious to read that.
So am I, and I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. At the bottom of the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy and Jack Spratt, deputy sheriff, investigating at Blot Kramer's ranch, have fallen into a mine shaft. They were joined there a moment later by Blot Kramer, who had been accused by Norton and the cattlemen's consul of being a cattle rustler. Kramer tells Roy and Jack that he has come back to clear himself with the law. While they're in the shaft, Norton, who is responsible for all the trouble, and his henchman, Carp Mannery, knowing that the three men are in the shaft, set a dynamite explosion hoping to get rid of Roy. As the sound of the explosion dies away, Mallory says,
Well, the dynamite blast plugged that mine shaft good. Rogers and the other two are buried.
Norton replies,
Right, Carp. You stay in the line shack and keep an eye on things. I'll head for town, file the claim, and report the accident.
Meanwhile, in the shaft, the men are still alive, but hemmed in on all sides by the earth, which has collapsed. Jack Spratt exclaims,
Hey, we're trapped.
Roy lights a lantern and answers, Now, maybe not. Hey, Kramer, is there any other way out of here? Kramer answers,
Well, there's a slim chance. Long ago, I dug a drip from my line shack to this shaft, but a cave-in blocked it off.
Last picture, top row, Kramer points to it, saying,
Yeah, there it is. But we got to get through before the air gives out, or we're done.
Roy picks up a pickaxe and starts digging. First picture, bottom row. A little later, Roy takes one more poke at the earth, and the shovel goes through. He exclaims, We're through. I can smell fresh air. A little more effort, and they made a hole big enough to crawl through. They find themselves in a basement underneath Kramer's shack. Roy, lantern in hand, goes up the ladder, saying, "I'll go up first. I got to get to town and stop Norton from tying up Kramer's property with some legal tricks." He pushes up the trap door, and as his head appears, last picture, Carp Mallory, who was standing behind Roy with a poker, says,
"You're hard to get rid of, Rogers, but this ought to do it."
Hit Roy.
Yes, he meant to kill him.
Now he's knocked Roy out, and those other two men are down in the basement, and there's no way they can get out. Ooh, it looks like Norton still will win.
Well, don't worry too much about that. Maybe there's another trick up Roy's sleeve. We'll find out next week. Now, let's turn over the page and see what's there.
All right. Oh, look, Dick's Adventures. And I'm anxious to read that because an unfortunate thing has happened.
Yes, in the early days of America, Dick has been with the American Marines commanded by Stephen Decatur. The pirates had captured one of the American ships, and they were going to use it against the Americans.
And last week, Dick and Stephen Decatur were going to slip through the darkness and destroy the American ship so the pirates couldn't use it against them. When all of a sudden, a big storm blew their ship right out to sea, and they were in terrible danger from the storm.
Well, let's read right now and find out what happens next. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. The excitement of his dream has awakened Dick. He sits up in bed and says to himself, "Gee whiz, I was dreaming I was back in the old days. A Marine on Stephen Decatur's ship. We were heading into Tripoli to scuttle one of our men of war captured by the Barbary pirates when a howling gale blew us out into the middle of the Mediterranean." And he loves his dream so much he lays back on the pillow and in a second is sound asleep. In his dream, he finds himself on board the ship again. The storm is over. Everybody aboard ship is working furiously to repair all the damage the storm has done. First picture, second row, Decatur says to Dick,
"We're returning to Tripoli. Pitch in, Dick."
A few days later, in the dark of night, the ship in tip-top shape glides back into the harbor of Tripoli. Last picture, second row, it moves toward the Philadelphia, now captured and manned by the pirates. As they slip up beside the Philadelphia, Dick, who acts as the watch, calls to the pirate watch, saying,
"We're traders from Malta. We lost our anchors. Can we make fast to you till morning?"
A second later, that little ship is next to the Philadelphia. And too late, the Barbary crewmen realize they've invited a deadly swarm of enemies aboard. First picture, bottom row, there's a terrific battle. When the battle is over, the pirates are captured, taken off the ship, and the Philadelphia set afire. As it blazes up, the eerie flames light up the harbor. And on shore, the pirate chieftain curses as he sees how the Americans have out-tricked him. While last picture, on the Yankee ship sailing away from the burning Philadelphia, Decatur looks back and says, "I'm sorry we had to scuttle one of our own ships, Dick. I'm sorry there are such things as war. Our country, may she always be right. But our country, right or wrong."
Oh, it was too bad about burning the ship, wasn't it? It was such a beautiful ship.
Yes, it was, but it would have been worse if the pirates had used that ship against the Americans and had killed Americans or won the war by using it.
Yes, it would have been. And I wonder what will happen with Dick next.
Well, there's only one way you can find out.
All right, I'll be here next week.
Well, good. Now look, right underneath Dick's Adventures, there's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And you remember last week, Rusty and his friends and Mr. Miles and the detectives, they captured a lot of crooks and they proved that Mr. Kendall was an innocent man. And all because Rusty was curious about following a little girl in her coaster wagon.
Yes. Well, let's see what happens next. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. We're at the Miles farm out by the barn. Tex is saying to Mr. Miles,
"Hey, boss, you ought to feel real good. You sure made Kendall and his wife and Queenie happy. I just came from the other farm, and it'd do your heart good to see 'em."
Mr. Miles replies,
Well, they have you and Rusty to thank more than me. Besides, Kendall's a good man with trotters and paces. I'm glad to have him. But, Tex, I want to see you about another matter.
A few minutes later, Tex and Mr. Miles are sitting in Mr. Miles' office. Third picture, top row, Mr. Miles hands Tex a letter.
Tex, here's a letter from my old partner, Bruce Peters. You read it, will you?
Tex scans the letter quickly and then reads aloud, last picture, top row.
And since I moved to Chicago, my health has been steadily growing worse. Now my doctor tells me there's a surgeon in Vienna who can help me. Since this is an emergency, I'll be on my way when this letter reaches you. I had no time to wait for an answer from you. So, on the strength of our old friendship, I'm sending my adopted child, Vivian, to stay with you while I'm away. I know this is presumptuous, but I also know what a true friend you are. Good luck and thanks. As ever, Bruce.
First picture, bottom row, Tex looks up and says,
Hey, I recollect Longhorn Peters when you and him was in the cattle business in the border. So he's sending us as his adopted daughter, Vivian, huh? Well, boss, that ain't so bad.
Well, no, I guess not. He doesn't mention her age. I'm hoping she'll be company for Patty.
Meanwhile, on the state road, next picture, a car goes whizzing down the highway. A motorcycle cop who is off on a side road exclaims,
Holy smoke, look at that hot rod go. Must be hitting around 90.
And after the speeder he goes. After a hot chase, the motorcycle cop flags down the speeding car. As they stop, third picture, bottom row, the trooper says, We don't give tickets to drivers like you. Our magistrate just loves to meet 'em in person. So just follow me. A half hour later, the phone rings in Mr. Miles' office. He answers it.
Hello? Yes, this is Quentin Miles.
Mr. Miles, this is the police. We're holding a youngster here for speeding and reckless driving. The party gives your address. And, oh yes, her name is Vivian.
Oh, you mean that young person in the car that was speeding was that daughter, Vivian? Oh, what an awful girl.
Yes, 90 miles an hour. Why, that's 3 times as fast as a girl should go, even when somebody else is driving.
Yes. It looks like there's going to be more trouble.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now, let's go over the page and see...
Oh, look, here's Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, yes, Alice in Wonderland.
You remember last week she left the Mad Hatter's place and she began to follow the little white rabbit, and he just came scampering by.
And the rabbit led her into Tulgey Wood, where Alice couldn't find her way.
I wonder what she'll find in Tulgey Wood.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Alice in Wonderland. Say the magic words with me. And now for a story that gets curiouser and curiouser. Alice in Wonderland. So music, sir. Music, sir. Lost in Wonderland, Alice wanders through the eerie depths of Tulgey Wood. First, she sees a pair of spectacles with legs up, staring at her. And a funny bird with a face like a mirror. And she exclaims,
Oh, no, please. No more nonsense.
She walks a little further. And she stumbles on a large automobile horn, which runs off, followed by a lot of baby automobile horns. And Alice exclaims,
Oh, excuse me.
And she continues along. More weird creatures appear from the shadows of Tulgey Wood, third picture. And all of them look half animal and half something crazy. She sees strange-looking frogs. And then a bird with a long neck like an accordion. And she exclaims,
Goodness, when I get home, I shall write a book about this place.
Last picture, top row, she continues on her way. Then a strange creature with a bird's head and a body like a bird's cage dashes by. And then Alice sees a sign which reads,
Don't step on the mome rats.
Alice exclaims.
Mole rats?
And she looks around her feet and sees a lot of funny-looking little flower-like things. And as Alice watches, the mome rats form themselves into a sort of arrow, first picture bottom row. And then the arrow points toward a path. And Alice exclaims,
Oh, a path. They're showing me the way out of here.
So Alice hurries along. When all of a sudden she meets an odd brush dog, an animal with the body of a dog and a head in the shape of a brush. Alice says,
Oh, dear. He's brushing the path away.
and as the dog goes by her brushing the path away, third picture bottom row, Alice, standing on one last bit of path, exclaims,
Oh, now I shall never get out of this place.
and she sits down, last picture, as the mome rats and all the other weird creatures surround her. And Alice cries,
Oh, now no one will ever find me here.
and poor Alice sinks down wearily. And suddenly a strangely familiar form begins to take shape above her. It's the Cheshire Cat. He looks down at Alice and says, Hello.
Oh, I've never seen so many strange creatures in my life. as
Me
this.
neither.
Just imagine an automobile horn with a lot of little baby automobile horns.
Isn't that funny?
Yes, and imagine spectacles running around with legs on them.
Yes, it certainly is
I
weird.
wonder if she'll ever get out of there.
Well, maybe the Cheshire Cat will help her.
That's right. He did help her once before.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Lazy.
Why do you feel lazy?
I guess I ate too much for Thanksgiving.
Well, you certainly did. I thought you'd have turkey popping out of your ears the way you gobbled.
And I thought you would turn out to be a gobbler, like a turkey.
Because I gobbled like a gobbler?
Oh, that's funny. Gobbled the gobbler. I just thought of a little rhyme.
Well, let's hear it.
Turkeys gobble, ducks waddle. If you think they don't, it's a lot of twaddle.
Why, that's a very good little rhyme.
Oh, thank you. Now will you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yeah.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And at the top of the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has discovered that someone has been smuggling guns to the Indians, thus providing them with weapons to go on the warpath. In an attempt to find out who is getting the rifles to the Indians, Hoppy, California, and Lucky have come to Pike's Landing, a river town where the trail has led them. As they check the feed stores for clues, they realize they're being followed. Hoppy stops suddenly, last picture top row, and says to the man behind,
Hey, just a minute. My friends and I don't like being trailed. The stranger reaches for his gun, saying,
And we don't like nosy strangers.
Hoppy swings at the stranger. First picture next row, knocking him down. Two other men appear and make a run for Hoppy. Lucky grabs some pails and pans from in front of the store and throws them at the men, tripping them up. Seizing their opportunity, Hoppy and his pals dash down the street. They duck into an alley, hoping to lose their pursuers. But at the other end of the alley, fourth picture, second row, they see a gate, and behind it, longhorn cattle and more men. One of the men shouts,
There they are! Stampede that beef!
The gate swung open, and the men drive the cattle in. Hoppy and his pals reach up and grab the rafters over themselves. Last picture, middle row. The cattle ran underneath them. First picture, bottom row. They drop on the backs of the cattle and hang on as the cattle stampede down the street. As they pass a building, Hoppy yells, Hey, jump! Take cover in the riverboat freight office! Quickly, they dash into the freight office, and then stop suddenly. For a last picture, a man behind the desk is pointing a gun at him. Lucky exclaims,
Hey, who are you?
The man replies,
You might call me a gun collector. I'll begin with yours, gentlemen.
My goodness, it looks like everybody in that town is against Hoppy and his friends.
Yeah, looks like he walked into a nest of trouble.
Yes, and after all that trouble trying to escape, then they go into a place where a man holds them up with the gun.
Yeah, things don't look very good. But maybe next week Hoppy will think of a way to get out of this.
Oh, I hope so.
Now?
Oh, now let's go over the page, because I just know that on page 3 we're going to find Prince Valiant.
And I'm going over to page 3 because I just know that you're right.
All right. There. See? I am.
Yes, you are. So here we go with Prince Valiant and the days of King Arthur. Beckett, Breckett, Gray Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant had returned home, carrying a message from his friend Sir Gawain, who lives across the channel. Gawain had suggested that King Aguar, Val's father, sign a treaty agreeing that all ships that traveled through the waters between their two islands would be guaranteed safe passage. This agreement meant that they would be friends, no longer enemies, and that the people of one island would not plunder the ships belonging to the people of the other. But the very first merchant ship to sail through this route has been plundered by Boltar, the Sea King who belongs to King Aguar's kingdom. Boltar has been arrested and brought before the king. The king is furious when he learns that someone from his country has broken the treaty. And in order to show Sir Gawain that he wants the treaty to be kept, the king decides to sentence Boltar. And Boltar is locked up like a prisoner. Last picture, top row. Like an angry walrus, Boltar paces the guarded chamber where he awaits sentence. In the middle of the night, Boltar is aroused from a troubled sleep by a tapping on the shutters. First picture, next row. He goes to the window, opens the shutters, and there, dark against the first gray of dawn, he sees a swaying rope. He climbs on the windowsill and sees that the rope leads to the top of the terrace wall. He looks down. Below him, the foaming river swirls. So quickly, he goes up, hand over hand. A moment later, he reaches the top, throws his leg over the terrace wall, and there stops. For he sees, last picture, second row, that his rescuer is that strange, dark, silent woman from across the unknown sea, Tillicum. She beckons to him and walks toward the steps leading down to the moat. Boltar quickly follows. First picture, bottom row. Quietly as any shadow, she leads him down a flight of steps to where a boat tugs restlessly at its moorings. Boltar stops beside the boat, then looks at her. The last time they met, the woman threatened to kill him. Now she risks the anger of the king to set him free. Long he looks into the fierce, dark eyes that seem to burn into his. And then... Last picture, Boltar has sculled the craft out into the current and goes plunging down through the spray toward the sea. And lying on the bottom of his boat
is a bundle wrapped in a cloak and securely bound.
Oh, he has escaped, and she helped him to do it.
That's right.
She must be in love with him.
I think you've hit upon a fundamental fact.
Yes, I think I have. But I wonder what the bundle in the boat is.
Well, that's something to look forward to finding out next week, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh. Now, what would you like to see?
Well, now, could we find out what happens in Dick's adventures? Because you remember he was fighting the Tripoli pirates, and they licked him good last week. I wonder what'll happen next.
Well, let's look at Dick's adventures and find out. So over the page we go, past Snuffy Smith, over the page past Perry Mason and the Lone Ranger, turn over the page, and there on page 6 is Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick, who has been awakened by his exciting dream of the Tripoli pirates, snuggles into the pillow again, and in a second is drifting off to dreamland once more. In his dream, he finds himself, last picture, top row, in a bustling fur trading post on the banks of the Mississippi. The year is still 1804. The post is St. Louis. As he moves to the edge of the post, first picture, second row, he stops. For watching a ceremony is a crowd of French, Spaniards, Indians, and Americans. Dick sees a French officer hand a document to an American officer. As the ceremonies end, Dick walks off with a young American officer who has been standing beside him. The officer says,
Well, all the Louisiana Territory is ours now, Dick. From New Orleans north to Canada, and west from the Mississippi halfway to the Pacific. We're growing big, big.
He continues, last picture, second row.
Think of it, Dick. No one has ever crossed overland, over our land, from the Mississippi to the Pacific. We feel honored that President Jefferson has asked us to be the first to try.
First picture, bottom row, they stroll along talking about the purchase of the Louisiana Territory by President Jefferson. Now, this means that the middle of the United States, which had been previously owned by the French, has been bought by the Americans. While they are talking, first picture, bottom row, they reach a camp a few miles outside St. Louis, where men are loading supplies aboard a river craft. Another officer approaches and greets Dick's companion. He says,
Well, we're about ready to start, Meriwether. First warm day in spring.
The two men walk off, last picture, talking earnestly. Dick stares in awe and then exclaims,
Meriwether? That's Captain Meriwether Lewis and Captain William Clark.
Well, who were Captain Lewis and Captain Clark?
Oh, Lewis and Clark were two very famous pioneers who opened up a trail through the Northwest.
Where's that? Where the mountains are?
That's right, way out as far as the Rocky Mountains. And they had a wonderfully adventurous journey down the rivers, over the wild mountains, through Indian country.
Indians? Oh, that sounds like it'd be very exciting.
Oh, it is.
I'm certainly anxious to see that.
Well, I think we'll see the beginning of that next week. Now, look, here's Rusty Riley below Dick's adventures.
Oh, yes. And you remember last week, Mr. Miles got a letter from a friend saying that he was going to send his adopted child, and her name is Vivian, so Mr. Miles could take care of her because her father was sick.
That's right. And last week, a car came whizzing down the road at 90 miles an hour.
And then the motorcycle cop arrested the driver, and that driver turned out to be Vivian, who's on her way to Mr. Miles' place.
Yes, so let's read now and find out more about this little speedster. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mr. Miles, owner of Milestone Farm, is saying to Tex,
Oh, get the car out, will you, Tex? We've got to go to the police station. Looks like I've got plenty on my hands with Longhorn's youngster, Vivian. She's been arrested for speeding.
Tex replies,
Speeding? Well, then she ain't no baby. Okay, boss, I'll be right with you.
A little later, Mr. Miles is saying to his daughter,
Oh, Patty, Tex and I are going to meet our guest, Vivian Smith. You help Hannah to get the guest room ready for her.
First picture, bottom row, later at the police station, Mr. Miles approaches the sergeant's desk and says,
Oh, good afternoon, officer. I'm Quentin Miles. I had a call from here about a girl, Vivian Smith.
The sergeant answers.
A girl, is it? Well, if that one man right is a girl, I'm short-stuffed on the joints. Hey, Connors, bring that kid in here, will you?
The officer named Connors opens the door, and out walks a saucy-faced young boy. He stops in front of Mr. Miles and says,
Oh, so you're old man Miles. Hiya. I'm Vivian Smith.
Mr. Miles takes off his hat. Tex exclaims,
Well, I'll be a sidewinder. It ain't no female girl, he's a boy.
Yeah, it's that trick name again. I sure don't thank my folks for hanging that name Vivian on me. Well, come on. Tell these hick cops where they get off and let's scram.
Mr. Miles turns, shaking his head, and says to the officer,
Oh, Sergeant, may I speak to you in private?
Now, look, Mr. Miles, if you're going to ask me to forget this, I can't. We got orders to bring all speeders to court.
No, I'm not asking that. I just want you to release him in my custody. I'll produce him in court.
Meanwhile, last picture in a town about 50 miles west. A burly man thumbs through a catalog on racehorse owners, and he exclaims,
Hey, Nobby, that kid with the hot rod that we met in the hotel yesterday, didn't he say he was going to stay at Milestone Farm in Kentucky?
Nobby replies,
He did, sir. And I see by the glint in your eye, Sir Percival, that it has given you an idea.
I wonder what the idea is.
Well, I have a hunch it won't be a good idea.
I have a hunch, too. And I don't like the looks of that Vivian or the way he talks. He's too smart, Alex.
Yes, he is.
I hope he doesn't get Rusty into trouble like the other boy did.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and here they are on the first page of the second section.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie.
Okay, I'll raise.
Dagwood and his neighbor, Herb Woodley, are downtown playing a game of cards with some of their friends. The phone rings, and Herb answers it. And he hears... Herb says,
Yes, dear. Yes, dear.
He turns to Dagwood and says,
It was our wives, Dagwood. We gotta go home.
Dagwood drops his cards and poker chips, runs for his coat, puts it on, and dashes out the door with Herb. They stand on the corner, last picture top row. Herb says,
I'm broke, Dagwood. You got bus fare for us?
Dagwood reaches in his pocket and pulls out a couple of coins, saying, I just got 2 dimes. Oops, there goes one. Catch it quick. And he sees the coin drop through a grating on the sidewalk and disappear from sight. First picture next row, Dagwood exclaims,
Hey, it rolled down the grating. Hey, we gotta get it, Herb.
He kneels down and sticks his arm through the grating. Herb notices the building they're standing in front of and exclaims,
Hey, gosh, this is a bank. Be careful.
And then the burglar alarm goes off. Herb grabs Dagwood, saying,
Hey, quick, that's a burglar alarm.
He gives Dagwood's arm a pull. Dagwood yells,
My arm's caught in the grating.
Herb tugs and tugs, but Dagwood's arm won't come loose. And then, suddenly, they hear police cars, motorcycle cops, and detectives heading for the bank. Herb yells, last picture, second row,
Hey, I'm getting out of here. Good luck, Dagwood.
And he runs off. Dagwood yells,
Hey, help me, Herb. Don't desert your pal.
But Herb deserts his pal. And a moment later...
There he is, right there. Come on, get him, right. Get him. Put the cuffs on him. That's the one.
Dagwood is surrounded. Middle picture, third row. And as he lies on the sidewalk, his arm sticking through the grating, he stares at the cops with a look of, I'm innocent. Last picture, third row, he is down at the police station. The huge grate still stuck on his arm. And he exclaims, what's happened to the officer? The officer says,
Well, I'll let you go. I understand. I'm a married man myself.
Well, thanks, Captain. I promise to return the grating when I get it off.
First picture, bottom row, Dagwood arrives home, the grate still on his arm. He can't get his arm in his pocket to get the key, so he has to ring the doorbell. And a second later, the door is yanked open. Dagwood, tears in his eyes, says,
It's me, dear.
Where have you been? Herb Woodley's been home for hours.
Dagwood staggers in the house. Blondie closes the door. Dagwood says,
I gotta get this off.
A half hour later, Blondie hangs
Thank
up
you
the phone
very
and
much.
says,
I've phoned every place I know of, and they all say that you will have to wait until morning, and that's that.
upstairs they go. Blondie in her nightie snuggles into bed. Dagwood, with his clothes on and his arm still stuck through the grating, climbs in beside her. He tries lying on his side. But it won't work. He tries lying on his stomach.
Ouch! Ouch, Dagwood!
So he has to lie there with the grating on top of him. And he growls,
Wait till I get that guy Woodley.
Doesn't he look funny lying in bed with that big, big grating on his arm?
He certainly does. Poor fellow having to sleep with his clothes on.
I don't blame him for being angry at Woodley. He wasn't a good pal. He left a friend in need.
Indeed he did.
And that's bad.
That's bad. But look underneath Dagwood and Blondie. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, and that's good.
You bet that's good, because this is an exciting adventure.
But what happened to Roy last week, that was bad.
That's right, it was bad, because Roy and his friend were about to escape from the mine.
Yes, and Roy had climbed up a ladder and opened a sort of a trap door in the floor, and as he climbed through, that man Carp Mallory hit him on the head with a poker. And I'm just afraid that Roy will be almost killed.
Well, let's read that right now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. As Roy lies on the floor unconscious from the blow on his head, Carp Mallory tosses a lighted kerosene lantern on the floor. The dry wood bursts into flame. Mallory snarls.
You and your pals are tough hombres to kill, Rogers. But maybe burning kerosene will do what dynamite in the mine shaft didn't do.
Under the trapdoor in the cellar below, Jack Spratt calls,
Hey, Roy, what's up? The trap door won't open. Let us out.
Seeing the cabin is well on fire, Mallory walks for the door, saying,
The boss will be glad to know a tunnel connects Blot Kramer's mine to this shack. We'll use it ourselves after you birds are fried.
As Mallory stops in the doorway and looks back once more, third picture, Norton, a short distance away from the cabin, draws a gun, saying to himself,
With Rogers, Kramer, and Spratt buried in the mine, there's only one more to take care of. My friend, Carp Mallory.
But his aim is bad. Norton only wounds Mallory in the shoulder. Mallory rushes inside the cabin again and slams the door shut. He opens the trapdoor, and Blot Kramer and Jack Spratt climb up, first picture, bottom row. Roy, who has just regained consciousness, moans,
Hey, what hit me?
Mallory replies,
I did, Rogers. Climb out, you hombres, and help douse this fire.
Blot Kramer says in surprise,
Well, how come, Carp Mallory? Don't you want me dead so's you and Norton can grab my mine holdings?
No, I've been double-crossed. Norton tried to dry gulch me.
Blot Kramer quickly seizes a pail of water, throws it on the flames. As Jack Spratt takes a blanket and starts to beat the flames out, Roy, who has gone to the window, sees Norton approaching the cabin, and he says, Hey, he's coming to make sure you're finished, Carp. Sprawl on the floor and play dead. You others get out the back door quick. Quickly, Roy steps behind the door as Blot Kramer and Jack Spratt duck out. Mallory lies on the floor, pretending to be dead. Norton, who can't understand why the smoke should be pouring out of the cabin, opens the door and steps in, last picture. He sees Mallory lying on the floor, and aiming his gun, he exclaims,
Looks like he's done for. But I've got to make sure.
Ooh, there he stands in the door with Roy right behind him. I wonder if Roy will get that gun away before he kills somebody.
Well, that's something we'll have to find out next week.
And another thing, that cabin is still burning on fire, and nobody's trying to stop it from burning up now because they're hiding. I'm afraid they might be burned.
That's something else we'll find out next week.
Ooh, this is so exciting, I can hardly wait.
I know, and I know you can hardly wait for Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes. Turn over the page quick, and let's see if we find him.
All right, over the page we go to see what we find.
All right. There he is.
Yes, sir.
See? Remember last week, Flash had gone to the planet Mars and had captured the Queen, who wanted to make him a slave prisoner.
Yes, and when they were escaping, they were overtaken by a sand blizzard which completely buried their car.
And the sand froze over them so that they're just like they're in an icy cave. I don't see how they'll ever escape.
Well, let's read right now and find out if they do. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rigga-digga-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Buried alive by an icy sand blizzard, Flash works frantically to dig a tunnel from the trapped sand car to the surface of the desert. But his haughty prisoner, Queen Menta, is impatient. She orders Flash to tell her their locations so she can send a thought wave to her slaves to come and rescue them. But Flash has no intention of again becoming Menta's prisoner. And he tells her, "I'd rather die free than live as your slave. We came here to offer you peace with Earth. Your pirates failed to conquer us, and you'll fail too." The Queen gasps, "Pirates?" Suddenly, the truth dawns on Menta. She switches on the sandcar's thought screener, last picture, top row. Flash recognizes Menta's mind picture as his old foe, Toxo, the pirate raider. Menta laughs bitterly and tells Flash that they are space exiles who must have headed for Earth when she banished them. Flash says, "Well, enough idle talk. Right now, our job's to get out of this tomb." The first picture, bottom row, with Link's aid, he swings the sandcar's engine around so that its exhaust points toward the surface of the desert. And then he warns, "Now, this is going to be dangerous, but it's our only chance." Then, last picture, when all is ready, Flash throws the starting lever. And instantly, a searing blast of white-hot flame roars upward, melting a hole through the rock-like frozen drifts. And then suddenly, Dale sees a spot of daylight above, and they know that ahead lies the way out.
Oh, hooray, hooray! They're going to escape. They're going to escape.
Yes, but where'll they escape to? They have no car to travel in now. They'll have to travel on foot.
Oh, yes, and maybe by now everybody's discovered that the Queen's been captured.
Yes, now this means that next week we might have a very exciting development.
Oh, I can hardly wait, but I know I'll have to.
Yes, I'm afraid you'll have to. But now look, across the page.
Oh, Alice in Wonderland.
Yes, Alice in Wonderland. And remember last week, Alice had been following the little white rabbit again, and she got lost in a wood, and all kinds of crazy animals appeared from all sides. And Alice was so unhappy that she sat down on a log and began to cry because she thought she'd never get out. And then
the Cheshire Cat appeared again. I wonder if he will help her.
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Alice in Wonderland. Say the magic words with me. And now for a story that gets curiouser and curiouser. Alice in Wonderland. So music, sir. Music, sir. As Alice sits on a rock, broken-hearted because she's lost, she hears a sound in the tree above.
Hello?
She looks up to discover the Cheshire Cat. She jumps to her feet and tells him she's lost, that she can't find her way. The Cheshire Cat smiles and answers,
Naturally. You have no way.
And he goes on, second picture.
You see, always in Wonderland are the Queen's ways.
And Alice wishes she could meet the Queen. And magically, third picture, the tree opens. And Alice sees a path leading to a castle beyond. She follows the path into the Queen's garden. And suddenly she hears... Alice peers around a tall hedge, and she sees 3 cards skipping around, having a royal time, painting the white rose bushes red. Alice watches in amazement as the 3 cards splash away with their paint, singing. At that moment, trumpets blare. And there comes the sound of marching feet. First picture, bottom row, the 3 cards stop painting and exclaim in horror.
The Queen! The Queen! The Queen!
The Queen's army parades toward them. And then stops. The White Rabbit appears and announces,
Her Imperial Highness, Her Excellency, Her Royal Majesty.
And pointing toward a huge, ugly-looking female, he shouts,
The Queen of Hearts.
And third picture, bottom row, behind her, a tiny little man sticks his head around her skirt and says weakly,
And the King.
Suddenly, a thundercloud crosses the Queen's face. She holds up her hand, and as everyone trembles, the Queen roars, last picture,
Who's been painting my roses red?
Ooh, my goodness. Isn't that Queen of Hearts ugly?
Yes, indeed.
And mean.
And ugly.
Yes. I know there's going to be trouble now.
Yes, I'm afraid so, because that queen has a very ugly look on her face.
Yes.
But we'll find out next week who gets into trouble with her.
Oh, I just love Alice in Wonderland, though, because such interesting and quaint things happen.
Yes, so do I. Such interesting things. Didn't you love those 3 mad cards?
Yes.
Well, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine, and I've got a riddle.
I'm just fine, too, so tell me the riddle.
6 girls walked to school under one umbrella, and none of them got wet.
Well, the
Why?
girls were small, and the umbrella was big.
No.
The rain came straight down on the umbrella, and the umbrella was right over their heads.
No.
All right, I give up. Why?
It wasn't raining.
Oh, that was a trick riddle. Now I've got one for you.
What?
What runs around all day and lays down at night with his tongue hanging out?
A cocker spaniel?
No.
Some other kind of a dog?
Nope.
All right, then. What is it?
Your shoe.
Oh, that's funny. The tongue of the shoe hangs out all night.
Yeah,
That's very cute. Now, will you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on the bottom of the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy, trying to find out who has been selling guns to the Indians, has followed a trail which leads him to a river town called Pike's Landing. After considerable trouble with the folks in town, Hoppy, California, and Lucky are talking to the marshal of the territory, a man whose job is much like a sheriff. First picture, the marshal is saying to Hoppy,
Well, you can't blame Meeker for demanding your arrest at the riverboat freight office. Ever since smugglers have been supplying guns to the Indians in this area, there's been bad feeling toward strangers.
Hoppy replies, Yes, and it's apt to get worse if the cargo listing I saw on that freight office means anything, Marshal. The last steamer brought in a shipment of baled hay to go to the Timber Ridge logging camp. In California, adds last picture, top row.
Yeah, and that's where we'll find the smugglers' rifles.
The marshal, reaching for his rifle, says,
And we better find them before those redskins do. Get to your horses.
Miles from their starting point, last picture, middle row, they arrive at a river. The marshal waves his companions to a halt. First picture, bottom row, the marshal points at a hill across the river.
And the logging camp overlooks this creek from atop that ridge.
Hoppy says, We better follow the creek. It'll hide our approach.
In the logging camp above, a crew of men are busy hiding the shipment of rifles in hollow logs. When the rifles have been put in the hollow of the log, the tree bark is put back on top, covering it so the log looks quite natural. The man directing the activities walks along, saying,
We can use some of that Indian gold, men. Now get those rifles stowed and on their way to Iron Claw's camp before somebody shows up here.
And then the logs are put in a chute, and they're slayed down to the river below. Last picture, the marshal, Hoppy, and his pals, in a grove of trees, stand watching. The marshal looks at the logs floating down the river and says,
Just a mess of timber. I don't see anything to get het up about.
Well, what happens? They float the logs down the river and the Indians take the guns out of the logs later on?
Yes, I think that's the idea.
Well, I think it's terrible that those men are giving the Indians guns so they can use them against the white men.
So do I. Well, we'll find out whether Hoppy can stop this next week. Now?
Oh, let's turn over the page and see who's there. Oh, look, there's Blondie.
Yes, and I know you're anxious to read that, so we won't waste a second. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is relaxing with the paper when Blondie rushes in.
Dagwood, Alexander phoned that he's bringing his girlfriend Julia over to meet us.
Dagwood exclaims,
Well, why get so excited about that?
Look at the house. Look how you look. Come on.
She jerks the paper away from him, yanks him out of the chair, and shoves the vacuum cleaner into his hand. As Dagwood dashes around the room, last picture top row, she yells,
We've got to make a good impression. Julia may become our daughter-in-law.
First picture, second row, as she polishes the table, she says,
We mustn't let her think we're not good housekeepers. Hurry, hurry.
Second picture, second row, she orders,
I want all the furniture in this room rearranged.
Last picture, second row, she shoves Dagwood into the bathroom.
Now hurry and shave and clean up while I change my dress. Look your best.
Dagwood answers,
But I wasn't going to shave until tomorrow.
Little later, with a clean shirt and a fresh tie on, Dagwood settles down on a chair to relax. Blondie dashes down the stairs, first picture, third row.
Quick, put your coat on. They're coming up the front walk.
At that moment, outside the door, Alexander is saying,
Well, come on, Julia.
I don't wanna.
Oh, come on, Julia.
No, I don't wanna.
Oh, come on. You like my father and mother. They're real nice.
No, I don't wanna. Now let go of me, Alexander.
Oh, come on, Julia. Don't be so bashful.
First picture, bottom row, the door opens. And Alexander walks into the house. Alone. Dagwood stares at him in surprise. Alexander says,
Hey, what's the matter, Pop? You look weird.
Well, where's the young lady you were going to bring home to meet us?
Oh, she got mad and went home.
Dagwood goes, and then grabs Alexander by the neck, pulls him over his lap, and starts to spank him, last picture. Blondie looks at Dagwood in horror and says,
Dagwood, he's too old to spank.
Dagwood shouts,
I'll spank him when he's 40 years old if he pulls a stunt like that again.
Oh, I don't blame Dagwood for being angry, but I really wish he wouldn't spank Alexander because it wasn't Alexander's fault.
No, it really wasn't. It was that silly, bashful girl.
Yes, I think girls are silly when they're bashful.
Yes, and I know a couple who are silly without being bashful.
Well, that does happen sometimes.
Yes, sometimes. Now?
Oh, look across the page. There's Prince Valiant.
Oh, yes, there he is.
And you remember what happened before? Boltar, a wild pirate of the sea, had captured a ship and plundered it, and that was against the new rules.
Yes, you see, King Aguar had signed a treaty with Sir Gawain, agreeing that no more ships would be plundered in the waters between their two islands.
But Boltar did it anyway, and so to punish him, they locked him up. But then a very strange thing happened. In the middle of the night, Tillicum, who's one of the maids to Princess Alida, helped Boltar to escape.
Yes, she helped him get out of his cell and led him to a boat, and he finally made his way to the open sea.
But there was something in the bottom of the boat, and I wonder what that is.
Well, here we go to find out now with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince.
Boltar had been placed under heavy guard to await his punishment for plundering the ship of Sieur de Luc. In the morning, the guards discover that he's gone. Search parties comb the riverbank for his body. And then it's discovered that a boat is missing. Last picture, top row. Mounted men are sent on the long road to the mouth of the river where Boltar's ship lay. It's hard to believe that Boltar could have piloted his little boat through the wild waters and cataracts of the river. But by a miracle of skill, Boltar has survived the perils of the tumbling river. And even before he rounds the last bend, first picture, next row, his men can hear the roar of his voice calling them to their posts. They all jump to their stations as Boltar pulls the little boat up beside his ship. As he picks up the bundle from the bottom of his boat and climbs aboard, last picture, second row, over the rail they tumble with their weapons, water skins, and such provisions as they can snatch up. Shields are hung over the rail. The long oars are shipped, and men are standing by to raise the anchor. And then, first picture, bottom row, Boltar lays the bundle carefully on the deck, unties it, and when the wrapping is off, we see Tillicum, the Indian woman who had helped him escape. Boltar stands up. Tillicum arises quietly, rubbing the circulation back into her numbed arms, her dark eyes fixed on his, holding them. She moves slowly toward him. Boltar says to himself,
Well, at last. Now that I've shown her who is master, she's going to surrender. She's mine.
Her hands go out toward him slowly. And then, like a flash, last picture, she plucks the knife from his girdle and aims a blow at his throat.
Oh, she's mad because he tied her up and kidnapped her.
Yes, I can't understand why.
Neither can I, because you remember last week she looked at him with the look of love when he was going to leave.
Yes, I just think she's mad because he kidnapped her. Maybe she thinks she should be loyal to Alita.
Oh, I'll bet you that's what it is. She is mad because Boltar won't let her be loyal.
Well, we'll find out about this next week. This is a very strange woman.
Yes, this is a very strange woman.
Well, now, let's turn over the page and see who's next.
Oh, look, across the page there's Flash Gordon.
Yes, let's read that right now.
And this I'm so anxious to see because you remember Flash was on the planet Mars where the Queen Menta had tried to make him a slave prisoner.
Yes, but Flash succeeded in escaping and had captured the Queen and taken her along with him.
And then the sand car that they'd been in got buried in a big pile of sand blown over them by a sand blizzard. And I thought sure they would die because they can't get out of it.
But Flash turned on the exhaust of the sand car and aimed it at the wall of sand and started the motor. The hot flame that came out of the exhaust burned a hole through, and they saw daylight ahead of them.
Now please read and let's see what they found when they escaped.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-dega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Escaping from their Martian captors in a sand car with Queen Menta as a hostage, Flash and his party are caught in an ice blizzard which buries them under a frozen sand dune. As a last desperate measure, Flash turns the car's rocket exhaust upward and manages to blast a tunnel to freedom. And last picture, top row, as they make their way toward the spaceport where Flash's rocket is guarded, Flash warns the Martian Queen not to send a thought message to her slaves for help, promising to free her if she makes no hostile move. And he adds grimly, But take heed, Menta. Try to thwart our escape, and we'll carry you to Earth as our prisoner. After a long, tiresome walk through the desert sands of Mars, first picture, bottom row, they reach the spaceport. Boldly, Flash approaches his ship. Menta follows docilely. But suddenly, two guards appear. One of them whips out a ray gun. With a lightning motion, Flash draws his own gun and blasts the pistol from the guard's hand before the startled Martian knows what happened to him. Flash commands, All right, stand back. One false move and your queen's life is forfeit. The guards stop helplessly. Quickly, Flash orders his party into the rocket ship. Flash presses the starting button. But the jets won't fire. Last picture, Menta tells him that she had, by telegraphing her thoughts to her men, ordered them to remove the atom fuel. And she tells him to hand over his guns quietly, and she might lessen his punishment for kidnapping the Queen of Mars.
Oh, isn't that terrible? Just when I thought thought they were going to get away. This had to happen.
Yes, after all of Flash's plans, the Queen has outsmarted him.
Well, Flash still has the gun, and he's still inside the ship where the others can't get at him. Maybe he can make the Queen obey his orders.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now,
could we please read Roy Rogers? I'm anxious to know whether Roy's going to capture that man Norton who had stepped into the cabin with his gun in his hand.
well, let's go over the page past Buzz Sawyer. Go across to the next page, turn over page 7, and there, at the bottom of page 8, is Roy Rogers.
Oh, goody.
And I'll read that in just a moment, but first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And at the bottom of page 8, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Carp Mallory has joined forces with Roy and his friends after Norton, leader of the crooks, had tried to kill him. Norton steps into the smoking cabin, gun in hand. He sees Mallory lying on the floor, draws the trigger back to shoot Mallory again to make sure he's dead. Roy, hiding behind the door, leaps at him and knocks the gun out of his hand. Norton exclaims,
Roy Rogers, I thought the explosion in the mine finished you and your pals.
Mallory gets up from the floor saying, third picture,
Yeah, let me fix a double-crossing polecat for dry gulching me. Me, his own sidekick.
Seeing it's a trap, Norton gives Roy a shove. As Roy stumbles over Mallory, Norton runs for the door. Last picture, top row. Blot Kramer outside the cab. First picture, bottom row, exclaims,
Hey, look, Sprat, it's Norton. I'm paying him off for grabbing my land and framing me for them murders.
Splat knocks the gun down, saying,
Nope, Roy says he wants him alive. Besides, he won't get far. I loosened the cinch on his saddle.
Suddenly, the saddle slips sideways, and Norton falls to the ground. Roy, who has come out of the cabin, runs for him, leaps at him, and knocks him over. Norton whines, third picture, bottom row.
Hey, don't kill me, Rogers.
Roy answers, Don't worry. You got a lot of explaining to do first, Norton. To a judge. Sometime later, Jack Spratt, who is a deputy sheriff, has locked up Mallory and Norton and is once again at his favorite business of eating, last picture. Roy is once again mounted on Trigger, preparing to hit the trail. Blot Kramer says to him,
Well, I got my property back, and they cleared me of all them phony rustling and killing charges that Norton tried to pin on me. Thanks, Rogers.
At that moment, a voice is heard saying,
I tell you, trouble follows me like a hound dog.
Roy looks around saying, Well, I'd know that voice anywhere.
Oh, I'll bet you that means that voice will start Roy on another adventure. It always turns out that way.
I have a hunch that you've got a good hunch yourself.
Yes, I have a hunch I got a good hunch, too. I certainly am glad that Roy didn't get shot or hurt or anything, and he captured that Norton because he was the mean one.
Yes, you bet he was. Now, next week, we look forward to a new adventure with Roy Rogers. Now?
And now, couldn't we please read Alice in Wonderland next? I just love Alice.
Well, let's find out. Go over the page, past page 9, go past Perry Mason and the Lone Ranger on page 10, and there on page 11 is Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, yes, and you remember last week, Alice had gone into a beautiful, beautiful garden, and she found 3 cards painting the white rose bushes red.
Yes, and then the Queen came parading through the garden with her army of cards behind her. And when she saw the white roses paint red, she yelled,
Who painted my roses red?
Yes, and she was furious.
And now, let's see what she does next.
Very well, here we go with Alice in Wonderland. Say the magic words with me. And now for a story that gets curiouser and curiouser. Alice in Wonderland. So music, sir, music, sir. When the Queen discovers it was the 3 cards who painted the white roses red, she thunders, Off with their heads! And the 3 hapless card gardeners are hauled away. As they're taken away to be punished, Alice tries to tell the Queen that they were only trying to be nice. The Queen thunders,
Quiet! Do you play croquet?
Alice tells her that she does. Whereupon, third picture, the little king shouts,
Croquet game. King's orders.
the little white rabbit brings the croquet mallets. And when they're drawn out of the bag, they turn out to be flamingos, a long, skinny bird with a hooked neck. The queen holds hers by the feet, as hedgehogs roll themselves up to be balls. And other cards bend themselves over to be wickets. And then last picture, top row, the curious croquet game gets underway as the queen prepares to hit the first hedgehog through the first wicket. She shouts, "Silence!" Carefully, she lifts her flamingo over her head. Then, first picture, bottom row, unseen by all except Alice, the Cheshire Cat appears. And as the queen swings back, he hooks the flamingo's beak under her skirt, and he says,
"This'll be loads of fun."
Alice gasps. The queen completes her mighty swing and yanks herself into an inglorious heap. Woo! She hits the ground with a thundering crash. She leaps to her feet, and thinking Alice is to blame for this, she shouts, "Your head will roll for this!" The little king answers,
Yeah, but my dear, couldn't we have a trial first? Just a little trial.
Last picture, as guards march Alice off to the courtroom in the castle, the queen roars, "Very well, then. Let the trial begin."
Oh, that's terrible. Alice being blamed for that trick the Cheshire Cat played.
Yes.
And just think, the queen wanted to snatch her head for that.
Yes.
I wonder if they'll free her at the trial.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week, and I'm sure it'll be a very strange trial.
Oh, I'm sure, too.
Now?
Oh, now it's time to read Dick's adventures, isn't it?
I think you're right, and you'll find that Dick is on the very last page, so let's turn over.
All right. Yes, here he is. And you remember that last week Dick was dreaming that he was at a fur trading post in the early days of America.
Yes, and he met two famous men, Captain Lewis and Captain Clark.
You said new adventures would begin, so quick read. Let's find out about that now.
Very well. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Dick polishes his gun first picture as he says to himself, "Boy, am I in luck. Gosh, here I am going on one of the world's most famous exploring expeditions, back when Thomas Jefferson was president, right after we got the Louisiana Territory." And then he goes to join Captains Lewis and Clark, who he sees approaching. They're talking to a couple of upstream trappers and Indians, last picture, top row, who are telling them that the spring floods have swept the Missouri River clear of ice, which means that boats can travel on the river. At this news, at the encampment just outside the frontier village of St. Louis, activity mounts to fever pitch, for this means the expedition can begin. Leaders of the expedition are two able young Army captains, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, both born in Virginia, and old friends and comrades in arms. Dick studies them, first picture next row, as he watches them going over their maps. Clark, Dick guesses, is genial, bluff, and practical. Lewis seems moody, jumpy, quick, a scientist as well as a soldier. Until recently, Lewis was presidential private secretary to Jefferson. Last picture, second row, provisions are taken aboard the boats that are to go down the broad river. The men, numbering 40-odd, are hunters, scouts, soldiers, and skilled workmen. The goal of the expedition is to cross the vast unmapped territory lying west of the Mississippi and north of Mexico, over the Rocky Mountains to the Pacific. The first leg of the 4,000-mile exploration will follow the Missouri up to its source. First picture, bottom row, on the eve of departure, Dick is given a message to deliver to a famous address. Last picture, Dick, mounted on his horse, waits at the river. And at the crack of dawn, from a high bluff overlooking the junction of the mighty Mississippi with the sullen mud, the mud-stained Missouri, Dick sees that the barge has started, and he races on to rejoin the expedition later.
Oh, the big expedition started, isn't it?
Yes, now the adventure begins. Travel through Indian country, across mountains and rivers, and building new forts. Oh, lots of exciting things.
What do you suppose that message is about that Dick has to deliver? And why can't he go along with them now?
That's something we'll find out about next week.
Oh, I just love these stories about Dick in the early days of America.
So do I. And now look, underneath Dick's adventures, here's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that because you remember last week Mr. Miles and Tex were expecting a girl named Vivian to come to their farm. And instead, it turned out to be a boy.
Yes, only he didn't come to the farm. He came speeding down the highway in a little roadster 90 miles an hour. And the state cop arrested him and took him to jail.
Yes, and Mr. Miles went to the jail to try to get him out. Let's see what happens next.
All right, here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mr. Miles walks from the sergeant over to Vivian, who says,
Well, what gives? You square the rap with that hick cop?
Mr. Miles replies,
No, my boy. I merely had you released in my custody with my promise to have you in court when your case comes up.
He introduces Vivian to Tex.
This is my superintendent, Tex Purdy. He'll take you out to Milestone, Vivian. I have some business in town. I'll talk to you later.
Vivian follows Tex out of the police station, third picture, and he says,
Good night. Pop says old man Miles is a big shot. Shucks, he can't even fix a traffic ticket.
Tex replies,
Son, a real big shot don't throw his weight around. He don't break the law, and he don't hold with winking at them that does.
First picture, bottom row, Tex and Vivian enter the living room of the Miles farmhouse. Tex introduces Vivian to Patty and Rusty, who exclaims,
Hey, jeepers, he's a boy.
Vivian answers,
Yeah, sure, I'm a boy. No cracks about my name either.
As Rusty leads him to his room, Rusty says,
Oh, gee whiz, I wasn't going to kid you about your name. Well, it's just that we were expecting a girl. Okay, Rusty. I didn't mean to blow my top. It's only that most people don't know that Vivian's is a boy's name as well as a girl's, at least not here in America.
They go into the bedroom. Vivian tosses a suitcase to the floor. Rusty sits in the bed, and he questions,
Well, aren't you an American?
Vivian replies,
Sure I am, because Mr. Smith adopted me. You see, my real dad, well, his name was Vivian, too. He was English. He died in the war.
Meanwhile, about 50 miles west, in a hotel, a strange-looking Englishman with a walrus mustache is talking to his friend, a slinky-looking individual. Sir Percival says,
My dear Nobby, our casual meeting with that kid with the hot rod is going to get us in as guests at Milestone Farm.
Nobby answers,
And I suppose you'll be Sir Percival and I'll be your valet as usual.
Last picture, Sir Percival goes on,
Yes, Nobby. Our usual professional identities. We'll hop a freight to Lexington, then invest our sadly depleted capital in a rented car.
Oh, isn't it too bad that Vivian's father died in the war?
Yes, it is.
Maybe that's why Vivian isn't as nice a boy as he ought to be, because he hasn't had a father, and maybe he was adopted too late by Mr. Smith to make a good boy out of him.
Yes, that could be.
I wonder what Sir Percival and that man Nobby are up to.
Well, they're trying to find a way to get into the Milestone farm. And my guess is that people who try to get into a place the way they're trying haven't got very good intentions.
And my guess is they haven't very good intentions either.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now, that's all the time I have for now. But before I go, here's that fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friends, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. And I've been having a wonderful time.
Doing what?
Sliding in the snow.
Oh, isn't that fun?
Yes. We had the first snowstorm, and I've been sliding.
Well, I went skating the other day, and I went sliding, too.
Are you a good skater?
Oh, very good. When I don't skate on my feet, I skate on my bottom. Just sliding.
Isn't that funny?
Well, it wasn't funny to me when I slipped and landed kabunk.
Well, I know, but I bet you everybody else thought it was funny.
Yes, they did.
Well, now let's see what funny things happen in the funny.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on top of the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has learned that a man named Meeker has been smuggling rifles to the Indians. Accompanied by a marshal from Pike's Landing, the trail has led him to a logging camp where a crew of men have been secreting rifles in hollowed-out logs which have been set down the river. Hoppy had gone up to the logging camp alone to investigate. When he doesn't get back to join them, California, Lucky, and the marshal become impatient. California says,
Hey, what in thunder's keeping Hoppy up at that logging camp all this time?
The marshal replies,
Well, let's get up there and find out.
As they get to the top of the hill, last picture top row, they see the logging crew preparing to leave. The marshal calls,
Hey, wait!
A shot is his answer. The marshal and California duck behind a tree. The men ride off. Lucky sees one of them still on foot and goes after him. The man turns on him and a hand-to-hand fight ensues. Lucky's getting the worst of it. His opponent gives him a clip on the jaw, knocking him down, and then draws his gun. But before he can pull the trigger, the marshal drops him. Last picture, second row, Lucky looks at the man on the ground in front of him and says, Gee, thanks, Marshal. I thought he had me. The marshal replies,
Well, he can't tell us anything, and the others got away.
Meanwhile, first picture, bottom row, a short distance away, the escaped crooks pause alongside the river, where the logs are floating past. The leader says to his men,
Well, there goes our last delivery. Head for town. We got to report to Meeker before Iron Claw's renegades stage their attack on Pike's Landing.
Farther downstream, the logs float around the bend. And there, Black John and the Indian chief, Iron Claw, watch as the Indian braves wade out into the river, grab the logs, and pull them into a backwash. And then the logs are pushed into a cave, and the tops taken off. As one of the logs is opened, they find within a man bound hand and foot. The chief exclaims,
That's not rifles.
Black John exclaims gleefully,
Veteran rifles. It's Cassidy.
Oh, isn't that terrible? Now Hoppy is delivered into Black John's hands, and it looks like he's all tied up, so Black John can do what he wants to with him.
Yes, it doesn't look very good for Hoppy.
And all the other crooks have escaped, too, and now there's so many of them, I don't see how the marshal can ever catch them with just Lucky in California.
No, but we'll find out now next week whether they'll discover what happened to Hoppy. Now?
Well, now, let's turn over the page and see if Prince Val is on page 3 like always.
All right, over the page we go. And you were right. Here he is on page 3 like always.
And this I'm so anxious to find out about because you remember that Boltar, that sea pirate, had been put in a dungeon because he broke the rules of the new treaty.
Yes, until Camelita's maid had rescued him and set him free.
Yes, and then Boltar thought that she must love him because of that, and so he kidnapped her and he took her along with him in a boat down to the sea.
And when he turned her loose on board his ship, she snatched a knife from his belt to attack him.
Yes, and that was very strange dear. The first she lets him go, and then he kidnaps her because he thinks she loves him, and then she wants to kill him. You know, I don't understand this. Let's see what happens next.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Tillicum slashes at Boltar with his knife. He thrusts up his hand, and his wrist is cut. He lets out a yell. And then she turns, leaping like a deer, and disappears into the sea. Last picture, top row, Boltar, clasping his bleeding wrist and bellowing like a maddened bull, sends 2 swimmers to bring her back.
You there! Into her water there! Bring her back!
In a second, 2 men are in the water. They quickly capture Tillicum and bring her back to the ship. A moment later, first picture, second row, Tillicum stands before Boltar, dripping wet. Boltar shouts at her.
You are mine. Understand? Mine.
Tillicum folds her arms, and she tells him that her tribe gave her to the Sun Woman, who is Alita, to care for the fair god Prince Arn, and she serves only them. Boltar gives orders to his men, and she's locked in the cabin.
Back over the cabin and lock her.
Then orders are given for the ship to be cast off.
Prepare to cast off!
But before the ship can get underway, smoke is seen pouring from the cabin door. Last picture, second row. Tillicum has found a way to set fire to the ship. Boltar shouts,
Enter the cabin! Put fire at that fire! Quick! Halt!
Quickly, the door is broken through. And Tillicum is dragged from the suffocating smoke, first picture, bottom row, left lying on deck, while the men quickly haul water from the sea and try to stop the fire. For a while, Tillicum lies on the deck perfectly still. And then, when no one is watching, she gets to her feet and, like a fleeting shadow, leaps into the water and is gone. By the time she's noticed, she has swum close to shore, and it is too late to bring her back. Last picture, down from the cliffs come King Aguar's horsemen, who have been sent to recapture Boltar. Boltar growls an order, and the ship moves toward the windy sea as he sadly watches Tillicum swimming to shore and out of his life.
Oh, she certainly fooled him, didn't she?
Yes, that was a mighty temperamental woman.
Yes, that was a mighty temperamental woman.
Yes.
What does temperamental mean?
Well, it means she's got a temper and that she can't be controlled.
Oh, well, she certainly showed Boltar that he couldn't handle her.
Yes, you bet. Well, next week we'll find out if Tillicum gets back home all right.
Yes, and maybe we'll find out more about Arf and that girl that he loves.
Yes, maybe we will. Now?
Well, now I'm very anxious to find out whether Flash Gordon succeeds in getting away from the Queen of Mars.
Oh, yes, I remember. Last week, Flash had succeeded in capturing the Queen, and he had gotten aboard his own rocket ship.
But when he turned the switch to take off, he found out that the Martians had fixed the ship so that it couldn't run.
Yes, all the rocket tubes had been removed.
And then the Queen told Flash that he was her prisoner again, and I'm anxious to see what'll happen.
Very well, let's go over to the very last page of the first section. The very last page of the first section, and here we go with Flash Gordon. Now, digga-digga-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. His escape from Mars foiled when Queen Menta's rocket port guards removed the atom fuel from his spaceship. Flash is once again a prisoner of the Martians. Menta curtly orders the little band of Earth people to follow her as she heads for a parked air car. They settle in the car, obeying her, settle down, and the car takes off. To their surprise, Menta flies her captives on a tour of her well-guarded military bases. She mocks them and tells them that the reason for this is so they report to Earth that their puny planet Earth is at her mercy any time she chooses to conquer it. Last picture, top row. They enter a huge arsenal. Menta asks them if they notice the omnivore on guard outside. She sees Flash doesn't know what she's talking about, so she hands Flash a plastic case with a small, ugly-looking animal inside. She tells him that that's an omnivore, and that they eat wood, metal, and everything except the secret plastic which they're stored in. The omnivores stored in the arsenal are shrunk and frozen for space travel. And she asks them to think what the omnivores could do to the planet Earth.
First picture, bottom row. Link, startled at the thought, drops one of the plastic tubes with a strange animal inside. Instantly, the omnivore springs to fierce, hungry life, growing larger with every breath. Mentor shouts at him to run, that the omnivore is a man-eater. In a moment, the omnivore is a large, huge dragon. The last picture, thrashing wildly, the freed omnivore lunges against the stockpile of plastic containers, loosing a horde of hungry beasts. The enraged space dragon leaps toward Dale. Flash blasts away at him, but the rays hardly dent the monster's armored scales. Nearer and nearer he comes to Dale, his huge mouth opening, revealing huge tusks and a darting, poisonous tongue. Yes, it certainly is. As huge as a dragon.
Yes, and just think, all kinds of them will be turned loose now because that one has knocked over the containers holding the other.
That Flash is really in danger.
I can't wait to see if they get away all right.
Well, we'll find out about that next week. But now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, yes, and here they are on the first page of the second section.
So we won't tarry, let's be merry with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramapow, Ramazum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood and Blondie are out shopping to buy Blondie a new hat. As they stop in front of the millinery store, Blondie tells Dagwood to come in the shop with her. Dagwood says plaintively,
"Oh, please, don't make me go in there. I'll wait outside. I get awfully nervous in women's shops. You go by yourself. I'll wait out here."
So Blondie goes in the shop by herself. Dagwood leans up against the front of the shop, smoking his pipe. And he says cheerfully, last picture, top row,
I can just stand and watch the people go by the hour.
At that moment, a lady comes down the street. She passes in front of Dagwood, about to go in the store. Suddenly, a crook makes a leap for her, snatches her purse, and dashes off down the street, first picture, next row.
Stop!
Dagwood, seeing this, dashes after the crook. And a second later, 3 policemen come running up. The lady shouts,
"Quick, officer! That man stole my purse!"
And down the street, the policemen go. Last picture, second row, Dagwood catches up with the thief, makes a flying tackle at him, and brings him to the sidewalk. As the thief lies there stunned, first picture, third row, Dagwood picks up the purse and starts back to the lady with it. Suddenly, the 3 policemen come dashing around the corner. They see Dagwood with the purse in his hand. And he says,
"Oh, here's your purse, lady." Hey! Hey, let me go. Hey, let me go.
"You're under arrest, you!" As they throttle Dagwood, last picture, third row, the lady runs up and says,
"Oh, officers, you've made a horrible mistake. That's not the thief."
The policemen get up and walk off, ashamed of themselves for having made such a mistake. The lady puts her arms around Dagwood, first picture, bottom row, and she says,
"My hero, I'll repay you for recovering my purse with a big kiss."
Dagwood growls, "Hey, lady, don't. My wife's in that shop." And he tears himself away and dashes into the store. Last picture, he tiptoes over to a chair and sits down like a little boy who has come into school late. Blondie turns around and asks if he got bored waiting outside. Dagwood just looks at the floor, shy as a violet, and says, "Nothing."
Wasn't that funny? Dagwood got so bashful because the lady gave him a kiss for being a hero that he decided to go into the shop after all.
Yes, and doesn't he look silly sitting in that tiny chair with his eyes cast down that way?
Yes.
Well, now what?
Oh, look, here's Roy Rogers underneath Dagwood.
And we'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And at the bottom of the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. A-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-hi-yo. Roy had delivered Mr. Norton and Carp Mallory to jail and was saying goodbye to his friend Jack Spratt when he heard a voice he remembered. It turned out to be Doleful Hawkins, who was sad about everything. Roy discovers that Doleful has had a job guarding cattle on the railroad. He tells Roy that since he's taken the job, he's had nothing but trouble, that a carload of steers had disappeared. Roy, who is taking the same train, leads Trigger aboard one of the cars, third picture. He says to Dolfo,
Hey, you know, Dolfo, if owl hoots can steal one car at a time, why not grab the whole train?
Dolfo replies,
Yeah, they're working up to that, Roy. Glad to have you along on this trip, but it won't do no good.
Last picture, top row, sometime later, the train passes through a mountain gap. Roy, still thinking over the problem of the stolen carload of steers, is saying to Dolfo,
You know, my guess, Dolfo, is that somebody's got a grudge against the line, or rustlers aim to steal beef on the hoof before it reaches the South Gap shipping center.
Dolfo looks out and says,
We're slowing down for Fargo Tunnel. Watch out for trouble.
And Dolfo is right. For unseen by the engineer or anyone on the train, first picture bottom row, a gloved hand parts the bushes above the tunnel, and a cluster of explosives dangles over the spot the train must pass. As the train comes out of the tunnel, the hand drops the explosives into the smokestack. Last picture, the mountain air is split by a terrific explosion that blows the engine apart and the train off the track.
Oh, I hope Roy isn't hurt in the train wreck.
So do I. It's a lucky thing he was riding farther back in the train and not in the engine car, or he would have been.
Oh, those crooks wrecked the train so they could get the cattle, didn't they?
I think that's it. We'll find out more about it next week. Now?
Oh, now it must be time for Alice in Wonderland. I'm so anxious to read her.
All right, let's turn over the page and see if she's...
Here she is, on page 3 of the second section.
Yes, here she is.
And I'm anxious to read about this because you remember Alice had come to the garden of the ugly queen.
And the queen was going to play a game of croquet. The Cheshire cat hooked the mallet under her skirt.
And then when she swung, she tripped herself into a big heap. And oh, she was angry.
Yeah, she was so angry that she blamed Alice for it, and she's holding a trial to sentence Alice.
But before, you remember, she wanted to chop off her head. I hope that won't happen now.
Well, let's read right now and find out. So here we go with Alice in Wonderland. Say the magic words with me. And now for a story that gets curiouser and curiouser. Alice in Wonderland. So music, sir. Music, sir. The day of the trial has come. The queen sits on her throne, high above Alice, who stands in the prisoner's dock with a card guard beside her. The queen looks at tiny Alice and says,
"No! Are you ready for sentence?"
Alice exclaims tremulously,
Sentence? But there must be a verdict first.
The queen thunders,
"Sentence first, verdict afterwards."
Alice looks hopefully into the jury box where all the strange birds of Wonderland sit. But not one in that strange jury speaks up for her. They just listen intently as the curious trial goes on. The queen bangs the table, about to sentence Alice. And then, Alice finds, last picture top row, the 2 pieces of magic mushroom in her apron. Hopefully, she pops both into her mouth. And she exclaims,
Oh, I'm growing!
And first picture bottom row, Alice is so huge she towers above the queen. And she shakes her finger in the queen's face and says,
Your Majesty, you're just a pompous, bad-tempered tyrant.
But there were 2 pieces of mushroom. And the mushroom works both ways. And the next instant, Alice is shrinking again. And she becomes smaller and smaller and smaller.
Oh!
And finally, she is back to her same tiny size. And the queen towers above her again. The queen looks down at Alice and roars,
"Yes? What were you saying, my dear?"
Alice looks around in fear as the card guards close in on her, third picture bottom row. And then the queen roars,
"Off with her head!"
And before the guards can seize her, Alice hurls herself through the swarming cards in a desperate dash for freedom.
Because that queen is very cruel to punish her for something she didn't do.
You're quite right. Alice wasn't to blame for what happened to the queen.
No, and it's wrong to punish somebody for something somebody else did.
That's right. But we'll find out what happened if Alice escapes next week. Now?
Oh, now it's time for Dick's Adventures.
Yes, so let's turn to the very, very last page. The last page. And there he is.
Yes, and I'm anxious to read this because Dick's in the early days of America.
Yes, with Captains Lewis and Clark, who are going to start a new expedition going into the undiscovered, unexplored Wild West.
And last week, they started off on a big boat going down the river, and I'm anxious to find out about this because they're going to go through wild Indian country, aren't they?
Yes, so let's find out about that now. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack, kazak-kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. A barge starts slowly up the Missouri River. The date is May 14th, 1804. For a moment, Dick watches, then wheels his horse and gallops eastward, bearing momentous news. 2 weeks of hard riding brings Dick, last picture top row, to the executive mansion, the nation's new capital at Washington. On identifying himself as a member of the Lewis and Clark expedition, he is admitted at once. He goes into a large room, first picture, next row. The room is crowded with foreign diplomats, magnificently dressed. From their midst steps forth a familiar figure, clad in homespun and worn slippers. The man is Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President of the United States. There is a hastily whispered conference between Jefferson and Dick. As soon as Jefferson receives Dick's message, he turns to the group of men and says to them, last picture, second row,
Oh, gentlemen, the ambassadors from England, France, Spain, and Russia are fortunate. You will now hear news that has not yet wholly reached our American people.
He nods to Dick, and then first picture, bottom row, as everyone listens, Dick speaks.
Captains Lewis and Clark, with a party of soldiers, hunters, and scouts, has started. With God's help, we'll pierce the wilderness west of the Mississippi to the shores of the Pacific.
Immediately, the diplomats from the various countries step up to Jefferson to wish the American people, through him, good luck. Dick watches, and as he sees them shaking Jefferson's hand, behind the masks of diplomatic goodwill, Dick senses the suspicion and antagonism of the great European powers. A few minutes later, last picture, Dick has gone to his horse with the intention of mounting and riding swiftly west to St. Louis and catch up with the slower-moving expedition. As he is about to mount, a foreign officer steps out of the shadows and says,
Will you come with me? It will be to your interest.
What does that foreign officer mean?
Well, you remember that Dick noticed that the foreign diplomats who were wishing Jefferson goodwill didn't really seem to mean what they were saying?
Oh, you mean this is one of those men?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I wonder what he will want Dick to do.
That's something we'll find out next week.
But I hope he won't cause trouble to Dick.
Well, so do I. But now look, underneath Dick's adventures, here's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And you remember last week, Mr. Miles brought that Vivian, that smart-alecky boy, to the Miles farm.
Yes, Vivian had come speeding down the road and was arrested. And Mr. Miles was called and succeeded in convincing the sergeant of police to let Vivian come home with him until the time for the trial.
And there was that big fat Englishman with that big walrus mustache, and he had schemed to come to the Milestone farm because he knew that Vivian was coming there. I'm anxious to find out more about him, too.
Well, let's read right now and see if we do learn more about him. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mr. Miles and Tex were having a little chat. Mr. Miles is worried that he's going to have a lot of trouble with Vivian. But Tex tells him that he thinks Vivian's biggest trouble is his name. That because his name is Vivian, he's trying to act tough to prove to everyone that he's not a sissy. So Mr. Miles decides to have a talk with Vivian. Last picture, top row, Tex says to Rusty,
Oh, Rusty, trot over to the garage and tell young Mr. Peters that Mr. Miles wants to see him. Oh, and Rusty, how about calling him, let's see, his last name's Peters. How about calling him Pete?
Hey, that's a good idea, Tex. I've been trying to think up a nickname for him.
A moment later, Rusty enters the garage where Vivian is polishing his car. First picture, bottom row. He says,
Oh, hiya, Pete. Mr. Miles wants to see you in his study.
Vivian looks up in surprise and exclaims,
Pete? Huh? You mean me? Hey, I kind of like that name. Okie doke, I'll go right in. I suppose I'm in for a bawling out.
A few minutes later, Mr. Miles is saying to Vivian, My boy, your adopted father has made me responsible for you while he's in the hospital abroad. Now, the police tell me that you were driving with only a learner's permit. You're supposed to be accompanied by a licensed driver.
Well, yes, sir, that's right, but, well, I just took a chance so I'd have my car while I was staying here.
Well, my boy, you broke one law in taking that chance, and another by speeding. You deserve punishment. But the judge is putting you in my charge. Now, I'm ordering you not to drive that car until after you have a license.
Oh, gee, Mr. Miles, that means I'll have to wait 2 months, till after my birthday. Gosh, Oh, well, okay.
Meanwhile, at the Milestone Gate, last picture, a big car slows down and comes up the drive. In the rear seat sits Sir Percival, the Englishman, and in the front is his friend Nobby, acting as chauffeur. Sir Percival is saying,
We must make the best of our time, Nobby. We can only rent this car a few days. And don't forget to be surprised now when we see that kid.
Nobby replies, Very good, Sir Percival. And you better stop calling me Nobby now. I'm your man Nob, sir.
Oh, that was a good scheme of Texas to call Vivian Pete.
Yes.
And I'm glad that Vivian likes to be called Pete Derrick.
Yes, now maybe Vivian or Pete will stay out of trouble now, since Mr. Miles won't let him go speeding around the country.
I hope so. You know, maybe he will turn out to be a nice boy after all.
Yes, I hope so.
And I wonder what that Englishman, Sir Percival, is going to Milestone Farm for.
Well, I know it's not for any good, but we'll find out more about that next week. And now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm so happy.
What are you happy about?
Christmas is coming.
Oh, that's right. Jolly old St. Nicholas and Dunner and Blitzen
And Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yes, and I suppose you've written your letter to Santa Claus.
Yes, I just mailed it this morning.
You think you're going to get everything you asked for?
Yes, I think so. Because I didn't ask for too much this year. Last year I asked for too much and I didn't get them all. So to make sure I wouldn't be disappointed this year, I didn't ask for too much this year.
How many things did you ask for?
Only 25 this year.
Only 25.
Yes, only 25.
Well, I hope you get all of them.
Yes, I hope so, because 25 presents is just about right for a girl my age.
Yes, yes.
Now, will you please read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady.
6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. In an attempt to find out who was smuggling the rifles to the Indians and thus enabling them to go on the warpath, Hoppy had slipped into the logging camp where the trail had led him. He was captured, bound hand and foot, and sent down the river in an old hollow log into the hands of the Indians. Lucky and California, with the marshal, have followed the trail which led them to the huge cave where the Indians are encamped. Hiding behind a rock, they watch the Indians, who are in a mad war dance, and they see Hoppy tied to the stake. They realize Hoppy's only chance is to be able to free himself from the stake he's tied to. Lucky takes out his knife and says, "I used to be pretty good at ball down home. This should be fairly easy." Last picture, top row, he carefully throws the knife, hilt first at Hoppy. It lands right beside Hoppy's bound hand, first picture, next row. Hoppy recognizes it as Lucky's knife. His hand closes around it, and he turns it against the rope that binds his wrist, third picture, middle row, and begins to saw away. At that moment, Chief Ironclaw picks up one of the rifles and says, fourth picture,
"Braves all got noise stick. Now we ready to raid Pike Landing."
Black John takes the rifle and growls,
"Yeah, after I test one of these rifles on Cassidy."
He cocks the trigger and aims the gun at Hoppy. Just then, last picture, second row, Hoppy frees his hands, rolls over, and kicks a stack of ammunition into the campfire. Black John and the chief run in terror for fear the shells will explode and the bullets hit them. Hoppy scrambles to his feet and runs toward Lucky in California, and none too soon. Because the ammunition dumped into the fireplace begins to go off, and shots fly in all directions. California, Lucky, and the marshal run for their horses at the mouth of the cave, followed by several Indians who carry rifles. They leap on the horses and gallop off. Hoppy shouts, last picture, "Unless we can reach Pike's Landing in time to set up a barricade, that town will be wiped off the map."
Oh, isn't it a good thing that Lucky could throw his knife as well as he could? Because if Hoppy couldn't get that knife, he would never have got himself free, and then Hoppy would have been killed.
Yes, that's right.
I wonder if they'll get to Pike's Landing in time to set up the barricade.
That's something we'll find out next week, when I'm sure we'll see a very exciting adventure.
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
Now?
Oh, now let's go over to the next page because I'm sure we'll find Prince Valiant on page 3.
Very well, over the page we go. And you're right. Here's Prince Val on page 3.
Remember last week, Boltar, the sea pirate, had tried to kidnap Tillicum when she set him free from the dungeon he'd been locked up in.
Yes, but Tillicum, even though she loved Boltar, escaped from him to go back to Alita and Prince Arn.
I wonder what happens when she gets back today.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Boltar is an unhappy man, for he's an outlaw now fleeing before the wrath of his king, and he has lost the woman he loves, Tillicum, who had refused to go with him even though he's sure she loves him. Under his feet, his beloved ship leaps forward like a living thing. Before him, the freedom of the wide, wild seas. But now the flavor is gone. He's found a greater love, too late. Meanwhile, Tillicum has been returned to the castle again by the king's soldiers and has been brought before King Aguar, who wonders how to deal with her. Last picture, top row, he is quite relieved when Alita whispers in his ears that Tillicum is the property of her son, Prince Arn, and suggests that King Aguar put Tillicum's fate in Alita's hands, for after all, this is a woman's affair. First picture, next row. Alita asked Tillicum why she had freed Boltar, then escaped from Boltar when he tried to kidnap her. Tillicum replies that it was because her tribe had commanded her to devote her life to the welfare of Prince Arn. Alita, grateful for such loyalty, tells Tillicum she knows that she's in love with Boltar, and therefore they must get Boltar back for her. Because when Prince Arn grows up, it's quite obvious that Tillicum, a woman, cannot go to the wars or on adventures with him. And Prince Arn will need a brave young warrior, a squire, to watch over him. Tillicum blushes because she realizes that what Alita is saying is that the son of Boltar and Tillicum would be an ideal squire for young Prince Arn. First picture, bottom row. Far in the north among the Shetland Islands, we are once again at Boltar's new headquarters. There come the ships of rovers, boisterous sea raiders, and adventurers. For Boltar's a great leader, a hero among the Vikings. And one captain who has just returned brings an ominous rumor from the south. He tells Boltar last picture.
The Danes have gathered together a great fleet of ships and are moving northward to bring fire and sword to our homeland.
Does that mean there's going to be a war?
Sounds as though the Danes are going to attack Thule.
Well, that's Val's home.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, maybe Boltar will go back and help fight for Val.
I think that's the very thought that's in Boltar's mind.
Oh, that'll be wonderful, because then Tillicum could marry Boltar and they could have a baby, too.
Yes, that would be wonderful. But we'll find out more about that next week. Now?
Oh, now can we please read Alice in Wonderland?
We certainly can, so let's turn over the page. Go past Jungle Jim, over another page, past Buzz Sawyer and Donald Duck, and there at the top of page 8 is Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, yes, here she is. And do you remember Alice had found her way into the garden of the Queen of Hearts, who was very cruel?
Yes, and the Cheshire Cat had played a trick on the Queen. But the Queen thought that Alice was to blame. And she ordered that Alice should have her head chopped off at the trial, remember?
Yes, and then Alice suddenly jumped up and ran away, and everyone ran after her. Oh, I hope she gets away.
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Alice in Wonderland. Say the magic words with me. And now for a story that gets curiouser and curiouser. Alice in Wonderland. So music, sir. Music, sir. Alice flees through Wonderland with the Queen of Hearts and her armor in pursuit. In and out between the many trees and bushes in shapes of hearts, Alice runs with the angry Queen and the card soldiers in hot pursuit. Closer and closer comes the Queen, third picture, and she shouts, "Oh!" Last picture, top row, Alice escapes from the garden and, as if in a nightmare, races along the beach. Past the curious creatures of Wonderland she goes. Past the March Hare and the Mad Hatter, who are sitting in a cup and who call to Alice. And then, first picture, bottom row, Alice plunges into a dim tunnel as the Wonderland pursuers press nearer and nearer.
Off with the head! Off with the head!
And then suddenly, a swirl of brilliant lights dazzles Alice, and a faraway voice calls her name.
Alice! Alice!
Suddenly, the pursuers disappear. And third picture, bottom row, Alice opens her eyes and sees, standing before her, her nurse, who is waking Alice. She tells Alice that she has slept all through her history lesson, and then holds out her hand to her last picture, saying, "Come, Alice, dear. It's time for tea." Alice looks around her and sees that she's home in her own garden, holding her own little kitten in her arms. And Alice sighs to realize she's home safely. But she did think it was a wonderful dream.
Oh, is that the end?
That's the end.
Oh, wasn't that a wonderful story? I just loved Alice's adventures in Wonderland.
So did I. It was really a very charming story.
Yes. I'm glad she got home all right without any trouble.
So am I. Well, now I'll bet you it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
I'll bet you it is. And here they are on the first page of the second section.
And I'll read them right away. So here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood hears a mysterious tapping on his back door. He opens it, and there stands his neighbor, Herb Woodley, his arms loaded with presents. Herb whispers to Dagwood,
Hey, Dagwood, Tootsie thinks I've forgotten our anniversary, and I don't want her to see these gifts until tonight.
Dagwood smiles and says, I'll help you, Herb. We'll hide them in our closet until tonight.
Ah, good. It's the first anniversary I've remembered in years, and I want it to be a big event.
Last picture, top row, Cookie, Dagwood's little daughter, opens the closet and says to Blondie,
Hey, look, Mom, at all the pretty gifts Daddy just hid in the closet.
Blondie exclaims,
Oh, well, my birthday isn't until this time next month.
Cookie says, first picture, next row.
Well, he must think it's your birthday today.
Okay, we'll pretend today is my birthday so he won't be embarrassed.
A moment later, she's at the Woodley house telling Herb's wife,
Oh, Tootsie, come over and see all the beautiful presents Dagwood brought me for my birthday.
Last picture, second row, Tootsie turns to Herb Woodley and sobs.
You worm! Dagwood remembered his wife's birthday, and you forgot our anniversary.
Herb growls.
Yeah, wait till I get that guy.
A moment later, the door at the Bumstead house opens. Herb glares at Dagwood.
So, you used my wife's presents for your wife's birthday, huh?
And he leaps at him. Dagwood groans.
Holy smokes! I thought Blondie's birthday was next month.
A little later, downtown at a department store, Dagwood rushes in and stops in front of a counter, throws some money on the counter, points to a bunch of boxes, and says to the salesgirl,
Hey, quick, quick! Gift wrap all these things. I want them in 2 minutes.
Meanwhile, last picture, third row, Herb gets the presents out of the closet and gives them to Tootsie, explaining,
Hey, they're yours, darling. Dagwood just hid them for me.
As they go out the door, first picture, bottom row, Blondie turns to Alexander and Cookie and says,
It's all my fault for thinking Daddy thought today was my birthday.
And Alexander replies,
Yeah, we underrated Pop. He's too smart to make a mistake like that.
At that moment, the door bursts open. Dagwood dashes in, his arms loaded with presents. And he stops in front of Blondie and shouts,
Happy birthday to the sweetest little wife in all the world.
Blondie and Cookie and Alexander go. Last picture, they unwrap all the packages. And Blondie says,
Oh, the gifts are simply adorable.
Dagwood sticks out his chest and says,
Leave it to me to remember important dates.
Oh, that Dagwood. He's so sweet. And he had forgotten the date after all.
Yes. Wait till he finds out that Blondie's birthday is next month and that he has to do this all over again.
Oh, I'd like to see this again.
Well, you'll have a good chance to because we'll be here then. Now look underneath Dagwood and Blondie. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, read that, please.
I'll read it in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And at the bottom of the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy has joined his friend, Doleful Hawkins, who has a job guarding steers which are to be shipped by train. He's told Roy that a whole carload of steers have been stolen. Doleful is in trouble. As the train's coming out of a tunnel in the mountains, a hand appeared above the train from behind some bushes and dropped dynamite in the train smokestack. An explosion followed. And the engine was blown off the tracks and the engineer killed. The remainder of the train stays on the tracks. First picture, a slick-looking character steps out from the bushes and says to a burly fellow beside him,
Well, the dynamite I dropped into the smokestack ruined the engine, Rocky. Now we'll rustle the whole train of steers like the big boss ordered.
The man named Rocky replies, third picture,
Gee, you sure got brains, dude. I gotta hand it to you, dude. It's just better than unhitching one car at a time as the train comes up the grade like we've been doing.
Dude replies,
Get busy and search the cattle cars for Doleful Hawkins, the train guard.
Meanwhile, last picture, top row, Roy and Doleful have opened the door to their boxcar to investigate the cause of the train wreck. Doleful saying,
Dad rat it, Roy. This spur line to South Gap is sure jinxed. If it ain't cars vanishing into thin air, it's something else.
Roy replies, Come on, get Trigger and your horse unloaded, Doleful. We got to find out about that explosion. As they lead the horses out, first picture, bottom row, the man named Rocky steps around the boxcar, gun in hand, and says,
Okay, gents, raise 'em. Got company this trip, huh, Hawkins? Well, it's gonna be your last one.
A few minutes later, Roy and Doleful, tied to a tree nearby, third picture, bottom row, see the man named Dude supervising a gang of men who uncouple the engine. And last picture, quickly lay down a spur track which leads off into the hills. They hear Dude say,
Hurry up. Get those rails in place so we can switch the cars over to the old siding.
Rocky shouts from the top of the train,
Yeah, hurry up. We're regular magicians, ain't we, dude? We're gonna make this whole train disappear.
Oh, isn't that terrible? Those men are going to steal the whole train with all the cattle on it. That doleful certainly is going to be in terrible trouble.
You bet he is.
Oh, and poor Roy, too. Here he is all tied up, and I hope those crooks don't hurt him.
Well, maybe Roy will find a way to outsmart these crooks.
I know. You're going to say we'll have to wait until next week.
I'm afraid we're going to have
All
to.
right, I'll wait. Now can we please read Flash Gordon?
We certainly can. And here he is on the next page.
I'm anxious to find out about Flash because, remember, he's on the planet Mars, and a terrible thing happened to him last week.
Yes, the Queen of Mars, Menta, was showing Flash through her kingdom. And they came into one of the buildings where the weapons were kept.
And she showed them a little dragon-like thing that was kept in a container.
Yes, an omnivore.
Yes, an omnivore.
And Link.
And then Link, that's Flash's friend, he dropped the container to the floor where it crashed and broke open. And the omnivore escaped, and it grew and grew and grew until it was big as a dragon.
Yes, and his tail whipped around and knocked over containers containing other omnivores, and they all escaped. And now the room is full of huge dragons.
Oh, read quick. I want to find out if they escaped.
All right, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-dega-doon-doons, Haskam-a-tash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash fires his ray pistol at the attacking omnivores, but his rocket blasts have no effect. They dash up a ladder to climb to a platform high above the room. But the omnivores can eat anything from meat to metal, and one of them even devours a ladder in which Flash and Dale are fleeing. Flash and Dale scramble to safety for the moment on the high platform, last picture top row. Menta and the Earth people watch in horror as the omnivores try to reach their perch. The frightened Queen screams a command to the guards to open the liquid oxygen jets because it's their only chance. In a second, the liquid oxygen jets are turned on. And in no time at all, streams of oxygen, first picture bottom row, cascade down on the ravenous monsters, freezing them into eerie statues. The danger past, Menta turns on Link and tells him that although he's seen how to overcome the omnivores, it'll do him no good. Flash interrupts Menta's tirade and says grimly, Don't underestimate us, Earthmen. If your scientists could perfect a defense against these monsters, ours can too. Give up your dream of conquering the Earth. Let our planets live in peace. Menta pretends to heed Flash's plea. She smiles sweetly and speeds the Earth people back to her palace. Last picture, as soon as they're alone, Flash whispers to Dale and Link. She'll never let us leave Mars alone. Or alive, with the secret of those liquid oxygen jets. We've got to outwit her.
Oh, that certainly was a lucky thing that they could get on that high platform. I was so afraid the dragon would just eat them up.
Yes, so was I.
And that Queen, I don't trust her. I just wish Flash could get back to Earth all right.
Well, I hope so, too. But next week we'll find out if Flash can find a new scheme to outwit Menta and escape safely.
Oh, I hope he does.
Well, we'll find that out. Now I think it's time for Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that because you remember Dick was with Captain Lewis and Clark, who started on a wonderful exploring expedition.
Yes, and Dick had been sent with a message to the White House in Washington to tell President Jefferson that the expedition had started.
It was very wonderful talking to the president, and when he was leaving the White House to start back, a man who was a foreigner stepped out of the bushes and said he wanted to talk to Dick. I wonder what he had to say.
Well, let's find out right now. So turn over to the very last page. The very last page. And here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Stubbornly, a heavy, square-sailed barge has been working its way up the unexplored Missouri River. In command of the expedition are two young Army captains, brilliant and temperamental Meriwether Lewis and solid, common-sense William Clark. Meanwhile, a courier is racing back from the nation's capital to catch up with the expedition, where he has alarming news. It is Dick, racing to rejoin Captains Lewis and Clark. He sees a friendly Indian, last picture top row, and stops. The Indian tells him,
Big canoe with many white warriors not far.
Thanks. Right, come on, get up, Ranger.
Night has fallen before Dick finds his comrades who have docked on the river for the night. First picture, next row. Dick is greeted with joy, but Meriwether Lewis sees something's on Dick's mind, and he asks him what's wrong. Dick,
big picture, middle row, tells a strange story. Well, I went to Washington to report to President Jefferson that our expedition had started. All the foreign diplomats heard me. And as I was leaving the executive mansion, a foreign officer came up to me. He said his government didn't want American soldiers barging up to the Pacific. And he offered me money to make our men desert. Well, we argued for a while, but finally I gave him a direct answer. The answer was no, and I gave him a good sock on the chin to prove it. Meriwether Lewis says, last picture,
Well, bravely done, Dick. No government save our own can stop this exploration.
but a frown comes on Captain Clark's face as he murmurs, well, we better be doubly alert from now on.
Oh, so that foreign officer wanted to make Dick become a traitor, didn't he?
That's exactly what he wanted.
Well, good for Dick. No one could make him be a traitor.
I should say not.
No. I bet you they're going to have some trouble, though, from now on with those foreign officers.
Well, maybe we'll find out more about that next week. But now, look.
Oh, yes. Here underneath Dick's Adventures is Rusty Riley.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm anxious to read that because that boy Vivian that I thought was going to cause so much trouble when he came to live at Rusty's place, you know, he seems to be turning out to be a little bit nicer.
Yes, that was because Tex decided to call him Pete instead of Vivian.
Yes, Tex thought he was acting tough because he had a girl's name and he wanted to show people that he was a real boy.
Yes, that's right.
And you remember last week, too, that Sir Percival, that Englishman that I don't trust very much, he was just coming up to the Milestone farm, and I'm anxious to find out what he wants.
Well, it had to do something with Vivian.
You mean Pete?
Yes, I mean Pete. Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mr. Miles is telling the boy Vivian, now called Pete, that he can't drive his car anymore because he doesn't have a license to drive it. Pete doesn't like this, but he agrees to do what Mr. Miles says. As he's about to leave, Rusty sticks his head through the curtains and says, second picture, well, excuse me, Mr. Miles. There's a gentleman to see you. He says his name is Sir Percival Inglebrook. Mr. Miles replies,
Well, I don't recall that name, but ask him to come in, Rusty.
Rusty shows Sir Percival in. Mr. Miles sees a pompous Englishman with a walrus mustache. Sir Percival says, third picture,
Mr. Miles. How do you do? Good of you to see me. Well, my word, aren't you young Master Peters? Fancy meeting you here again.
Pete replies, Huh? Oh, yeah. You and another man were at that little hotel back in Springfield. Pete goes out of the room. Last picture, top row. Mr. Miles says to Sir Percival, as he shows him to a chair,
Well, Sir Percival, welcome to Milestone. So you know my young guest, Vivian Peters?
Acquainted would be a better word. Met him quite by chance a few days ago. I knew about his father back in England. RAF chap, quite a hero. But about my visit here, sir.
And he goes on, first picture, bottom row.
I am a horse fancier like yourself, sir. So my tour of your country wouldn't be complete without a visit to Milestone. Oh, by the way, my man and I have had difficulty in obtaining accommodations. If you have influence at any of the hotels.
Well, perhaps I can prevail upon you to accept the hospitality of Milestone Farm. In fact, I insist. I'll send for Rusty to look after your man.
A few minutes later, Pete sees Rusty running through the yard. He calls,
Hey, where you going, Rusty?
Rusty replies,
Well, Mr. Miles wants me to show Sir Percival's man to where he's going to stay. Golly, Sir Percival must be an awful important person. Now, what's the matter, Pete? You look kind of doubtful.
Pete replies,
Well, it doesn't make sense, Rusty. Maybe he's a big shot, but, well, back in Springville, he and the other guy tried to get a hit from me. But my car was too small.
Later, in Sir Percival's room, his crony, Nobby, who is masquerading as Sir Percival's chauffeur, brings in his bags. He says, last picture,
Well, here's your stuff, Sir Percival.
Sir Percival replies,
Yes, that's better. Must keep in practice, you know. Well, Nobby, we're over the first big hurdle. I have allowed Miles prevail upon me to be a guest here.
Oh, I think that was a sneaky thing to do to get Mr. Miles to let him stay at his place.
Yes, it was. It was a tricky thing to do.
I wonder whether Rusty will tell Mr. Miles what Pete just told him, that the man was so poor that he had tried to catch a ride with Pete in his little car.
Well, I hope Rusty does tell him, because that'll put Mr. Miles in his guard. But we'll find out about that next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm so excited because Christmas is here.
Yes, Christmas is here, the best time of the year.
Well, that's good. That's the rhyme. Christmas is here, the best time of the year, when all the boys and girls are glad.
And no one has reason to be mad.
Oh, that's very good, and it's so true.
Yes, it is. Well, let's wish everyone a Merry Christmas.
Yes, let's.
All right? Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Now, please read me the funnies.
Puck the Comic Weekly? Yes. Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. The marshal, Hoppy, and his pals have ridden to Pike's Landing to warn the citizens that the Indians are on the warpath. They trail Black John, who's been the ringleader of the troublemakers for so long, into town. The citizens get to work throwing up a barricade as the marshal rides up and down telling all new hands who come running up what the excitement's about.
War party headed this way, armed to the teeth with smuggled rifles. Help throw up that barricade and man gun positions.
Meanwhile, first picture next row, Hoppy, California, and Lucky are going down to the waterfront at the landing to Meeker's office to warn him to be on the lookout for Black John. As they near a pile of barrels, Hoppy suddenly makes a leap at him. Throws a gun on 3 thugs he's knocked over with the barrels. He says,
"Next time you attempt to ambush, you better cut out cigarettes, Moose. The smoke gives you away."
And California snorts,
"Hey, these mavericks may have been posted here to keep us from finding Black John."
Hoppy tells him,
"You tie him up, California. I'll check on the freight office."
And Hoppy walks over to Meeker's office and goes in, last picture, second row. He sees Meeker huddled before his safe, and he says,
"Working late, aren't you, Mr. Meeker?"
Meeker, who's been hurriedly stuffing things into the safe, stammers,
"Well, I heard about the coming attack, and I'm stowing away all valuable records to protect the boat company."
First picture, bottom row, Hoppy goes on,
"Yeah, and maybe you also heard of Black John. He's been working for Kirby's bunch, helping to smuggle guns to Iron Claw's tribe. We chased Black John to this town.
Well, I'm afraid there's no such person here.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
And Hoppy goes out. He tells Lucky in California.
Hey, Black John's in there, all right.
You mean you saw him? And last picture, Hoppy answers.
Oh, I didn't have to. There's blood on the ladder leading to the upstairs storeroom.
Oh, wasn't that smart of Hoppy to guess that Black John was in the storeroom?
Yes, you bet it was.
I wonder why he didn't knock that Mr. Meeker down and go up the steps after Black John.
Well, Hoppy has his own reasons, so I'm afraid we'll have to be patient before he does that.
Oh, next week, do you think we'll see the Indians attack Pike's Landing?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Now?
Well, now let's go over to the next page and read Prince Val. Because you remember last week, Boltar, the pirate, he escaped from King Aguar, and he's heard that the Danes are going to attack Val's homeland.
That's exactly right.
I wonder whether Boltar is going to warn Prince Val about this.
Well, let's find out. So turn over the page to page 3. And here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Breakit, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Far to the north, Boltar, who has fled from the anger of King Aguar, tackles a difficult problem. He alone knows of the coming invasion of Thule by the Danes. He realizes Val and King Aguar must be warned, but he's angry because he was thrown in a dungeon by King Aguar, and revenge and loyalty battle in his simple heart. But loyalty wins. A messenger is sent to warn the king of coming danger. And last picture, top row, Val with his father organizes the fighting men. Come to man the great fleet of ships gathering in the fjord. And in no time at all, the ships are prepared and ready for war. King Aguar will command the center. Prince Val will lead the right wing. But who will captain the right wing? Always Boltar had been the leader of the right wing. But Boltar is far to the north, where he has fled after his escape. What to do? And then Alita comes forward with a scheme. She suggests that little Prince Arn, the 2-year-old baby boy, be appointed captain of the right wing in Boltar's place. Because, she says, where Arn goes, there goes Tillicum, who Boltar loves. And if Tillicum is there, Boltar is sure to come. First picture, bottom row, before the fleet sails, a council is called, and the captains listen in surprise as King Aguar gives the order of battle.
I command the center. My son, Prince Valiant, the left wing.
And then, pointing to the little 2-year-old boy wearing sword and shield, he says,
And my grandson, Prince Arn, the right.
Last picture, a day later, Boltar hears the news and is full of bitterness. For his place, his battle station, has been given to a mere child. What an insult.
Why is he insulted?
Why, he, the roughest of all sea captains, finds out that Val and his father think his place can be taken by a little child. That's why he's angry.
Oh, I see.
But that was just a trick. They're hoping he'll get so mad that when he hears this, he'll come back to show them that they can't do without him.
Oh, you mean he'll be so mad that he'll fight so hard he'll win?
Yes.
Yes, and when he hears Telecom will be there, I'll bet you he'll come back, I'll bet you.
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now...
Well, now, couldn't we do Donald Duck? You know, we haven't done him for quite a while.
Why, we certainly can do Donald Duck. So let's go over the page past page 4. Turn over another page... Past Perry Mason and the Lone Ranger.
Oh, here on page 6 is Donald Duck.
So here we go with Donald Duck. And say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, chicka, jack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Daisy, Donald's girlfriend, is home in bed sick. The phone rings. She sits up and says,
Hello? Oh, yes. I feel awful. Flu or something. What? Oh, no, not today. What? In 10 minutes.
And the click on the other end of the line tells her that the party is hung up. A second later, Daisy's in the bathtub. A little later, first picture bottom row, she's at her dressing table painting her fingernails. A little later, she's powdering her nose, putting on lipstick, fixing her eyebrows. And then she's slipping into a very pretty nightgown, squirting herself with perfume, and then slips back into bed again, pulls the covers over her, and then she hears...
Come in.
The door opens, last picture. And in walks Donald with a bouquet of flowers. He stops beside her bed and looks at her. And when he sees Daisy looking fresh as a daisy, Donald exclaims,
How do you do it? Sick, but still beautiful.
If he knew how much trouble she went to get beautiful, he'd be surprised.
You bet he'd be surprised.
Yes, oh, that Daisy. Even though she's sick, she wasn't too sick to make herself pretty.
Well, she should. After all, she's his girlfriend, and she's afraid she might lose him if he saw her unpretty.
Well, if he really loved her, I don't think she would.
But do you think she should take a chance?
Well, no, I don't think she should take a chance.
No, neither do I. Now,
Now, would you please read me another of my favorites?
I know who you want.
That's right, Uncle Remus.
I certainly will, if you'll turn over to the last page of the first section.
All right, here I am on the last page of the first section.
And there he is, Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit.
Uncle Remus says, Brer Fox is all the time thinking about Brer Rabbit till something better comes along.
Yes, and this day's no different. Brer Rabbit peeks out his window and sees Brer Fox hiding behind a tree. The Brer Rabbit says,
Well, Brer Fox has been laying for me all morning. It's about time I was getting rid of him.
So he opens the window, then stands behind the safe where he keeps his valuables, and says loud enough for Brer Fox to hear,
Now that I has put all my gold in one big ball, I expect I better take it down to the bank for safekeeping.
Brer Fox exclaims,
Gold?
So he sticks his head up out of the bushes, looks through the window, and sees Brer Rabbit open his safe, last picture, top row. He sees him take out a big gold ball. And then he sees Brer Rabbit practically break his back trying to lift the gold ball because it's so heavy. And he hears Brer Rabbit saying,
Oh, I'll be glad when I get this gold to the bank.
And Brer Fox says to himself,
Yeah, then you ain't gonna be glad.
And he watches as Brer Rabbit staggers to the door, down the steps, and down the path. First picture, bottom row, he sees Brer Rabbit coming toward the tree where he's hiding, still carrying the gold ball. And he hears Brer Rabbit say,
This gold ball is getting heavier by the minute.
And then Brer Fox pops out from behind the bushes and says,
Well, I'll relieve you of that weight right now. Let go of that gold ball.
Brer Rabbit tosses into the air, and up it goes, third picture, bottom row. Brer Fox exclaims,
Hey, what's this?
And Brer Rabbit says,
The price of gold is going up.
And as the gold ball sails through the air, Brer Fox chases off after it. And Brer Rabbit saunters down the road, last picture, saying,
I knew that gold balloon would come in handy someday.
And Uncle Remus says,
A greedy man is always too willing to settle for something better.
Wasn't that a good joke on Brer Fox?
Yes, Brer Rabbit found a good way to get Brer Fox away from the bushes so he could go off to town and enjoy himself.
Yes, pretending that balloon was a heavy gold ball. And then when he let it go, it sailed through the air, and then Brer Fox chased after it. I'll bet he'll be running for weeks.
Well, he'll be running for quite a while anyway. Now...
Oh, now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie. And here they are on the first page of the second section.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Blondie and Dagwood.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rhyme-a-foo, rhyme-a-fum, zim-zam zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie tells Dagwood,
Dagwood, you have to get rid of that mouse. It kept me awake again all last night.
Dagwood throws down his newspaper, goes out into the other room, walks over to Daisy and her pups and snarls at him. Fine thing! 6 big, healthy dogs around here, and you can't even catch one little bitty mouse. As tears of shame run out of the dog's eyes, Dagwood roars, last picture, top row. What we need around this house is a good old-fashioned cat. Well, everybody starts looking for cats. Alexander reports, first picture, next row.
Alvin loaned me his cat for the night.
Cookie reports.
I found these 2 strays in the alley.
Dagwood gets one from a neighbor.
Oh, Esmeralda's a wonderful mouser, Dagwood.
Last picture, second row, 3 neighbor kids bring cats to the Bumstead house.
Oh, Mr. Bumstead, we heard you want to borrow some cats.
That night, first picture, third row, as Dagwood prepares for bed, he says to Blondie,
Well, it's going to be a different story around here now. That mouse isn't going to keep us awake anymore.
In the middle of the night, the dogs come down the stairs. They see the cats lounging around. The dogs who are very jealous go, and the cats who don't like their tone of voice go. And one of the dogs walks up to one of the cats, and he says, which means, I dare you to knock this flea off my shoulder. And the cat answers, and... Last picture, third row, the dogs go after the cats. The cats go after the dogs. And they all dash up the stairs, making a terrific racket. Into Dagwood and Blondie's room they go. Across the bed and around the room. A little later, in the middle of the night, Dagwood, with a coat and hat over his bathrobe and his arms full of cats, walks down the street. He knocks at a door. When it's opened, he hands one of the cats to a lady, saying,
I'm returning your cat, Mrs. Ribney. Thank you.
And she snorts,
At 2 o'clock in the morning.
An hour later, Dagwood is back in bed again. He's just dropped off to sleep when Blondie sits up, shakes him, and says,
Dagwood, I hear that mouse again. oh, poor Dagwood. And after all that trouble getting those cats, the mouse is still there.
Yes, poor Dagwood. He has a terrible time solving his problem.
Yes, poor Dagwood. He has a terrible time solving his problem.
Yes. Well, now look, underneath Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, yes, Roy Rogers. And I'm anxious to read that because Roy and his friend Doleful Hawkins, who's always so sad, are on the train that was captured by the crooks.
Yes, they uncoupled the engine, laid down a spur track, and then made off with the whole train while Roy and Doleful, who were tied up, watched.
Well, I wonder whether they hurt Roy and Doleful.
Well, let's find out right now. So here we go with Roy Rogers, king of the cowboys. A-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-hi-yo. Doleful says,
Ain't it awful, Roy? 2 hombres steal a whole cattle train before our eyes and leave us snubbed off like jugheads.
Roy replies, Well, don't give up yet, Doleful. The engineer got blown off the train. Looks like he might only be stunned. At that moment, the engineer slowly sits up, holds his aching head. Roy calls to him, Hey, over here. The engineer gets to his feet and recognizes Doleful and Roy as the guards on the train. In a moment, he's untied them. And in another moment, Roy and Doleful are on their horses, heading down the road, last picture, top row, trying to catch up with the cattle thieves. They gallop along the tracks to find out where the siding leads to. Meanwhile, first picture, bottom row, the cattle rustlers, led by Dude, have rolled the train to a point by the river's edge where they unload the cattle and drive them down to the river and onto the flatboat. And Dude shouts,
Hurry up, men. Load those critters on the flatboat. I want no trace left of steers or cars after this last haul.
Last picture, Roy and Doleful hear the bawling cattle. They take a shortcut through the shrubbery and come out at a point overlooking the landing where the cattle thieves are. They see the cattle loaded onto a flatboat, and at that moment see the boxcars of the train being rolled back and pushed into the river. Roy exclaims, Well, there's your answer, Doleful. That's how the cattle and cars vanish into thin air. And Doleful exclaims,
Jumping catfish. Neatest rustling trick I ever saw.
That is a good way of stealing things so you won't see the end of them.
Yes, no one will ever know what has happened.
Because the cattle will go down the river in a boat and disappear, and the boxcars will disappear underneath the water.
Yes, it's a good thing Roy came there, and he's smarter than they are, and I'll bet you he'll find a way to capture them.
Well, he'll need to be smarter because there's a lot of rustlers there, and there's only Roy and Doleful Hawkinson.
I wonder how he will do it.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now, let's go over the page.
All right. Oh, look, there's Flash Gordon.
Yes, and remember, Flash Gordon is on the planet Mars, where he's been captured by the Queen Menta.
That Queen Menta is cruel, and she's mean, and she's bad, and I don't trust her. I wonder what she's going to do to Flash and Dale and that nice man Link.
Well, let's read right now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-diga-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Queen Menta has plans to capture the Earth. Her scientists have developed a new secret weapon called the Melt Ray. Today, Menta has decided to find out how effective it is. Last picture, top row, Menta has brought Flash, Dale, and the others to the great hall of the prison. There, a cage is opened, and an armored animal called a Horrorfang is freed and stalks toward them. First picture, bottom row, as the snarling beast springs forward, a tactician throws a switch. There's a blinding flash, and the Horrorfang disappears before their eyes. Menta turns to Flash and Dale and tells them that they saw what the Melt Ray did to the vicious animal. She says now she wants to learn whether it's effective against Earthlings, and promises them that if one of them volunteers for the test and survives, all will go free. Last picture, Link volunteers. Flash tells him quietly, "No, Link. I'm in command. I'll make the test."
Oh, Flash is foolish to let her try that thing out on him. Because if it could kill that animal, which looked as if it had an iron hide, just think what it could do to Flash.
I feel the same way about it. But maybe Flash has a scheme in mind whereby he hopes to outsmart the Queen.
I wish he wouldn't try it this way. I wish he'd try to find another way to try to fool her.
Well, now, don't worry too much about it, because remember, Flash has gotten out of difficult spots before. And next week, maybe we'll find out he'll get out of this one, too.
I can hardly wait.
Well, let's help you wait by turning over to the very last page and Dick's Adventure.
Oh, yes, and this one I'm anxious to read, because Dick is on his way to the wilderness with two men called Lewis and Clark, and they're two explorers.
Yes, they're under orders of the President of the United States to make a trip to the Northwest in the early days of this country.
Yes, and a foreigner last week, who was a man from a different country, tried to offer Dick some money to become a trader, but Dick wouldn't do it.
No, sirree. But they know now, though, that they have enemies who are going to cause them trouble on this expedition.
Let's read now and find out what happened.
All right, here we go with Dick's Adventures. And say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. It's the 4th of July, the year 1804. For 2 months now, Lewis and Clark's expedition has been working its way up the mighty Missouri River, which is in the middle of the United States. Being the 4th of July, the men want to celebrate by having a great banquet. So that night, after the boat's anchored, Dick slips off into the woods by himself with his long rifle. An hour after dawn, he drops a deer. Now he has the main course for their meal. On his way back toward the river in the boat, he passes through a melon patch. As he stops to pick melons for dessert, last picture, second row, he's surrounded by Indians who spring out of the bushes, arrows and tomahawks in hand. However, a careful explanation from Dick soon convinces the Indians that he wishes to be friends. A little later, Lewis and Clark and their men are amazed to see Dick with his Indian friends come out of the forest loaded with victuals for a good feast. And last picture, the Indians and white men in the Missouri River wilderness celebrate the 4th of July with a hearty feast.
Oh, I was scared for a minute when those Indians came out of the forest and pointed those arrows at Dick.
So was I. Believe me, I'm glad he made friends with them.
I hope he makes friends with everybody, but I'm still worried about those foreigners.
So am I. Those diplomats that Dick met in Washington are up to no good. And I think we can look for trouble next week.
Oh, I hope not too much.
No, not too much. Now, look.
Oh, yes. Here underneath Dick's Adventures, here's Rusty Riley. And you remember last week we found out something about those two Englishmen that came to the Miles farm.
Yes, they were pretending to be wealthy men, but we learned that they were so poor that they had asked the boy Pete to give them a ride in his car.
Yes, and now Rusty knows this, and maybe he'll tell Tex and Mr. Miles, and they'll find out that these fellows are not to be trusted.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Pete is going to take Rusty for a ride in his car. They go to the garage, last picture, top row, to get the car. But they find that Sir Percival's is parked in front of Pete's. Pete looks for the key so he can move Sir Percival's car so he can get his own. He turns to Rusty and says,
Hey, look at this, Rusty. A receipt from a car renting service right here in town. It fell out of the glove compartment when I got the key.
Rusty exclaims,
Gee whiz, then this car doesn't belong to Sir Percival at all.
Meanwhile, in Sir Percival's room, first picture, bottom row, the man named Nobby is saying,
Well, how about it, Perce? What's it going to be this time? One of your investment swindles? Why not get him to cash a rubber check and scram?
Sir Percival replies,
Nonsense, Nobby. Miles is good for something big. I haven't made up my mind yet as to what it'll be. Besides, I'm enjoying my sojourn in these pleasant surroundings.
Later in the barn, Tex, Pete, Rusty, and the man named Nobby, pretending to be Sir Percival's chauffeur, are out at the barn. They see a car pull up. Rusty exclaims,
Hey, look, Tex. A man with a big valise. And gee whiz, a sort of a cop is with him.
Tex looks and replies,
Oh, well. That man in uniform is Danby, one of the guards at the bank in town. Hey, hello there, Danby.
Howdy, Tex.
Hey, Danby, what are you doing here with a shooting iron on?
The guard replies,
Well, I got a valuable delivery to make to Mr. Miles, Tex. Something the bank was keeping in the vault. Is he at home? Why, yeah, sure. In the house. Go right up ahead.
Thanks, Tex. So the guard walks up to the house carrying the valise. Last picture, Rusty exclaims,
Gee willikins, Tex. What could they have in that valise that they'd send an armed guard with?
Tex replies,
Well, you know Mr. Miles is chairman of the charity horse show, Rusty. I figure them fellows is carrying the awards. And one of them is a $5,000 gold cup.
And as Nobby overhears this, a crafty gleam comes in his eye.
Oh, I know what that crafty gleam in his eye means, I'll bet you. He's going to go and tell Sir Percival about those valuable things, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they tried to steal them from out of the safe.
You know something? I wouldn't say that you're wrong about that.
I hope not. I hope that they don't get Rusty or Pete into trouble.
We'll find out about that next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck, the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, did you have a wonderful Christmas?
Oh, yes, simply marvelous.
And did you get all the things you hoped to get?
Well, not everything that I hoped to get, but I got some things that I didn't expect to get, which was awfully nice, and I like them just as well.
Yes, it's a surprise that way, and surprises are fun, aren't they?
Yes, I love surprises.
Well, since you love surprises, I hope you have a lot of them in the new year, and I hope that they're all nice ones.
Oh, thank you, and the same to you.
Thank you, and the same to you.
Thank you. Now will you please read me the funnies and see if we'll find some surprises there?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has surprised Meeker and his crony, Black John, upstairs in the freight office. He knows now that Meeker is the man responsible for the guns being sold to the Indians who are heading for Pike's Landing to attack the white men. Hoppy, holding Black John and Meeker at the point of a gun, says, I knew you were hiding Black John up here, Meeker, when I found fresh bloodstains on the ladder rungs in the freight office downstairs. Meeker replies,
So you climbed up to eavesdrop, huh?
Yes, and I heard enough to realize that you and Rance Kirby are one and the same man. Last picture, top row, Meeker smiles and says,
Well, I'm afraid you've learned the truth a bit too late, Cassidy. Listen.
It's the Indians. The war party sweeps into Pike's Landing, hurling itself against the hastily erected defenses. Meeker snarls,
Those Indians are armed with rifles I supplied, Cassidy. They'll soon be here to turn them against you.
At that moment, shots rip through the wall, barely missing Meeker, who cowers in terror. Last picture, second row, Hoppy grins. Hey, those friends are a little careless with your guns. The next slug may come closer, Meeker. Meeker, whose hand is beside a lantern, suddenly grabs it up and throws it at Hoppy, knocking him out. And then he dashes down the stairs, slamming the trapdoor shut and locks it behind him. Black John, terrified, tries to open it, to escape. But he can't. He and Hoppy are trapped. Last picture, Meeker runs for the river. Says to himself,
Hey, the street's barricaded. Only one way of escape open. The riverboat.
Ooh, looks to me like the building's on fire.
It does to me, too.
And Hoppy is locked up in that room unconscious. He'll be burnt to death.
He certainly will if he doesn't regain consciousness.
Oh, do you think he will?
Now, that's something we'll find out next week. Now?
Well, now, let's turn over the page and see who's there.
It's Flash Gordon.
Yes, there he is, underneath, believe it or not, Ripley.
And you know, Ripley has a very interesting fact today. He tells us that there is more liquid in tomatoes than in a whole glass of milk. In one tomato than a whole glass of milk.
My, just think.
Yes, just think. Now let's take a look at Flash, who is on the planet Mars and a prisoner of Queen Menta.
Yes, and last week Queen Menta destroyed an animal with the new machine.
It was a melt ray. A man pushed a button, and a ray streaked out, and the animal disappeared.
And then Queen Menta said she was going to try it on Flash's friend Link, and that would be terrible.
Well, let's read now and see if Flash finds a way to stop that. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Planning a final test for the secret melt ray, which her scientists have developed for the conquest of the Earth, Queen Menta of Mars chooses young Link as subject of the grim experiment. She tells him if he fails to survive the ray, that the whole Earth is doomed. There's nothing that Flash and Dale can do. They stand helpless. as a curt order from one of the guards forces Link slowly to the platform in front of the dread melt ray projector. The Martian begins feeding power into the mechanism and then slowly swings the hissing ray beam toward Link. Everyone in the test chamber is fixed intently on the lone figure standing transfixed on the platform. And then Flash sees his chance. Suddenly he dives at the guard at the controls of the ray machine. And before the startled Martians can interfere, Flash brings the swinging ray turret to a halt. The guards are too well aware of the lethal power of the melt rays to offer resistance. Their one thought is escape. And they run as Flash turns the great ray jets in their direction. Flash shouts, "Dale, don't let Meta get away! She's our best chance for freedom!"
Situation.
You bet he is.
Yes, wasn't it brave of him to leap at that man who was running the machine?
It was positively astonishing, and just in time.
That's because he's a hero. I hope he captures Queen Menta.
Well, we'll find that out next week. But now, look across the page.
Oh, Prince Val. I'm anxious to read that.
Very well, we won't waste a second. So here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. News has come that the Danes, a warlike country of the north, are on their way in a great fleet of ships to attack Prince Val's homeland. Three greatest captains in Thule are Prince Val, his father King Agwar, and Voltar. But Voltar and King Agwar have had a disagreement, and Voltar has sailed far away to the north, where he has been sulking like a child. So King Agwar has appointed little Prince Arn, 2 years old, to take Voltar's place at the head of the right wing of the army. Now, where Prince Arn goes, Tilikum, the beautiful Indian maid, goes also. King Agwar knows Voltar loves Tilikum, and the king hopes that Voltar will come to protect Tilikum, who is sure to be in danger in the battle to come. And it looks like the scheme is going to work. For Voltar paces the deck of the ship and rages, last picture, middle row.
My command, given to an infant, it's a foul insult. And what does the king know of the Danes? Of how they've become hard-fighting men? Of how they've planned revenge these many years?
And he stops, stares out over the sea toward where the kingdom of King Agwar is located. And he snorts.
Well, what do I care? Nothing. Let the Danes sink the king and all his proud brood. Good riddance.
One of his captains suggests,
Well, then let's us join the Danes, and you can even matters with Agwar, and there's rich plunder to take.
Without a word, Voltar glares at him, and then hits him so hard he almost falls into the sea. It is clear that Voltar will not fight against his king, even though he has quarreled with him. Meanwhile, far to the south, last picture, Val sees in the distance smoke of the burning towns that show the Danes are already attacking the land of Thule. The king from his ship gives the order to prepare for battle.
Prepare to attack!
Ooh, now there's going to be a battle.
Yes, now there's going to be a battle.
Well, I hope Voltar stops acting like a baby and hurries to help Val and the king.
Well, we saw that he was worried that they wouldn't be able to fight the Danes successfully. Maybe next week we'll find out that he's mad enough to come back and demand his old place as captain of the right wing of the army. But now...
You know something? I'd like to do Snuffy Smith for a change.
Well, then, let's turn over the page.
And there he is on page 5.
Sure enough, so let's go out to the mountain country with Snuffy Smith. Eagle-ogle-oogle, Ipswat Swith. Music for Google and funny Snuffy Smith. Little Jughead comes into the house with a rope over his arm, and he screeches,
Aunt Louise, will you come out in the yard and let me tie you up Indian style?
Aunt Louisa replies,
Well, I'm busy fixing some hash peppies for supper right now, honey pot. Why didn't you ask young Snuffy?
Jughead, who sees Snuffy lying in bed taking his ease for the 18th time that morning, replies,
Laws and no, I wouldn't think of dragging poor old Unc Snuffy out in the bedstead. He ain't got time for such foolishment.
Now, when Snuffy hears how thoughtful Jughead is for him, he perks up and he says,
Oh, shucks! I ain't doing nothing, little jughead. You can tie me up Indian style.
A little later, second picture bottom row, Jughead, who has just finished tying Snuffy up, throws the end of the rope over the tree limb and pulls Snuffy up to hang him in the air. Snuffy exclaims,
Balls of fire! I ain't never seen such a rope-tying varmint as you be, little jughead. I can't scarcely wiggle a toe.
And then when Jughead has him hanging in the air upside down, last picture, he picks up a stick and wallops Snuffy's bottom.
That'll warn you to go around telling every blessed soul in the holler that I'm sweet on Birdie June Barlow, you bald-headed old blabbermouth. Oh, that's Jughead. That was a trick he played on Snuffy.
It sure was, pretending he didn't want to ask Snuffy to come out and play with him, and making sure that Snuffy would hear all that.
And then when Snuffy gets soft-hearted and plays with him, then he hangs him up and spanks him because Snuffy has been teasing him about seeing a girl.
Yes.
Well, boys will be boys.
Yes. Now what?
Now could we read Donald Duck?
If we turn over the page, we certainly can. Over the page we go.
And here he is, Donald Duck.
And say the magic words with me. Squeed, jump, squiddly, chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald is down by the river with his little dog, Fido. He throws a stick out in the water. Fido goes in after it and brings it back. A little later, Donald and Fido are out in a canoe on the river. Donald picks up a wooden duck, a decoy, and he says,
Now, when this lands in the water, you go get it.
Donald tosses it in the water.
Go on, get it.
The Fido doesn't move.
Go on, get it. Uh-oh.
Donald sees his paddle floating in the water. He points at it and says,
Go get it, Fido.
Fido leaps in the water, takes the paddle in his teeth, and swims to shore. He climbs out of the water and drops the paddle on the sand, then looks at Donald out on the river and barks, which means, Ain't I terrific? Donald yells,
Bring it back! Bring it back!
Late that night, Donald, miles from home, is in his canoe still floating down the river with no paddle to get him back to shore. And he's so mad at Fido, he sizzles.
Oh, that's so funny. Donald shouldn't have taught Fido to bring the stick back to shore.
No, because now Fido thinks that anything thrown in the water should be brought back to shore.
Yes, dogs are like that.
Yes.
Poor Donald. Everything goes wrong for him. Now could we read Dick's adventures?
Why, we certainly can, if you're terribly eager. Are you eager?
Yes, I'm eager.
An eager beaver. Okay, well, then we'll turn over to the very last page of the first section, and I'll read Dick in just a minute. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on the last page of the first section, Dick's Adventures.
Magic words for the music, please.
Say them with me, please. Rickety-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. We're in the early days of America. The year is 1804. 150 years ago, Dick, with Captains Lewis and Clark, continue up the mighty Missouri River, which leads through Indian country and through the wildest wilderness. And there, wild and savage animals roam. They decide to seek information from the Indians. On a height near a spot that will one day be called Council Bluffs, Iowa, the chiefs of the Kites, the Ottawas, and the Pawnees and their warriors extend the hand of friendship to Dick and his companions. Then Black Fox, wise man of the Pawnees, first picture, middle row, rises and solemnly speaks.
Take heed, O white brothers. Go no farther, for not many miles ahead live those whom we call little spirits. With arrows like tongues of snakes, they slay all who come near.
Then Bald Eagle, chief warrior of the Ottawas, speaks.
Turn back your canoe, O white brothers. The great blue bear waits to crush you when you set foot upon land.
And Swift Cloud of the Kites warns.
Beyond the setting sun, it is told that streams of scalding water spout from the earth. No man can pass them, O white brothers.
And Swift Cloud continues, last picture.
And even if you should escape all these, yet will your way be stopped at last by a mountain of rocks towering bleakly into the sky.
Oh, that's terribly dangerous country they're going through.
Yes, and those Indians really know.
Do you think they'll go on in the wilderness?
Yes, I do, because Lewis and Clark are very, very brave men. And you know, it was the brave men like these who explored this country. And it was they who made it safe for us to live in nice houses and apartments and to eat in restaurants and other safe places the way that we do today.
Yes, that's why I like to study about these men in school.
Well, next week we'll find out more about these adventures of Dick's. Now, look at the bottom of the page.
Oh, there's Rusty Riley. And I don't like what's happening there because you remember that Englishman named Sir Percival who has come to the Milestone Farm?
I remember him very well, and I don't trust
Well,
him.
neither do I because he's pretending to be rich and he isn't rich. And Mr. Miles has been very nice to him and he and his friend are scheming bad things against Mr. Miles.
Yes, and last week, the guard from the bank and another man from the bank brought some valuable things to the Milestone Farm.
And Nobby, who's one of the crooks, knows about it.
Well, now let's find out what happens next with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Sir Percival, who was in his room, is wondering how he's going to cheat Mr. Miles out of some money. As he pulls on his coat, he says,
I must decide on how Mr. Quentin Miles is going to add substantially to our bankroll.
As he comes downstairs, a moment later, his crooked partner, Nobby, stops him. He points to the two men from the bank who are waiting for Mr. Miles in the next room. Nobby whispers,
Listen, Perce. Those two guys are waiting for Mr. Miles to come downstairs. One's a bank messenger, and the other's a guard. I got the car close to an open window. Come on.
First picture, bottom row. Mr. Miles comes into his study, and he greets the men from the bank.
Good day, Mr. Walker, Mr. Danby. I presume you've brought the horse show trophies, including the gold cup. Just put them on the desk while I open the wall safe.
And Mr. Walker replies,
Oh, yes, sir. And I have a receipt to be signed. And I don't mind saying, Mr. Miles, I'll be glad to have these things off my hands.
At that moment, outside, under the study window, Nobby whispers,
You hear that, Perce?
I did indeed. Fortune is smiling upon us, Nobby. Opportunity is fairly banging at our door.
Meanwhile, in the barn, Rusty and his friend Pete are chatting with Tex. Rusty asks,
Hey, Tex, you suppose Mr. Miles would show Pete and me the horse show trophies if we went up to the house?
Tex replies,
Why, I reckon he'd be right glad to, Rusty.
So the boys walk toward the house. Nobby, who's standing by his car outside the window, is saying to Sir Percival,
Well, what do you say, Perce? I could open that wall safe with a button, you could. We can lift them cups and scram tonight.
Sir Percival replies,
Now, don't be crude. Let's use finesse. Oh, quiet. here come those two boys, which gives me an idea.
Oh, if he tries to get those gold cups and then tries to throw the blame on the boys, I will just hate him more than I hate him now.
So will I. But we'll find out more about that next week. Now, to make you feel a little bit better, look what comes next on the first page of the second section.
Oh, there he is, that funny Dagwood.
Yes, and here we go with that funny Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood looks out the window and exclaims to Blondie,
Look, here comes that Herb Woodley wandering over into our yard looking for trouble.
and by the time you can go, he's outside yelling at Herb,
You're on my property. You're trespassing. I'm going to put a stop to this.
and by the time you can go, Dagwood's down at the store buying a roll of wire fence. As he rolls it out the door, the salesman says,
Better let us send a man over to put up the fence, Mr. Bumstead.
Dagwood replies, last picture, top row.
Don't be silly. I can put it up all by myself.
First picture, next row. Dagwood's at home, putting up the fence. He's putting up a post as Herb stands by smoking a pipe. Dagwood says loud enough for Herb to hear,
This fence will keep a lot of unwanted, no good, stupid riffraff out of my yard.
And he starts to tack the fence to a post. He says,
At least it'll keep out certain bean-brained, offensive characters of low degree whom I know.
Then he unrolls the fence, tacks one end to another post, saying, loud enough for Herb to hear,
How such a repulsive, baggy-eyed nitwit ever got in this nice neighborhood, I'll never know.
He tacks the other end of the fence to his house. Finally, he's put up the fence between his lawn and Herb's. As Herb looks at the fence, Dagwood exclaims,
Finished. Hooray. At least we'll be free from this low element.
Suddenly, a nail pops loose, then another, and then the entire end pops away from the wall. And the end of the fence whips around Dagwood.
Hey, hey, hey!
And it rolls up into a tight roll again. And there Dagwood is, inside, with the fence around him. He lies helpless, and he yells,
Help! Help!
Herb leans against the roll of the fence, a devilish grin in his face. He lights his pipe, and he says,
Dagwood, would you mind repeating those remarks you made about me?
Dagwood moans.
Oh,
And then he says meekly,
I said you were the finest, the kindest, handsomest, most intelligent man I ever met in my life.
Last picture, Herb has helped him out of the fence, and Dagwood stomps angrily into the house. As Herb says,
Gee, I love to have people say nice things about me like that.
Oh, that Dagwood. He should have put up the fence before he said those things about her.
either that or he should have taken the salesman's advice and have someone put the fence up for him.
Dagwood, he's so funny.
Yes. Well, now look, here's something that's not so funny.
Oh, yes, Roy Rogers. And he and his sad friend Dolfo Hawkins have trailed the cattle thieves.
And they saw them load the cattle on a flatboat and send them down the river.
And they saw the thieves push the whole train into the river, and it sunk under the water.
And then they saw Dude and his henchman Rocky right away.
I wonder if Roy will catch up with them.
Well, let's read now and find out. So here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Roy wheels Trigger around and with Dolfo behind him follows the railroad track that the crooks have laid down through the mountain pass. A shot rings out. Now watch out! They gallop on faster to put themselves out of range. At that moment, up above on a cliff, Rocky, one of the rustlers, is just about to take another shot at Roy, who's passing just below. Dude stops him. Rocky says,
Here, let me plug 'em, dude. Them birds are on our trail, and they're wise to how we operate.
Dude replies, No. Take chances when it's just as easy to be smart. Let 'em die accidentally. And he goes on, last picture, top row. We can trap Rogers and Hawkins in that old caboose the boys have been using as a hideout. Roy, still following the tracks, comes around a curve and sees the caboose ahead. He reins in, saying, "Hey, the rustler's tracks lead straight to that old caboose." Doleful exclaims,
Yeah, smoke. Somebody's inside, and they're fixing to shoot our heads off. Mark me, Roy.
They dismount. They slip upon the caboose. The doors open. They peer in. Doleful exclaims,
Empty as a bird's nest in December. I don't like this, Roy.
Roy looks around and says, Left a fire burning. Can't be far away, Doleful. As they search the caboose, suddenly, the door is closed behind them, and they're locked in. They hear Dude outside say,
Well, we got 'em, Rocky. Fetch the horses. I'll pull out the chocks.
Okay, dude. Like I always say, nothing like being clever.
And then Roy and Doleful hear the horses being brought up, a rope tied to the caboose. And then they hear Dude say,
All right, haul away, Rocky. We'll give Rogers and Hawkins a ride they won't forget.
Up there, horses!
Oh, is that dude going to push the caboose into the river the way he did the train?
I think that's his scheme.
Well, my goodness. If that's his scheme, well, then Roy will be drowned.
Now, wait. It hasn't happened yet. Maybe Roy will outsmart Dude the way he has some of the other crooks in some of our other wonderful stories.
My, I certainly hope so. I certainly do hope so.
Now, we'll find out about that next week. But now, before we go, I think we should wish everybody...
I know. Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year, everybody. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.